Inside, Chu Xingchen felt she had made the right choice. Unlike the brothels seen on TV, there was no madam waving a handkerchief to greet guests. Instead, an older, refined man bowed politely and spoke elegantly. Listening carefully, they realized that the men who listened to the snow-red chamber were all literate, and their clothing was not very feminine. Instead, they looked like gentle scholars. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou seemed like curious visitors entering a grand garden, observing everything but not speaking. The steward, worried they might leave if they saw too much, whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Actually, the princess also enjoys listening to the snow-red chamber." For a moment, Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou thought their identities might be exposed and almost turned to leave. Fortunately, the steward added, "Would you like to see the kind of men the princess likes?" Chu Xingchen hesitated but nodded, eager to see what kind of person she admired. "Please, gentlemen, come in. Our Yun-Kei is free now and can chat or sing for you. He's the best singer in the snow-red chamber." Yun-Kei was free because he wasn't good at entertaining people, so he was just there to amuse the two young men. Inside Yun-Kei Pavilion, the steward called someone over. Chu Xingchen quickly declined, "No need. One is enough."
Junk about politely.
His voice was very nice, and he looked handsome and delicate, though he had a somewhat tired expression. He skillfully poured wine for them, exchanged a few words, but didn't get too close or insist on drinking more. It was proper to encourage drinking in the red chamber, but Yun-Kei noticed the steward's expression and realized Chu Xingchen was disguised as a man. Although her movements and walking were confident and graceful, with no hint of awkwardness, Yun-Kei saw her bone structure at a glance. Most guests in the red chamber were men, but occasionally women disguised as men visited. He was used to it and would tell them interesting stories about the red chamber. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou listened eagerly. When Yun-Kei started playing and singing, Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Just as they were enjoying the performance, there was suddenly some noise outside. "Quick! It seems the princess has arrived. I want to go see her too." Chu Xingchen almost choked on her drink. She listened carefully and realized that a woman resembling the princess had come to listen to the snow-red chamber recently. Everyone was eager to see her and even dreamed of serving the princess in the East Palace. Of course, this was just their guess. No one knew the truth. They had only seen her briefly from a distance in her carriage. Once the woman who looks like the princess arrives, everyone's attention shifts away. The complaints from outside made Chu Xingchen curious and eager to see the commotion. The so-called crown princess, Chu Xingchen, didn't see anyone. She only saw several people crowding together and going inside across the street. Most of the people from the listening snow tower had already left. Yun-Kei looked around twice but still played his lute and sang. "Everyone has gone. Why haven't you?" Chu Xingchen asked him curiously. Yun-Kei shook his head. "The crown princess is so noble that someone like me can't meet her. He didn't have that kind of fate, so he didn't struggle anymore." Ling Zhou chuckled softly.
Junke looked puzzled.
"Young master, why are you laughing? I just heard something funny." Just as Ling Zhou finished speaking, there was suddenly a loud commotion outside. This time, the noise was even bigger. "Everyone stay still. Fomin City's prefect is doing a routine inspection." "Why another check? How many times has this been done?" Hearing the complaints outside, Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou. "An inspection? What should she do?" After a moment, Chu Xingchen was pulled out. The routine inspection was a habit formed after Chu Xingchen ordered Fomin City's prefect to check. The prefect was responsible and thorough, but eventually, they found something about Chu Xingchen herself. This was probably what people call digging their own grave. Who would have thought that on the first day wandering through the Red Mansion, she would be caught? Everyone had identification documents proving they were from the Great Chu, similar to modern IDs. But she and Ling Zhou were a crown princess and a young minister, respectively, and truly had no IDs. Or rather, their IDs were different. Most importantly, they couldn't let others know their identities. If people found out she was visiting the Red Mansion with Ling Zhou, it would shock many. Her already not-so-innocent reputation would never be restored in her lifetime. She had to hide. Everyone was used to carrying identification when going out, but in the end, only they two, without IDs, were caught during the inspection. The interrogation took place in Yun K Pavilion. The patrol guards, armed with swords, looked very imposing. Either you two confess honestly or find a guarantor, or else. The trouble would be serious. Chu Xingchen covered her face. Who could she ask outside the palace? Not Su Dandan, and definitely not Minister Shin Xiao Shongshu. It was unthinkable for a daughter-in-law to visit the Red Mansion and have her in-laws come to bail her out. That would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, asking for death. Inside the palace, she couldn't ask Shin Songju. In the end, it seemed only Xiao Wang could help. He had a token that allowed him free access to the palace, so he could definitely save them. Xiao Wang received the news. He encountered something truly speechless. For the first time, he used the token Chu Xingchen gave him to leave the palace, only to go rescue his wife, who was detained for visiting the Red Mansion, and also Ling Zhou, who was a fellow young minister. Xiao Wang was very efficient. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou were quickly rescued. We went to the Red Mansion to enjoy the snow. After getting into the carriage, Xiao Wang didn't say a word. Usually, Xiao Wang is very calm and rarely shows emotions, but this time he was so angry that he didn't want to speak at all. Young Master Xiao, please don't be angry. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou exchanged a glance. In the end, Chu Xingchen cautiously spoke. Your Highness, I have to say, you all behaved badly, especially you, young Master Ling. Xiao Wang looked sharply at Ling Zhou. You didn't stop the prince, and you even went along.
You.
Xiao Wang took a deep breath. If we encounter troublemakers or danger, can you take responsibility? I was just curious, so I wanted to take a look, Chu Xingchen explained carefully. Xiao Wang suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze making Chu Xingchen shrink back immediately. They had a lot of fun causing trouble in the Red Mansion, but on the way back, they looked very miserable, kept apologizing, and promised not to go again. Xiao Wang's face finally looked a little better. Chu Xingchen let out a breath, thinking the matter was over. But when they returned to the palace, they saw Shin Songju. Xiao Wang hurriedly left the palace because he was playing chess with Shin Songju, so Shin Songju also knew what had happened. Is the Red Mansion fun to visit? Shin Songju asked as soon as he saw Chu Xingchen. No, not fun at all. Chu Xingchen felt embarrassed again. If you like a man, Your Highness, you can openly bring him into the palace, Shin Songju suggested. No, I don't like anyone. I was just curious and wanted to take a quick look. Chu Xingchen almost cried, feeling very guilty. I didn't do anything, really, I didn't do anything. Shin Songju nodded and asked, What was Your Highness planning to do? I didn't plan to do anything. Really, Ling Zhou and I just went quietly, just curious to look around, said a few words, and didn't even get close to anything. With me here, what are you worried about? Ling Zhou was unhappy seeing Chu Xingchen explain. Young Master Xiao, what are you afraid of? Shin Songju and Xiao Wang looked at Ling Zhou at the same time. Ling Zhou's voice suddenly became quieter. Xiao Wang took a deep breath. From now on, they are not allowed to contact each other. Ling Zhou, you should go back to Feiyu Palace. Ling Zhou was too lively and kept fooling around with the princess. They needed to be separated. Why should I? Ling Zhou wanted to oppose, but it was no use. The two of them were still separated. The next day, Chu Xingchen finished her work and was about to sleep. She was very obedient. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Ling Zhou secretly came to see her. She also brought her roasted sparrow, saying, They are too fierce. We didn't do anything wrong. When they see we're not so strict anymore, we'll go out and have fun. Chu Xingchen replied, No, I said I wouldn't go. You have to keep your promises. Who said we're going to the Red Mansion? Let's go somewhere else to play. That works. Ling Zhou was satisfied and left. After Chu Xingchen fell asleep, Zhou Baiyan silently looked at her, noticing a bit of soot on her lips. He hesitated, then gently used a corner of the blanket to wipe it off. He looked toward the outside of the palace. Is it really that nice out there? Why does His Highness like to go outside so much? The next morning, Chu Xingchen opened her eyes. Winter was happily greeting her, saying, "Your Highness, happy birthday." It was Chu Xingchen's birthday. She chose her favorite red dress to wear. Just as she finished dressing, the Empress suddenly appeared, and her attendants carefully carried a bowl of noodles. "This is the longevity noodles personally made by His Majesty for your Highness." The only time the Empress cooked was during her children's birthdays. The longevity noodles are long, with a single egg on top. Don't bite it in half. Finish it all, and you'll live 100 years. This was the Empress's greatest wish. The sudden death of her eldest daughter made her emphasize this. She still remembered that before her daughter passed away, she accidentally bit the noodles in half. Seeing Chu Xingchen eat the noodles in one go, the Empress smiled happily. Chu Xingchen felt warm inside. "Thank you, Mother Empress." The Empress left, and Chu Xingchen looked up at Zhou Bian. "Zhou Bian, come down." Zhou Bian quickly came down. Chu Xingchen asked him, "Did you eat the longevity noodles?" She and Zhou Bian were born on the same day, same month, same year. Zhou Bian shook his head. Chu Xingchen immediately pounded the table. "No, you must eat some too. If you eat the longevity noodles, you'll live a long life. I'll make some for you." Zhou Bian looked up sharply. "The Crown Prince personally made it? It might not taste good, and the thickness might be uneven, but don't complain. Just don't bite it in half." Chu Xingchen remembered that making longevity noodles was the only cooking skill she knew. After her sister died, she took over making the noodles for the Empress. With a sincere blessing from others, Chu Xingchen believed the noodles would bring good luck. Seeing Zhou Bian follow her closely, hesitant to speak, Chu Xingchen patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry. I will make it. The blessings and good luck I bring will make you lucky, and your wounds will heal faster. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet for helping me seek revenge last time." Zhou Bian opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He wasn't worried or disgusted. He was just thinking that he didn't deserve to eat the longevity noodles personally made by the Crown Prince. According to her memory, Chu Xingchen hurriedly but successfully made a bowl of noodles with a fried egg on top. The edges of the egg were slightly burnt, making it look less nice, so Chu Xingchen quickly fixed it by arranging some scallions into a smiling face. "Now it's perfect. After you finish this bowl of smiling longevity noodles, Zhou Bian, you will definitely smile all year and be happy every day." Chu Xingchen called Zhou Bian over and handed him the chopsticks. "Eat it while it's hot. Zhou Bian, you must finish it all at once and not bite it in half." Zhou Bian looked at the smiling face and hesitated. How could he bear to eat it? "I told you to eat it while it's hot, or it will get cold," Chu Xingchen said impatiently when he saw him not moving. "Don't worry, I won't poison you." He wasn't afraid of that, he just couldn't bear to part with it. Between hiding the bowl to escape Chu Xingchen's chase and eating it, Zhou Bian hesitated, but chose the latter. Under Chu Xingchen's watch, Zhou Bian obediently finished the longevity noodles in one go. "That's good," Chu Xingchen said, satisfied. "Today is your birthday, Zhou Bian. Don't work on duty. Rest and go wherever you want." Zhou Bian frowned. Where could he go? After being sent away, Zhou Bian returned to Taoren residence, sat quietly for a moment, then silently returned to Manhwa Palace, thinking as long as the prince didn't find out he had gone back. The duty officer, Tian Lu, was there. The place was already small, and Zhou Leader still had to squeeze in, but they wouldn't let him leave. Tian Lu felt frustrated. What was going on? Zhou Leader was right next to him, and he felt so much pressure. But after a moment, Tian Lu gradually relaxed because Zhou Leader didn't bother to give him a glance and only looked at the princess. Chu Xingchen didn't know Zhou Bian had returned. She accepted the remaining greetings and congratulations at Manhwa Palace. It was a tradition. Everyone had to wear a smile that day and not look mournful to avoid upsetting the master. "Come on, get up. Late winter will give them 3 more months of allowances. They've worked hard during this period." Workers understood workers best. Chu Xingchen thought the salary was good and didn't want everyone to force smiles at her. Usually people didn't have many good feelings toward their boss. But Chu Xingchen didn't know that everyone at Jinhua Palace was now genuinely smiling, and their congratulations were heartfelt. Since she arrived, she always considered the duty staff from a worker's perspective. During this time, she didn't say much, but set up a hot water room so they could always drink hot water and eat hot meals. At night, there was also late-night snacks, and the clothes given were all thick and warm. The crown princess had never spoken much, only quietly reminding people to do everything properly. However, everyone in the Eastern Palace, especially those in the Jinhua Hall, saw everything clearly. They weren't fools and knew who treated them best. Chu Xingchen didn't realize that she had quietly gained many supporters. When she heard that the crown princess wanted apples, the responsible person carefully searched for the biggest and reddest ones and handed them to Wandong. "Your Highness, I've brought some apples you asked for. Do they look all right?" Chu Xingchen took a look and said yes. They were a bit small and not as big as the bright red apples from modern times, but they looked cheerful and lucky. During her time reading the story, her calendar overlapped with the modern lunar calendar. She always remembered the date of her birthday, which happened to be Christmas Eve. She didn't celebrate Christmas, but eating apples on Christmas Eve symbolized peace, so she picked the reddest and best ones. "These 3 are for Empress Mother, Noble Consort Gui, and my younger brother. These 4 are for Xin Sijuan, Ling Xiaoqing, and Xiao Xiaoqing, the young duke, so they can enjoy them tonight." Zhou Bian listened and quickly left. Tian Lu looked on silently. As soon as Chu Xingchen handed out the apples, Ling Zhou arrived. "Your Highness, what's going on? Today is your birthday, and we should be giving you gifts. Why did you give us gifts first?" "It's just an apple, not much of a gift." "Then let me show you the gift I brought. I guarantee you'll like it." "What gift?" "You can only show me. You can't bring it here. You'll see once you go." After a moment, he said, "This is the place where the palace keeps the horses. Your gift is a horse?" That was quite a grand gesture. Ling Zhou's proud expression froze for a moment.
No.
"Then why did you bring me here?" Ling Zhou hurriedly walked on, ignoring Chu Xingchen. But as soon as they entered, they saw Bao Jian happily leading a small white horse over. The horse had no stray hairs, its coat smooth and shiny. Clearly a fine horse. "Little General, you're here, Your Highness." "Ling Zhou,
Chu Xingchen loget lao li.
you said it wasn't a horse gift." "This is a little white horse," Ling Zhou insisted. Yes, a little white horse. "It's so pretty," Chu Xingchen said, then suddenly burst out laughing because the little white horse had a big red flower on its head.
Who put that flower on it?
Why did they think of putting a red flower on the horse? Originally, seeing a white horse, one should think of a Prince Charming. However, this red flower is so festive that a prince doesn't quite match it anymore. Bao Jian secretly looked at Ling Zhou. Seeing his gaze, Ling Zhou quickly glared at him. "You don't like it? Don't you think it looks very festive?" He was just thinking about her birthday and wanted to make it a little special. Festive. I like it very much. How could I not like it? Chu Xingchen truly liked it because it was adorable and fun. She never thought she would own a horse in her life. In modern times, owning a horse is very rare. This was a very special gift she received. Seeing that she liked it so much, Ling Zhou's pride came out again. "I knew you would like it." Chu Xingchen nodded. "But it really looks like a wedding horse." Ling Zhou looked and agreed. Then he blurted out, "Wouldn't it be better if I marry you today?" After saying this, he suddenly froze. Chu Xingchen tilted her head and rolled her eyes at him. "You wish. But such a good thing doesn't happen. If anyone gets married, it's me marrying you." "Ling Zhou, I'm a man. How can I say I am getting married?" "You said it first," Chu Xingchen said as she circled the little white horse. "It looks so good." "That's because it's the best horse," Ling Zhou said proudly, lifting his chin. "When the weather gets warmer, I'll take you riding." Riding is so exciting and confident. Today, get to know it better, brush its coat, and feed it some food. Okay. Ling Zhou taught Chu Xingchen how to communicate with the horse and how to make it comfortable. He said he looked lively and confident when riding. "Ling Zhou, you know so much. You're so impressive." "Of course," Ling Zhou said proudly, puffing out his chest. Now you can give it a name. Ling Zhou wanted to suggest Taiyun or Takshu, but Chu Xingchen said, how about calling it Little Red Flower? Little Red Flower? Ling Zhou immediately frowned. What a strange name. Why call it Little Red Flower? Because it has a little red flower on its head. Ling Zhou never expected it to be like this. No, it's just on top today. It'll be gone tomorrow. It's all white and you call it Little Red Flower? Also, it's a male horse, not a mare. Horse names should sound majestic and impressive. Look at my horse, it's called Gale. You could call it Taiyun or Takshu. No, those names are too common. What if someone takes it away later? It's better to call it Little Red Flower, nice and unique, and it definitely won't be the same as others. Chu Xingchen suddenly thought of this. Ling Zhou. No one would have such a common name. Who would give a horse that name? He also wanted to advise Chu Xingchen, but saw her already asking the little horse, Little Red Flower, do you like the name Little Red Flower? Surprisingly, Little Red Flower tilted its head as if agreeing, see, I told you it likes it too. Ling Zhou completely gave up hope. For some reason, as he listened, he accidentally called the horse Little Red Flower himself. After spending some time bonding with Little Red Flower, Chu Xingchen and the others left. Not long after they left, the horses kept in the stable suddenly became restless. Eventually, they all charged out, injuring many staff members. If Chu Xingchen and the others had left a little later that day, the horses might have run wild and caused serious trouble. Later investigations revealed that these horses had been fed a drug that made them agitated and crazy. They found a horse handler with issues. When they went to arrest him, he had already died, bleeding from his 7 orifices, poisoned. Such a good day was spoiled by this incident, and they had to hide it from Chu Xingchen, not letting her know. Not long after Chu Xingchen returned to Jinhua Palace, Shun Songzhu came. He brought a painting, and when Chu Xingchen opened it, she found it was the rainbow they saw that day. She had regretted not being able to remember it, but Shun Songzhu had painted it. Just a pastime, not as good as those masterpieces. Your Highness, just take a look. No, this is already very beautiful. I like it very much. Shun Songzhu was so talented. He even painted well. I want to hang it in my study. Shun Songzhu hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The princess's study usually displayed famous paintings or calligraphy by famous artists. It's fine. Why not? I want to see it every day. Chu Xingchen was excited, and Wan Dong immediately started to act, choosing a spot and hanging the painting as Chu Xingchen instructed. Perfect. Chu Xingchen was very satisfied. Is this your first time in my study? Yes. There were quite a few books. He didn't know that these books had increased after Chu Xingchen arrived. She liked paper books and felt that having shelves of books at home made it look wealthy. Shun Songzhu was also a book lover. Seeing the books, he couldn't help but start reading. Chu Xingchen happily told him about the books. If you like, you can take them to read. Okay. Chu Xingchen stepped back while talking, accidentally bumped into the bookshelf, and the books on the outermost shelf fell. Shun Songzhu caught the books quickly. Why do you all keep getting hit by books? Chu Xingchen was about to say thank you when she suddenly paused. What about you all? Has anyone else been hit? She asked purely out of curiosity, but after speaking, she noticed that Shun Songzhu's expression looked a bit strange. In that moment, Chu Xingchen thought of Shun Songzhu's childhood friend, Miss Luo. They grew up together, and might have experienced similar scenes. Chu Xingchen forced a small smile and turned around. Getting hit by a book must hurt a lot. Thank you, Lord Shun. You're welcome. Shun Songzhu wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Wan Dong's report. Your Highness, Xiao Xiaoqing has arrived. Really? Chu Xingchen quickly left the study. Lord Shun, you look at the book first. Shun Songzhu watched her figure leave, looked at the book in his hand, and stood quietly for a while without moving. He didn't even know why he suddenly said that. Xiao Wang was also here to give a birthday gift. When he opened the gift box, Chu Xingchen exclaimed, because it was an ancient-style pencil. Compared to brushes, she preferred pens or pencils. When writing quickly, she would use charcoal, but it was inconvenient. Xiao Wang specially brought a box of charcoal pens, all the same size. The wood was smooth and lacquered, with the tip burned into charcoal, somewhat like modern pencils, carefully crafted. This gift is wonderful. Thank you, Lord Xiao, she said sincerely. I'm glad you like it. Xiao Wang hesitated about the gift because it was somewhat simple and modest. Previously, Minister Xiao had sent many rare treasures to strengthen the princess's favor. After some thought, he decided to give her the gift he prepared himself. Luckily, it was the right choice. After seeing Xiao Wang off, Chu Xingchen looked at Wandong. Later, when Lord Shen leaves, remember to return the cloak you made earlier. When Shen Songzhu saw the new cloak, he thought it would be better to just return the old one. Wandong had already bowed and taken his leave. Although Chu Xingchen said her birthday wouldn't be celebrated grandly, there was still a small gathering. Even though it was small, the scale was nearly as big as modern celebrations. Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou all attended, but Zhou Baiyan usually didn't join such occasions. When the banquet was over and it was quite late, Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace and looked for Zhou Baiyan. He had already hidden himself. Tian Lu, who was watching Zhou Baiyan, saw him return to Taoran residence before Wandong's people found him. When Zhou Baiyan followed the palace servants back to Jinhua Hall, a tray on the table in front of Chu Xingchen was filled with plump, pink, festive longevity peaches. Zhou Baiyan, come quickly. Let's celebrate the birthday together. Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen, who appeared warm and bright under the lights. His steps paused. The bowl of longevity noodles from this morning was still warm. Did they really need to celebrate? He had never celebrated a birthday before. No one remembered his birthday or helped him celebrate. This is the first time I've met someone born on the same day, same month, same year.
We are so lucky to have met.
Chu Xingchen took out 4 small red candles she had specially prepared. No cake, but there are peach-shaped longevity buns. They're so cute, so that's okay. Sit down quickly. She took 2 candles and carved the numbers 8 and 9 on them as symbols. Zhou Baiyan, after we light the candles, we make a wish. When we out the candles, our wishes can come true. Zhou Baiyan took a fire lighter and lit the candles, thinking she really liked making wishes. Your Highness, just make a wish. He had no particular wish himself. No, birthday wishes must be made. They will come true.
Chu Xingchen emphasized.
Once the candles were lit, she immediately clasped her hands together. Quick, Zhou Baiyan, follow my example and make a wish. You must wish. Zhou Baiyan awkwardly followed her actions. Chu Xingchen quickly made her wish, then opened her eyes to look at him. Have you made your wish? Zhou Baiyan opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xingchen, whose eyes sparkled in the candlelight. He nodded. He had no wish. He just wished that the heavens would grant all her wishes. Out the candles. Zhou Baiyan blew out the candles along with Chu Xingchen. She said, Zhou Baiyan, happy birthday. Seeing that Zhou Baiyan was silent, she urged, come on, tell me. Happy birthday, Chu Xingchen. Zhou Baiyan, to Your Highness, happy birthday. Your Highness is fine too. Chu Xingchen took away the candles and handed Zhou Baiyan the largest longevity bun from the plate.
Eat.
She picked up a smaller one nearby and ate it in one bite. So delicious. Zhou Baiyan held the longevity bun without moving. Chu Xingchen urged, eat quickly. Zhou Baiyan opened his mouth a few times and ate it, then took something out of his pocket and placed it in front of Chu Xingchen. Did you prepare a birthday gift for me? Chu Xingchen's eyes were full of surprise. Our little robot Zhou can prepare gifts now. How wonderful. Zhou Baiyan nodded. Winter was nearby, and she nodded happily. Chu Xingchen clapped her hands and opened the gift. She saw it was a pair of gloves. She didn't know what material they were made of, but they felt soft. Even more surprisingly, these gloves looked very much like modern 5-finger gloves. When worn, they kept her warm and fit closely. This gift is so great. Thank you, Zhou Baiyan. Seeing Chu Xingchen happily smiling, Zhou Baiyan shook his head. He only crouched for 3 nights to get her to stop shivering because her hands and feet were always cold. I also prepared a gift for you. Chu Xingchen took out a handmade notebook. I thought for a long time about what to give you. I felt like you wouldn't be interested in anything, so I wondered if I should give you scar ointment instead, but then I thought of this. It's a notebook, or you can call it a diary. From now on, you can write down what you want to do every day and then work on completing each task. She wanted to keep Zhou Baiyan's idea of staying out of the world unchanged. Besides the notebook, I also bought you a house outside, a small courtyard with 3 sections. The location is very good. You can live there in the future. I also arranged for you to have an identity. If you want to be an ordinary person someday, Zhou Baiyan, you can. This was something Chu Xingchen arranged for Zhou Baiyan. In case she was no longer around or traveled back in time, Zhou Baiyan would have a backup plan. Zhou Baiyan didn't take the gift. He didn't know what he would do with the house and identity. Take it quickly. You'll understand its use later. This is a birthday gift, and you can't refuse. Zhou Baiyan took it. The cover of the notebook was made of an unknown material, somewhat hard, and covered with drawings of people's expressions. In the middle was a big smiling face, with a few words below, "Smile a little, stay young for 10 more years." When he opened it, he saw Chu Xingchen's handwriting. "Happy birthday, Zhou Baiyan. Keep smiling. Remember to smile more in the future." There was another smiling face at the end. Zhou Baiyan didn't understand why Chu Xingchen always wanted him to smile, but he couldn't help but smile along with the face. Chu Xingchen watched from across and exclaimed, "Zhou Baiyan, you smiled. This is the first time I've seen you smile. You look really good when you do. You should smile more often." The little robot Zhou Baiyan smiled so cutely, with a strange sweetness that contrasted sharply with his usual self. It made people want to try it. Chu Xingchen wanted to look more, but Zhou Baiyan immediately stiffened his face and picked up his things, floating away. "You're shy too."
Chu Xingchen lao ghét lao li.
Zhou Baiyan quickly walked faster. After returning to Taoren residence, he carefully put away the notebook, feeling his heart pounding a little faster. Is he poisoned? Is that longevity peach poisonous? Zhou Baiyan's expression changed suddenly. He hurried to check if it was poisonous, worried that Chu Xingchen might have eaten some and gotten sick. But he found no poison. Chu Xingchen was fine too. Later, his heartbeat returned to normal, so he didn't think much of it. After he left, Wan Dong told Chu Xingchen about the funny story of the gloves he gave her. Young Master Zhou carried a bloody piece of leather to the embroidery room, scaring everyone there. It was his first time visiting, and they thought he was going to commit a crime. Later, they realized he was making gloves for you. Chu Xingchen already had a picture in her mind and chuckled. "So, Wan Dong, you knew he was going to give me a gift all along?" The servant girl knew, but she thought the prince would be surprised when he received it. "That's right."
Chu Xingchen note that.
The gloves were warm and not clumsy at all. Once she put them on, she didn't want to take them off. If she didn't want to take them off, she simply didn't. Chu Xingchen fell asleep directly. Zhou Baiyan saw how much she liked them. After watching her sleep, he went out to find Madame Tang and continued his ambush. Later, Chu Xingchen received socks made of the same material as the gloves. They were suddenly placed on her bed. Although not handed directly to her, it was clear they were a gift from Zhou Baiyan. After her birthday, Chu Xingchen initially planned to study governance with the Empress. But by afternoon, she was back at the listening snow-red pavilion. It wasn't that she didn't keep her promises and wanted to play, but because a murder case happened there. The leading performer was killed in her room, in a tragic state. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou were also suspected. It was just bad luck. After going once, she was involved in a murder case. Xiao Wang received news from outside the palace and was speechless. Adding the incident at Listening Snow Red Pavilion, 2 leading performers from 3 other red pavilions were also killed. More importantly, 2 women were murdered, which affected the reputation of the crown princess. The Dali Temple is handling the case, and the prince will need to cooperate to prove innocence. Chu Xingchen asked, "Will the Dali Temple magistrate go?" She knew him, and if he went, it would be embarrassing. He won't. Now, the important thing is that rumors outside say the crown princess is the murderer. The rumors were getting worse. People said the crown princess was violent, had a bad temper, liked men from the Red Pavilion, and killed women out of jealousy. Your Highness, don't underestimate these rumors. If they spread enough, some people will believe them, and others might take advantage to do evil deeds and blame the crown princess. So, this case must be thoroughly investigated. Chu Xingchen responded that I understand. But that night, when we arrived, someone who was suspected to be the crown princess came by. That's an important clue. The Dali Temple definitely won't ignore it. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou, like children who made mistakes, were taken by Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu to Listening Snow Red Pavilion. Afraid of meeting someone they knew, Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wangli stayed on the carriage, while Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou went inside alone. They saw Yun Ke again, who was handcuffed because someone had seen him enter the main room later. After completing the process, they were taken back to the Dali Temple, and the main suspicion was placed on Yun Quebec. You are the one who killed him after sending them away and taking advantage of the chaos. Now, all the evidence points to you. What do you have to say for yourself? It wasn't me. I only went to Bai Lu's room to deliver something. When I arrived, he was still alive, Yun Ke argued, but it was useless. Just as he was about to be punished, Yun Ke clenched his teeth and said, I told you I didn't kill him. I saw Bai Lu's body, and based on his bruises, he might not have died at night. Bruises? You dare say anything to clear yourself? The questioning officer didn't believe Yun Quebec. A man from the Red Mansion wouldn't understand this. We've already asked the coroner to examine the body. I'm telling the truth. If the coroner you found says he died at night, then he must have missed something. Yun Ke revealed his identity to clear his name. Before I entered the Red Mansion, I was a coroner. My family has been doing this for generations. Bai Lu's bruises are unusual. If I examine him properly, I can figure out his cause of death and the time he died. Chu Xingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect Yun Ke to be a forensic doctor. Everyone knew how important the exact time of death was, and he was curious to see how Yun Ke would do. Because of Chu Xingchen's expectation, Yun Ke finally got the chance to perform an autopsy under the supervision of a senior coroner at the Dali Temple. The conclusion was that Bai Lu didn't die that night, but the next day. The exact time couldn't be determined, but this conclusion changed many things. Not only was Bai Lu's time of death questioned, but the other victims' times of death also had issues. The Dali coroner lacked advanced equipment, but skilled forensic doctors had their own traditional methods. Yun Ke was one of them. The Dali Temple's coroner could only admit that Yun Ke's reasoning was very likely correct. Following the new timeline, new clues quickly emerged, particularly the so-called fake princess who looked very much like the crown princess. Previously, her time of death had been perfectly proven by her absence, but after the death time was changed, her suspicion grew heavy. After being brought to the Dali Temple, the fake princess could no longer hide her true nature. An important discovery was made, and the final truth was revealed. All 3 top-ranked women were killed by a false princess. She came to take revenge because her sister was killed after being deceived by one of the top-ranked women from the Red Mansion. She doesn't know exactly which family was responsible, so she killed them all. Her use of the princess identity was a coincidence. She was initially very worried about being misunderstood, but then someone offered her benefits. She gradually realized the advantages of this identity and chose not to explain. The Dali court handled the case quickly. That night, they finished the investigation. Chu Xingchen, experiencing his first complex case, watched the whole process among the crowd until it was over. When the Dali court investigates cases, they sometimes allow ordinary people to observe, especially for important or typical cases. This time was no different. People from Fengmen City came to watch, and after the case was finished, they discussed and left. Chu Xingchen only realized she had been standing all day when she finished. Her legs felt stiff, so she stomped her foot and said, "It's so cold. You're already so cold, even wearing so many clothes. If you were in the northern border, you'd freeze into an ice person." Ling Zhou teased and boasted. "My hands are always warm, unlike yours. Please ask me, and I'll hold my hand out for you." Chu Xingchen. Ling Zhou, you're hopeless. If he weren't in an arranged marriage, he probably wouldn't have a girlfriend. What would he do after leaving the palace? Just as Chu Xingchen was about to speak, someone bumped into her, an elderly man who had been standing nearby. His letter fell from his hand. She bent down to pick it up. The old man was about to take it, but suddenly, with hope in his eyes, he asked, "Young master, could you help me read this letter? It's from my son in the northern border. I can't read." "Sure," Chu Xingchen agreed quickly. "Your son is in the northern border army?" "Yes," the old man said. Chu Xingchen helped him read the letter. The old man's eyes turned red with emotion. Then, shamelessly, he asked if Chu Xingchen could help him write a reply at the nearby tea house. "It's just a small favor. No need to thank me." Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou thought it was simple. They didn't hesitate and followed the old man. They didn't notice the sinister and greedy look in his eyes at that moment. A man saw his expression and headed toward the tea house. Soon, excited voices came from a private room in the tea house. "This girl is so beautiful. I thought her disguise as a boy could fool me. I saw through her right away. She was soft-hearted and followed me here. Now, we can rent her out properly. Yes, she's young. If we rent her for a year and she gets pregnant, we could keep renting her out for over 20 years. This young man is quite capable. He has a rare presence and could make a good profit selling to the Red Mansion." The old man and the young man excitedly talked, growing more animated. The young man looked at Chu Xingchen with satisfaction, even considering leaving her behind to have a child with her. "Godfather, I haven't touched such a noble lady before. Can I?" "No, you know she is the eldest daughter. You should understand that this person can't stay in Feng'an City, and it's best if she's not in Chu country at all. If we're caught, we're finished." Chu Xingchen gritted her teeth as she listened. Ling Zhou was even angrier. He didn't expect that his proud little general would be tricked, sold to the Red Mansion, and that someone would dare to make a move on the prince. The reason Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou could overhear their conversation was because they entered the tea house just as the tea was served. Zhou Bian, who had been following Chu Xingchen, appeared and warned them that there was poison in the tea. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou didn't expect to encounter trouble after good intentions. They wanted to see what the seemingly honest old man was planning, so they pretended to drink tea and then fainted. That's when they overheard the conspiracy. Who would have thought these people were bold enough to choose the person to attack at the Dali court? It was truly a case of darkness under the lamp. Knowing what they were up to, Ling Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and was about to explode. Suddenly, there was a strange noise outside. "Move aside. I saw those two go in. They still owe me money. I need to get it from them." It was Yunk, who had just been released. Hearing the old man's order to deal with the people, Yunk felt that the disgusting man was still trying to touch her and refused to die. Chu Xingchen immediately stood up. "Zhou Bian." Zhou Bian appeared like a shadow. Chu Xingchen kicked the man's third leg, and Ling Zhou kicked at the same time to stop him from screaming. Zhou Bian also acted swiftly. The disgusting man was hit hard. Chu Xingchen's powerful kick was enough to drive him crazy, but just as it started, he saw a flash before his eyes. His hand was suddenly flying through the air. Why did he see his hand flying? Because Zhou Bian had cut off the hand that had touched Chu Xingchen. Zhou Bian cut off the hand to prevent blood from splashing on Chu Xingchen. He also knew she disliked seeing such scenes, so he stepped in front of her and used his back to block the blood. Seeing Chu Xingchen clean and unharmed, Zhou Bian was satisfied. Chu Xingchen felt like something had flown past behind Zhou Bian. That seems a bit like a hand. Anyone who dared to use that dirty hand to touch Chu Xingchen couldn't be spared. "Your Highness, please wait outside for a moment." Zhou Bian didn't want to lie and simply avoided her questions. He directly turned her around by her shoulders and pushed her outside. Ling Zhou watched Zhou Bian simultaneously subdue the old man and the disgusting man. His actions were so fierce that he was amazed. Then he saw Zhou Bian's next move. He had never seen Zhou Bian interact with Chu Xingchen before. He didn't expect Zhou Bian to have such a side, and without hesitation, he embraced Chu Xingchen, even resorting to violence later. Seeing the blood on Zhou Bian's back, Ling Zhou was momentarily stunned. When he saw the man at his feet about to scream, he kicked him hard, his eyes filled with cruelty and uncontrollable anger. He didn't make a sound, just kept kicking. He had long wanted to warm her hands, but dared not say it openly, afraid she would think he was frivolous. He hadn't even dared to casually hold a girl's hand, let alone have such dirty thoughts about her. Looking at the hand by his foot, Ling Zhou's expression was complicated. Chu Xingchen was pushed out by Zhou Bian. She reached out to grab Zhou Bian, but he only left a sentence. "Don't come in." Turning around, she saw Yun Quebec Yun Ke had already heard the noise inside and was relieved to see Chu Xingchen still awake. He stepped forward, grabbed Chu Xingchen's hand, and said coldly, "If you don't give me the money today, don't think about leaving." Just then, Ling Zhou came out. Yun Ke immediately pulled Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou outside the tea house. Outside, he released them and coldly said, "Don't trust people easily. If you want to survive, run quickly, then turn to leave." "Wait, Yun Ke." Chu Xingchen was sure Yun Ke was risking himself to help them. She wanted to thank him properly, but Yun Ke had no mood for it. He had been interrogated since last night, kneeling all day, plus the autopsy, completely exhausted physically and mentally. He had finally proved his innocence, but it also sealed his fate. Suddenly, he saw Chu Xingchen fall for a trap again. He didn't want to interfere at first, but in the end, he did. He had long suspected that Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou were not ordinary. They must come from noble families. Offending such people could only lead to death. He had no good feelings toward people like this. His father had once accidentally offended a nobleman. When the nobleman found out his identity, he thought him unlucky and beat him. To treat his father's illness, he endured being disliked and hid his identity, signing a contract to sell himself into the Red Mansion. He dared not reveal his true identity there, or he would not only lose customers but also face trouble and revenge from them. Coincidentally, the nobleman he encountered was also a former customer, and today they had met again. His hands, which had touched dead bodies, had poured wine for them. They would definitely think he was unlucky and disgusting. The noble person is always unpredictable, changing their moods suddenly. Yunk only hopes they will remember today's help and not trouble him again in the future. Offending them won't do me any good. I need to run away. You two should leave quickly. He is impatient to leave, but Chu Xingchen quickly blocks him. No need to run. Someone inside will handle it. You don't have to worry about being involved. Chu Xingchen hopes he won't worry, but Yunk thinks more deeply. First, he feels he meddled too much and didn't help much. Second, their identities might be even higher than he thought. If I meddled too much, I just hope that today, even though I didn't help the noble person directly, my intention to help will be understood, and I won't be blamed for hiding the truth before. That's not meddling. You risked yourself to save someone. Chu Xingchen waves his hand. She doesn't realize how much Yunk is thinking. She smiles and bows to Yunk. Thank you for your help today. Ling Zhou, standing nearby, doesn't waste words. He also bows. Thank you. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou need to investigate the case, so Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wang can only stay in the carriage, risking their lives with the gentleman. They didn't get out of the carriage, but Jing Yan and Baipu kept talking about the latest case updates. They knew the case was finished, but the others hadn't come back yet. They worried Ling Zhou might be unreliable and took Chu Xingchen to do something else. The palace gates were about to be locked, so they got out of the carriage to personally catch the person. Unexpectedly, they saw Chu Xingchen quickly hold Yunk, who was listening at the red pavilion. Her eyes still bright with admiration. Shun Songzhu paused and looked at Xiao Wang. Your Highness, are you really going to bring that person into the palace? Xiao Wang. But Chu Xingchen wasn't just holding Yunk, she was grabbing him. Yunk, like his name, wanted to fly away after they thanked him. Yunk, wait. I still want to ask you something. Why did you go to the red pavilion? Why not continue as a coroner? Is there some difficulty? It's a pity he didn't continue as a forensic doctor. It's a loss of talent. In her hurry to keep talent, Chu Xingchen grabbed him. Yunk looked at her clutching his arm, eyes full of disbelief. Although Chu Xingchen wore gloves, she really did grab him. She knew his identity and that he had just examined a corpse, yet She wasn't afraid of the bad luck on him. She spat at him and cursed him. They all passed by, throwing salt. As a noble lady, how dare she touch him? Even though he had helped them before, she still despised him, didn't she? He personally saw a fellow forensic examiner support a noble young man who almost fell. The young man was initially grateful to him, but after learning his identity, he directly cut off his hand. Lark blurted out, "Knowing I am a forensic examiner, you still dare to touch me? Don't you mind?" Chu Xingchen was stunned. What's there to mind? As a forensic doctor, she had always respected them and thought they were very capable. Thinking that the forensic examiners in Great Chu might not be as valued and respected as modern forensic doctors, she said seriously, forensic examiners speak for the dead, helping criminals get the punishment they deserve. This is an essential and highly respected profession. Young Master Lark, please don't belittle yourself. Chu Xingchen's words, apart from the most worthy of respect, were spoken by her grandfather and father before. They also worked hard because of this, and she used to believe the same. But reality turned this into a joke. She didn't expect such words to come from a girl, especially a noble lady. He trembled all over and burst into loud laughter. Thank you. I was feeling regretful earlier, but now, your words are enough. Even if he continued to be disliked or insulted, he could endure it now. He had just made the right choice to help them. Chu Xingchen looked at him and felt uncomfortable inside. Honestly, Lark, you're really impressive. Don't belittle yourself. If I ask you to continue being a forensic examiner in the future, would you be willing? Talented people like him should be well recruited. In this era, people are divided into classes, and there are even low-status households, which is a flaw. She couldn't change these social issues overnight, but she didn't want to let go of talented people right in front of her. Lark didn't know Chu Xingchen's plans. After hearing her, he replied, "Since I revealed my identity today, I can only continue to be a forensic examiner." Chu Xingchen understood. That's good. Lark rarely met a noble lady like Chu Xingchen. Looking at Ling Zhou standing beside her, and then at Xiao Wang and Shin Songju, who were clearly observing him from a distance, he quickly took his leave. He could tell that these people's main focus was that noble lady. These men looked like sons of noble families, possibly her suitors. He didn't want to cause misunderstandings or trouble. Lark hurriedly left. Shin Songju and Xiao Wang approached them. What happened? We were almost kidnapped, Chu Xingchen said, causing Shin Songju and Xiao Wang to change their expressions. Xiao Wang, with sharp eyes, noticed what seemed to be blood on Chu Xingchen's hand. He stepped forward and took her hand. Are you hurt? Seeing the bloodstains on Chu Xingchen, Shin Songju's gentle yet cold gaze became sharp like a drawn sword. His entire demeanor changed dramatically as he stared intently at Chu Xingchen. I'm not hurt. This isn't my blood. This was the blood that Chu Xingchen had just gotten on himself when pulling Zhou Baiyan away. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, frowned, and took out a handkerchief to help wipe away the blood. Chu Xingchen quickly took it, saying, I'll do it myself. Shin Songju withdrew his hand from Xiao Wang and looked at Ling Zhou. What's going on? Ling Zhou also looked at Xiao Wang. After hearing the story, he quickly explained everything. When he mentioned Chu Xingchen's kick, he felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected Chu Xingchen to be so quick and precise. But this quickness and precision suited him. When dealing with enemies, you have to be ruthless. After he finished, Zhou Baiyan came out with a strong smell of blood, having finished the interrogation. Seeing the hand on the ground and the blood everywhere, the old man was already overwhelmed. He didn't dare hide anything and told everything. They ran a business renting out wives, but it was more than just talk. They kidnapped girls like today and then rented them out to have children. Compared to traditional brothels, it was even more terrifying because the girls were constantly rented out from one place to another. The business was very profitable. The tea house was officially a tea business, but secretly, they engaged in these activities. And their business wasn't limited to Chu State. Chu Xingchen gritted her teeth as she listened. Shin Songju, Zhou Baiyan, and the others all looked visibly disturbed. Zhou Baiyan had always been emotionless in front of Chu Xingchen, like a robot. But now, he radiated killing intent and sharpness, making it impossible to ignore. Shen Songju's eyes flashed with danger as he smiled and proposed a chilling way to deal with them. Ling Zhou snorted coldly and added a few words. Xiao Wang smiled faintly and added more. They began a contest in front of Chu Xingchen, each trying to come up with more torturous punishments. Chu Xingchen was furious, wanting nothing more than to tear those old men apart. But after hearing their proposed punishments, she suddenly realized she wasn't as crazy as them. She felt she was too normal and couldn't match their ruthlessness. She understood that offending these three would likely lead to a very terrible outcome. Watching them become more and more terrifying, Chu Xingchen silently raised her hand and said, All three turned to look at her. What's wrong? Do you want to do it yourself? Chu Xingchen. No, I just want to say that the person was taken away by Zhou Baiyan a moment ago. I'm not sure if he's still alive. Shen Songju, Ling Zhou, and Xiao Wang. They almost forgot Zhou Baiyan. But when it comes to cruelty, probably no one is more ruthless than Zhou Baiyan, and he also can't be beaten. The old man's den is destined to be destroyed. In the carriage returning to the palace, facing Chu Xingchen, he said they should stop renting wives in the future. The three of them nodded. Along the way, Yunk was mentioned. Shen Songju looked at Chu Xingchen's expression and asked, Your Highness seems to admire him. Do you have any plans to reward him? Yes, he's a rare talent. As for the reward, you'll find out tomorrow. You're not planning to bring him into the Eastern Palace, are you? Like in the stories, saving someone and then promising to marry them or similar things. Let me tell you, if you dare to let him go to the Eastern Palace, the court will be full of petitions to impeach you. I will also be unhappy. Ling Zhou's voice gradually lowered at the end. Currently, the Eastern Palace has lost Xie Ziqing and 4 other people. Ling Zhou thinks 4 people are enough. She's already busy enough with them, and adding 1 more. Ling Zhou pursed her lips. Thinking about Chu Xingchen saying he was cold earlier, he moved his hand. He could help warm his hands. His gaze fell on Chu Xingchen's hand resting at his side. Remembering that Xiao Wang had touched it earlier, he couldn't help but inch closer, touching Chu Xingchen's hand back with the back of his hand. What are you doing? Chu Xingchen didn't hear his last words and didn't notice his action. He asked, unable to help but retort. What are you thinking? You said it was in a storybook. The Eastern Palace doesn't have a corpse for him to examine. Why would I let him go there? I already have you and a few others in the Eastern Palace. He choked. Chu Xingchen realized he hadn't finished saying choke, and the meaning of that sentence changed completely. Shen Songju's hand under his sleeve paused slightly. Xiao Wang couldn't help but glance at Chu Xingchen, while Ling Zhou's lips curled into a quick smile, thinking, that's more like it. In his happiness, he directly grabbed Chu Xingchen's hand. The next moment, 2 sharp gazes shot over, and a murderous aura fell on his hand, as if a knife would strike at any second. Ling Zhou froze. Ling Zhou was both happy and annoyed about what had happened earlier. He wanted to cover Chu Xingchen's hand, but forgot the environment. Xiao Wang looked at his hand with a flicker of light in his eyes. Shen Songju's eyes flashed with a dark glint. What are you doing? Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou strangely. I'm warming your hands. Didn't you say you were cold just now? Ling Zhou explained, resisting the instinct to be killed. Are His Highness's hands cold? Xiao Wang immediately handed over a hand warmer.
It was my mistake.
Getting into the carriage feels much better. Chu Xingchen said this, but still thanked him and took the hand warmer. Next time he goes out, he needs to wear gloves. Ling Zhou looked at his empty hand, glanced at Xiao Wang, then lowered his head. Shen Songju watched them with a strange look in his eyes. Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace. Wandong was surprised that Chu Xingchen had encountered such a thing and felt a bit scared. Luckily, you were saved. What if you had been taken away? Don't worry. Zhou Baiyan and the others are following us, Chu Xingchen reassured. But we can't be careless, Wandong warned cautiously. Your Highness, a noble lady was kidnapped over 10 years ago. Noble lady? Yes, I don't know the details. I only heard that after she was found, she had already had a child. She was about to be rented to someone else, but after she was rescued, she took the child back. You must be extra careful. I understand. Chu Xingchen nodded with a serious face. The next day, at the Tingshui Red Pavilion, the manager looked unhappy and threw a contract to Yun Quebec. While no one is around, hurry and leave. If anyone asks, don't admit you've been here. Tingshui Red Pavilion became famous because they had a young man who was a coroner. The manager was furious and looked at Yun Ke with extreme displeasure. The contract, which normally would cost a lot of money to redeem, was thrown on the ground. Yun Ke picked it up.
Yes.
Go quickly, don't let anyone see you, the manager said anxiously, just about to have someone sprinkle salt. Suddenly, 2 people arrived. May I ask if young Master Yun Ke is here? The manager thought they were troublemakers and immediately pointed at Yun Quebec. He is Yun Quebec. He has nothing to do with Tingshui Red Pavilion. The visitor saw the contract in Yun Ke's hand and smiled. That's good. I was worried it wouldn't be easy to redeem him. Well then, Yun Quebec, no, Mr. Lu Qiu, this is your appointment letter. We hope you report to the Dali court soon. Yun Ke's original surname was Lu, born in autumn, named Lu Qiu. He understood they were calling him, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. What appointment letter? And from the Dali court? How could they know his name? He was stunned. The manager and the onlookers also froze. What does this mean? The visitor kindly explained, Lord Lu Qiu has received an appointment letter from the Dali court. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lu Qiu and immediately regretted it. But Lu Qiu didn't care about them. He held his bundle and the appointment letter, feeling dizzy. After reporting to the Dali court, he finally felt real. He looked at the 2 people who had been following him all along. How is this possible? May I ask who you 2 are? My name is not important, but the person from the Eastern Palace is. It was Her Highness the Crown Princess who said that someone like you shouldn't be lost outside, so I was sent here. He bowed and said, I will take my leave now. I wish you a bright future and hope you don't disappoint Her Highness's expectations. This was indeed Chu Xingchen's plan. After reviewing a case at the Dali Temple last night, he realized they lacked someone like Lu Qiu, an expert in forensic science, so he decided to send him there. Lu Qiu stood for a long time, then suddenly remembered Chu Xingchen and her words from last night. He finally understood her question and realized she was actually the Crown Princess. No wonder that evening, when they said the Crown Princess was coming, their expressions were so strange. It turns out she was the Crown Princess. Could I really meet the Crown Princess in my lifetime? Lu Qiu looked half smiling, almost crying. He had just said he didn't have that kind of fate, so how could this happen? He truly never expected she was the Crown Princess. After all, who would take their husband to stroll through the Red Mansion together? The young man with her at that time, upon reflection, must have been Ling Shaoqing, because only he was a martial man by birth. Another person equally shocked at the Dali Temple was the official who was judging the case last night. When his superior summoned him, he learned that he had personally interrogated the Crown Princess yesterday, and she had even watched him during the trial among the crowd. Hearing this, the official broke out in a cold sweat, feeling terrified. He had questioned the Crown Princess? Seeing his surprised expression, his superior smiled and said, Your Highness praised you. She said that the Dali Temple's handling of cases is indeed different. You've gained Her Highness's favor. His Highness thinks the forensic expert from yesterday was good and plans to recruit him to the Dali Temple. The report has already been submitted. Lu Qiu's report caused a small ripple, but he quickly regained his composure. As for the old man's rent-wife case, it involved many people. The tea house was shut down, and it was found that the old man had rented out to over 20 women, not counting those directly rented long-term to women from the Wu Kingdom. The old man and his accomplices were caught, rescuing nearly 100 women of various ages. This incident drew a lot of attention. Their punishment was swift. The old man and his accomplices were not executed, but sentenced to exile. Surprisingly, over 100 buyers involved were also exiled, along with their families if they knew about it. This was unprecedented. Previously, only the traffickers were executed and the buyers were ignored. But this time, the buyers were also involved. Upon investigation, it was found that the crown princess had a hand in the decision. Chu Xingqian indeed participated in the public service advertisement that said, "No trade, no killing," which also applies to the phenomenon of renting wives. Chu Xingqian believes that punishing only a few old men is not enough. Such situations can never be truly stopped. When the news spread, some cheered, some scolded, and others sensed a different kind of atmosphere. Chu Xingqian paid no attention and continued to learn more about the current state of the coroner's office in Dechu, discovering many problems. From the Dali Temple to the Ministry of Justice and then to the local counties, there are coroners, but they are of low status, lack power, and are not valued or given a voice. This is clearly unfair. To investigate and solve cases, forensic doctors are very important. They are the most crucial part and should be given enough responsibility and authority. Chu Xingqian carefully wrote a memorial about this matter. Unexpectedly, it caused her first disagreement with Shun Songju, who did not support her approach. "Your Highness has good intentions, but there are many complicated issues involved." Shun Songju felt it was not worth offending so many people over the coroner's rights. They wouldn't accept coroners having such power. In their view, it would be like coroners climbing over them. In the past, Chu Xingqian usually listened to Shun Songju's suggestions, but this time she rarely agreed. "I do not agree with Shun Songju's opinion. No matter what I do, it will benefit some and harm others. If I consider these, I might as well do nothing in the future." She knew she would have to do many things that offend people, and she couldn't hold back just because of this. She saw the flaws in this issue and wanted to fix them. If she considered everything too much, she wouldn't be able to do anything at all, let alone other things. Shun Songju frowned. "Your Highness, after weighing this matter." "Everything is about weighing, and that makes it meaningless," Chu Xingqian said with some disappointment for the first time. Seeing Chu Xingqian's disappointed look, Shun Songju felt a knot in his heart but didn't say anything further. This was the first time Chu Xingqian and Shun Songju had a serious disagreement and parted ways unhappily. Chu Xingqian submitted her memorial, and as Shun Songju expected, she faced opposition. Giving coroners such rights meant their autopsy results could overturn everything, even decide life or death, with a single statement. This was unacceptable. How could they let someone of low status climb above them? But their opposition was ineffective because of the privileges of the crown princess, which no one could stop. After the emperor's decree, news spread quickly, and everyone in Fengmen City who heard it went crazy with excitement. However, they also faced unprecedented criticism and challenges, but they endured bravely. This was their chance to change their fate and even the fate of their profession. They were overwhelmed with excitement, and others were just as excited. Later, some leaked information suggesting that the reason the crown princess would act this way was because she was infatuated with a man born from a family of officials. Her blind trust and favoritism led to this situation. Chu Xingqian was once again accused of misconduct, and these rumors quickly became the focus of public opinion. Lu Qiu, who spread the rumors, also became a target for many, as everyone was waiting for him to make a mistake. Lu Qiu ignored the jealous and hateful looks from others. He bowed his head toward the palace and said, "I will not let down His Highness's expectations in this life. A true friend is willing to die for someone who understands him." Lu Qiu wanted to prove that the crown princess's actions were correct. The officials wanted to pressure Chu Xingqian to change his decision, but he refused to listen. Meanwhile, the Xie and Shen families finally saw an opportunity to strike back. The Xie family was secretly controlling the situation, and other noble families were either adding fuel to the fire or watching coldly. By the afternoon, the situation had become uncontrollable. Some scholars even went to sit peacefully at the palace gates to protest. Most of these people were Confucian scholars connected to the Xie family and Confucianism. The era of 100 schools of thought competing had passed. Confucian influence had already emerged strongly in the previous dynasty. Confucian ideas deeply influenced the court. Xie Ziqing's grandfather was a renowned Confucian scholar whose students spread across the land. Although he was no longer in official service, he continued to influence or even control the court and scholars to some extent. Recently, Chu Xingchen's actions seemed different. He was promoting officials from the family of officials, and his previous handling of matters showed an intention to favor legalists. This was unacceptable to the Confucian scholars. They believed Confucianism must defend its position, so they quickly gathered, using Lu Qiu's incident as an opportunity to oppose Chu Xingchen's plans. They were experts at quoting Confucian classics, using sayings from ancient sages to criticize current politics. This time, Chu Xingchen's behavior gave them a clear point of attack. They openly said His Highness's actions seriously violate the hierarchy. If this continues, the world will become chaotic. They even brought up past events, such as the fall of previous dynasties due to the overuse of eunuchs or legalist policies, elevating the issue to a higher level. Chu Xingchen soon received news. If I don't withdraw from my mission, they won't leave? Yes, when Dong replied with her head bowed. They said they will sit peacefully until the end. They're quite sensitive, Chu Xingchen thought. Chu Xingchen still prefers a society governed by law. Unexpectedly, before even learning about the legalists, he was already noticed. The scholars are not joking. They are not just being used, but genuinely want to protect their interests. These scholars are weak and cannot do much, but when they sit quietly, you can't do anything to them. The Empress is used to this and skillfully replaces Chu Xingchen in bringing warm food to these readers and comforting him, telling him not to worry too much. The next day, the number of scholars did not decrease, but increased. They loudly refused to let the Red Chamber men dominate. The Crown Princess wants the Red Chamber men to enter the Eastern Palace. We can't say much, but we feel it shouldn't be like this. They caused a big fuss. At this moment, a murder disguised as a suicide happened quite suddenly. The case was simple. A noble's son killed someone, then pretended it was a suicide. The coroner had said it didn't look like a suicide, but because the killer had bribed officials, it was finally ruled a suicide. The victim's family couldn't accept this and, despite being punished, took the case to Feng'an City. After investigation, the truth was finally revealed. Once the case was solved, it seemed as if heaven was helping Chu Xingchen. Officials in the court kept silent, the sitting scholars fell silent, and Shen Songzhu also stopped speaking. Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. He finished work early and went home, only to see a snowman at the entrance of Jinhua Palace. The snowman was chubby and cute, but it looked strange. It seemed to be crying, with a few stones as tears on its face, and behind it, there were some pieces of firewood. Did Xinghai make this? Chu Xingchen asked Wandong. It was me, Shen Songzhu replied, sounding a bit helpless. I thought you would understand just by seeing the snowman. I was trying to apologize to you. Shen Songzhu bowed. Your Highness, I was wrong earlier. He habitually stood in the position of a noble son, used to thinking that people are divided into ranks. But this is wrong because Chu Xingchen cares about the world as a whole. Whether they are noble children or coroner's assistants, they are all her people.
Chu Xingchen sợ mai.
Having different opinions is normal. The scholars are sitting quietly, and your thoughts are reasonable. If you disagree with me in the future, just speak directly. If you remind or enlighten me, and I am wrong, I will correct and accept it. Hearing this, Shen Songzhu felt deeply moved and was grateful he came to apologize. Such a princess is the dream of many. I will do so. If I am wrong, I hope the crown princess will handle it as she did this time. They looked at each other and smiled, and their previous disagreement was over. Chu Xingchen pointed at the snowman and laughed. It's cute, carrying some firewood. I never thought you'd have such a side, let alone ask for an apology. But that's good. Let it apologize on your behalf. Now that I accept, let it get up. Chu Xingchen carefully took off the few sticks of firewood it carried, patted its head, and removed the chess piece from its face. Don't cry anymore. After saying that, she reached out and took off her scarf, wrapping it around the snowman's neck, then asked Wandong to put on a hat. The snowman, who had been awkwardly asking for forgiveness, instantly became adorable and a bit like Chu Xingchen. Shun Songju watched Chu Xingchen's actions. Although she was doing it to the snowman, maybe because the little snowman was her substitute, her actions made him feel warm. Seeing the little snowman turn into her likeness, Shun Songju couldn't help but step forward, pat its head, and then looked at Chu Xingchen. Your Highness has taken my person and turned me into you. Isn't it time to? A surprised voice at the door interrupted Shun Songju. What do you mean by your Highness took your person? What have you two been doing? Ling Zhou stood at the door, looking shocked at them. Didn't you just argue? Did you make up at the bedside? Ling Zhou didn't expect that the phrase making up at the bedside from his father actually meant this. Chu Xingchen secretly took Shun Songju. He clenched his fists tightly, while Chu Xingchen almost choked. Ling Zhou, what are you talking about? What did you hear? Shun Songju said I took a snowman. Shun Songju mentioned the snowman, but a gust of wind blew, making the word snow sound light. Ling Zhou, behind them, misheard and thought he said, Your Highness took my person, which led to a misunderstanding. Ling Zhou exclaimed, Really? And couldn't help but smile. Of course it's true, Shun Songju said with a faint smile. I was talking about the snowman.
Oh, the snowman.
So you mean the snowman, Ling Zhou chuckled. Just clarify, it's just a snowman, right? Build another one and give it to you. He tugged Chu Xingchen's sleeve. Right? Your Highness. Shun Songju looked at his hand, but said nothing. Chu Xingchen rolled her eyes at Ling Zhou, telling him to listen carefully before speaking again, then turned to Shun Songju. Shun Songju, were you just trying to say I should give you one? I built a snowman just for you? Then thank you, Your Highness. I will be with the other. Shun Songju looked at Wandong and said, Bring a new scarf for His Highness. No need. Building a snowman will be done soon, Chu Xingchen said happily. She looked forward to making a snowman every winter. It made the season complete. She hadn't built one this year yet. I'll help you. I am a professional at building snowmen, Ling Zhou immediately said. I'll help roll Shun Sijuan's head. As he spoke, he was suddenly hit on the back. Ling Zhou turned around. Shun Sijuan, you hit me. Sorry, my hand slipped. Shun Songju apologized without any real regret. Ling Zhou quickly threw a snowball back. My hand slipped too. Chu Xingchen watched nearby, feeling jealous and no longer interested in building snowmen. She took the opportunity to pick up some snow and throw it at them. Inevitably, this led to a snowball fight. The laughter of Xiao Wang, attracted by the noise, was forced to join the chaos. Chu Xingchen threw snowballs at everyone. This was the first time since arriving in Dachu that she let go and played so freely. She kept laughing the whole time. Dressed in red, she smiled like a blooming flower in the snow, like a red plum blossom. Ling Zhou realized for the first time that snow and red looked so good together. Shun Songju and Xiao Wang threw snowballs from opposite sides, breaking Ling Zhou's days. Ling Zhou looked at them and fought back fiercely. The three of them battled, while Chu Xingchen sneakily attacked from the side. With Chu Xingchen causing trouble, the four of them fought again. Ling Zhou, who was the strongest and most energetic, quickly gained the upper hand. Ling Zhou loved to win. When he got excited, he played more roughly. Sometimes, he hit Chu Xingchen, making her yelp several times. She clenched her teeth, ready to get revenge. But suddenly Ling Zhou shouted, Who? Did any of you secretly hit me? And it hurts so much. Was it you guys? Ling Zhou suspiciously looked at Shun Songju and Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang and Shun Songju shook their heads. We didn't attack secretly. It was you. His Highness was not hit that hard.
Who else could it be?
Someone hit me so hard. Ling Zhou was convinced they did it and went to seek revenge. But Shun Songju and Xiao Wang were innocent. Although they also threw snowballs at Ling Zhou, it was Zhou Baiyan who secretly attacked him. Chu Xingchen wanted to play and was so happy. Zhou Baiyan couldn't step in to block her attacks, which spoiled her fun. But when she started crying out in pain, he couldn't just stand by.
So he secretly attacked.
People like Shun Songju and Xiao Wang played carefully, but Ling Zhou, when he got carried away, played wildly, without regard for rules. Chu Xingchen was hit several times and jumped up, feeling the pain. The more she felt pain, the more Ling Zhou deserved to be hurt 3 or 5 times worse. So Ling Zhou was howling loudly from the hits. Ling Zhou looked for Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu to take revenge. Chu Xingchen quietly appeared behind him and gently placed some snow on his back. Ling Zhou was instantly frozen and jumped up, then wanted to get revenge on Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen shouted and ran away, with Ling Zhou chasing after him. However, soon Ling Zhou was hit by Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang, making him forget about Chu Xingchen. They wouldn't really let Ling Zhou put snow on Chu Xingchen. Seeing this, Chu Xingchen took the chance to secretly throw snow at Ling Zhou. No matter how good Ling Zhou was, he couldn't handle 3 people at once. You guys are too much, just bullying me alone. That's not fair. Let's keep building snowmen, Chu Xingchen suggested. Playing snowball fights is tiring. Let's have a snowman building contest. Yes, let's see who can build a snowman first, Ling Zhou said, looking at the small snowman that looked like Chu Xingchen. We race to finish first, and no one can ask for help. The first to finish can move their snowman next to Chu Xingchen's small snowman. Chu Xingchen only has 2 spots nearby, so they must finish first. Ling Zhou didn't explain, but Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang immediately understood and agreed in unison, okay. Ling Zhou saw they agreed and showed a confident smile, sure he would win. He believed that as long as no one cheated, he would be the fastest. Shen Songzhu looked at Ling Zhou with narrowed eyes and quietly moved his fingers. Chu Xingchen watched the contest start and wondered who he should cheer for. What about me? Who should I help? You don't need to help, Ling Zhou waved his hand. Your Highness, go inside quickly. You just sweated, don't catch a cold, Shen Songzhu said softly. Xiao Wang nodded too. Go drink some soup. I just ordered someone to make it. Chu Xingchen could only step back from their race for now. After running a bit, her back did feel a little cold. Later, after changing into new clothes and drinking soup, Chu Xingchen felt warm and came back to watch their progress. Because no one helped, they all built at similar speeds. Ling Zhou was slightly faster, with groups named Jin Chong, Bao Jian, Jing Yan, Shin Shin, and Shouzhou, each supporting their own master. From their expressions, they all seemed eager to jump in and help. Ling Zhou was in better shape and built faster later on. But because he aimed for the snowman to be tall and strong like himself, he almost fell behind. Xiao Wang moved quickly and finished first, placing his snowman next to Chu Xingchen's on the left, just like where he had stood before. Xiao Wang quickly followed behind. In the end, Ling Zhou relied on his physical strength to take the right side of Chu Xingchen first, then proudly looked at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. Among the 3, a sudden undercurrent of tension arose. Chu Xingchen didn't notice this. Seeing they finished, he ran over and asked, Is the competition over? Of course, Ling Zhou proudly looked at his snowman. My snowman is the strongest, taller than yours. He patted the snowman's head, a faint smile in his eyes, reinforced the snowman, then took a wooden sword handed over with a real sword and let the snowman hold it. He also put a special fake helmet on the snowman. Surprisingly, this made the snowman look adorable and gave it a hint of his little general style. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu also finished their final touches. Shen Songzhu and Chu Xingchen used the tears as eyes and let the snowman hold a fan and wear a jade crown he usually wore. The small snowman looked just like him. Xiao Wang's snowman wore a scarf and cap, looking just like him. Chu Xingchen was amazed and said, They really look like you guys. If only they could take photos, Chu Xingchen would definitely take a few pictures with the cute snowmen. But since they can't take photos, she could draw instead. It's a pity she wasn't very good at painting. If only I could draw it all down. Shen Songzhu's eyes flickered. Does the prince want to draw it? I can help. That's great. Can you include me in the drawing too? I want to take a picture with them. Although it was her first time drawing a girl, Shen Songzhu nodded. Of course. Xiao Wang, listening nearby, spoke up. My painting skills are not as good as Shen Songzhu's, but I'd like to try too. Ling Zhou said, I can do it too. Ling Zhou was really bad at painting, but he didn't want to fall behind. Let's all find time to draw tomorrow. We can frame and keep them as beautiful memories of youth, and also record her time into Chu. The next morning, Chu Xingchen saw an extra snowman behind the 4 snowmen. This snowman stood behind Chu Xingchen's snowman in a protective stance. Tall and thin, but very sturdy, with a hint of Zhou Baiyan's personality. You didn't need to look, it was clearly built by Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen was delighted because this was proof that Zhou Baiyan was becoming more human-like and more playful. Zhou Buyan didn't speak, but the snowman was built very well. Did you secretly build it alone last night? If you wanted to play, we could have played together last night. Zhou Buyan remained silent, but Chu Xinghai arrived and said, Sister, my steamed bun is very tasty today. I'll give you some. Chu Xinghai now liked to come and find Chu Xingchen. Whenever he ate something delicious, he wanted to share it with her. The bun he was protecting in his hand had cooled a bit, but Chu Xingchen still ate it without saying much. Chu Xingchen kept looking outside, feeling eager to make a snowman.
Sister, snowman.
You want to build one too? Today I have something to do, so I can't build a snowman with you. Can brother Zhou Bu Yan build one with you? Chu Xinghai found it fun and thought it was good for him and Zhou Bu Yan to spend more time together. Chu Xingchen handed Chu Xinghai over to Zhou Bu Yan. The two stared at each other for a moment, then went outside to build a snowman. Brother Zhou, you help me find snow, and I can build it myself. Although he only had one hand, Chu Xinghai was determined not to give up. His titles were confusing, both brother and brother-in-law, but Zhou Bu Yan didn't say much. He found some snow and brought it to him. Chu Xinghai said he didn't need help, so Zhou Bu Yan didn't help, but seeing him struggle and watching Chu Xingchen walk away, Zhou Bu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand. Wow, brother is so amazing! With Zhou Bu Yan's help, Chu Xinghai built small, sturdy snowmen, just like Chu Xingchen. He put a hat on the snowman and even dressed it in his cloak, placing it in front of Chu Xingchen. Many people in the palace heard about the snowmen and secretly came to see. They didn't know that the small snowman was built by Chu Xinghai. Seeing the little snowman, they said it was the future little prince of the princess. In their eyes, the 6 small snowmen symbolized the happy future of the 6 members of the East Palace family. Chu Xingchen didn't know these rumors yet and didn't have the time or energy to listen. As soon as she left Jinhua Hall, she received the latest news. The scholar who returned last night was still here today. Even though the role of the coroner had been proven, some people still deliberately caused trouble. Some insisted on their views, and perhaps because Zhou Bu Yan offended Xie Ziqing, they even shouted, "The men of the Red Chamber are in charge, shadows are in control, and Great Chu is in danger." Your Highness, the latest situation is that many scholars from other places are still on their way. If they arrive in large numbers, things will get even more chaotic and troublesome. As Wan Dong finished speaking, Shun Songzhu hurried over. Your Highness, I have already received the news. Shun Songjua directly said, the Shun family also has some influence. I can try to help by mediating among them. Chu Xingchen looked at Shun Songjua, who offered to help without her needing to say anything. She took a deep breath and said, thank you, Shun Sijin. You're welcome, Your Highness. My help is limited. Do you have any ideas? Yes, but it will take time. So, Shun Sijin, if you can help mediate and prevent things from getting worse, and give me some time, that would be a great help. Does Your Highness have a plan? Can you tell me? You'll know when I start painting today. Shun Songjua was surprised. You're still painting today? He thought she might not have time. Yes, I am.
Chu Xingchen not that confident.
If Shun Sijin is going to help, it might be a bit hard. The attitude of Prime Minister Shun. She didn't finish, but Shun Songjua understood. He thought that Prime Minister Shun might not support her. I'll try to persuade my grandfather. If that doesn't work, I have contacts I can rely on. That's very kind of you, Shun Sijin. Chu Xingchen smiled. More scholars sat quietly, and with Shun Songjua using his connections to negotiate, there was some debate, but they couldn't persuade the scholars. She initially thought that a lady would appear to comfort or solve the problem, but it didn't happen. Chu Xingqian secretly went to handle affairs. She was gone all day and only returned hurriedly with Shen Songjue and others at the agreed time. Shen Songjue, Ling Zhou, and Xiao Wang arrived early. They were all a bit anxious. Seeing the extra large and small snowmen, their expressions varied. Chu Xingqian didn't notice this. Everyone is here. Let's start painting. There were already palace maids prepared with brushes, ink, and even a fire basin to keep warm, so they weren't afraid of the cold. The only thing missing was paper. Amid Ling Zhou's worries, "Are you really going to paint? Why do you still have the mood to paint?" Xiao Wang and Shen Songjue asked sensitively, "Where is the paper?" "The paper is here." Chu Xingqian personally handed the paper over. Shen Songjue and Xiao Wang immediately asked with suspicion, "Why is this paper so white? And so big?" Xiao Wang touched it and said, "It's very smooth." Shen Songjue's face turned serious. "Your Highness, where did this paper come from? Is it a new kind?" His eyes were full of excitement. Chu Xingqian smiled, clearly knowing her stuff. "I made it. It's a new type of paper, I suppose." "You made it?" Xiao Wang stood up in surprise. "Your Highness, are you saying you made this paper?" "Yes." Chu Xingqian nodded confidently. Shen Songjue and Xiao Wang exchanged glances and looked at Wandong. "Wandong, no one is allowed to come in. How can such paper and such matters be spoken of so easily?" Early in late winter, preparations were already made. The guard shadows are in position. Shen Songju and Xiao Wangsong heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts were complicated. The prince trusted them so much that he directly revealed everything. Ling Zhou reacted a bit slower just now, but now he understood. "Your Highness, why did you think of making paper? You can even make paper. What else don't you know?" Chu Xingqian replied that I know very little, just some ideas that came up recently. She had long noticed the flaws in Chu's paper at this time. With the current production level, although there was paper, it was difficult to make of average quality, and ink would easily bleed through. The paper was narrow and small, so important documents were still written on silk. At this stage, paper hadn't been reformed yet. Chu Xingqian couldn't wait, so she had already started preparing for change. The notebooks she made for Zhou Baiyan were a sign of success. They were personally crafted by her. Chu Xingqian's smooth progress was thanks to her previous travels, where she experienced the complete ancient papermaking process firsthand. The paper she made was thicker, whiter, and better than what was available now. Although she thought it was far inferior to modern paper, the quality was impressive for this era. The most important part was that the cost was greatly reduced. Shen Songju pointed at the paper and asked, "Your Highness, do you plan to use this paper to solve the problem of scholars sitting quietly? If you reveal these papers publicly, it could divert attention and help us through this crisis."
Chu Xingqian not dead.
Sighed Junshin, guessed half right, but there's no rush. She had other plans. Try using this paper first. Today's drawing will continue, and I want you to be the first to test it and share your feelings. Of course, if the paper is so good, then it must be the people who are lacking. Ling Zhou immediately responded. Shen Songju and Xiao Wangsong couldn't wait to try writing on it, and the results were excellent. Shen Songju looked up at Chu Xingqian. "Your Highness, how many more surprises do you have that we don't know about? Do you realize what this paper means?" This was bound to shake Chu and the entire world. "Not many left, but I can still give you a surprise later. You can look forward to it. For now, let's continue drawing." Chu Xingqian felt a bit shy from the praise. She knew that the reform of paper would bring many impacts, but she wasn't the inventor. She was just carrying forward the wisdom of her ancestors. Chu Xingqian happily walked toward a group of snowmen. "Can I stand here? How long can I stay?" "It won't be long. His Highness will come back soon to warm himself by the fire. Don't catch a cold." Shen Songju spoke first. Xiao Wang followed closely. "Yes, Your Highness, you can come back now." The only poor student, Ling Zhou, said, "Yes, come back quickly. You can draw too." Anyway, he couldn't draw well whether Chu Xingqian watched or not. Chu Xingqian was excited. Although her drawing skills were limited, she only knew how to draw similar emoji and cartoon versions, Everyone else was drawing, so she wanted to draw too. The four of them immediately started drawing. Well, not exactly buried in their work. Chu Xingchen kept secretly watching them, and Ling Zhou kept secretly watching Chu Xingchen. After an hour, it got dark, and their drawings were finished. Shen Songju's and Xiao Wang's works were stunning. Chu Xingchen looked at them and felt one thing. Why am I so beautiful? I look so amazing in your drawings. Their drawings even had a beauty filter effect. Ling Zhou glanced and secretly hid his drawing behind his back. It's just okay, he said. It wasn't better than others.
Can you see?
The girl in my drawing is very beautiful, like a fairy. Chu Xingchen loved her drawing and kept looking at it. Shen Songju and the others also looked. Shen Songju's drawing was overall better. Chu Xingchen, dressed in red, looked very elegant and fairy-like in his picture, adding a touch of childlike fun with the snowman. In Xiao Wang's drawing, she was the main focus. The snowman was just a background, and she was smiling beautifully, stunningly lovely. Every time I look at it, I fall in love with myself, she said. This is better than a million editing apps.
Calm down.
Let me see your drawing, Ling Zhou. Why should I calm down? I haven't finished my drawing. Ling Zhou didn't want to show it, but in the end, he couldn't escape. Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou's drawing and laughed nonstop because it was abstract. The figures looked like stick figures, and she could only tell it was her by the red color. Ling Zhou, you're about the same as me. But this little snowman you drew is quite cute, round and chubby. Ling Zhou looked at the little snowman Chu Xingchen pointed to, a hint of unease in his eyes. He had heard the palace officials say it was Chu Xingchen's future child. He knew that was a snowman Chu Xinghai built, but after hearing the officials' comments, he couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if Chu Xingchen really had such adorable little children in the future. Of course, it would be even better if that little doll was his own. Because of this thought, he always drew cute little figures and didn't want to draw other distracting people. So, he often sketched others very roughly, wishing they weren't there at all, only wanting himself, Chu Xingchen, and the little kid. But he absolutely couldn't let Chu Xingchen know this thought, nor could he let anyone else find out. Of course, my drawings are adorable, Ling Zhou said, blushing slightly as he tried to hide his drawing and looked at hers. He snorted, yours is only a little better than mine. He examined her work carefully. But since you drew me, I guess I can forgive you for teasing me. Is this me? Ling Zhou's lips curled quickly into a smile. Your face is too round, not at all majestic. This is the cute version, Chu Xingchen said, having drawn all three of them into her picture, herself included, even with Zhou Baiyan in the corner. Her drawing was simple but expressive. Everyone could recognize themselves at a glance. Shen Songju and Xiao Wang looked at her drawing and stared for a long time without moving or speaking. Chu Xingchen sighed. I know it's ugly. I won't draw any more in the future. Shen Songju held her drawing down. No, it's just interesting, so I looked at it a bit longer. He nodded at Chu Xingchen. You can tell right away it's His Highness. It is indeed interesting, Xiao Wang said, speaking up. He never knew he could be so small and adorable. But Chu Xingchen was very self-aware. Thank you for your encouragement. I know your drawings are the best. Now, it's time for the gift exchange. She looked at her and Ling Zhou's poor drawings. The quality varies. To be fair and to avoid everyone fighting over Shin Seiyan and Xiao Xiaoqing's drawings, we'll do a lucky draw. Whoever draws their picture gets to keep it. In the end, Shen Songju drew her cartoon version, and she drew Shen Songju's. Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou each drew each other's. Chu Xingchen was both surprised and a little guilty. Shin Seiyan, it seems your luck isn't very good. You drew mine. I was actually hoping Ling Zhou would draw mine, to keep it fair since ours are so ugly. Shen Songju's eyes sparkled. Not at all. I really like His Highness's drawing. He wasn't unlucky, he was very lucky. Chu Xingchen knew he was being polite and looked at Xiao Wang. Xiao Xiaoqing, your luck isn't very good either. Xiao Wang smiled. His luck wasn't great, but Shen Songju's was very good. Ling Zhou was unhappy when he heard this. Your Highness, why do you always belittle me? Fine, I'll swap with Shinsean. I'll exchange my drawing for Xiaowang's. Chu Xingchen was suspicious. Are you willing to swap? Won't you regret it? Her drawing and Xiaowang's were completely different in quality. Of course, I am willing. Ling Zhou immediately wanted to change, and Shen Songju backed his hand, hiding Chu Xingchen's painting behind him. Whoever draws, it is who it belongs to. It's better to follow the rules of the game. Ling Zhou pouted. He already knew. But looking at Xiaowang's painting of Chu Xingchen, he was still somewhat satisfied. Chu Xingchen felt that Xiaowang was the most wronged. He asked Xiaowang to go to the study and pick a few paintings, but Xiaowang shook his head. No need. If your Highness truly feels sorry, why not paint another one and give it to me? Did I paint it? Do you really like it? Chu Xingchen couldn't believe it. Of course. All right, I'll give it to you. Xiaowang liked it, and Chu Xingchen was very happy. Ling Zhou hurriedly said he liked it too, but Chu Xingchen pushed him away. Don't be silly. You just disliked me earlier. Ling Zhou stomped his foot in frustration. Chu Xingchen was so excited that he painted another picture that night. Unfortunately, he accidentally dripped ink on it and had to discard it. He casually put it aside, but the next day, when Dong was tidying up, he couldn't find it. At the same time, Zhou Baiyan was at Taran residence, taking something out of his, smoothing it, and then hiding it in a box. Inside the box, a string of red candied hawthorns could faintly be seen. Chu Xingchen had planned to give Xiaowang a new painting, but later, too many things happened, and he didn't have time. The scholars' sit-in protest lasted 7 days, 7 whole days. In the cold winter, if it weren't for the constant delivery of food, warm clothes, and charcoal fires, their bodies, being mostly students, would have fallen ill long ago. In the end, they didn't get sick. Thanks to Shen Songju's guidance behind the scenes, the sit-in was intentionally turned into a debate. Still, it couldn't change the fact that Chu Xingchen hadn't appeared for 7 days. They were disappointed with the crown princess, feeling she didn't care about them. Just as they, led by some well-meaning people, planned to make a big fuss and turn everything upside down, one day a middle-aged man suddenly held up a wooden board to promote something. The Great Chu royal family has opened the Great Chu Library, offering benefits to scholars. Everyone can borrow or buy books. Each book costs only 1/3 of the usual price. The paper quality is better, the printing is better. Don't miss out if you're passing by. If you're late, it will be too late. The simple and clear promotion, along with the writing on the wooden board, was easily understood by the scholars. Honestly, both the library and the prices made people curious. But just as someone was about to move forward, they were stopped by the leading scholar. Everyone said, "Don't be fooled. This is impossible. It must be a trick by the princess. She knows what we want to do and is deliberately trying to deceive us. If we go, we will be tricked." Everyone agreed and sat quietly, thinking such good fortune couldn't be real. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Xiao and said nothing, then leisurely walked away, still talking about promotional slogans and the location of the Great Chu Library. The scholars sneered and declared they would never be fooled. But in the next moment, one excited scholar ran over. "Brother Chung, quickly, come with me to the Great Chu Library. It's full of books. We've been looking for rare editions, and they're all inside. We must go now, or too many people will get in first." Brother Chung was surprised. "Isn't that a lie? It's true. I've been there. If you don't come, I'll go alone. I want to buy books. The prices at the Great Chu Library are 3 times cheaper. No, more than 3 times. Those rare editions are almost free. I have to rush there. If I don't go now, it'll be too late. Many people have already gone." He was only able to come because he was close friends with Brother Chung. After speaking, he ran off immediately. Brother Chung also followed. Once he ran, everyone couldn't help but follow, despite the leader's protests. Most of them ran after him. Everyone headed to the so-called Great Chu Library. When they arrived, they found a sea of people surrounded by readers, including many travelers exhausted from distant places. They came from nearby counties near Feng'an City. Originally, they planned to sit quietly, but when they heard the promotion at the city gate, They couldn't resist and came too. They caught this wave of opportunity. The idea of sitting quietly was abandoned. Now, in the bright Great Chu library, immersed in a sea of books, they had completely lost themselves. This was the result of Chu Xingchen's efforts over the past few days, even working through the night. She had brought a modern-style library into the Great Chu, adding features like a bookstore mode. Modern bookstores and libraries are common now, so people don't find it surprising. But in the era of the Great Chu, where books were mainly kept by the royal family and noble clans, this was incredibly shocking. All the books on the shelves are for sale. You can also read or copy them here. They provide tables and chairs. We just need to bring ink and brushes. They even offer better and cheaper paper than outside. As long as we stay quiet, we can stay here all day, until the hour of high. They said to keep quiet, but forgive these scholars, they simply couldn't stay rational. These rare books are the only copies, and I've only heard of them before. I never thought I could actually buy one. The most important thing is that the paper is so good, so white and clean. The printing is very clear and neat, and the price is surprisingly low. Brotherly, hit me quickly. I want to see if I'm dreaming. The scholars couldn't believe it and kept pinching each other. No, it's not a dream. The shopkeeper said that from now on, only books published by the royal publishing house will be sold at this price. These books are part of the princess's collection and will be updated continuously so everyone can afford to read them. Did the princess build this library? Yes, it was ordered by the princess herself. She's been working tirelessly here these days. You can see the difference in the paper. This is the new princess paper invented by Her Highness. Chu Xingchen said the new paper should be called the Chu paper, but now it also has another name, princess paper. Although the princess has not appeared publicly, she has been listening to our debates. She understands the hardships of readers, so she has worked hard to help us improve the paper, reduce costs, and create a better reading environment for us. Not only that, I heard she also improved the carving and printing techniques. I don't know the details, but the fact that so many books could be printed in such a short time is thanks to her innovations. More and more people are learning about this. When many touch the books and realize they can buy such high-quality books at low prices, many are moved to tears, especially those from ordinary families. On this day, the De Chu Library became the busiest place in Feng'an City. When people heard about it, they rushed in to see and started buying eagerly. That night, Feng'an City was destined to stay awake. From the palace to noble families and common people, everyone was involved. Chu Xingchen felt everything was going smoothly and finally relaxed. The problem was perfectly solved, and she achieved the effect she wanted. At this moment, who would still remember Lu Qiu, the coroner? After several days of frantic work, only Zhou Bian could be seen often. Others had hardly appeared. When Ling Zhou came to block the door, he could only say a few words quickly. Chu Xingchen finally had time to enjoy a good meal. Just after she finished eating, Shun Songjua arrived. He was holding the book Chu Xingchen had specially arranged for them to receive earlier, one of the newly printed editions. Shun Songjua walked quickly and, upon seeing Chu Xingchen, let out a breath. Your Highness, was this printing the other half I couldn't guess? How did you do it? I've been curious these past 2 days. I've gone crazy. He was so curious he couldn't sleep. Today's news about the Great Chu Library made him unable to wait even a moment longer. This is movable type printing, Chu Xingchen said. It's an improvement based on woodblock printing. Movable type? Shun Songju quickly caught on.
Yes.
Once the paper was ready, I focused on solving the problem of movable type printing. Our Great Chu already has woodblock printing, which played a big role in spreading books, but it also has obvious flaws. You know, woodblock printing requires carving the blocks in advance, which takes a lot of time, effort, and materials. It's a huge project. If a single character is wrong, everything has to be redone. This makes it costly and inconvenient to store large numbers of printed blocks. Because of this, many books were still copied by hand, and the price of books remained high, making reading expensive. Many collections were owned by noble families, and ordinary people could rarely afford them. The movable type printing I'm talking about means the characters are no longer fixed on blocks but can be used flexibly, allowing for repeated use. Honestly, Shadow really is very useful. With the help of those master craftsmen, hearing Chu Xingchen's idea, they created a miracle. Chu Xingchen explained simply, but Shun Songju's breathing became rapid. He understood the significance all too well. Movable type printing was destined to shock the world, and even control it. Having control over Great Chu's paper and movable type printing, what kind of power was that? Shun Songju couldn't even imagine. His eyes, bloodshot, looked at Chu Xingchen, and for the first time, he lost his composure, supporting Chu Xingchen's shoulders. Your Highness, do you realize what kind of miracle you've created? His hand was warm and strong, very close. Chu Xingchen could even see himself reflected in his eyes. Xiao Wang hurried to Jinhua Palace and saw this scene, Shun Songju supporting Chu Xingchen's shoulders, as if about to kiss him at any moment. The two stood together, incredibly eye-catching, making it hard for others to look away. Xiao Wang took a step back and accidentally stepped on a flower pot. Facing Shun Songju so close, Chu Xingchen awkwardly cleared her throat. She was about to explain that she didn't actually create it herself when they heard a strange noise at the door. When she looked back, she saw Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head.
Sorry.
He wanted to leave, but didn't succeed. Ling Zhou, standing behind, asked curiously, "Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing?" Ling Zhou sneered and tilted his chin high. "It seems we're not welcome. Do we need to leave?" Shun Songju realized that his behavior was inappropriate and quickly let go of Chu Xingchen. "No, it's not necessary. I was just too excited about the library." He only then became aware of what he had just done. His gaze swept over Chu Xingchen's slightly blushing face, and unconsciously, his eyes fell on her soft, pink lips. His eyes darkened, and he looked away. When he saw Chu Xingchen's clear black and white eyes, his expression suddenly became calm, and he smiled. "Young Master Xiao Ling, you all heard about the Great Chu Library, right? Of course. That's why I came excitedly to find the prince." Ling Zhou's eyes twitched as he stepped forward and grabbed Chu Xingchen's wrist. "Your Highness, I am so excited." He felt he had to show some excitement too. "Stop messing around." Chu Xingchen withdrew her hand and looked at Xiao Wangyun, who was still at the door. "Xiao Wangyun has also arrived." She greeted him, looking a bit embarrassed. Although she hadn't done much with Shun Songju, she still felt somewhat guilty, for no clear reason. Xiao Wangyun tightened his sleeve-covered hand. "Yes, I have many questions for His Highness."
I know what you want to ask.
"Why don't we go see the real thing together?" Chu Xingchen quickly changed the subject, and the three of them agreed without objection. In the end, Chu Xingchen personally guided them through papermaking and movable type printing. It's a miracle. This really is a miracle. I knew the flaws of woodblock printing, but I never thought it could be like this. Shun Songju couldn't help but make a heart gesture toward Chu Xingchen. "Your Highness, you are truly amazing." Ling Zhou looked at his gesture. "Does that mean amazing?" "I can do it too." He then made the same heart gesture towards Chu Xingchen. Xiao Wangyun didn't speak, but smiled and copied the gesture. "Your Highness is very impressive." His tone was full of admiration. Faced with the three people's heart gestures, Chu Xingchen was speechless. What a strong impact. Shun Songju saw them imitate his action and realized that Chu Xingchen had only done this gesture to him. They actually didn't know how to do it. Looking at Chu Xingchen's expression, he inexplicably felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have excitedly made them learn it. This regret made him feel a little more calm. After returning to Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingchen, exhausted from several busy days, was about to fall asleep as soon as she lay down. Suddenly, she remembered Zhou Bian. "Zhou Bian," she called drowsily. When she saw Zhou Bian appear in front of her, she waved her hand. "Go rest quickly. Go to sleep." She had been busy for several days, and Zhou Bian had been busy even more, perhaps more than her. He hadn't rested when she did. Looking at Zhou Buyan nodding, Chu Xingchen let out a sigh of relief. Remember to sleep in bed. Definitely sleep in bed. She had been on the beam before and knew about Zhou Bu Yan's work environment. She just wanted him to sleep comfortably in bed until he woke up naturally.
Zhou Bu Yan yachet cheheu hinkchan fall asleep.
Maybe she was too tired. For the first time, she even made small snoring sounds. He originally wanted to leave quietly, but his feet had their own ideas and stayed in place. He thought for a moment, awkwardly gestured a heart to Chu Xingchen, who was sleeping, but after the gesture, his feet still didn't move. Looking at her bed, Zhou Bu Yan thought of a solution. Since the prince's bed was just a bed, he could sleep on the prince's bed too. So he found a way. Supporting himself with one hand, he simply lay down and fell asleep. The next day, Chu Xingchen woke up only after the sun was high. She was happily curled up in the warm quilt, feeling very content. Suddenly, late winter brought her bad news. Your Highness, those scholars are back in front of the palace gates. What? They're here again? Chu Xingchen's face changed. Didn't they all go to the library yesterday? Why were they so persistent? She hurriedly got up, just about to go over, when she received another message. The scholars had gone, but this time they weren't here to protest quietly. They came to thank the princess. They voluntarily went to thank her, leaving behind poems and essays full of apologies and praise. Clearly, they had taken her side. Chu Xingchen was truly startled. She let out a sigh of relief, but some people, especially those surnamed Xie, almost fainted. They had prepared everything, but Chu Xingchen had resolved the matter in such a way. The agitation was already in place, waiting for chaos to erupt, but all they got was apologies and praise. How frustrating! She received the poems and essays. This was her first appearance in front of them, and she returned their respect, telling them it was just what a princess should do. Her gesture didn't stop others. Instead, more people joined in writing poems and essays. News of the humble, polite, and stunningly beautiful princess of Chu spread widely, with many praising her as a fairy. More and more people wanted to see Chu Xingchen's grace. However, Chu Xingchen didn't go out again. News about the Great Chu Library, new paper, and printing methods spread quickly across the entire country, as if they had wings. Even Wu and Qi countries heard about it. Initially, Wu Qi and the two countries did not trust each other. It wasn't until merchants brought back books that they had to believe. The Great Chu suddenly became very influential and became a place that scholars all over the world admired. Later, Fomin City became a paradise for scholars. But that is a story for later. Currently, Fomin City is still celebrating this event. Those who came to oppose the crown princess and planned to hold a silent protest rushed into the library sea of books, unwilling to leave Fomin City. The Great Chu Library inevitably became a gathering place for scholars. Many news and information circulated there. Chu Xingchen's actions laid a good foundation for future decisions. Later, many messages were passed out from here and reached her ears. Following a common modern practice, Chu Xingchen set up a suggestion box in the Great Chu Library, allowing people to voice their opinions. Unexpectedly, this suggestion box played an important role later. Sometimes, it even became Chu Xingchen's ears and eyes. It also became a special channel for conveying important messages or helping people in difficult situations. Chu Xingchen had not yet seen the library open to the public. Curious, Ling Zhou took the opportunity to disguise himself and sneak out with her for a visit. However, they arrived too late. Because of the crowd limit, they were stopped at the entrance. They waited for a while before finally being allowed inside. Seeing the strong atmosphere of study inside, Chu Xingchen was very pleased and took a quick look around before leaving. On their way out, they unexpectedly met Lu Qiu. When Lu Qiu saw Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou, he thought he had seen wrong. Once he realized he hadn't, he hurried over. This was the first time he met after learning Chu Xingchen's identity. Naturally, he was a bit excited. Your Highness. Lu Qiu wanted to bow as soon as he saw her, but Ling Zhou quickly caught his arm. Lu Qiu only then realized that Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou were dressed in plain clothes, probably on a secret visit. He restrained his excitement and followed them to a quiet street corner. Your Highness. He couldn't kneel, but he bowed deeply. Before seeing Chu Xingchen, he had many things he wanted to say. But once he saw her, he couldn't speak at all. His heart was filled with complex gratitude that words couldn't express. I didn't expect to cause such a big fuss. It's my fault that your highness is involved. Lu Qiu was both excited and regretful. Because he had put Chu Xingchen in the middle of this turmoil, his initial excitement turned into fear and guilt. He even thought that if Chu Xingchen retracted her orders, they wouldn't say anything. I didn't expect Chu Xingchen not to withdraw, but to resolve the situation in this way. Luckily, it's all over now. Otherwise, at that time, regret wouldn't change anything. Don't overthink it. There's nothing that really burdens anyone. It's good that it's settled. If there's any burden, it's on me for involving you. Daju needs someone like you. In the future, just do your best as an autopsy expert and make those people convinced. She paused thoughtfully, with a meaningful look. And later, you will have the chance to change all this, as long as you give me some more time. Lu Qiu didn't understand the meaning behind Chu Xingchen's last words, but he felt deeply shaken. He responded carefully, yes. He would do it. He had to do it. Meeting Lu Qiu was a good outcome. Chu Xingchen was in a good mood, but unexpectedly, she heard some news. Luo Wanner, daughter of the academic festival wine steward and childhood friend of Shin Songju, seemed to be engaged. After hearing this, Chu Xingchen kept it in her mind. When she returned to the Eastern Palace, she asked Wan Dong to find out if the news was true. Wan Dong gave her an accurate answer the next day. Luo Wanner was indeed engaged, and the engagement was finalized today. Your Highness, you don't need to worry about her coming to compete for Shinsein with you.
She has already given up on that.
Wan Dong was happy for Chu Xingchen, but Chu Xingchen couldn't smile. Why did she suddenly get engaged? She felt mixed about this news, worried about Shin Songju's mood and whether it would affect their destined marriage. When she was unfamiliar with Shin Songju before, she thought that when the time was right, they would become a couple. Now that she knew him better, she understood his kindness and excellence, but from his previous actions, it seemed he still cared for Miss Luo. Wan Dong also sensed that Chu Xingchen's mood wasn't as good as she thought. The details are unknown, but if they are engaged, it must be a firm decision after careful consideration. Miss Luo had indeed thought it through and made her decision after much pain. At the White Horse Temple, Shin Songju had helped Chu Xingchen put on her shoes. Luo Wanner saw this and couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe Shin Songju would one day help a girl put on shoes, especially in such a manner. That scene was a big to her. Later, she also heard that Shin Songju had a fight because he was jealous of Chu Xingchen's special relationship with the men of the Red Mansion. Because of Lu Qiu's first appearance, Shin Songju and Chu Xingchen had a conflict, but as the story spread, it became distorted. Miss Luo refused to believe it, thinking it was just rumors, and the facts seemed to support her. But then she heard about Chu Xingchen's actions and the chaos they caused. At first, the scholar sat quietly, and she was secretly happy. But everything changed later. She personally went to the Great Chu Library and saw the paper and the book herself. The establishment of the Great Chu Library made the usually quiet street lively. Luo Wanner, the daughter of the Grand Scholar, was intelligent and understood the impact of the event. She also heard that her father was so excited about it he couldn't sleep. After visiting the library, Luo Wanner broke down. I've always refused to admit that I'm not as good as her. I thought she was just lucky to be born a noble daughter. Otherwise, I looked down on her. She's not as good as me. I thought Brother Shin would never like her. I know he's a proud person, so I tried to become better to match him. But I still lost. I have to accept it. She's stronger than me. Tomorrow, I will tell my mother I won't stubbornly refuse the engagement. I no longer want him in the palace. My heart is with me. I will get engaged and accept my mother's plan. Her maid was terrified when she heard these words, fearing that some dark shadow might suddenly fall from the sky. Luckily, it didn't. Luo Wanner was talented and from a good family. Many suitors had already come knocking. When she gave up hope, her mother quickly arranged a marriage she had long approved. Chu Xingchen didn't know Luo Wan'er's inner feelings. She was worried that Shun Songju might be upset if he heard the news. After work, she decided to visit him. On the way, she saw two people secretly plotting something. Chu Xingchen hesitated, but decided to listen in. What she heard was a conspiracy to poison her. Take this medicine carefully, and try to put it into the princess's food. You've used up what I gave you before, right? Yes, I used it all. I put it into the things the little prince brought her. She didn't suspect, and ate it every time. After a sharp female voice, a somewhat familiar old woman's voice asked, Chun Tao, are you sure this medicine won't kill her? Only make the princess infertile? Chun Tao scolded, I've told you several times, it's true. Don't always call her princess. If others hear you, you'll be finished. The older voice hesitated, I understand. I just want to be sure. I don't dare to harm her. I just worry about being caught. You can't be caught, don't worry. That medicine was left from the previous dynasty. It's colorless and tasteless, so no one will notice, and the imperial doctors won't find out about you. Spring Peach might have sensed her unease and tried to comfort her, saying, You don't need to think too much. Just take care of your young master as usual. Right now, your majesty only has 2 children. If she has more, your young master might become even less important. Think about your young master and yourself. Chu Xingchen didn't expect her to overhear such a conversation just by listening casually. She was momentarily shocked and angry. It's true she doesn't want to have children now, but that's very different from being drugged, so she can't have children. It's such a cruel heart that someone would think of taking away a girl's ability to have children. If her body is damaged by medicine and she can no longer conceive, it would cause huge trouble and serious consequences. Chu Xingchen didn't dare imagine how bad it could get. Her hands and feet felt cold. At that moment, she clearly realized she was born in the palace. She didn't know these people and had no enemies or grudges, yet they were secretly plotting to harm her. Chu Xingchen clenched her fists, lost in thought, when suddenly she heard footsteps behind her. Chu Xingchen was startled and turned around to see Shin Songju. He saw her hiding here and was about to speak, but Chu Xingchen quickly stepped forward, pulled him behind the fake mountain, and covered his mouth. She gestured with her finger toward the inside. She needed to hear more clues and wanted to follow the trail to catch the people behind this, not wanting to alert them. Shun Songju was pressed close to her by her hand over his mouth, close enough to smell her faint, unique fragrance. The scent was subtle, with a hint of sweetness, not from food or incense, but very pleasant. He froze for a moment, not moving, and Chu Xingchen tilted her head to look at him. Her hair brushed past his neck, making him feel itchy. Shun Songju awkwardly took a step back. Chu Xingchen quickly released her hand from his mouth, her eyes apologetic. They didn't seem to speak after that, or perhaps heard some noise and separated quickly. Chu Xingchen saw Zhou Bian follow behind and let out a breath, saying, Sorry, I was a bit anxious just now. Shun Songju's nose still seemed to carry that faint, sweet scent. He nodded hurriedly, looking a bit unnatural. Seeing his expression, Chu Xingchen thought of Miss Luo's engagement news. She guessed he might have learned about it, which made her even more confused and worried about what to say. Finally, Shun Songju gathered his courage and asked, Your Highness, what did you hear just now? Chu Xingchen gave a bitter smile and said, The conspiracy to give me medicine. Shun Songju's expression changed. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Chu Xingchen unconsciously touched her lower abdomen, flashes of thoughts running through her mind. She thought that if she really couldn't have children, perhaps hiding it from them would be the best choice. That would be the most beneficial for her and for Chu. But if she truly couldn't conceive, how long could she keep this secret? The person who gave her the medicine would be eager to reveal it. Eventually, everyone would find out, even the entire world. Instead of hiding, it might be better to tell the truth directly. Maybe there's a way to fix this. Perhaps this is also a test to see if they are still on the same side in the end. Sterilization medicine, Chu Xingchen whispered softly. They don't want me to have children. If she couldn't have children, she wouldn't even be considered a woman in Chu. Would Shin Songju, Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou still stay in the Eastern Palace? She looked calm, even smiling slightly, but Shun Songju's hand clenched tightly. Don't worry. Haven't we already asked the imperial doctor to examine her? Let's wait for the results first. His mind quickly turned, shocked by this fact and surprised that Chu Xingqian told him so openly. He took a deep breath. Don't be afraid. Let's leave here first.
Chu Xingqian not dead.
She wanted to see the imperial doctor first. Maybe there was still a chance to save her since the medicine hadn't been fully administered. Have you sent someone to chase after them? Maybe there's an antidote.
Chu Xingqian not dead.
Yes, Zhou Baiyan will go after them. She didn't need to give further instructions. Zhou Baiyan would do it. If there was an antidote, Zhou Baiyan would definitely bring it back. Thinking of Zhou Baiyan, Chu Xingqian's expression improved significantly. Shun Songju noticed the trust in her tone when she mentioned Zhou Baiyan. His eyes flickered slightly. Zhou Baiyan was like an invisible person. He usually wouldn't pay attention to him. But Chu Xingqian seemed quite familiar with him and trusted him a lot. Chu Xingqian truly trusted Zhou Baiyan, and Zhou Baiyan had not let her down. The two main suspects were quickly identified and caught, mainly because Zhou Baiyan was involved. Unfortunately, there was no antidote, and the person who administered the medicine was Chu Xinghai's nursemaid. She cared for Chu Xinghai and had access to his food. She was skilled in cooking and often personally prepared meals for Chu Xinghai, which made things easier for her. After Chu Xinghai and his sister's relationship improved, he often came to see Chu Xingqian, wanting to share delicious food with her. Since Chu Xinghai's taste buds had been tested for poison before, and others had also tested it, Chu Xingqian was less guarded. She had been eating for a while and didn't know how much she had consumed. Grandma was quickly caught, and the medicine was found. When she was caught, she panicked and quickly confessed. Grandma truly cared for Chu Xinghai, loving him like her own son and being sincere. But she also had her own selfish reasons and her daughter. I was originally just trying to take good care of the young master, but that Chun Tao came to talk to me for no reason. I don't know how, but I was bewitched and persuaded by her. I wanted my daughter to enter the palace to keep company with the young master, to make him like her, and to have my daughter and the young master have healthy children. I asked the imperial doctors, and with the young master's condition, the children might be healthy. As long as the eldest daughter can have children, then the young master's children could be made the crown prince or princess. Grandma was thinking this way and then took action against Chu Xingqian. Because Chu Xinghai trusted her and liked her, her ambitions grew bigger. While Grandma was being questioned, several imperial doctors from the Imperial Medical Office were called to examine Chu Xingqian. This was a serious matter. The doctors were secretly summoned. When they heard Chu Xingqian had been drugged and needed a proper diagnosis, they immediately felt cold sweat on their backs. They had previously checked Chu Xingqian's pulse, but couldn't find anything then. If there was a real problem, it was their fault. They took turns diagnosing, but couldn't make a clear decision. The pulse of the eldest daughter seemed fine, but if there was a problem, it couldn't be detected now. They were in a difficult position. Chu Xingqian hesitated for a moment, then directly gave them the medicine found from Grandma, and also told them what he overheard. The doctors' backs suddenly grew cold. After further diagnosis, their faces looked worse. Seeing their reactions, Chu Xingqian's heart sank. Shun Songju was nearby, watching Chu Xingqian's profile, her hand clenched into a fist so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Chu Xingqian waited for a moment, and then spoke before the Empress got angry. Don't worry too much. Just tell me the diagnosis directly. I'm mentally prepared. The doctors considered for a moment and finally spoke. Chu Xingqian's health had indeed been affected, but they weren't sure how much, or if he could recover. That was the truth. In the end, the Empress ordered to invite the elderly doctor who was once a renowned gynecologist, even though he had retired. He had previously helped recover Chu Xinghai's health after he was born. The elderly doctor was summoned back. After examining the medicine and checking the pulse, he confirmed His Highness's body has indeed been harmed by poison. This medicine doesn't have much effect on men. It is mainly for women. The old doctor, when young, had heard about this medicine. It is very powerful. If you're lucky enough to discover it early, you might avoid serious consequences by stopping, but if you continue taking it, the results could be disastrous. Moreover, the doctor would notice during treatment. When Chu Xingchen fails to conceive and her health gradually deteriorates, people will realize something is wrong. But by then, it might be too late to save her. This medicine originally belonged to the previous dynasty and was thought to be lost. It's strange that it has reappeared now. The Empress was furious.
Stop talking about that.
Just tell me if it's dangerous and if it can be cured. Because His Highness hasn't eaten much, he can take medicine to recover over 3 months. The old doctor didn't dare say it was very difficult to treat, but quietly prepared the prescription, determined to do his best to cure Chu Xingchen. There is still a chance for recovery, which improved the Empress's mood a little and let Chu Xingchen breathe a small sigh of relief. At least the worst case wasn't happening. Although it wasn't the worst case, they couldn't just let the nurse grandmother go. The nurse grandmother was quickly dealt with secretly and only told Chu Xinghai that she was ill again. Besides her, Chun Tao was closely watched and followed. It was just a matter of who would take over her role. Zhou Bian met with the Empress alone, asking to handle the tracking of them himself. The Empress agreed. Soon, a steaming bowl of dark herbal medicine was placed in front of Chu Xingchen. The medicine was carefully prepared by the old doctor and several other doctors. It smelled very strong even before drinking. "Your Highness, drink it while it's hot," said the late winter, feeling guilty and watching Chu Xingchen take the medicine nervously. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath, intending to drink it all at once. But she couldn't succeed. It was too hot, and the taste was terrible, more bitter and sour than anything she had ever tasted before, with an indescribable flavor. She almost vomited. Why does it taste so strong? Chu Xingchen wondered, her face scrunching up in disgust. Ling Zhou was nearby, watching helplessly. "Why are you afraid of medicine like a child?" Because the drugging incident was still salvageable and Shen Songju knew about it, Chu Xingchen didn't hide anything from Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou was very angry. After calming down, he stared at Chu Xingchen drinking the medicine. "Don't just stand there and complain."
Try a sip, he said.
Chu Xingchen casually replied, not expecting Ling Zhou to actually pick up the bowl. "If you say so, I'm not afraid." He took a sip, trying to endure it, but then he couldn't hold back and shouted, "This tastes terrible." The medicine he had drunk before was never this bad. "See how tough you are now." Chu Xingchen took the medicine bowl. Don't take medicine randomly in the future. This time, she drank it all at once, and afterward, she felt very unwell. Ling Zhou looked at her furrowed brow and also frowned. Then he hurriedly left. When he returned in the evening with many bags, he brought her a bunch of candies and preserved fruits, everything he could find. "Ask the imperial doctor, and these are safe to eat. After you finish drinking, you can eat them," Ling Zhou said. He couldn't bring himself to say she shouldn't eat because it related to whether she could have children, and she was the daughter of the emperor. "Pick your favorite, and after you finish, I'll find more." "Okay," Chu Xingchen replied with gratitude. Ling Zhou watched her take her evening medicine, then urged her to eat some candy. "Be patient a little longer." But Chu Xingchen felt she couldn't endure it much longer, especially with a big bowl of medicine in front of her early in the morning, making her feel hopeless. "It's really scary." Chu Xingchen looked up. "Zhou Bian, is there a point on the body that can turn off the sense of smell? Can you help me find it?" Zhou Bian fell to the ground and shook his head. "No, there isn't."
"Why not?"
"Is there really no way at all?" He still shook his head. "If drinking it helped, I could help you drink it, but this can't be fixed that way. Why can't you just press a point? I saw in martial arts dramas that pressing certain points can make someone unable to move. In those shows, pressing certain points was very powerful. She played that when she was young." Hearing this, Zhou Bian immediately asked where.
"Guess."
"Anyway, pressing twice can make someone unable to move." "Zhou Bian, are you afraid? One day, if I suddenly press your point while you can't move," Chu Xingchen giggled, "I'm going to tease you then. You won't be able to fight back." Zhou Bian looked confused. What does the princess want to do now? If you want to do it now, I won't move because you told me not to. Are you coming now? Chu Xingchen hesitated.
No.
She was just joking to scare him. But he actually asked if she wanted to do it now. His words were almost criminal. Zhou Bian, don't say these things in the future. You're beautiful. If you meet a wolf outside, and she tries to touch or undress you. Zhou Bian frowned. I won't let anyone touch me. The only person who could undress him was the princess. No one else dared, she might even cut off his head. Chu Xingchen didn't know the frightening thoughts flashing through Zhou Bian's mind. She felt quite pleased. You should be cautious around strangers. Zhou Bian hesitated. Princess, can you teach me how to press points? He wanted to learn this move, it was really good. Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Bian's bright eyes and cleared his throat. Actually, I was just joking. There's no such acupuncture point. It was from a TV show, not real. Feeling guilty, Chu Xingchen changed the subject. I took medicine. It's cooled down now. He took a deep breath and drank the medicine. After finishing, he ate some candied fruit to mask the bitter taste. He felt a bit hopeless, 3 times a day for 3 whole months. How am I supposed to get through this? It's not that she's being overly sensitive. Even an adult can be slow to take medicine. The medicine's taste was just too terrible. Chu Xingchen felt numb and scared. Because of the medicine, her good appetite disappeared in an instant. Xiaowang had to make extra efforts to prepare more food in the kitchen, hoping Chu Xingchen could eat more. Even Shun Songzhu came over, seemingly worried she wouldn't take her medicine. He took the medicine bowl from late winter, blew on it to cool it slightly, and handed it to Chu Xingchen. The temperature is just right. Drink it. Chu Xingchen tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Just as she swallowed, Shun Songzhu handed her some candied fruit, skillfully feeding it into her mouth. It was the first time Chu Xingchen had been fed by a man. Seeing his familiar way, she blurted out, Shun Sijuan, you're quite skilled. Did he feed Miss Luo before? That thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she immediately regretted saying it.
Sorry.
Chu Xingchen felt she might have lost her mind from the bitterness of the medicine and quickly apologized. She bit her lip and continued, I don't mean anything else. I don't know if you've heard.
She's engaged now and I
know. Shun Songzhu interrupted calmly. Your Highness, there's no need to apologize. Since I entered the palace, I haven't had any thoughts or feelings. You don't need to worry too much. His marriage with Miss Luo was indeed a tacit agreement between their families. They had separated after entering the palace. They were childhood friends, and Miss Luo was the girl he knew best. When he learned she was going to be his future wife, he did feel differently about her. But everything was in the past now. Even if he had once admired Miss Luo and thought they suited each other in many ways, that was all behind him. He couldn't say he had no feelings at all. After all, they were childhood friends. But in truth, they only saw each other once or twice a year, and he had only thought about treating her with respect after marriage. He was rational. He wouldn't lose his mind over a girl or do anything crazy. It wasn't to that extent. His explanation surprised Chu Xingchen. I thought you two were deeply in love, and you still what? Your Highness, don't overthink it. There are no deep feelings involved.
Chu Xingchen Julie di la set.
I was worried I might ruin your relationship. Losing that concern, but the cool days of taking medicine continued. After a few days, the senior doctor came for follow-up, but surprisingly didn't write a new prescription. Instead, he left a large pill. From now on, Your Highness, just take this pill 3 times a day. Although the pill was big and dark, it looked complicated, but it was easy to prepare and drink. Chu Xingchen was delighted. Why did you think of making it into a pill? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. The senior doctor looked at her with a hint of resentment, thinking to himself, you're still pretending. It's all because of you. If you hadn't forced Shadow to watch over me every night, I wouldn't be driven to madness and forced to make pills. However, the senior doctor was wrong about Chu Xingchen. She never ordered Shadow to do that. Actually, it was Zhou Bian acting on his own. Chu Xingchen endured the crew of taking medicine daily, So he would find the senior doctor every day and tell him the medicine was too bitter. If it wasn't fixed, he would keep coming. His visits were at random times, day, night, midnight. The senior doctor would often see Zhou Baiyan sitting silently beside him when he woke up. In the middle of the night, if you woke up and saw someone crouched beside you, staring blankly, or if someone suddenly appeared on the bed, it was hard to bear. The senior doctor couldn't take it anymore. Though he was old, his health was good, or he might have been scared to death. He was frightened but not dead, so he had to improve the medicine. After the pill was made, the senior doctor finally found peace. The senior doctor secretly looked at Chu Xingqian as she left, feeling resentful. Zhou Baiyan nodded in satisfaction. The problem of taking medicine was solved, but they had to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Without mentioning the East Palace, they conducted a thorough check. Zhou Baiyan kept calculating and found a missed detail, then went to investigate. The oversight involved Chu Xinghai. Chu Xingqian was afraid he would be upset or worried if he found out that the medicine she was forced to take, which almost harmed her, was personally fed to her by him. But Chu Xinghai was clever. Even if he didn't notice at first, he eventually realized. He couldn't help but hide in the bed and cry secretly. That night, he was crying quietly when suddenly the quilt was pulled back. Chu Xinghai hiccuped through tears and looked at Zhou Baiyan, who appeared suddenly. Brother-in-law Zhou. Crying is useless. Do you want to find out what poison you've been given? Zhou Baiyan thought this was the best way to solve the problem at its root. He didn't comfort him, but Chu Xinghai's eyes lit up. Yes. So Zhou Wuyan had one more thing to do. Teach the young prince how to recognize poisons, to prevent him from harming himself again. Chu Xinghai began his learning journey. His study time was irregular, sometimes during the day, but mostly at night. He was forced to study until midnight every day, which was exhausting. Luckily, he was sensible and didn't complain when he was tired and sleepy. This is a later story. After observing and tracking for a few days, they finally uncovered the hidden forces behind the scenes through Spring Peach. Spring Peach was quickly captured. She was tough, but eventually realized that hiding wouldn't help, so she confessed. She was related to Qi, the mother of Chen Ruoxue. She had drugged Chu Xingqian to seek revenge for her daughter and to prevent Chu Xingqian from giving birth to the future heir of the Great Chu. She couldn't bear to see Chu Xingqian healthy and giving birth, whether to Shen's child or Zhao's child. Either way, it would only strengthen Chu Xingqian's position. She had to stop it. Qi had already used hidden spies in the palace and secret medicines. If Chu Xingqian hadn't been lucky enough to discover her, no one would have found out. Qi was pleased with how smoothly her plan was progressing. Chu Xingqian hadn't noticed anything, and she was in a very good mood. She thought that soon, she would be able to completely ruin Chu Xingqian. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events happened. That night, Qi suddenly felt severe pain in her wrists and ankles. She woke up in pain and found she couldn't move her limbs. Her maid, startled by her screams, lit a lamp and saw blood flowing from Qishi's wrists and ankles. She hurried to call the doctor and also shouted for someone to catch the assassin. The assassin wasn't caught, or perhaps no shadow was seen, but Qi was hit with an unprecedented. The lady's tendons have all been cut. We can try to treat her with acupuncture and medicine, but her recovery depends on luck. She might be able to stand and walk again, and her hands might still move, but only just. Only just how? Only just means she might still move her limbs, but she won't have strength. This was the nicer way to put it. The harsher truth was, she was completely disabled. I don't want only just. If she can't be cured, don't expect to live either. Qi snapped sharply at the doctor. The doctor grimaced and went to prepare medicine, already thinking of fleeing. Qi quickly developed her own ideas about her enemies. It's Chu Xingqian. It must be Chu Xingqian's shadow assassin. That wicked woman. How could she do this to me? Qi cursed Chu Xingqian but didn't consider what she had done herself. After cursing for a while, she suddenly asked, Ruoxue? Protect Ruoxue. Qi was very protective of Chen Ruoxue, but soon she received news that Chen Ruoxue was not at the residence. In the middle of the night, a young girl was not at the house. What could she be doing? The answer is that she went on a date. Chun Ruoxue, who has many admirers, is very busy. Tonight, she went to see Xie Ziqing. Xie Ziqing was driven to Zixiao Temple, which, as Chu Xingchen predicted, made it easier for them to fall in love. She had already been involved with Chun Ruoxue and his other men several times, and their fights were very intense. Xie Ziqing knew many people like Chun Ruoxue, but he didn't expect Chun Ruoxue to be so close with all of them. He felt both jealous and angry. But the most shocking news came later. Because Chu Xingchen took medicine and slept early, she only found out the next morning that the person who drugged her was from the Qi family. She also learned that last night, Qi's hands and feet had their tendons cut, and they might not be able to use them in the future. At the same time, during court, Chu Xingchen heard many accusations against the Qin family and pressure from others to make things difficult for them. It was clear that Zhou Baiyan was responsible for the injuries, and the pressure from the Shun, Ling, and Xiao families came from outside forces. These three families shared the same attitude. When enemies attack, they do so immediately, which really improves people's mood. When Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace, she received even more shocking news. Chun Ruoxue was carried into the palace, begging a famous old doctor to save her. She was bleeding heavily after a miscarriage, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. Qi's hands and feet had been injured, and for Zhou Baiyan and the Empress, this was just a small appetizer. Far from enough. The best revenge is to use the same methods as your enemies. Qi was old and had grown children, so she wasn't afraid of losing her fertility from being drugged again. She no longer had children herself, but she still cared about Chun Ruoxue. Her goal was to take revenge on Chun Ruoxue, so she returned all the medicines she had originally prepared for Chu Xingchen to Chun Ruoxue. The medicines given to Chu Xingchen earlier were slow-acting to avoid detection, but the ones for Chun Ruoxue were given all at once. The tasteless, odorless medicine was added to Chun Ruoxue's water, and it quickly took effect. The medicine was actually harmful to her. No one expected that Chun Ruoxue, who was still a maiden, had secretly become pregnant. When the medicine took effect, she had a miscarriage, and the bleeding was unstoppable. At that time, Chun Ruoxue was with Xie Ziqing. Xie Ziqing had never seen such a scene before. He was so frightened that he became weak and desperately carried her down the mountain to seek medical help. But the doctors outside couldn't save her. Even other imperial doctors were helpless. They said only the senior doctor in the palace might be able to save her, so they finally begged the on-duty senior doctor to come and save her. How did the Qi family persuade the old doctor not to mention it? When Chu Xingchen returned, Chun Ruoxue temporarily stopped the bleeding. Although she survived, the baby in her was lost. Miss Chen's premarital pregnancy has already spread, and because of excessive bleeding, her health was severely affected. She won't be able to have children in the future. Wan Dong reported the latest situation to Chu Xingchen, and at the end, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Serves them right for trying to harm the prince. Now it's their turn to face the consequences. Chu Xingchen only thought they did well, but his expression was a little strange. If Chun Ruoxue has trouble getting pregnant in the future, what will happen to her men? She can't have 7 or 8 children, so she will lack heirs. Most importantly, in the story, the child who replaces the crown princess becomes the empress and the second female lead, who is highly respected. Will this usurper, the crow in the nest, be lost forever? Chu Xingchen never forgot Chun Ruoxue's child. He knew she was pregnant around the same time as the crown princess, but he didn't know the exact date. Before, Chun Ruoxue was imprisoned and was sick, but there was no news of pregnancy. He thought it was over, but surprisingly, she was still pregnant. It must be her heroine halo. After all the trouble, the baby was still safely inside her belly, only now revealing itself. This child was secretly born by Chun Ruoxue, and many people didn't know. Now everyone knows. Has she left now? No, she's still at the Imperial Hospital. I'll go see. Not taking the opportunity to kick someone when they're down would be foolish. Chu Xingchen, with Wan Dong, eagerly went to the Imperial Hospital and unexpectedly saw a confrontation between Xie Ziqing and Chen Ruoshui. At first, Xie Ziqing didn't know Chen Ruoshui's condition. He was just very worried about her. When he heard she was going to the palace for help, he did everything he could, sacrificing a lot to return to the palace. Only then did he find out that Chen Ruoshui had long been unfaithful and she was pregnant with another man's child. In the story, the little empress whom he loved and helped ascend the throne has now become the most disliked person for Xie Ziqing. Chen Ruoshui, whose child are you carrying? I won't allow you to speak about my child that way. It hasn't even been born yet, and it's gone. How can you call it a? If it's not a, then what is it? Not only a but also a mixed-race, lowly child. Chen Ruoshui, don't test my patience. Tell me, whose child is it? Is it from the Fan family, or the man you've been hiding all along? Xie Ziqing's eyes reddened with tears. Chen Ruoshui, you once said you wanted to give yourself to me. Is your broken body really worth it? Shut up. Don't call me a broken flower or a wilted flower. I'm not a broken flower or a wilted flower. Am I still pure and innocent? Chen Ruoshui, how many sacrifices have I made for you? How many things have I done for you? How many chances did I miss? How can you treat me like this? Xie Ziqing was angry and disappointed, feeling that all his sacrifices and feelings had become a joke. Hearing this, Chen Ruoshui also became emotional. Xie Ziqing, finally showing your true colors. Don't think I don't know what you've done. I already know how you saved me. Xie Ziqing was struck like lightning. What do you know? How do you know? Where did you find out? Where I found out doesn't matter. The point is I already know. Chen Ruoshui's heart felt empty. I appreciate your sacrifices for me, but have you ever thought, if I needed you to save me like that, I would rather die? Though moved, Chen Ruoshui couldn't accept it. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, but she started to dislike Xie Ziqing. She thought he was useless, only able to save her in this way, and that he was no longer pure. He said she was pregnant with someone else's child. If so, wasn't he also no longer pure? Xie Ziqing was devastated by Chen Ruoshui's pregnancy. Chen Ruoshui hadn't expected him to save her in such a way. Her true emotions showed in her eyes and actions, which struck Xie Ziqing hard and made him angry. Chen Ruoshui, are you now looking down on me? I sacrificed so much for you. How can you look down on me? I didn't. Chen Ruoshui argued. I told you I didn't want to. If I had known you sold yourself to save me, I would rather have died. Shut up. How can you say those two words? Xie Ziqing sharply interrupted her. The word sold yourself hit him too hard. Xie Ziqing stumbled out hurriedly and ran straight into Chu Xingchen, who had overheard everything and couldn't avoid the confrontation. Xie Ziqing's face instantly turned from pale to purple. You're happy now that I've fallen so low? Chu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I am quite happy. Xie Ziqing's face twisted in anger. You've been waiting for this day all along. Chu Xingchen honestly shook his head. Not really. I didn't expect her to react like this. I thought she would be touched. The scene was so intense that she wanted to applaud. Missing it was truly a shame. How could she be touched? Chu Xingchen, you did this on purpose. Did you deliberately tell her the truth? This was something Xie Ziqing never wanted anyone to know, especially not Chen Ruoshui. Chu Xingchen shook her head. I'm not that bored. I can only say that heaven has its plans. After scolding Xie Ziqing to death and kicking him out of the palace, Chu Xingchen entered the room. Seeing Chen Ruoshui's face full of hatred towards her, Chu Xingchen smiled kindly. Chen Ruoshui found her smile even more irritating and couldn't even bow properly. Feeling overwhelmed and flustered, she blurted out, What if you get his body? His heart only belongs to me. She didn't want to admit defeat. She absolutely refused to lose to Chu Xingchen.
Chu Xingchen chúc cờ.
What is the heart? As long as I have him, that's enough.
And
she spread her hands. Once I have him, I realize he's just I'm no longer interested in him. Your words don't affect me. In the past, Chen Ruoshui could easily provoke the princess with a few words. Now, the situation had reversed. Chen Ruoshui hesitated, feeling as if Xie Ziqing was tired of Chu Xingchen and had thrown her into her hands. Chu Xingchen watched Chen Ruoshui's expression and said, I also want to tell you something. I once said I could help you. As long as he gives up his noble status, he can be with you. But he doesn't want to. He was expelled from the palace and doesn't want to give up his position as a court attendant in the Eastern Palace. Miss Chen, your baby is no longer in your belly. Remember to try hard and make him leave the palace soon so he gives up his position as a court attendant. Chen Ruoshui felt pain in her abdomen, her heart aching terribly. Chu Xingchen, you caused me to lose my baby. I will remember this forever. Don't be proud. Heaven is watching. Chu Xingchen interrupted her. It wasn't me who caused you to lose the baby. It was your own mother. She moved closer to Chen Ruoshui. But you're right. Heaven has its eyes. This time you had a miscarriage and also developed a lifelong inability to conceive. It's all because of your mother. She wanted to harm me, but heaven saw through her and made you bear the consequences. Chen Ruoshui's pupils shrank suddenly. She only knew she had a miscarriage and that bleeding was dangerous, but she didn't know she could never conceive again. Her mother had deliberately kept this from her to prevent her from being too shocked, wanting her to recover well. But Chu Xingchen was now telling her this deliberately, to make her suffer even more. Chen Ruoshui's eyes widened with rage, her heart breaking. No, that's not true. Chu Xingchen, you're lying to me. Don't think you can fool me. A woman who lost her basic ability to have children. What is she anymore? She was no longer a woman. In the context of the great Chu country, Chen Ruoshui dared not imagine what would happen if she lost her fertility. Her vision blurred, and she desperately wanted to deny this fact.
Who deceived you?
Look at the attitude of the imperial doctor and those around him. Don't you have some sense of what's going on? Chu Xingchen gently patted Chen Ruoshui's face. Don't be too upset. This is just the beginning. Chu Xingchen smiled, but his eyes held no warmth, only a fierce hatred, like a demon returned from. Your suffering looks so good. Go home and tell your mother how much you're hurting so she won't try to harm other girls. Chen Ruoshui almost spat blood in anger. Chu Xingchen, I will kill you. Chu Xingchen raised his hand and pushed her back down. Aren't you afraid you'll bleed to death? Didn't I tell you earlier? It was your mother who wanted to hurt me, so you have to face the consequences. The medicine you're taking was given by her. If you don't believe me, go ask her. A devilish voice echoed again in Chen Ruoshui's ears. Remember, it was your mother who hurt you. If you want revenge, find her. Mother and daughter should torment each other. Villains must be tested by villains. News of Chen Ruoshui's pregnancy before marriage spread throughout Fomin City, causing widespread disgust and suspicion. In the past, she would have been executed or sent away to a monastery, and her family would have been ashamed. Now, she wasn't sentenced to death, but she was still heavily criticized. Prince Fan couldn't accept this, so Chen Ruoshui was quickly divorced from the Ghost Gate. This was different from what Chu Xingchen knew. Really divorced? Of course. If she hadn't, people would keep talking. Winter Evening thought it was only natural. Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue and shook his head. In the novel, she didn't divorce. Chen Ruoshui secretly became pregnant. Prince Fan initially couldn't accept it, but after the baby was born and looked like Chen Ruoshui, he softened. Later, they truly cared for each other. He thought her background was too shameful to show publicly, so he made her the most noble person. He also played a part in her rise to power. But this time, he divorced her. Already devastated, Chen Ruoshui fainted upon hearing the news. Later, she began tormenting Qi Shi. Chen Ruoshui remembered Chu Xingchen's words. She hated Qi Shi for implicating her. Qi Shi hated her for secretly conceiving a child, constantly questioning who the father was. Your family has broken off the engagement and your reputation is ruined. You still care about your reputation? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. It's all for you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become useless. I suffered all this for you. The mother and daughter tormenting each other made Chu Xingchen very happy. The pain from the pills didn't seem as bad anymore. Making pills into small tablets made taking traditional medicine less painful. However, such a large pill is hard to chew and tastes bitter, so in the end, Zhou Bian still took it for him. He used a small knife to divide the pill evenly into parts, so Chu Xingchen could swallow it easily. Aside from always drinking a lot of water, there were no other problems. Right after Chu Xingchen finished the medicine, Xiao Wang hurried over with the account book. Your Highness, the strong liquor is selling well. The divine medicine water will also be tested among the people starting tomorrow. Many clinics have applied to buy it, and everything is going smoothly. I deliberately let merchants from Qi and Wu countries buy the strong liquor. After they took it back, they immediately placed more orders. I think they will also find ways to get the divine medicine water for testing soon. Let them test it. I'm just waiting for them to buy it at a high price, Chu Xingchen said to Xiao Wang. Two things are now on the right track. Xiao Xiaoqing, the next step is about Dezhu paper and books. Xiao Wang suddenly looked up at Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, do you want to give me this task too? Yes, I want to entrust you with the external sales, Chu Xingchen nodded. The trees for making paper have already been arranged for planting. The speed of printing and production will only get faster. This project can now be planned. You also understand the importance and impact of our Dezhu paper's innovation. You need to be more attentive this time. Xiao Wang swallowed hard. She knew the significance and influence, yet she still wanted to leave it to him, breaking through what he thought was already the limit of trust. This was the first time he truly understood the meaning of a soldier dies for a loyal friend. Watching Chu Xingchen walk back and forth nearby, seemingly casual, yet making him feel a desire to follow her forever. Xiao Wang snapped back to reality. Although he felt this way inside, he asked aloud, Your Highness, I hold these things in my hands. I can do many things with them. Are you not afraid I might use them to manipulate others or do things against you? Chu Xingchen felt her stomach fill with water, as if she could hear the sound of it. Hearing Xiao Wang's words, she raised an eyebrow. Is it not okay if I entrust them to others? Xiao Wang didn't expect Chu Xingchen to answer like that. He froze for a moment. You wouldn't really not entrust them to me, would you? He suddenly felt regret, worried that he might have been too careless. He couldn't help but say, Your Highness, please entrust them to me. You've already spoken. This was the first time he actively took the initiative. Chu Xingchen looked at him and chuckled. All right then, try it first. Try? Hearing this word, Xiao Wang slightly pursed his lips. He didn't like that word. He was sure he could do better than others. If you really don't want to do it anymore, just tell me directly. You can also be more straightforward about what you want to do. We are now somewhat familiar, so no more beating around the bush. Before, they were not familiar, but she actually preferred being direct. Chu Xingchen's words made Xiao Wang suddenly realize. He couldn't help but smile a little, okay. He unconsciously relaxed. Then, Your Highness, I'll be honest. I want to rename the paper. Rename?
Why?
Do you think Dezhu paper isn't loud enough? Not exactly. It's just a bit confusing. Some call it Dezhu paper. Others call it the Princess Snowflake paper. It's better to choose a new name. What name? Xingchen. Xiao Wang said Chu Xingchen's name for the first time. Normally, his voice was cold, but now it carried a bit of warmth, making it both cold and tempting. Chu Xingchen was surprised to hear her name sound so beautiful. She paused her steps, feeling her ears almost pregnant with the sound. She had never thought her name could be so alluring. Just hearing it once made her imagine how crazy it would be if someone called her that in certain moments. Chu Xingchen realized for the first time that her name could be so seductive. She couldn't help but scratch her ears and felt shy when looking at Xiao Wang. She had been trying to find a way to describe Xiao Wang before, and today she finally found it. Xiao Wang was just what everyone said, cold and tempting. In an instant, she thought of a bunch of messy ideas. Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to agree so quickly and to call her by her name. He couldn't help but silently repeat the two words Xingchen again. To him, these words felt both unfamiliar and familiar because he usually only called her the princess. Her name, apart from the empress, was rarely spoken directly. For the first time, he thought that this name was actually very beautiful. But he couldn't call her that again. Xiao Wang composed himself and explained, I want to change the paper's name to Xingqian paper. Xingqian of Chu Xingqian. I think this way, everyone won't call it confusingly anymore. Names like De Chu paper, Princess Snowflake paper, are all good, but they're not her real name. The princess is not only her. There was a princess before, and there will be one in the future. But the name Xingqian is unique to her. Compared to the name Great Chu Princess, she preferred to be remembered simply by her own name. She wanted Chu Xingqian's name to be forever associated with the starry sky, making her legacy legendary. That was worth it to her. Even if the court changes and the Great Chu becomes history, the name Xingqian will remain in the long flow of history, an irreplaceable part of it. When Chu Xingqian heard his explanation, she realized she had misunderstood earlier. That might not be very good, she said. Naming something after her own name felt too embarrassing. You can ask others for their opinion and see what they say, Xiao Wang said calmly, not arguing. In the end, Xiao Wang won the decision because everyone, Shun Songzhu, the Empress, and others, agreed that the name Xingqian was good. The majority's opinion prevailed, and Chu Xingqian's opposition was ignored. The name was decided. After the decision, Xiao Wang also told Chu Xingqian about another matter. Your Highness, the Great Chu Library is now very famous. Many people line up every day to read or buy books, but the library is small and limits the number of visitors. Many people can't get in, some wait so long they fall ill, and others faint from hunger inside. This is indeed a problem. I've heard about it and know that more buildings are needed. The quickest way to solve this is to start a borrowing and rental system. Whether people fainted from hunger or got sick waiting, it was because they longed so much for books and learning. Their passion for studying touched Chu Xingqian deeply. In modern society, books are everywhere, but few people actually read them. A borrowing and rental system?
Yes.
The system was quickly implemented in the Great Chu Library. Early in the morning, even before dawn, readers lined up and soon saw the new rules. As long as you register your identity, you can borrow a book by depositing 500 won as collateral. The books can then be taken home to read, as long as they are well cared for and not damaged.
Yes.
Each person can borrow up to 3 books at a time. Borrowed books are free for 3 days. If you keep them longer, you pay 1 won per day. The borrowing period is 1 month. If not returned within a month, the fee doubles. If you no longer want to borrow, you can return the books at any time and get your deposit back. Everyone discussed excitedly. That sounds great. I want to borrow too. That's right, and paying 1 coin a day is cheap. You can borrow for a month, and afterward, you won't go hungry or wait in long lines anymore. Renting and borrowing books brings good fortune to everyone. People inside can read without hunger, and those outside don't have to wait too long. Chu Xingqian and Xiao Wang privately checked the situation and even went to the library. Seeing fewer people queuing outside and an orderly scene inside, they felt relieved. Let's go. It's rare to go out, so let's eat outside before heading back. She wanted to try the signature dishes at a restaurant.
Xiao.
Brother, have you eaten here before? Do you have any recommendations? Chu Xingqian usually calls Xiao Xiaoqing, but she hesitated and almost changed her address outside. Calling him by his name directly wouldn't be proper, since everyone knows Xiao Wang's name. Thinking Xiao Wang is older, she called him brother. Xiao Wang's eyes flickered under his hood. There is one place. Because of Xiao Cheng, he didn't like being called brother, but today, he surprisingly thought it was okay. Then let's go quickly, Chu Xingqian said, adjusting her hood a little awkwardly. She didn't change into men's clothes today, but wore a hood similar to Xiao Wang's, long enough to cover her neck and face. She had shown her face before, and some scholars had seen her, but Xiao Wang, being a famous handsome man, was afraid of being recognized, so both of them wore hoods. Hoods like these are popular in Feng'an City, for both men and women. Xiao Wang took Chu Xingqian to a restaurant that served royal spirits and signature dishes, which was very busy. They went to a private room upstairs. The food was really good, and Chu Xingqian ate happily. After the meal, Chu Xingqian went to the restroom. Xiao Wang waited in the room. The door wasn't closed tightly, and as Chu Xingqian left, a woman passing by saw Xiao Wang. In the room, Xiao Wang naturally removed his hood. Looking out the window, he appeared stunning to the woman. Xiao Wang sensed something unusual, turned to look, and signaled Jing Yan to close the door. Unexpectedly, Jing Yan was about to close the door when the woman pushed her way in. "My apologies, young master, it's a sin to offend you, but I mean no harm." Her eyes were full of desire, but she pretended to be casual. "My surname is Liu. May I ask your honorable name?" "Leave," Xiao Wang said coldly, directly dismissing her. His cold and alluring aura made the woman more interested. "Young master, I mean well. Why are you so unreasonable? I just feel like I've met you before and want to get to know you better." She deliberately emphasized the word deeper, with a suggestive look in her eyes. It was clear she was interested in him and wanted to form a good relationship. This situation was quite unusual in Great Chu, but not entirely unheard of. Many might see it as a good thing, but for Xiao Wangke, it was different. Jing Yan could tell that the woman had bad intentions, and he blushed with anger.
How dare you?
Xiao Wangke didn't expect to encounter such a thing just after stepping out. His eyes flashed with disgust. "If you don't want to die, get out." Chuk Singchen was with him, and he didn't want trouble or for her to see the scene. He kept an eye on the door, ignoring the woman completely. The woman had never met anyone so dismissive and rude before. Instead of getting angry, she became more interested. "Man, you've really caught my attention." Xiao Wangke almost gagged at her words. Jing Yan was furious too. What if the young lady at home saw this misunderstanding? What interest? Just get out now. He was so angry he reached out to push her away. "Ah." The woman gasped, startled by his movement. "What are you doing? How can you touch me?" She looked frightened and rushed toward Xiao Wangke. A hint of triumph appeared in her eyes as she pulled out a handkerchief and threw it at his face. Xiao Wangke quickly dodged, pushing the handkerchief away. A strong, unfamiliar fragrance hit his nose, making him recoil in disgust. The woman nearly fell to the ground, annoyed, when suddenly she heard a lively voice. "Well, Xiao Wangke, you have some nerve. How dare you meet secretly with someone here behind the young lady's back? You're doomed." Xiao Wangke turned to see Xiao Cheng's excited face. His expression darkened. Yes, they were meeting secretly, though not exactly a secret meeting, since he wasn't with the young lady. But calling it a rendezvous was not quite right either. Xiao Wangke couldn't help but lose focus for a moment. Xiao Cheng thought he was scared and was thrilled. Xiao Wangke was meeting secretly behind the young lady's back. He was definitely doomed. Whether it was a secret or not, he saw it. So it must be true. Xiao Cheng finally had proof that Xiao Wangke was not behaving properly as a husband. The woman looked at Xiao Wangchue's grim face. "Why are you suddenly saying you're doomed? Who is he? Do you need my help?" Seeing an opportunity, she moved closer. Xiao Wangke glanced at Xiao Cheng, worried about making a scene and attracting others. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked her out. The woman was unprepared and never expected Xiao Wangke to act so suddenly. She fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Wangke didn't even look at her. He just stared at Xiao Cheng. "If you don't want to die, don't talk nonsense. Now you're threatening me? Xiao Wangke, you're doomed. I saw everything. If the young lady finds out you sneaked out of the palace to meet someone, what do you think will happen to you?" Xiao Cheng trembled with excitement. He was determined to tell the eldest daughter and completely ruin Xiao Wang. But before that, he could use this matter to achieve his goal. Once he was done, he would let Xiao Wang die. "Since we are all from the Xiao family, I can keep this secret for you. But you have to promise me one thing." Xiao Wang looked at Xiao Cheng and knew he had bad intentions. He said nothing. Xiao Cheng didn't mind and eagerly spoke again. "If you don't want the eldest daughter to find out, let me go to the palace. We are all from the Xiao family. Brothers helping each other is better than outsiders, right?" Xiao Cheng's eyes shone brightly. Recently, Chu Xingchen had been causing a lot of trouble. Everywhere he went, he heard the eldest daughter's name and praise. In contrast, Xiao Cheng became a joke wherever he went. People mocked him for being blind but still fawning over him because Xiao Wang was involved in the sales of Xingqian paper and books. The name Xingqian paper was still changed by Xiao Wang, and there were many stories about him, further proving Xiao Wang's favored status. Everyone wanted to get close to Xiao Wang and the eldest daughter, hoping to share in the benefits. Xiao Wang was already popular for his strong liquor and divine medicine water, and now, with this matter, he became even more important. The Xiao family's house was bustling with visitors trying to curry favor. Although Xiao Cheng was the one being flattered, it was Xiao Wang's influence that caused it, which made Xiao Cheng unhappy. Lately, regret and jealousy consumed him. Until now, a crazy idea had taken shape. He must enter the palace. He had to go in, make Chu Xingqian fall deeply in love with him, and make those who mocked him regret it. He wanted to crush Xiao Wang under his feet. When Xiao Wang heard Xiao Cheng's demand, his eyes narrowed dangerously. "Impossible," he said firmly. Xiao Cheng's face twisted for a moment.
This is not your call now.
"If you don't want to die, you must agree to me." "I said it's impossible." "His Highness won't accept you," Xiao Wang replied. If Chu Xingqian liked him, he would have succeeded last time. A flash of hatred and anger crossed Xiao Cheng's eyes as he remembered his last embarrassing experience. His eyes flickered with hesitation, but quickly firmed up. He was unwilling. After meeting Chu Xingqian, he was unwilling to be just friends with those women. "Xiao Wang, now it's you begging me, not me begging you. If His Highness doesn't accept you, you have to find a way to make her accept. Otherwise, I will tell him what happened today." "Go ahead and tell him," Xiao Wang said calmly, looking at Xiao Cheng's crazy face. Xiao Cheng looked at Xiao Wang with confidence, and jealousy and anger almost spilled from his eyes. "What? Do you think His Highness will trust you completely?" "Yes," Xiao Wang replied to Xiao Cheng. "Say whatever you want. The princess will trust me." He believed in Chu Xingqian. Xiao Wang's confidence deeply angered Xiao Cheng. Every husband would want a wife like that. "You must promise me, Xiao Wang." "I am not asking. I am giving you an order. Not just because of today, remember, your mother is still in the Xiao household." Xiao Cheng repeated his old threats, threatening Xiao Wang as he had many times before. But he forgot that Xiao Wang was no longer the helpless son of a concubine he once was. Xiao Wang had been distracted, watching the door. When he heard this, he suddenly looked at Xiao Cheng with a murderous look in his eyes. "Try moving my mother, and see what happens. What if I do?" Xiao Cheng's words were cut off by Xiao Wang's fist. Xiao Cheng staggered back, blood at the corner of his mouth. His face twisted in anger. "Xiao Wang, you're dead. I will kill that of a woman." Xiao Wang's calm expression was replaced by murderous rage. He kicked out decisively, with a ruthless look in his eyes. "Today, I will kill you first." Thoughts of the past flooded his mind. Seeing his mother, who had been tortured and broken, filled him with rage. His eyes turned red as he grabbed Xiao Cheng's neck. Xiao Cheng's face turned bright red as he struggled desperately, trying to free himself, but it was useless. Seeing Xiao Wang's blood-red eyes, he feared he might regret it. Just when he thought he was about to die, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Xiao Wang's grip loosened immediately. Xiao Cheng seized the chance to break free. Cough, cough, cough. He crawled and rolled to the side. "Xiao Wang, you're crazy." He turned his head and saw Chu Xingqian. His eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly rushed forward. "Your Highness, save me." Xiao Wang escaped from the palace to meet a woman in secret. "When I caught him, he threatened to kill me to keep it quiet. That woman is the one he's meeting in secret." He didn't expect his luck to be so good. He caught Xiao Wang in the act. Without hesitation, he reported Xiao Wang. Seeing Xiao Wang with another woman, who could still love him. Following Xiao Cheng's gesture, Chu Xingqian saw the woman on the ground and couldn't help but look at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang was still kneeling on the ground, not getting up. He stared at Chu Xingqian in surprise. His grip tightened. He knew he should say something or do something, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Xiao Cheng looked at him with even more pride, as if he had returned to the days when he freely humiliated Xiao Wang. He enjoyed seeing Xiao Wang's helpless anger, wishing he could kill him but unable to do so. Feeling proud, he turned to Chu Xingchen with a look of pity, touching his painfully sore neck and letting out a strained sound. "Your Highness." "Xiao Wang." Chu Xingchen smiled slightly. Xiao Wang fought well. This was the first time Chu Xingchen directly called Xiao Wang by his name. She was finally beginning to see the real Xiao Wang, not the masked person she had seen before. Xiao Wang was stunned, staring at Chu Xingchen with a complex look in his eyes. Although he had acted so confident before, he was actually unsure inside. He hadn't expected Chu Xingchen to truly stand on his side. Chu Xingchen spared Xiao Cheng and stood in front of Xiao Wang. "Can you still get up?" She reached out tentatively to help him up. "Are you okay?" Xiao Cheng was shocked by what he saw, his voice sharp with surprise. "Your Highness, didn't you hear what I said?" Xiao Wang secretly left the palace to meet someone. "Don't you know he left with me? We had official business. Why does it sound different coming from you?" Even if Xiao Wang did secretly leave the palace to meet someone, it was with me. "We're not having a secret meeting, we're married. At most, we're on a date. I just went out for a moment. Who do you think would have a secret meeting like that?" Xiao Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. He hadn't expected Xiao Wang to be with Chu Xingchen. His nails dug deeply into his palms as he tried to stay calm. "So that's how it is. I was too shocked and lost my composure." "You know you lost your composure. Hurry up and apologize." Xiao Cheng's face turned pale, looking pale and distressed as he knelt on the ground. I didn't mean to. Not to me, but to Xiao Xiaoqing," Chu Xingchen interrupted with a frown. Xiao Wang was stunned, and Xiao Cheng's face immediately turned ashen. Making him kneel and apologize? Wasn't that humiliating his dignity? He refused. He would rather die. Can't even apologize properly? Chu Xingchen frowned and looked at Jing Yan. "Jing Yan, teach him properly." Jing Yan had always been bullied by Xiao Cheng and his attendants at the Xiao residence. He never thought he would have the support of the princess one day. Excited, he looked at Xiao Wang and responded loudly, stepping forward without hesitation, pressing Xiao Cheng's head down forcefully onto the ground. "That's how you apologize." His eyes were deep and wolf-like, with red at the corners, gripping her tightly. "Jing Yan, you." Xiao Cheng's head was pressed to the ground, his dignity shattered. His killing intent was fierce, and he was about to speak wildly when he saw Chu Xingchen. He coughed up blood and swallowed it back, then suddenly looked at Chu Xingchen with red eyes. "Your Highness, I caused trouble for Xiao Wang because I want to serve in the Eastern Palace for you. The words I said last time are true. Since I met you, my mind is full of you, and I can't think of anyone else. These days, I've heard many rumors about you. I regret what I've done before, but I find it harder to let go of you." Xiao Cheng knelt and took 2 steps forward. "Your Highness, because of what happened last time, people have been gossiping. I really have nowhere to go. I'm at my wit's end. Please have mercy on me. I don't ask for a title or anything else, as long as I can stay by your side." "I refuse." Chu Xingchen interrupted Xiao Cheng without hesitation. "I told you last time, I don't like you. Don't even think about entering the palace." After she finished speaking, she saw the blood marks on Xiao Wang's hand, caused by Xiao Cheng's grip earlier. "How did it get broken? Does it hurt?" Xiao Wang looked at his wound and saw Chu Xingchen's worried frown. His throat tightened. He shook his head and looked into her ink-black eyes. Xiao Chen watched the scene, feeling hopeless. Chu Xingchen had discarded him like trash, but treasured Xiao Wang. This stark contrast deeply hurt him.
Why?
"Why are you treating me like this? Princess, don't you know? It should have been me who entered the palace. You should have pampered me. All of this should be mine. If I had entered the palace, he wouldn't have a chance." He stood up and shouted at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen frowned. "How can you be sure that if you entered the palace, you would get all this? How do you compare to Xiao Wang? I admire Xiao Wang because he is capable and excellent. What about you? Do you have anything?" She looked him up and down. "Less capable than him, less handsome than him, not as good as him in any way, and you lack self-awareness." Why do you think you can compare to him? Because you only shout wildly, act crazy, and have wild fantasies? Average looks, but you think highly of yourself. Just a few simple words, but they were incredibly hurtful, almost making Xiao Qing faint with anger and blood. Taking advantage of Xiao Qing's fury, Jin Yan quickly drove him away. Xiao Wang stared at Chu Xingchen in shock. For the first time, he realized that the princess's words could be so sharp. He was about to say something, but the woman he had knocked out earlier suddenly woke up. A woman massaged her aching shoulder and climbed up from the cold ground. She saw Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang, her eyes full of anger and dissatisfaction. Chu Xingchen's appearance made her jealous, and her anger immediately turned toward her. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? She wanted to tear her face apart. Chu Xingchen, if you don't know who you are, how can you ask others? She always thought that asking such a question was strange. With this pretentious remark, it was easily exposed. The woman was completely silenced by the question.
You
don't even know who you are and still ask others. Chu Xingchen chuckled twice and looked at Xiao Wang. Did she harass you? Xiao Wang didn't want to defend her, but he found the question strange. Usually, women would be asked such questions, but he was a man. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Xingchen understood. I already said before, boys need to protect themselves outside. She looked sharply at the woman, who finally reacted. Fine, you're only not answering because of her. You two adulterers, I will let others see your true faces. She raised her voice to shout, but before she could, Chu Xingchen stepped forward and slapped her. Shut up. We are legally married. Stop talking nonsense. The woman was stunned, covering her face. You dare to hit me. She raised her hand to hit back, but with a loud slap, Chu Xingchen quickly struck her again, her hand trembling slightly. If you harass someone again, it won't just be 2 slaps. The woman felt a buzzing in her ears. She had never been so wronged before and was about to go crazy. Do you know who I am? I will kill you. She lunged at Chu Xingchen to hit her back. Zhou Bian appeared like a ghost and blocked her. In the woman's disbelief, he blocked her fist and punched back. He didn't care about hitting the lady. At most, he would help, but he would never allow anyone to hit the lady. Zhou Bian's punch was heavy, causing the woman to fall to the ground, blood pouring from her nose. Zhou Bian seemed to ignore her and simply dragged her away. The woman shouted that they would regret this, but soon her voice faded away.
Chu Xingchen.
When Zhou Bian returned and saw Chu Xingchen's expression, he remembered her previous advice and frowned. He didn't understand the concept of cherishing women. In his eyes, women and men were the same. Still, he reluctantly explained, she's bad. Next time, I will avoid her nose. Chu Xingchen suddenly felt both amused and helpless. I didn't say anything wrong. Zhou Bian immediately relaxed, then I'll just hit him casually. Chu Xingchen rubbed her forehead, not meaning it that way. Xiao Wang looked at them, his eyes flickering briefly. He glanced at Zhou Bian with some annoyance, feeling a bit irritated. Zhou Bian noticed Xiao Wang's changing expression and couldn't help but glance at him. Chu Xingchen turned to look at Xiao Wang and hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Don't let it affect you psychologically. I'm fine, Xiao Wang replied, but he couldn't help shivering. Are you cold? Chu Xingchen looked at Jin Yan. Jin Yan had already understood, and quickly took a cloak to cover Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang didn't refuse. He felt strange since earlier he had been feeling a bit cold. Next time something like this happens, you don't need to worry so much. Just hit the person away directly, Chu Xingchen said straightforwardly. Xiao Wang tightened his cloak and nodded, yes. Chu Xingchen also noticed the scratch marks on his hand back. Xiao Wang has very fair skin, and the scratches were very obvious. You should treat your hand wound too. Let's go back to the carriage first. There's a medical kit inside. The medical kit was a standard item for outings to handle any unexpected situations.
Okay.
Back in the carriage, Chu Xingchen took out the medical kit and began treating Xiao Wang's wound. Your nails aren't clean, so it's safer to disinfect first. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Xiao Wang responded softly with a Chu Xingchen disinfected and applied medicine, but she noticed his hands were freezing cold. Xiao Wang, why are your hands getting colder? They were warm earlier. I don't know. I feel a bit cold, Xiao Wang said, feeling cold, but Chu Xingchen saw his face was slightly red. But your face is a little red. Are you sick? Chu Xingchen was a bit anxious. She used the back of her hand to check his forehead and found it was equally cold. His cheeks, which looked red, were also cold, like the redness on his face was fake. Why is the whole person so cold? Chu Xingchen hurriedly handed him a hand warmer. Wrap yourself up quickly. Don't catch a cold. Thank you, Your Highness, Xiao Wang said, looking at her hand but not saying anything. He obediently took the hand warmer. Are you feeling better? Chu Xingchen looked at his unbandaged hand. She avoided touching the wound but found his hand was still very cold, as if nothing had helped. The red on Xiao Wang's cheeks deepened, but his lips turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, he couldn't help shivering again. Are you still very cold? Chu Xingchen frowned, urging him to hurry back to the palace. The inside of the carriage was not too cold. Chu Xingchen took off her cloak to put it on Xiao Wang. No need, Your Highness. Don't catch a cold, Xiao Wang said, feeling a bit dizzy from the cold, and quickly reached out to stop her.
I'm fine.
You need to stay warm now, Chu Xingchen replied. She tried to pull away, but Xiao Wang held her hand tightly. Young Master Xiao? Chu Xingchen called out. Xiao Wang seemed to realize something and said, Your hand is very warm. Warm enough that he didn't want to let go. Chu Xingchen looked at her hand, which was usually cold, and was surprised. My hand isn't warm.
How come?
She felt a little awkward, but Xiao Wang seemed to really not feel cold anymore, so she hesitated and didn't move. Xiao Wang's body slowly returned to normal. As he warmed up, he felt a new, uncontrollable urge. He suddenly realized that he had moved closer to Chu Xingchen, wanting to get closer to her, no longer satisfied with just holding her hand. His hand moved, gently caressing her without thinking. Before he could recover from the shock, he noticed his body was heating up quickly, and some parts seemed to be awakening. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen's worried face, his expression changing. Thinking of something, he hurriedly let go of her hand. Are you feeling better? Are you still cold? Chu Xingchen reached out to check his forehead, but Xiao Wang quickly avoided her. I'm fine, he said hoarsely. Chu Xingchen was surprised. Is it not that cold anymore? Xiao Wang was about to nod but suddenly shivered intensely as the warmth from earlier disappeared quickly. Why is it still so cold? Chu Xingchen saw his face turning redder and hurriedly touched his forehead again. Xiao Wang stiffened, took a deep breath, and struggled to remove her hand. I'm fine. Your Highness, please don't touch me for now. His voice was hoarse as he said this, but his hand trembled slightly as he held Chu Xingchen's hand tightly. He held her hand too tightly, causing her pain. Feeling something was wrong, she looked down at him. Xiao Wang retreated and said, Your Highness, please don't come near me. His eyes were deep and dark, like a wolf, with red at the corners, captivating and intense. Chu Xingchen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An incredible thought flashed through her mind. Xiao Wang, you wouldn't have. Did he take some kind of medicine? Xiao Wang awkwardly looked away, slowly and painfully releasing her hand. He moved to the corner of the carriage, closed his eyes, and refused to look at Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, don't worry about me, and don't come near me, he said, afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Chu Xingchen's mind went blank for a moment, so Xiao Wang really took some unspoken medicine. But why was he freezing all over? Shouldn't he be feeling hot? How did you get it? When did this happen? Could it have been in the food? If so, would she also have a reaction? Then the two of them might have become uncontrollable in the carriage. Chu Xingchen was shocked by her own imagination. As Xiao Wang listened to her voice, he grew more impatient. He bit his tongue to stay alert and answered in a hoarse voice. Maybe it was the handkerchief from that woman surnamed Liu just now. Chu Xingchen didn't pay much attention to the handkerchief. She quickly ordered someone to go back and get one, to analyze the medicine's ingredients and warned not to touch it. Once she was sure she hadn't been poisoned, Chu Xingchen let out a breath of relief. At least she was still clear-headed, but she was also more angry. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let her go so easily. How could she do such a thing? Chu Xingchen finally understood why that woman had said they would regret it. She despised anyone who drugged others, regardless of gender. She remembered her previous state after crossing over, thinking that men might feel worse than women and that her condition was more strange. This made her even more worried. Xiao Wang, are you okay? Xiao Wang closed his eyes and didn't answer. He was afraid that speaking would reveal too much. Her voice and scent were deeply stimulating to him. He had never realized how small the carriage was, nor how sensitive his nose had become. The faint fragrance on Chu Xingchen kept entering his nostrils. He couldn't help but recall the feeling of holding her hand earlier, the softness that still lingered in his palm. His body grew hotter inside and colder outside, as if two worlds existed within him, inside burning intensely, outside trembling from the cold. Jin Yan was called to come up. Chu Xingchen also put her cloak on Xiao Wang, even wrapping him in the spare clothes from the carriage, but Xiao Wang still felt colder and colder. Chu Xingchen moved closer. He longed for her, but also felt more pain. He was suffering, and Chu Xingchen was uncomfortable too. She could only urge them to return to the palace quickly. Finally, they arrived back at the palace. Go find the imperial doctor. Send someone to look for that woman surnamed Lu, and try to find an antidote. Jin Yan carefully helped Xiao Wang inside, adding fire, a hot basin, a medicated cloth, and blankets. Jin Yan was sweating from the heat, but Xiao Wang remained icy cold. The imperial doctor arrived quickly, but couldn't determine the cause right away. I finally found a woman with the surname Lu. She was brought home and was complaining to her family. Suddenly, a shadow appeared like the wind. Facing the shadow, she realized she had caused trouble by teasing the young lady's second son. She hadn't listened carefully before, but now she remembered that Xiao Cheng had called Xiao Wang's name. She hadn't paid attention and didn't expect that the second son of the Eastern Palace would be outside. At this moment, she dared not hide anything and quickly explained. Your Highness, she gave Xiao Qing a kind of love poison from Qi country. The poison is very strong. If not treated, the poisoned person's body will stay cold, and only through intimacy with someone can it be cured. Intimacy? Chu Xingchen was mentally prepared, but hearing it in reality, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Yes, it said that regardless of gender, anyone who is poisoned by this love drug cannot escape, and there is no antidote.
No antidote.
Chu Xingchen felt that the stories were true. Such medicines usually have no cure. The woman with the surname Lu honestly admitted her mistake. She was more worried about having flirted with someone she shouldn't have. She didn't pay much attention to the fact that there was no antidote. After all, the poison was easy to deal with. Just be close to someone and do the deed. She didn't understand that for Chu Xingchen, this was the most difficult part. This woman is truly harmful. How could she have such a poison? Chu Xingchen suddenly stopped, then asked, Wait, Winter, you said her surname is Lu, right? Is her name Lu Ruju or Lu Rebeo? Wandong nodded. Her name is Lu Ruju. Do you know her, Your Highness? I do. She knew this person very well. She hadn't remembered before, but when she heard about the poison and the surname Lu, she recalled her from a novel. In the novel, after Xiao Wang was expelled from the palace, his situation was very bad. He was driven out because the princess didn't want him, and remarriage was difficult. His wife, Xiao Cheng, mocked him daily, only wanting to use him for her own benefit. At that time, the character Lu Ruju appeared. She was after Xiao Wang's good looks and even dared to come asking for marriage. Xiao Wang refused. She held a grudge, thinking he was shameless, and decided to get him at all costs. Later, she colluded with Xiao Cheng and schemed against Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang almost fell into her trap, but he fought back and accidentally killed her. Although Lu Ruju was the one who forced him first, Xiao Wang acted in self-defense. Yet, he was sentenced and even Xiao Shongshu couldn't save him. Xiao Wang was sentenced to be executed immediately. The Lu family was not satisfied and wanted to see him torn apart. The Lu family had 9 sons before they had their only daughter, Lu Ruzhu, who was spoiled to the extreme, truly a treasure. The Lu family believed that Xiao Wang being favored by Lu Ruzhu was a blessing, so they hated him intensely. Lu secretly attacked, and Xiao Wang endured great suffering. However, he finally found a chance to escape. Several years later, Xiao Wang became the most mysterious merchant in Great Chu, rich enough to rival a kingdom. He returned to seek revenge and to settle old scores, ensuring that Lu family members would not have a good death. But Xiao Wang also met a bad end. To avoid being recognized by his face, he destroyed his appearance. The most handsome man from Fengmen City back then was long gone, and his body was ruined from early torture by Lu. When he learned that the woman was Lu Ruzhu, many details connected. This time, Xiao Wang was not expelled from the palace, but Lu Ruzhu still wanted to harm him. Chu Xingchen looked disgusted. Zhou Bian, arrange for Shadow to give Lu Ruzhu love poison. Make her taste that pain. Don't let anyone help her. See if she can produce an antidote. It's best to force her to reveal it. Zhou Bian immediately agreed. However, Chu Xingchen still felt it was not enough. Investigate if she has forced others before. If she has, then multiply her suffering by 3 times for each person she harmed. Xiao Wang endured once. She should endure several times more. Lu Ruzhu had never suffered from love poison. She only enjoyed the pleasure of tormenting others with it. When she was poisoned, she suffered greatly. After being punished a few times, she dared not act again and was thoroughly scared. Chu Xingchen indirectly saved those she might have harmed later. This is a later story. Lu Ruzhu received her deserved punishment. But the bad news was even Lu Ruzhu was also affected by love poison and could not be forced to produce an antidote. So, what she said was true, there was no antidote. Without an antidote, what should Xiao Wang do? The imperial doctor was diligent and took the recovered handkerchief to prepare an antidote. But when it would be ready, and whether it could be made was uncertain. Xiao Wang could not wait. If he didn't find a way to detoxify, the situation would only worsen. For now, external warmth could temporarily ease it, but later it would become more serious. The next day would be colder, and by the 3rd day, he might not survive. If he still didn't detoxify by the 4th day, he might freeze to death alive. Your Highness, this medicine is said to be made by a woman from Wu Kingdom to punish her husband for loving someone else. The recipe is a mystery. Many have studied it but failed to find a solution. What do you plan to do? Wan Dong spoke, without much hesitation. The Eastern Palace wouldn't let Xiao Wang die a cold death. Seizing the opportunity for intimacy was the real priority. Chu Xingchen could tell Wan Dong's underlying meaning. Because he understood, he felt like going crazy. This matter was simply beyond her plan. Chu Xingchen avoided disturbing Xiao Wang and stayed outside his sleeping palace. Jin Yan and Shen Xing saw Xiao Wang in so much pain and felt worried. When they heard he was poisoned by love, they were concerned but also secretly hopeful. Perhaps the prince and Xiaoqing could become closer. They hoped Chu Xingchen would soon make a decision. Since it was late at night, they arranged everything quietly, feeling everything was settled. Xiaoqing, please bear with it a little longer. You will be better soon. Yes, the princess will arrive soon, Jin Yan added with a nod, thinking maybe Xiaoqing's poisoning was a blessing in disguise, making him the prince's first love. Xiao Wang's eyes flickered with a cold light, and after a shiver, he spoke, I am feeling better now. Don't say such things. His face was pale, but he didn't look much better. Jin Yan quickly replied, You're not really better, but don't worry too much. The princess won't just leave you to suffer. Xiao Wang's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and suddenly he said, You two are not allowed to say these things again, and don't spread the news. Just say I am sick and caught a cold. If the prince only didn't want to see death and save him, what did that make him? He didn't want to force Chu Xingchen. Jin Yan frowned, feeling something was wrong. Shen Xing looked at Xiao Wang and seemed to understand, grabbing Jin Yan to stop him from speaking. Yes, Xiaoqing, Shen Xing said. But Xiaoqing, don't worry too much. The prince already cares for you, Jin Yan reassured. Jin Yan thought the prince already liked Xiaoqing, so there was no need to overthink. Xiaowang closed his eyes, recalling their moments together. Compared to before, the princess had been very kind to him, but he couldn't promise anything. Jin Yan and Xin Xing looked expectantly, waiting for Chu Xingchen to come. Xiaowang kept his eyes closed but listened carefully, his ears unconsciously upright. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Xingchen didn't come in. Jin Yan couldn't hold back and went out to look. He found that Chu Xingchen had gone to find the imperial doctor. Chu Xingchen had no choice but to seek help from the doctor. She hoped the doctor could find an antidote. But time passed second by second. By the hour of high, around 9 to 11 p.m., the doctor looked sweaty, but still had no cure. Chu Xingchen had gone through her hardest moments after crossing into the story. She couldn't just cut off the heads of the doctors like in TV dramas. She could only stand up slowly and leave the hospital after 3 or 4 hours of waiting. When she stepped outside, she saw snow falling heavily like goose feathers. She shivered from the cold, and her cold was nothing compared to Xiaowang's. Chu Xingchen returned to Jinghong Palace, but found it hard to step inside. She didn't know how to face Xiaowang or what to do about this situation. Snowflakes fell on Zhu Xingchen's head and shoulders, quickly forming a thick layer. She had just arrived at the door, and Jing Yan, who was watching her closely, knew about it. Xiaowang also knew, but Zhu Xingchen hadn't come in yet, so Xiaowang remained silent. Jing Yan and Xin Xing dared not speak. Just as Jing Yan was about to speak up and ask the princess, Xiaowang suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Jing Yan, lock the palace gates and tell His Highness to return quickly to Jinhua Palace to rest. Don't catch a cold, and remember there will be court tomorrow." "Young master." Jing Yan was anxious. "What should you do?" "Just do as I say. Tell His Highness that Xiaowang closed his eyes. "I don't want her to come in." "Young master." Xin Xing couldn't help but shout out loud. How could the young master say such a thing? He clearly... "Hurry up." Xiaowang's voice was broken but stern. Jing Yan didn't move. Xin Xing lowered his head and responded, "Yes." Zhu Xingchen stood outside for a moment, gritting her teeth and about to step forward when Xin Xing came out. He bowed to her and whispered, "Your Highness, young master has already gone to sleep. He asked me to pass on that he doesn't want to see anyone." His last words were very quiet but clearly expressed his meaning. Zhu Xingchen was stunned. "Is that so?" Although surprised, Zhu Xingchen still let out a sigh of relief. She bit her lip and said, "Tell your young master that I will find a way to get him the antidote."
"Yes."
Xin Xing nodded and looked at her snow-covered shoulders. "Your Highness, please go back and rest. Take good care of young master. If anything happens, come find me."
"Yes."
Xin Xing waited until Zhu Xingchen left before having someone lock the palace gates. Xiao Wang and Zhu Xingchen left the palace, but returned in a way that couldn't be hidden from the people in the Eastern Palace. Xin Songzhu and Ling Zhou received the news one after another. After hearing the news, both Mingxian Palace and Feiyu Palace fell silent. The dishes that Xin Songzhu loved to eat in Mingxian Palace were served, but they were barely touched and soon cleared away. When Bao Pu mentioned that Zhu Xingchen went to the Imperial Medical Office and had been reading without turning a page for a long time, Xin Songzhu turned a page and said, "I heard that the disciples of the divine Dr. Valley are wandering outside. Go find out their news. As long as we find the person, no matter the cost, keep them here." Bao Pu responded yes. In Feiyu Palace, Ling Zhou had not eaten dinner and was practicing boxing, training with a sword, and looking miserable. Jin Xiang kept paying attention to the outside news. When he learned that Zhu Xingchen had gone to the Imperial Medical Office, Ling Zhou, covered in sweat, stopped. She went to see the Imperial doctor? The Golden Spear also went to find a skilled doctor. Our military doctors are very capable, but they mainly treat injuries from falls and fights. They probably can't handle emotional poisons. He didn't say anything but was told to go and look. "Just make sure to find an antidote," Ling Zhou muttered. Bojian quickly agreed. Of course, young general. Don't worry too much. How can I not worry? Xiao Shaoqing's health is already fragile, and now he's poisoned. How can his body handle this? Bojian hesitated, feeling that the young general wasn't just worried about Xiao Shaoqing but about the prince really helping to find an antidote. Sure enough, in the next moment, the young general said gloomily, "I'd rather be poisoned with that useless emotional toxin. At least my body can resist it." Bojian looked around nervously, afraid someone might hear.
Seeing no one, he relaxed.
Yes, the young general's health is better. If the young general were poisoned, it would be good if the prince could help with the antidote, but unfortunately, that's not possible. Ling Zhou looked unhappy. We must find a skilled doctor as soon as possible. Both the Feiyu Palace and Mingxian Palace started moving. When Chu Xingchen stood at Jinghong Palace's entrance, everyone was anxious. Only after Chu Xingchen left did they breathe a little easier. But that night was destined to be sleepless. Chu Xingchen returned to Jinhua Palace. Bei Dong urged him to lie down, but after lying down, he sat up again. Zhou Bian, arrange for people to guard the Imperial Hospital and Jinghong Palace. If there's any abnormality, report immediately. We must not let Xiao Shaoqing come to harm, understand? Zhou Bian nodded, yes. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just when he was finally drifting off, Jing Yan arrived. Jing Yan came to see him in the middle of the night. Chu Xingchen immediately got up.
Quick, let him in.
She was about to go out, but Zhou Bian looked at her with a frown and quickly threw her cloak over her shoulders. Jing Yan saw Chu Xingchen and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, Shaoqing's body is cold, getting colder and colder. His lips are turning purple from the cold. If this continues, he will really freeze to death. Please, Your Highness, help us, save him. Jing Yan kowtowed repeatedly. Chu Xingchen's heart pounded faster. Bei Dong helped Jing Yan up. Chu Xingchen stood to leave, but was stopped by a gust of cold wind at the door, making him hesitate. You came to see me? Does Shaoqing know? Has he agreed? Chu Xingchen asked as he turned back. Jing Yan paused. She had come out secretly. Chu Xingchen closed his eyes briefly. Xiao Wangmingming had said he didn't want this. Chu Xingchen did not speak, but Jing Yan understood her meaning. He clenched his teeth and said, Your Highness, Shaoqing didn't mean to. But his words were quickly interrupted by Xinxing, who hurried over. Your Highness, Jing Yan is just worried about Shaoqing. He has been with Shaoqing since he was young, so he's a bit anxious. You don't need to worry. Xinxing apologized and pulled Jing Yan away. Chu Xingchen looked at their backs and closed her eyes. She shouldn't have been involved in the detox and reconciliation, but Xiao Wang was her Shaoqing. Only she could remove the poison. If she didn't, he would suffer from the cold forever, even risking his life. What should I do? Chu Xingchen whispered with red eyes. Zhou Bian saw Chu Xingchen so conflicted and distressed. His brows furrowed tightly, as if he was thinking of something. Without a word, he changed into the Tianlu outfit and left. Jing Yan, with red eyes, only looked at Xinxing outside. Why did you stop me? Even if His Highness wants to punish me later, I don't want Shaoqing to suffer from that cold again. He's been cold and freezing since he was young. Why does he still have to endure this now? He doesn't dislike it. He just doesn't want His Highness to be troubled. You think I don't know? But how can we force His Highness? We must never go against Shaoqing's wishes. That's what we, as servants, must follow. Xinxing took a deep breath. Let's go back quickly. Shaoqing can't be without us now. Xiao Wang had already noticed they were missing. As soon as they returned, he asked, Where did you go? Seeing Jing Yan's expression, Xiao Wang guessed they probably went to find the princess. He couldn't help but look behind them, only to find it empty. His eyes darkened, feeling even colder, as if his bones were freezing. Jing Yan, go and accept your punishment. Jing Yan sniffed. I'll accept the punishment myself, but for now, let me take care of you. If Shaoqing had an accident, he wouldn't need to be punished anymore. He would just follow along. Xiao Wang didn't know how he survived that night. It felt like he was in an icy mountain, cold all night. His limbs grew numb, and his whole body froze. As dawn approached, Xiao Wang heard Jing Yan say someone had arrived. He didn't catch it clearly. "His Highness is here?" he asked hoarsely, trying to sit up. He didn't see Jing Yan's pained expression. The person outside paused for a moment before coming in. Xiaoqing Xiao. The person was Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou had a smiling face. Xiao Wang blinked twice, as if he was just noticing him. "It's Ling Xiaoqing. It's me. I heard you were poisoned, so I came to see you." Ling Zhou, who hadn't slept all night, had bloodshot eyes. He sat heavily on Xiao Wang's bed and reached out to feel his forehead. "It's really cold." He couldn't come tonight. Finally, daytime arrived, and he was determined to help Xiao Wang. "Brother Xiao Wang, don't worry. I've already sent someone to find a skilled doctor. The poison will definitely be cured." "Yes," added Shen Songju, who arrived a bit late. "I've also sent people to find a successor from the divine Healer Valley." Ling Zhou and Shen Songju gathered at the Jinghong Palace. Even Zhou Baiyan came unexpectedly to check on Xiao Wang. Though he didn't speak, he was indeed there. The Eastern Palace showed unprecedented unity. When Chu Xingchen returned from court, he heard the news that Ling Zhou and Shen Songju were staying with Xiao Wang because they cared about him. Breakfast was eaten in Jinghong Palace, and plans were made to take turns staying with Xiao Wang. Shen Songju even helped handle palace affairs, so Ling Zhou mostly stayed there. Chu Xingchen asked, "Are their feelings really that good?" Wandong chuckled inwardly. To outsiders, their close bond might seem touching, but she suspected otherwise. While Wandong was thinking about how to tell Chu Xingchen, he had already hurried over to Jinghong Palace. There, he met Ling Zhou. "Your Highness, you're here? If you come, won't it cause Xiao Xiaoqing's poison to worsen?" He wanted to say, "Your Highness, please don't take advantage of Xiao Xiaoqing's situation to bully him," but he swallowed the words. Chu Xingchen didn't notice his distraction. "I just want to see how he's doing."
I'm worried.
"Not very well, but don't worry. We'll take good care of him. Shen Songju has arranged for things Xiao Xiaoqing likes to eat. He's already had some food." "That's good," Chu Xingchen sighed in relief. "And Lung? Is he still very cold?" "Yes, a bit. But leave that to me," Ling Zhou said confidently. Chu Xingchen was surprised. "You have a way to fix it?" "More or less. Don't worry. I'll keep Xiao Xiaoqing warm. You know, I stay warm all winter. My father even calls me a little stove. With me here, you don't need to worry." After speaking, Ling Zhou moved to go. "I'm going now to warm Xiao Xiaoqing. You don't need to worry or come. You're not warm anyway." Chu Xingchen asked, "You're going to warm Xiao Xiaoqing?" That sounded strange. Ling Zhou confidently went inside. Chu Xingchen scratched his head and headed to the Imperial Hospital. Ling Zhou rushed into Xiao Wangqin's palace. Xiao Wangqin knew Chu Xingchen had arrived. He was about to close his eyes when he suddenly heard footsteps and then some rustling sounds. He furrowed his brows, and a bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could the prince? He quickly opened his eyes and saw Ling Zhou only wearing a single shirt. Xiao Wangqin. He was shocked. "Ling Zhou, what are you doing?" Could Ling Zhou be risking himself to prevent Chu Xingchen from helping him detoxify? "Just keeping you warm," Ling Zhou said casually, tossing his clothes aside, kicking off his shoes, and pulling back the blanket to crawl into bed. "Aren't you cold?" "I'm a little stove. I can keep you warm." "No need. You're crazy. Get out," Xiao Wangqin said, trying to hide inside the bed. "I'm not crazy. I mean it. Seeing you so cold makes me uncomfortable. Don't be afraid. I have a lot of fire energy. I'll keep you warm," Ling Zhou said firmly. He suddenly hugged Xiao Wangqin and took a deep breath. "You're really cold." Xiao Wangqin pushed him away. "Stop messing around. You might get sick too." "I won't."
I'm healthy, Ling Zhou insisted.
He really was like a small stove, but soon he started shivering as well. He held Xiao Wangqin like holding a block of ice that wouldn't warm up. Ling Zhou, who was never afraid of the cold since childhood, started trembling after a while but refused to give up. "It's okay.
I'm fine."
Seeing Shen Songju come in, Xiao Wangqin advised, "Shen Side Lord, you should join us." 2 people on each side might be better. Shin Songju looked at them with a complicated expression. Xiao Wangqin tried to persuade Ling Zhou not to continue, but he was too exhausted to speak clearly. He just said, Shinside Lord, your health is average. Don't get sick either. Ling Zhou agreed. All right, let's not all get sick. Chu Xingqian didn't get good news from the Imperial Hospital and had to leave first. Hearing that Shin Songju and Ling Zhou were there, he hesitated but decided to check in on them after hearing Ling Zhou's words. After seeing Ling Zhou and Xiao Wangqin, Chu Xingqian was silent. Xiao Wangqin closed his eyes and didn't look at Chu Xingqian. He felt numb. He should have been touched by Ling Zhou's actions, but he couldn't feel it. Seeing Ling Zhou trembling, Chu Xingqian thought it was serious and said, Ling Zhou, come down quickly. You might get sick too. I won't. I've been healthy since I was a child. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll take good care of Xiao Xiaoqing, Ling Zhou replied firmly. Be obedient, Chu Xingqian ordered, sending a golden spear and sword to pull him down. But Ling Zhou hugged Xiao Wangqin tightly and refused to let go. Chu Xingqian moved aside helplessly and told Zhou Bian, Zhou Bian, you take him down. I'm not wearing clothes, Your Highness, don't try to peek. Before Ling Zhou finished speaking, Zhou Bian acted. He wanted to avoid, but he was no match for Zhou Bian. After a few moves, Zhou Bian had him in custody and wrapped him in a blanket. The task was done. Zhou Bian said nothing and quickly disappeared. I will definitely beat you next time. Ling Zhou angrily stomped his foot and looked at Chu Xingqian, who was tightly wrapped in the blanket. Don't make trouble and get sick yourself. Chu Xingqian glanced at Xiao Wang, noticing his cheeks looked a bit thinner and he seemed quite worn out. But the tired look didn't make him look bad. Instead, it gave him a fragile, broken beauty. Xiao Wang saw her and quickly looked away. Just as Chu Xingqian was about to speak, Ling Zhou suddenly said, Wait, why are Lord Zhou's hands so cold? They seem a bit like Xiao Xiaoqing's. Chu Xingqian turned sharply. What? Just Lord Zhou's hands. When he touched me earlier, they were very cold, Ling Zhou awkwardly said. It's probably just a coincidence. A strange thought flashed through Chu Xingqian's mind. She replied, It's probably just a coincidence. Worried that staying longer would make Xiao Wang feel worse and that he had other concerns, Chu Xingqian quickly took her leave. She didn't notice the strange looks behind her and hurried back to Jinhua Palace. She looked up and called out, Zhou Bian, come out. There was a moment of silence, but no one came out. Zhou Bian, stop hiding. Come out quickly, Chu Xingqian said firmly. Finally, Zhou Bian appeared in front of her. Chu Xingqian stood up. Don't move. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Bian's hand. His hand trembled slightly, but he held back and didn't move. His hand was cold, just like Xiao Wang's earlier. Chu Xingqian was not satisfied and reached out to touch his face. It was also cold, with a faint blush on his cheeks. It wasn't as serious as Xiao Wang's, but there was a clear difference from usual. Chu Xingqian felt a chill in her heart. Zhou Bian, you tried the medicine. She spoke in a confident tone. When did you try it? Why did you try? Zhou Bian pressed his lips tightly. It was the first time he saw Chu Xingqian so troubled, and he wanted to help her solve the problem. He was used to it since he was young. He wasn't afraid of any poison. There was a handkerchief brought back specially with medicine on it. He secretly took it and asked the old doctor to try to make an antidote. No matter how strong the medicine was, he was willing to try, as long as he could find the antidote. Anyway, his body was better than Xiao Wang's. Once he tested it and found the result, the prince wouldn't have to worry or be troubled anymore. The antidote hasn't been tested yet, but His Highness discovered it. Zhou Bian lowered his head and did something His Highness hadn't ordered, which made His Highness angry. Zhou Bian thought that whatever punishment His Highness gave, he could accept it. He didn't notice Chu Xingqian holding his hand tightly in anger. When he finally realized he wasn't that cold anymore, he also sensed something strange. The coldness of the love poison didn't make him lose control, but at this moment, he became a little scared. Your Highness.
You.
He wanted Chu Xingqian to let go of his hand, but Chu Xingqian spoke first. What are you doing, Zhou Bian? Are you crazy? Having Xiao Wang alone was enough to trouble her, and now with Zhou Bian, It seemed like she might have to take care of both of them. I just told you last time not to take risks. How long has it been since then? What if this poison is deadly? Zhou Bian was anxious, and at that moment, he felt his whole body was burning. He suddenly wanted to hug His Highness and couldn't control himself, recalling how soft Chu Xingchen had been to him before. He broke free from Chu Xingchen's hand and ran away quickly. He was afraid that if he didn't run now, he might bite His Highness. His Highness kept talking, and his moving mouth made him want to bite, but he knew he absolutely couldn't. Zhou Bian, where are you running to? Chu Xingchen said, then suddenly realized something. She looked at her hand and was speechless, asking herself what she should do now. She was really about to lose her mind. The more complicated the situation, the calmer she needed to be. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment and said, Shadow, come out. The shadow that appeared was Tianlu, who was most familiar to Chu Xingchen besides Zhou Bian. Go to Taoren residence and check if Zhou Bian is there. If he is, tell him to stay put and keep warm. Don't run around. I'll send a doctor over. Tianlu immediately responded. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Leader only follows His Highness's orders. They had always only obeyed His Highness, and Leader Zhou wouldn't listen to them. They couldn't fight him, and even if they said 100 words, it wouldn't compare to His Highness's command. Chu Xingchen sighed helplessly. Then I'll go with you. He forced Zhou Bian not to move, and then headed to the Imperial Hospital. The staff at the hospital felt headache when they saw Chu Xingchen, just like the old doctor felt when he saw Zhou Bian. The old doctor was speechless, not understanding how Zhou Bian had become attached to him. This series of actions by Chu Xingchen made Xiaowang Lingzhou and Shun Songzhu receive the news one after another. Lingzhou was very irritable. Zhou Bian also got love poison. He did it on purpose, right? I can try the antidote too. Ba Jian listened and hesitated. Young general, do you really want to try? That poison is still very tormenting. He didn't want the young general to take risks. Seeing Xiaowang Lingzhou looking like that, he thought it was better not to take chances. Lingzhou scoffed, I'm not afraid of pain. If it comes, we can suffer together. He was just waiting to see who she would choose in the end. If she chose both, he would accept that too, since he didn't want to fall behind. Jin Qiang didn't reply. If the young general also got poisoned, the prince definitely wouldn't let him die. So, in the end, the young general might really end up sharing the prince's bed, just not in the right order. No matter what, it's better than being left out. But it was a risky move, so he stayed silent. Chu Xingchen returned from the Imperial Medical Office as the sky darkened. It was the second day since Xiaowang's poisoning. After tonight, if the poison isn't cured, Xiaowang might not survive by tomorrow. She couldn't let Xiaowang die, nor could she risk waiting until tomorrow.
And there was also Zhou Bian.
She couldn't cure both in one night. The best plan was to cure Xiaowang's poison tonight and Zhou Bian's tomorrow. The plan was feasible, but it meant she would become a true wife to both of them. She couldn't handle even one husband, let alone two. That was absolutely impossible. Chu Xingchen never imagined she would have to share a bed under such circumstances. Though she had read many jokes and some books in modern times and had some theoretical experience, she really had no practical experience. Chu Xingchen was lost in her chaotic thoughts when Dong hurried in. Your Highness, it seems Ling Xiaoqing also tried the poison?
What?
Chu Xingchen was so shocked she nearly jumped up. He's gone crazy too? She was already overwhelmed with the 2 people she had to save. Now, curing 3 people in a row? No, that was impossible. Where is he? I'll go find him. I'll beat him up. Do you think you can beat me? Ling Zhou's voice suddenly rang out. Chu Xingchen turned around and saw Ling Zhou arriving, wearing a cloak. No matter how cold it was, Ling Zhou always dressed lightly. He must have been wearing the cloak now, and his cheeks looked a little red, signs of poisoning. Chu Xingchen felt her heart sink. Ling Zhou, you really tried the poison? Ling Zhou looked at her silently. Chu Xingchen couldn't wait and reached out to check his hand. When she touched it, she was surprised and looked up.
You.
Did I scare you? Ling Zhou pulled his hand back. I just felt a bit cold today, so I wore a little more. He had been hesitant at first, but seeing Chu Xingqian's expression, he was glad he hadn't acted impulsively. He smirked slightly, then turned away. I just came to see you. Ling Zhou's dark red cloak fluttered in the air as he floated away. Now that I've seen, I'll go first. He finally took a moment to look at his girl. After tonight, she would belong to Xiao Wang. He left the Manhwa palace and couldn't help but recall the drunken night when he looked up at the snow falling gently, feeling the cold snow in his eyes. Ling Zhou murmured, I have no regrets. In Mingxian Palace, Bao Pu hurriedly entered the room. Side Lord, I received news that there might be some activity in the Fei Yu Palace. Side Lord, do you want to? The palace servants in Mingxian Palace always believed that the crown prince favored their side lord, and it was definitely the side lord first. But now, everything was disrupted. Bao Pu was anxious and unwilling. No, Shen Songzhu shook his head while practicing calligraphy. He wouldn't eat. He could see clearly that she didn't want to. So, he wouldn't deliberately try to poison her. He only wanted her to willingly agree. But if he were poisoned, he would find a way to cure himself and wouldn't suffer for so long. Bao Pu regretted not finding a divine doctor from the Valley of Gods. But tonight, His Highness might be. Everyone knew this fact well. Shen Songzhu looked calm, but his handwriting was already messy. He focused on his calligraphy, but tonight, even his writing was chaotic. Shen Songzhu put down his brush. Let's go for a walk. In Jinhua Palace, Wan Dong checked the time. Your Highness, the hot water is ready. Then let's take a bath. At the same moment, in Jinghong Palace, Young Lord, the hot water is ready. His Highness might be coming soon, and they had to prepare. Xiao Wang's lips had already turned blue from the cold. He moved a stiff hand, but didn't stop Jing Yan from helping him up. Half an hour later, Wan Dong finally pinned the last pearl hairpin into Chu Xingqian's hair. There, Your Highness, you look very beautiful tonight. Chu Xingqian looked at herself in the mirror, dressed in red, and nodded. Yes, very beautiful. Chu Xingqian usually liked red clothes, and tonight she wore this specially. She touched the delicate lotus embroidery on her dress and exhaled. Whether tonight was for intimacy or their first time, even if it was caused by love poison, she didn't want Xiao Wang to feel so unwilling. Although Xiao Wang's experience was different from what was described in the novel, and the love poison he was affected by was different too, in the novel, he fought desperately. The poison wasn't from her, and she didn't intend to get that close to him, but in the end, she still forced him. Thinking this way, Chu Xingqian had already reached the door when she suddenly looked at Wan Dong. Wan Dong, do you have wine? She wanted to drink to boost her courage. Wan Dong was helpless. Just as he was about to get the wine, Zhou Bu Yan suddenly arrived with the wine in hand. Young Master Zhou, why are you here? Still holding the wine, was he trying to cut in? It was clear Zhou young master still had ambitions. Zhou Bian didn't pay attention to the late winter and looked at Chu Xingqian dressed in red. Zhou Bian, didn't I tell you not to run around? I will come to find you tomorrow. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Bian shook his head and directly handed the wine in his hand to Chu Xingqian. Here for you. After a moment, Chu Xingqian left the Golden Flower Palace and hurried towards the Jinghong Palace, with Wan Dong chasing desperately behind. Your Highness, slow down. Hearing the calls below, Shen Songzhu furrowed his brows. He was sitting in the pavilion where Chu Xingqian once watched the rainbow, still recalling the jokes made there. He had decided not to listen or look, but when he saw her face flushed, he couldn't help but stand up and look over. His eyes immediately caught the bright red in the snow, so glaring. Although he was far away, he could see her steps were joyful and eager. Shen Songzhu squinted, noting that she had been unwilling yesterday, but changed in an instant. His hand under his sleeve clenched involuntarily. He watched her happily run to find another man, her red cloak quickly disappearing into the falling snow. Bao Pu stood aside, staring at her toes, too afraid to lift her head. Compared to the silence in the pavilion, with that splash of red arriving, Jinghong Palace seemed to boil over like hot water. Seeing Chu Xingqian come in with a big smile, Jin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wang saw Chu Xingchen in her red dress, smiling like a flower, and the heavy stone on his heart finally fell away. It was so good to see her come in happily, full of joy. Tonight, no matter what, he would be careful, make her hurt less, and not let her feel regret. Thinking that he was about to become Chu Xingchen's first man, and that tonight was their wedding night, Xiao Wang's face reddened even more. He forced himself to stand trembling. "It's snowing so heavily, why didn't you bring an umbrella?" He was covered in snow. Chu Xingchen, panting, was about to speak when Xiao Wang reached out and brushed the snow off her. "Why are you in such a hurry to come over?" Her memories of standing outside the door faded with this night. Xiao Wang raised his hand, gently wiping the snow from her hair. Although she was trembling from the cold, and his hand was icy cold, his touch was infinitely gentle. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang and smiled. His appearance was still so good, and it was truly unfair that they were together because of love. He deserved her whole heart, her gentle treatment, and most importantly, that he himself was willing. "I wanted to come early, so you would suffer less for a minute." Xiao Wang's hand trembled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xingchen placed the wine she was holding on the table. "Xiao Wang, drink the wine." Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed, "Okay. Drinking some wine is good. It helps reduce tension." Jin Yan and Xinxing finally smiled, guessing that His Highness wanted to share a toast with Xiaoqing. Seeing Chu Xingchen dressed in red, they regretted not dressing Xiaoqing in red or preparing wedding candles, but quickly brought 2 cups, carefully poured wine, and handed them to Chu Xingchen. "I don't want to drink." "Xiao Wang can." Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. "Xiao Wang, hurry up, if you drink it, you won't feel bad anymore." Jin Yan and Xinxing exchanged a knowing look, then quickly lowered their heads to leave. Xiao Wang's throat moved, and he drank the first cup in one gulp. Just after Xiao Wang finished drinking, Chu Xingchen brought the second cup.
"Come on, have another one," she said.
"Let's leave this terrible pain behind." Then came the third and fourth cups. Because the cups were small, Xiao Wang drank them all, stopping only at the 5th cup. "I can't go on. If I drink more, I'll get drunk," he said. He couldn't drink too much. Losing control would hurt her, and that would be bad.
"How do you feel now?"
"Are you warmer?" Chu Xingchen asked quickly. Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, then realized that his body didn't feel as cold anymore, and he seemed to have regained some sensation. A surprising thought flashed through his mind. "Your Highness, this wine. This medicinal wine is the antidote." Zhou Baiyan tested it. Chu Xingchen nodded confidently. "It works for you too. You don't have to suffer anymore or force yourself." Xiao Wang's fingertips twitched, and his mind went blank. "It seems to be much better." Chu Xingchen let out a breath of relief. "That's good if it works." She leaned over and touched Xiao Wang's hand, noticing it was no longer so cold, and exhaled deeply. "It works, it really works. You've suffered these past days. Now that you've found the antidote, thank you for your effort." Listening to Chu Xingchen's voice, Xiao Wang blinked and finally understood what was happening. His body was indeed warming up, but his heart felt like it was slowly growing colder. Xiao Wang said nothing. Chu Xingchen hurriedly said, "Xiao Wang, do you still feel cold? Try drinking a small cup." Xiao Wang shook his head. "I'm much better now. Thank you, Your Highness, and also, sorry to Lord Zhou." "No need to thank me." Chu Xingchen waved her hand.
"You really suffered this time."
After saying a few words, Chu Xingchen saw that Xiao Wang didn't seem to want to talk and hurriedly took her leave. "Xiao Wang, take good care of yourself. I will visit you again tomorrow. If anything happens, send someone to find me." Looking at Chu Xingchen's departing figure, Xiao Wang's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but remember a similar situation not long ago when Chu Xingchen also left after hearing they didn't need the antidote. Her current mood was just like his back then. Back then, it was them who refused, and now it was her turn to refuse. Fate really does take turns. Jin Yan and Shen Xingxing entered one after the other, both looking serious and anxious. "Young Master Xiao, why did His Highness leave again?" "This is the antidote." Xiao Wang pointed to the wine on the table. Young Master Zhou tested the medicine on himself and found the antidote. The words Young Master Zhou were spoken with emphasis. Jin Yan and Shen Xingxing were stunned, unsure whether to feel relieved or to sigh. How did they find it? Clearly, everything was. What's going on with Young Master Zhou? This wine is pretty good. Xiao Wang's eyes were red, and he drank another glass headlong. Shun Songzhu, in the pavilion, was calculating the time Chu Xingchen entered Jinghong Palace uncontrollably. He even couldn't help but wonder how far they had gotten. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and was about to leave when he saw a flash of red. Seeing her joyful steps leaving Jinghong Palace, Shun Songzhu wondered if he was hallucinating. Isn't that His Highness? Why is he coming out again? Hearing Baopu's voice, Shun Songzhu realized he hadn't misseen. His Highness was indeed out. What's going on? Baopu quickly learned that the antidote had been found, which explained her excited steps. Shun Songzhu's steps unconsciously quickened, but a question suddenly arose in his mind. What exactly is His Highness thinking?
Who does she like?
Chu Xingchen returned to Jinhua Palace and saw Zhou Baiyan waiting obediently. Not bad. Earlier, Zhou Baiyan suddenly brought her wine. She thought it was to boost her courage. After thanking him and about to drink, Zhou Baiyan directly grabbed her hand. It's not for His Highness to drink, it's for Xiao Xiaoqing. Drinking it will warm you. Zhou Baiyan's usually cold hand had changed. Chu Xingchen couldn't believe it and reached out to hold his hand. Both hands were warm, and touching his sleeve or his face and neck felt warm too. It really warmed up. Zhou Baiyan, do you mean that after drinking this it will truly be okay and warm? Zhou Baiyan, feeling itchy and uncomfortable from Chu Xingchen's touch, nodded affirmatively.
Yes.
Having found the antidote, Chu Xingchen left half of the wine behind and, holding the other half, went to find Xiao Wang, not bothering to say more to Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan, what kind of wine did you bring? Why does drinking it work? Medicinal wine from the old doctor. He took it from the old doctor. The doctor tried many methods, but none worked. Finally, he produced a medicinal wine soaked in strong alcohol. Although called medicinal wine, it contained potent toxins. The old doctor couldn't guarantee what would happen if someone drank it. He warned Zhou Baiyan that it might fight poison with poison, or it could make things worse and cause death. This wasn't a way to save a life, but a gamble with his own. The old doctor hesitated, but Zhou Baiyan said nothing and drank it directly. The old doctor was very frightened. In the end, he won the gamble. The prince will smile again. But the prince hadn't smiled much these days. Just for your smile. You risked your life? Are you crazy? The old doctor knew Shadow was wild, but he had never seen such madness. The antidote wasn't just medicine, it was a life. Take it and don't come back, the old doctor said, scared. He was angry about how the antidote was obtained, but Zhou Baiyan wouldn't tell Chu Xingchen. He only knew that his effort worked, and he found the right cure. You're amazing, old doctor. Chu Xingchen wanted to ask how Zhou Baiyan got the antidote from the doctor, but then she heard Zhou Baiyan ask, is Xiao Xiaoqing okay? He's fine now, the poison is gone.
Chu Xingchen noted that.
Seeing her expression, Zhou Baiyan relaxed completely. He didn't want her to look for Xiao Xiaoqing or hold him, but he had no right to interfere. If she wanted to go, he could only watch. If she didn't, he could control her. For the first time, he was thankful for his body. Zhou Baiyan, how much alcohol did you drink? 1 glass. 1 glass isn't enough to be safe. To be safe, Chu Xingchen made Zhou Baiyan drink 3 small more glasses. Zhou Baiyan didn't like alcohol but drank obediently.
Then,
he got drunk. How did Chu Xingchen realize? Because after Zhou Baiyan finished drinking, he immediately leaned back, but from time to time, he hung upside down to look at her, along with the rabbit pillow he was holding. Even the slowest person would notice something was wrong. Chu Xingchen, who originally wanted to sleep peacefully after solving the problem, had to force her eyes open. Zhou Baiyan, do you like this pillow? To her surprise, Zhou Baiyan nodded. Chu Xingchen, feeling sleepy herself, asked, do you want it? Zhou Baiyan nodded again. Chu Xingchen didn't expect Zhou Baiyan to be like this when drunk. She was about to give him the pillow but suddenly hesitated. She thought, Since he's drunk, it's a good chance to communicate and understand him. She shouldn't miss this opportunity. So, she spoke, Zhou Baiyan, besides the rabbit pillow, what else do you like? You tell me, and I will find a way to give it to you. Zhou Baiyan said without hesitation, Your Highness. He was confused and wondered how Your Highness would give her to him. Chu Xingchen was about to continue speaking when Zhou Baiyan suddenly called out, Your Highness. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. You can tell me 10 things you like or enjoy doing. Once you say them, I will give you the rabbit pillow. Anything else you mention, I will try to give you as well. Zhou Baiyan frowned. He wasn't sure if he liked or disliked certain things. The only thing he liked to look at now was Your Highness. Besides her, he had to say so many other things. He didn't dare ask how Your Highness would give her to him. If Your Highness gave her, it was a reward. If not, that was normal. Feeling disappointed, Zhou Baiyan looked a bit down. After a moment, he spoke, On duty. On duty meant he could see Your Highness. Chu Xingchen asked, And what else? Someone actually liked working. Notebook. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. If you like it, that's enough. Just remember it well. What's the third thing?
Smile.
Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen's smiling face. If you like to smile, why don't you smile more? Chu Xingchen said helplessly. Zhou Baiyan nodded and asked, Can I smile now? Of course, why ask that? Shadow can't smile, Zhou Baiyan replied. On duty, I can't smile or cry.
Chu Xingchen pauset.
You can smile, Zhou Baiyan. From now on, if you want to smile, just smile here.
Okay.
Zhou Baiyan smiled. If Your Highness likes me to smile, I will smile. Zhou Baiyan's smile was pure and free of gloom. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile along, clearly sensing his mood. Zhou Baiyan, you're very happy now. Why are you happy? Because of Your Highness. Your Highness didn't go to hold anyone else, so he was happy. Why are you happy because of me? After Chu Xingchen asked, Zhou Baiyan suddenly shrank back. Chu Xingchen was annoyed. Zhou Baiyan, you haven't finished talking yet. I'm tired, Zhou Baiyan said as he sat down, looking at Chu Xingchen sitting on the bed. Chu Xingchen burst out laughing. You're naturally tired because you're hanging around so much. She patted the edge of the bed. Sit down and let's continue talking about what you like. What else do you like? Zhou Baiyan obediently sat down. Drawing. He liked Your Highness's paintings. Do you still like drawing? Next time, I'll buy you art supplies and we can draw together. What else? Snowmen. When you're better, we can build one again someday. Anything else? Longevity peaches. The longevity peach is simple, and I can eat it every year on my birthday. Others can also enjoy it on their birthdays. Are there any other things like this? Things like these have only recently become available. Candied hawthorn sticks. Candied hawthorn? So you really like it. It's simple too. Just buy more in the future. Chu Xingchen was surprised but also wanted to try the sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Thinking of the sweet and sour taste, her eyes fell on the oranges on the table. The oranges were a tribute quickly brought by the local officials. In modern times, oranges are common and cheap, but here they are treated as special gifts.
Chu Xingchen sighed.
When Zhou Baiyan saw her gaze, he suddenly reached out with a metal claw and grabbed the oranges. Chu Xingchen was startled. Zhou Baiyan calmly took the oranges and said, They're not spoiled. After that, he carefully peeled one and placed it in Chu Xingchen's hand. Chu Xingchen immediately felt that the orange was different because it was taken with a metal claw. She held the orange without eating it. Zhou Baiyan frowned and took out one to feed her. Thank you. Chu Xingchen quickly took it. I can do it myself. She bit into it and was instantly hit with a sour taste. She looked at Zhou Baiyan, whose eyes shifted, and said, It's very sweet. Zhou Baiyan, you try one too. Chu Xingchen reached out and fed him a piece. Zhou Baiyan took a bite, and his face immediately scrunched up. Ha ha, you were tricked, right?
Chu Xingchen lao get lao li.
Oranges can also be candied hawthorn sticks. Tomorrow, I'll ask the kitchen to make some for you. Just coat them with sugar. The basket was originally given by the Empress and should have been shared today, but she was too busy to do so. Zhou Baiyan swallowed the sour orange and endured the sourness. Chu Xingchen gave him 2 more slices and continued eating herself. Since it was hard to get, we shouldn't waste it. What else? Zhou Baiyan, you haven't finished talking. Zhou Baiyan ate the sour orange, thought for a moment, and looked at her feet. Rabbit socks. Chu Xingchen looked at her socks. It seems you really like rabbits or cute things. She never expected that the cool guy Zhou Baiyan liked cute things. That's the charming contrast. Zhou Baiyan didn't speak, but just stared at her and the rabbit pillow. All right, I keep my word. Here you go. Chu Xingchen handed him the rabbit pillow. Zhou Baiyan immediately took it and hugged it, showing a satisfied smile. Chu Xingchen also smiled and said, I told you I like rabbit pillows. I'll have the seamstress make 2 more. Whatever number you want. No, Zhou Baiyan shook his head. I only want this one. He couldn't hold the prince, so he held a rabbit. This rabbit looked very much like the prince, soft and fragrant, with her scent. Chu Xingchen watched Zhou Baiyan smile, but the smile quickly faded because she suddenly realized that the things Zhou Baiyan liked seemed to be recent, many of which were related to her. Thinking about it, Zhou Baiyan is a shadow, responsible for protecting her. He must be constantly around her. But this can't go on for long. His social circle is too narrow. He needs to see more of the outside world. Zhou Baiyan, you should try to like other people too. When you're off duty, go outside more, meet new people. Zhou Baiyan shook his head. I don't want to. Why should he meet others? They are not the prince. All his feelings, attention, and so-called liking are only related to her. Chu Xingchen sighed. How does Zhou Baiyan still have a homebody tendency? The outside world is also very wonderful. No, Zhou Baiyan hugged his rabbit pillow and tried to leave. Chu Xingchen quickly grabbed him because he was drunk and she caught him. But this pull directly made Zhou Baiyan fall onto her bed. He blinked, seeming confused. Chu Xingchen hurriedly said, Don't go up there. You just got better, so you need to rest well. Tonight, you must stay in bed and sleep. That's an order. Zhou Baiyan responded slowly with an "oh," then closed his eyes. Chu Xingchen pushed him gently. If you agree, go back quickly. This is my bed. I want to stay here, Zhou Baiyan said honestly, leaning against the warm quilt, feeling dizzy and just speaking his mind. Chu Xingchen. No, this is my bed. You need to go back to your own bed to sleep well. Zhou Baiyan looked at her, then moved to the foot of her bed. Even Ling Zhou could sleep here, so he should be able to. He wouldn't crush the prince. Zhou Baiyan held his rabbit pillow and closed his eyes peacefully. Chu Xingchen was shocked. No, Zhou Baiyan, don't sleep at the foot of the bed. You need to go back to your own bed. I want to stay here, Zhou Baiyan accused Chu Xingchen, watching her. Even Ling Zhou could sleep here, but he wasn't allowed. I won't bite you, Zhou Baiyan added after thinking. Although he really wanted to bite the prince, he would hold back. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Zhou Baiyan was drunk. She had thought it was funny earlier, but suddenly he turned into a rascal. Am I afraid you'll bite me?
She said.
I'm not a little dog. Thinking that he was testing medicine for her, Chu Xingchen finally softened and compromised. Fine, if you don't want to go back, just sleep here. Anyway, Zhou Baiyan's heart is completely free of romantic feelings. He shows no reaction even when he is in front of her and often stays up at night watching her. The bed at the foot of the bed is just the foot of the bed. Chu Xingchen takes a pillow and places it under Zhou Baiyan, then covers him with a quilt. If you're cold, just tell me. Zhou Baiyan watches Chu Xingchen's actions with a confused look and remains still, looking very obedient. Chu Xingchen smiles softly. Zhou Baiyan, go to sleep now. Close your eyes and rest. Chu Xingchen originally wanted to let Zhou Baiyan sleep in her bed and go to the side hall, but whenever she moved, Zhou Baiyan would stare at her. In the end, she was too tired and gave up. Finally, Zhou Baiyan successfully sleeps on Chu Xingchen's bed. The on-duty Tianlu. This scene looks familiar. He is full of admiration, thinking that the leader is amazing for protecting the princess's innocence. He also wants to learn from her example and do the same in the future. That night, nothing happened. Zhou Bian woke up the next morning feeling soft and comfortable, surprised to find himself sleeping on Chu Xingchen's bed, hugging a bunny pillow.
He was completely confused.
He recalled carefully, but only remembered drinking medicinal wine. After that, everything was blank. Seeing that Chu Xingchen was still not awake, he quietly put down the pillow and tried to leave. "You're awake," Chu Xingchen suddenly said. "You probably want the pillow, so take it." Zhou Bian. Why does the princess know he wants the pillow? He stiffly thanks her and quickly leaves. This time, Chu Xingchen didn't call him back. Wan Dong came in holding clothes. "Your Highness, this is the new sleepwear made by the embroidery room. All according to your instructions." Chu Xingchen was interested earlier and drew some cartoon cats, which the embroidery room embroidered onto her pajamas. "Looks good." Chu Xingchen liked it very much. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, "Make a set in black, also embroidered with cats, according to Zhou Gongzi's size." Zhou Bian prefers cute things, so she now knows what to do in the future. Ask the kitchen to make some candied tangerines and send them to Zhou Gongzi. Only Zhou Bian's tangerines were made into candied tangerines. The others were sent directly, as they were. Shun Songju ate a piece that was too sour and turned into jam. Ling Zhou's face scrunched up like a bun, and even after teeth fell out, he still finished eating. Xiaowang took a bite and only felt bitterness in his mouth. The old doctor's medicinal wine was really good. Xiaowang and Zhou Bian drank it for 2 days, and gradually all their symptoms disappeared. The Eastern Palace returned to normal, but only on the surface. After this experience, Xiaowang became more calm and quiet. The entire Jinghong Hall also fell silent. Jing Yan and Xin Xing had always believed that the prince liked Xiaoqing the most, but now they are beginning to doubt it. In the past, Jinghong Palace would occasionally mention Chu Xingchen, but now the phrase Princess Dowager has become a taboo in Jinghong Palace, and no one dares to mention it easily. Jin Yan fears Xiaowang's pain, and even collected the white jade abacus Chu Xingchen once gave him. Xiaowang noticed this and found it a bit strange to use other abacuses, but he didn't ask or say anything about replacing it. He was never very talkative, and now he speaks even less. Besides palace affairs, he rarely says more than a few words each day. When he sees Chu Xingchen again, he feels that all the familiarity has disappeared. Actually, Chu Xingchen also feels awkward when she sees Xiaowang. She wants to ease the tension, but Xiaowang seems to avoid her entirely. He looks at the oranges left aside, which are spoiled, then at Xiaowang, who is about to leave after asking for peace, as if even a minute with her makes him uncomfortable. She smiles bitterly. Xiaoqing, she pauses, looking at Xiaowang's increasingly charming face, as he has become thinner. Don't worry. After a while, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you like.
Just give me a little more time.
Xiaowang's eyes deepen slightly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his gaze. It turns out she never truly intended to keep him out of the palace. She has changed now, but what hasn't changed is her dislike for him. Her kindness is only because of political needs from the previous court. He should have known this long ago. Xiaowang lifts his eyelids and bows. Thank you, Your Highness. Since she dislikes him so much, he will leave the palace early according to her wishes. Anyway, he never planned to stay in the palace in the first place. Xiaowang bows and leaves. Chu Xingchen watches his back and exhales, thinking that things might get better after some time. But after that, Chu Xingchen never found a good opportunity. A thick wall of distance rose again between Xiaoqing and her, just like before, or even worse. He was very busy. He was busy and she was busy too, so they had little time to communicate. Strong liquor was a big hit, and alcohol was being tested among the people, gaining wide popularity. Wu and Qi countries, as Chu Xingchen predicted, bought large quantities after the experiments. Besides the divine medicine water, they were more interested in Xingchen paper and the new printing techniques, eager to get a share of the profits, and proposed several seemingly good deals. However, Chu Xingchen refused all of them. The paper can be sold to them, and it doesn't have to be at a high price, just sell at normal rates. The same goes for printing. Let them buy books directly, at the same price. But in Qi and Wu countries, we won't sell them our collections. If they want to see them, they can come to Chu country. Qi and Wu countries were unhappy but had no choice but to accept because the quality was excellent, and transporting the books back was still cheaper than normal. Merchants are driven by profit, and traders from Qi and Wu states are rushing into Fomin City in Chu. Because of strong liquor and paper books, Chu, which was always the weakest among the three kingdoms, suddenly gained great fame. In the past, scholars from Chu would go to the other two kingdoms to study. Now, Fomin City has become a place that scholars dream of visiting. Everyone wants to see the Chu library and catch a glimpse of the Chu princess's grace. Everything is developing well, thriving day by day. Chu Xingchen's reputation is growing louder, and Xiao Wang is also gaining fame. But at this moment, the Xie family submitted a petition from the people. This time, the Xie family no longer stayed in the background. Xie Ziqing's father, Mr. Xie, personally stepped forward. He wrote a letter to all scholars, signed by over 10,000 readers, protesting and making requests. Imperial consorts should not interfere in politics, but the princess directly appointed her junior minister to manage and interfere with paper printing, which is against natural order. Coincidentally, the Xiao family also made a mistake. It's unclear whether the main wife intentionally accepted bribes from book merchants, but she did not approach Xiao Wang. In the end, the book merchant was forced to hang himself. The details of the hanging have not been fully investigated, but under incitement, it was turned into a crime committed by Xiao Wang. Eventually, accusations of a male fox spirit causing chaos and harming the country appeared. Are they saying I seduced the princess and caused trouble? Xiao Wang said mockingly. Despite being someone who could be expelled from the palace at any time, he was given such a reputation. That's perfect. It makes it easier for the princess to kick me out of the palace. He had prepared for everything but ultimately failed and was defeated completely. Serves him right, Xiao Wang. Serves him right. Chu Xingchen was speechless upon hearing the male fox spirit's accusations and couldn't believe Xiao Wang would think that way. She was just pondering how to solve this problem when the Xie family came up with a new move. They seized the book merchant's suicide as an opportunity to target Xiao Wang and Chu Xingchen. They demanded that Chu publicly reveal the methods used to produce Xingchen paper and the new printing techniques, so that all scholars in Chu could use them. This would give scholars and book merchants who rely on books a way to survive. The process of gathering over 10,000 signatures was not mentioned, but once the petition was submitted, Mr. Xie immediately caught everyone's attention and was praised by many, especially the scholars who earn their living copying books, as the appearance of the Chu library disrupted their livelihood, leaving them in hardship. They supported this statement. There was also support from the book merchants, who were aggressive, and the Xie family was very satisfied with this. This time, it was directly Xie Ziqing's father who stepped forward because they couldn't stay silent any longer. Xie Ziqing's matter had caused quite a stir. The influence of Xingchen paper printing was too great. If things continued this way, the reputation of the Xie family would only get worse, and their influence would diminish further. They had to take action. If they succeeded, all scholars in the world would thank and respect him. The states of Qi and Wu would also have the Xie family's name. Once the petition was made because it was sincere and pointed, and the angle was sharp, it quickly stirred public opinion. Many people supported Chu Xingchen, but countless others backed the Xie family. The Xie family used their influence to lead the debate, loudly praising their righteousness and speaking up for scholars everywhere, unafraid of authority. For a time, the Xie family became famous across the land, gaining the top spot. With the interference of Qi and Wu states, those supporting Chu Xingchen fell behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang was being criticized more and more. Chu Xingchen publicly defended Xiao Wang, listing his talents, but no one listened, and it even backfired. The previous bets now seemed like Xiao Wang's faults. In just 3 days, the situation changed dramatically. The Great Chu Library had become a battleground for debate and public opinion, losing its original purpose. Your Highness, the Xie family came prepared this time. Their influence among scholars is not to be underestimated. Should we let Xie Ziqing return to the palace to make them wary? After such a big event, Shen Songzhu was naturally busy. However, this time, the Xie family's stance was firm, and the royal family's generosity benefited many, leading to chaos and confusion. No need, Chu Xingqian shook her head, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Engaging in public opinion battles and slandering Xiao Shaoqing. They've gotten a bit too bold. She wasn't unprepared. The Xie family's actions had truly angered her. Thinking about Xiao Wang's recent weight loss and colder attitude, Chu Xingqian decided to give the Xie family a lesson. Does the crown prince have a plan? Shen Songzhu immediately asked. Yes, I do. I want to discuss it with you. That night, the reply from the princess of the petitioners arrived, becoming the focus of attention. The Great Chu Library and the Royal Publishing House have long collaborated with bookstores and merchants in Great Chu, Wu, and Qi states. They won't push anyone to the brink. The princess means that the partners they sought have their own requirements. Attempting to bribe their way in is impossible. Xiao Shaoqing has already entered the palace, and Xiao family's wife is accepting bribes, but he is unaware of it. Regarding the princess's trust in the men from the Red Mansion, the Dali Temple didn't say much. It is said that the coroner is very capable and has already identified the real culprit in several cases. As a result, many people have presented him with plaques, and some believe the princess values his skills the most. Xiao Shaoqing is also favored by the princess because of his abilities. You haven't heard that people from Qi and Wu states want to come to our Chu country. Yes, and besides Fomin City, other major cities in Qi will also open their bookstores gradually. 2 cities will open within 3 days. As for the starry paper and the new printing methods, they will be shared and announced gradually when the time is right. In short, Chu Xingqian won't hide or keep control forever. When to reveal everything depends on the right moment, which she will decide. She also decides when the time is right, but don't bother her about it. If she's unhappy, she might just choose not to publish it at all. What does the princess mean by newspaper? Everyone's attention slowly focused on the announcement at the end of the reply letter. The princess said that a newspaper will be published soon. This newspaper is very important. Everyone who reads, even ordinary people, should see it and not miss it. This was the first time everyone heard about a newspaper, but they were very interested. Chu Xingqian often made big moves. So what exactly is this newspaper she announced? Suddenly, everyone started discussing and looking forward to it. Disguised as usual, Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang and whispered, "Did you hear that? When the newspaper comes out, I'll give the Xie family a good scolding to vet my anger for you. If you have any sarcastic or critical comments, just tell me." Lately, Xiao Wang has been in a bad mood and very busy. Despite all that, he's been criticized and pointed at the nose. His wife at home is also a burden. Xiao Wang's aura is growing colder and colder. Chu Xingqian decided to take Xiao Wang out for a walk to relax and let him see that she won't believe everything blindly. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingqian with complex eyes. He thought she might use this chance to kick him out of the palace. But she didn't. Instead, she was ready to take revenge for him and defend him. Because of her firm response, everyone started to accept him more. He should feel relieved, but he found her even more confusing. Looking at her with her beard and her deliberately darkened face, Xiao Wang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He didn't know Chu Xingqian had such a side. Today, seeing her with a beard and a changed appearance almost made him burst out laughing. Xiao Wang was about to speak when he heard a quiet discussion nearby. Is young Master Xiao really that handsome? Of course. Otherwise, the young lady wouldn't like him so much. Chu Xingqian suddenly felt awkward. Don't mind it. It's mainly because your appearance is truly outstanding. They didn't leave me alone either. They often say I am like a ruler who doesn't attend court. Xiao Wang frowned. Why wouldn't the ruler attend court? Naturally, because the night is too short and the days are busy, Chu Xingqian replied casually. Then suddenly remembered that the Great Chu didn't have a poet saint or a poet demon, so this poem didn't exist. She paused, and Xiao Wang already understood. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he really had that ability, a few words wouldn't matter. But he didn't. Chu Xingchen didn't even want to touch him. So how could she say she was like a ruler who didn't attend court? She clearly felt that after she said that, the atmosphere cooled down. She was annoyed, realizing she had touched on a sensitive topic. Xiao Wang quickened his steps. Let's go back first. There are more and more people.
Oh.
Okay. Chu Xingchen hurried to follow. But just a few steps later, a crowd rushed in from outside. The young lady's reply letter is here, right? Please make way, everyone. As more people pushed in, it became crowded. Chu Xingchen was moving against the flow and found it hard to move forward, only able to watch Xiao Wang walk farther away. Wait for me, she called out, but her foot was stepped on. A servant girl, busy protecting her master, pushed Chu Xingchen aside. Chu Xingchen was pushed against a bookshelf and stepped on several times. When Xiao Wang turned around, all he saw was Chu Xingchen lost in the crowd. Chu Xingchen clung tightly to the bookshelf, feeling regretful. She thought if only she hadn't rushed Zhou Baiyan to rest. Luckily, the shelves were fixed to prevent them from falling, so leaning against them was safe. But the other side of the bookshelf was not safe either. Someone pushed the books, and Chu Xingchen was suddenly struck the forehead. She didn't care about the pain from the hit. She wanted to protect her head with her hand, but someone else had already done it for her. It was Xiao Wang who hurried back. Xiao Wang supported the bookshelf and firmly protected Chu Xingchen in his arms. She looked up at Xiao Wang and said, "Thank you." Her hair was messy from the hit, her small beard was fallen, and her forehead was red. She looked up at him with gratitude in her eyes. Xiao Wang swallowed hard. Clearly, he hadn't taken good care of her. He had left quickly out of frustration and didn't look after her, which was why she was hurt. Seeing the redness on Chu Xingchen's forehead, Xiao Wang only felt it was too bright and uncomfortable. He turned around and shouted, "Stop pushing!" His voice was full of anger and authority, but because the library was noisy, it was soon drowned out. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang both thought that the safety measures in the library needed to be improved, but for now, they just wanted to get through this moment. People kept coming in, and Xiao Wang could only continue to hold onto the bookshelf to protect Chu Xingchen. He felt a lot of pressure, squeezed tightly. Xiao Wang's veins on his hands bulged. Chu Xingchen looked up at Xiao Wang and softly said thank you again. After the crowd had passed, Xiao Wang finally let go.
"Let's go," he said.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wang felt a strong force coming from behind him, hitting his shoulder. Seeing Xiao Wang about to be pushed, Chu Xingchen quickly reached out to pull him back. She caught him, so Xiao Wang wasn't knocked over.
But
her forceful pull also tore her clothes open. They had just come out of the palace. Xiao Wang was wearing simple scholar's clothes. Since they had been squeezed and pushed earlier, his clothes were already loose. Now, she had pulled so hard that they tore, revealing smooth, white skin. Just a second before, Chu Xingchen was happy that she had caught Xiao Wang to prevent him from falling. The next second, she froze when she saw her torn clothes. I didn't do it on purpose," Chu Xingchen stammered, hurriedly trying to fix his clothes. But in her panic and embarrassment, she didn't do it well, and things only got messier. Somehow, she even unfastened his belt. It was as if she heard the sound of her rational mind breaking apart. Her face turned red, and she was completely humiliated. She said she didn't do it on purpose. Would Xiao Wang believe her? At first, Xiao Wang was also stunned. But seeing her like this, his heart softened. He held her hand and said, "Let me do it." He wanted to turn his back to her, but instead, he turned around and faced a large group of people. So, he had to turn back to face Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen lowered her head, staring at her toes, refusing to look at anything else. After Xiao Wang fixed her clothes, he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing her head bowed, he sighed again. "Let's go." Xiao Wang gently pulled her wrist and led her outside the library. She just didn't like herself. What's wrong with that? When they reached outside the library, Xiao Wang finally relaxed. But when he saw Chu Xingchen, he was overwhelmed with regret. Chu Xingchen was covered in dirt and looked very messy. Her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was smudged, making her look like a little cat with patches of black and white on her face. Her clothes were wrinkled, and the red mark on her forehead was even redder. One of her shoes had a footprint on it, clearly stepped on, and the other shoe was missing altogether. She didn't notice this when she was hurriedly pulled out earlier. Seeing his gaze, Chu Xingqian shrank back and smiled awkwardly. My shoe was stepped on and kicked away quickly. I couldn't get it back. Use mine. Xiao Wang offered to give her his shoes. No, it's okay. My shoes don't smell bad, Xiao Wang explained. Or, I can buy you a new pair. No, please don't. Xiao Wang was worried about buying shoes, so he said, then wear mine. He crouched down to take off his shoes, but Chu Xingqian suddenly let out a small cry. What's wrong? I think I twisted my ankle, Chu Xingqian said shyly. I'm so useless today. One shoe was gone, and she had twisted her ankle. Xiao Wang probably thought she was too helpless and a burden. We were just planning to go shopping and get something to eat. Shopping and eating usually make people feel better, but now her plan was ruined. It's not your fault. You're injured now, so there's no need to say more, Xiao Wang said, feeling uncomfortable inside. Can I check your ankle? Xiao Wang asked anxiously. If her ankle was badly twisted, it could be dislocated or broken. I can check it myself, Chu Xingqian said, stepping back and sitting on a stone bench by the roadside. Just as she was about to look, Xiao Wang grabbed her. Let's go to the carriage to look. This was a busy street. Okay. Chu Xingqian was about to stand up, but Xiao Wang held her back. Don't move. He bent down and reached out. Chu Xingqian looked up at him. Young Master Xiao. I'll carry you back. No need, I can walk by myself, just hop along. There are many people here, Xiao Wang reminded her. But I'm heavy. Don't drop me, she said. She wasn't very heavy, she was quite slim, but Xiao Wang was also thin. He sighed helplessly and smiled. Do you look down on me, Your Highness? Are you worried I'll drop you? I may not practice martial arts, but I am still a man. I didn't mean you're weak. I'm just worried you'll get tired, she explained. I won't. Xiao Wang paused and suddenly turned around. How about I carry you? I won't get tired, and I definitely won't drop you. He took Chu Xingqian's hand and pulled her onto his back before she could refuse. Chu Xingqian was still surprised when Xiao Wang carried her away. Chu Xingqian hurriedly hugged his neck. Xiao Wangwei smiled slightly, then felt some undeniable softness. His Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath and carried Chu Xingqian through the crowd. His steps were steady, as if he was not tired at all. Chu Xingqian sighed in relief. It was the first time in her life that someone had carried her like this. She couldn't help but smile. Usually, she only saw Xiao Wang standing tall and cold, but she didn't expect his shoulders to be so warm and strong. No wonder in romantic dramas, such scenes are always sweet. Chu Xingqian unconsciously relaxed and softly said, Thank you. Xiao Wang paused slightly. No need to be so polite. As they walked, they saw more and more people heading to the library, talking about replying to books and newspapers. Their opposite direction attracted attention. To avoid being recognized, Chu Xingqian quickly lowered her head. The library was out of control because her reputation was high. Being blocked and stepped on because of her fame was the first time for her. Chu Xingqian covered her face, and Xiao Wang could clearly feel her breathing. He took a deep breath, carefully watched her legs, and headed toward the carriage not far away. Chu Xingqian was on his back, and her scent filled his nose. At that moment, Xiao Wang suddenly wished the road to the carriage could be a little longer, just a bit farther. No matter how Xiao Wang prayed, the carriage still arrived. Xiao Wang walked away, but suddenly, someone appeared where they had just stood, quietly watching their backs. He wanted to catch up but hesitated, then stopped. Your Highness, I can't follow. This person was Zhou Baiyan, who Chu Xingqian had personally allowed to go outside more often. Zhou Baiyan reached outside, but he didn't know where to go in this vast world. In the end, he followed Chu Xingqian, but he didn't dare get too close so she wouldn't notice. He saw how Chu Xingqian looked after going into the library and coming out again. He was angry and wanted to go over, but stopped himself. Your Highness has Xiao Xiaoqing. That's enough. Although Xiao Xiaoqing can't protect her well, she likes him. He stood still for a moment, then followed the crowd into the library. Amid the noisy discussion about the princess, he looked around carefully. Finally, he saw an inconspicuous corner near a bookshelf, where a shoe was stepped on and covered in dust. The shoe was a men's style, exactly the same as the one he was wearing, just smaller. This was because Chu Xingqian was changing into men's clothes and thought his shoes looked comfortable. The shoes were made by the embroidery room. He picked up his shoes, brushed off the dust, and left with them. On the carriage, he carefully settled Zhu Xingqian inside. Xiao Wang first asked Jing Yan to get some ice from the nearby tavern, then gently took off Zhu Xingqian's shoes. I can do it myself, Zhu Xingqian hurriedly said. Xiao Wang's actions made her feel like she was handling something precious, but really, it was just her feet. Don't move around, Xiao Wang said, glancing at Zhu Xingqian. He carefully took off her socks to reveal her ankles. Seeing this, Zhu Xingqian relaxed a little. It's not serious, just a bit red and swollen. Xiao Wang examined her carefully and took the ice from Jing Yan. Apply it first to reduce swelling. Oh, okay. I can do it myself. Let me do it, Xiao Wang said, helplessly. Right now, Your Highness doesn't need to worry about boundaries. It's not about boundaries. I'm just worried it might trouble you, Zhu Xingqian said awkwardly. As long as Your Highness doesn't mind, Xiao Wang replied softly, placing Zhu Xingqian's foot on his lap. It might hurt a bit, but please bear with it. He used a handkerchief to cushion the ice pack and gently pressed it onto her ankle. The ice was very cold, but his hand was warm. Zhu Xingqian instinctively clenched her clothes and softly said, "Thank you." He added in a muffled voice, "I don't dislike you. If I did, it would be because you dislike me." His delicate touch was hard to ignore. Xiao Wang's face turned slightly red. "I won't." The carriage grew quiet, only the sound of hooves and occasional noise from outside. Earlier, Zhu Xingqian thought the carriage was very spacious, but now she suddenly felt it was a bit cramped. She moved uncomfortably, and her socks, which were halfway off, slipped off with a thud. Zhu Xingqian. She glanced down, and the little cat on her sock seemed to be mocking her. Her toes instantly looked like they could fit into a small room. Xiao Wang looked at Zhu Xingqian's suddenly curled up, tender toes, his eyebrows twitching. He reached out to stop her from moving again. "Your Highness, don't move around." He tried not to look at her feet and bent down to pick up her sock. His long, elegant hand didn't match the cute cat sock at all, nor did it match his overall appearance. Zhu Xingqian quickly reached out. "Give it to me." "Is this a cat?" Xiao Wang asked, handing it to her. "It seems Your Highness really likes cats and rabbits. Last time it was a rabbit, now it's a cat. Both are very adorable. As long as it's cute, I like it," Zhu Xingqian said hurriedly, grabbing the sock and hiding it behind her back, trying to destroy all evidence. Xiao Wang smiled softly, moving his sleeve to cover Zhu Xingqian's foot, preventing it from being exposed or freezing. Zhu Xingqian saw his actions and couldn't help but smile. Still, Xiao Wang was the best like this. His heart was the softest. Seeing her smile, Xiao Wang said, "Your Highness, even now you still smile like that. In the future, don't get hurt again." He didn't want her to be hurt. It's not really an injury, and I think that a little sprain was worth it for now. You weren't talking to me before, but now you're finally willing to talk. Xiao Wang looked at Zhu Xingqian's cute face with a smile, feeling complicated inside. "I didn't ignore you. Clearly, it was you who wanted me to leave the palace. But you did, though it doesn't matter now. From now on, can we still be as good as before?" Looking into Zhu Xingqian's eyes, Xiao Wang helplessly nodded. "Okay."
Great.
Zhu Xingqian was happy, then a little regretful. She lifted the curtain. "I wanted to go shopping properly." Just as she finished speaking, the carriage stopped at an intersection, and the carriages ahead collided. In modern times, there's traffic jam. In ancient times, there was also traffic jam, and the traffic congestion in this great Chu country was no less than modern times. Zhu Xingqian looked outside. "We should get a traffic light."
What if there are no traffic lights?
Then manual control is needed, using symbols or images to direct traffic. As long as the instructions are clear, it can work. Thinking of this, Chu Xingchen casually mentioned it to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang nodded repeatedly. Your Highness always comes up with good ideas.
Ah.
It's not just my idea. Chu Xingchen looked out the window, her eyes suddenly bright. That mask is so pretty. Xiao Wang glanced at it. That's the mask worn during the Lantern Festival or New Year's Eve Lantern Fair. Wearing masks, men and women would visit lantern fairs together, leading to many marriages. I also want to wear a mask and visit the lantern fair. Xiao Xiaoqing, it will be lively then. Let's go together. Xiao Wang's hand paused for a moment, and he quietly agreed. All right. Since the accident ahead would take some time to resolve, he directly said, I'll go buy it. Do you want that little cat mask, Your Highness? Yes, yes.
Chu Xingchen not that Vigo scene.
Xiao Wang chuckled. You still like cats, little flower cat. He endured it all along the way, and now finally reached out to wipe the black paint off her face. His gentle fingertips made Chu Xingchen wait until Xiao Wang got off the carriage before patting her leg. You don't even argue when you're teased. Beauty can be a trap. Looking at her feet, Chu Xingchen suddenly realized, wait, Xiao Wang's hand. It seems to have touched my foot just now. While she was thinking, Xiao Wang returned, perhaps while she was wiping her face. He wore a red fox mask and handed her a small cat mask. Xiao Wang looks good wearing the fox mask. It suits you. The red fox mask makes him look more mysterious, making people want to see his face even more. Chu Xingchen tries on a small cat mask and says, Xiao Wang, you look good in red. Wearing red clothes must also look great. Xiao Wang usually wears gray clothes and rarely wears bright colors. Xiao Wang pauses silently. Chu Xingchen puts on the mask and asks, do I look good? He softly responds with a and takes out a pair of shoes from behind, placing them at Chu Xingchen's feet. Shoes.
Ah?
Chu Xingchen removes the mask and looks down at the beautifully embroidered shoes. Did you buy these just now? Yes. Try them on, Xiao Wang gestures, thinking they should fit. He had just indicated so. Thanks. The shoes are very nice, Chu Xingchen says, about to try them on, then stops. No, my socks are dirty. Don't get the shoes dirty. Xiao Wang hesitates, but says nothing. Chu Xingchen looks at the shoes and asks, Xiao Wang, do you know the meaning of giving shoes as a gift? Xiao Wang's heart skips a beat. He didn't think much when he bought them, but it seems only close husbands can give shoes to their wives.
What?
What does it mean? Giving shoes symbolizes farewell. It seems like a separation, Chu Xingchen explains. She has heard this saying before. Does it mean they are going to part ways? Xiao Wang stops. Is there such a saying? Isn't it only when parting from a pair that it's bad? Parting from a pair is, but giving shoes is too, Chu Xingchen replies. Then I won't give them, Xiao Wang says, trying to take the shoes back. Chu Xingchen, do you already gave them to me and now you want to take them back? No, it's just a saying. She really has a sharp tongue for bringing this up. The shoes are quite nice. Xiao Wang looks into her eyes.
You don't have to take them back.
Then give me silver. Chu Xingchen, to how much? Back at the palace, Xiao Wang carried Chu Xingchen inside. Xiao Wang was carrying Chu Xingchen, and Chu Xingchen still held the new shoes. Everyone in the palace heard about the reply letter and the newspaper. Now, the crown princess is viewed differently by scholars. Her reply attracted everyone's attention, and the news spread quickly. Chu Xingchen is quite satisfied with the speed of this spread. The Su family used public opinion to pressure her, but she also used their influence to promote herself. The effect was very good and she was very happy. People are in a good mood during happy events. Xiao Wang and she quickly returned to their usual selves. Chu Xingchen thought it was necessary to celebrate with hot pot tonight. Your foot is hurt, Xiao Wang just said when he saw Ling Zhou, who was building a snowman with Chu Xinghai. Chu Xinghai saw Chu Xingchen being carried on Xiao Wang's back and immediately changed his expression, rushing over like a firecracker. Big sister, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Ling Zhou followed behind silently, his eyes fixed tightly on Chu Xingchen. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle, Chu Xingchen quickly explained. Ling Zhou relaxed slightly, but still looked at Xiao Wang with displeasure. Before, when she went out with him, he protected her. Or maybe he didn't protect her well enough. She almost got sold to the Red Mansion, but seeing that Xiaowang didn't protect Chu Xingchen well, he was very unhappy. Just a twisted ankle? Why do I feel like you're fleeing from danger? Ling Zhou responded to Chu Xingchen, but kept his gaze fixed on Xiaowang. Xiaowang's face darkened, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Chu Xingchen hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with Xiaowang. It's my fault." Ling Zhou, "Xinghai, are you guys making a snowman?" She changed the subject, but her attempt to defend only made Ling Zhou look even more unhappy. He thought he was meddling too much. Why should he worry about whether he and other men encountered anything when they went out? He turned to leave. Chu Xinghai looked around Chu Xingchen and then held his hand. "Yes, the snowman we built earlier melted. My brother and I built one together. We want to make one for us and also for sister." Hearing this, Xiaowang frowned. The three of them building a snowman together? Wouldn't the palace people say it was the prince, Ling Xiaoqing, and the future heir? Chu Xingchen didn't think so much. That's good. She was worried Xiaowang might be tired and wanted to leave, so she didn't say much. But seeing Ling Zhou look unhappy, she quickly said, "Ling Zhou, let's have dinner together tonight. We'll have hot pot." "Are you talking about me?" Ling Zhou asked, raising his eyelids.
Chu Xingchen and Xiaowang.
Ling Zhou snorted softly. He was just included by chance, but looking at Xiaowang, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Why shouldn't he agree? Then remember to come later. Back at Jinhua Palace, after seeing the imperial doctor and applying medicine, Xiaowang left. As soon as he left, Chu Xingchen collapsed onto the bed, hugging her foot and whimpering, "Wandong, it hurts." "Wandong, Your Highness, you should call out your pain to Xiaoqing." Although she also felt sorry for her master, it was strange to call out her pain to her. She knew women could act coquettishly and call out pain to their husbands, but why hadn't her master learned that? Chu Xingchen was too shy to call out her pain to Xiaowang, and Xiaowang would say it was his fault. "Wandong, you don't love me or care about me anymore, boohoo." In late winter, speechless, "Your Highness, shouting for pain at me doesn't help." Before the words finished, a figure floated down from above, handing Chu Xingchen some candied fruit. Will eating this make the pain less? Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, looked at Zhou Baiyan who took and ate it, and then said, "Yes, much better now." It's really wonderful that Zhou Baiyan cares about people. Late winter. It seems shouting at her still works because young Master Zhou heard it. After eating, Chu Xingchen realized her reaction was delayed, and she said, "Zhou Baiyan, aren't you supposed to be resting today? Why are you on duty again?" Zhou Baiyan froze for a moment and immediately floated away. Chu Xingchen sighed helplessly and spoke a few words about balancing work and rest to the air. Not long after, Chu Xingchen felt the urge to urinate. Everyone has urgent needs, which is unavoidable. Just as she put on her new fuzzy slippers, she saw Late Winter squatting in front of her. "Your Highness, I'll carry you over." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry, "No need. I can go by myself." "Your Highness, I can do it. I'm strong."
Come on, get on.
Late Winter reached out her small hand to help Chu Xingchen, but Zhou Baiyan floated down silently, bent down, and carried Chu Xingchen up without a word. He walked past them. Late Winter scratched her head and quickly stood up to follow. For the second time in her life, Chu Xingchen was caught off guard by a Princess Carrie, and she hurriedly hugged Zhou Baiyan's neck. "I won't fall," Zhou Baiyan said in a deep voice. Chu Xingchen saw that Zhou Baiyan didn't look very happy. "What's wrong? Are you upset because you were scolded?" Zhou Baiyan didn't answer. She called out for pain, so how could he be in a good mood? "I get hurt when I'm not around the prince," he muttered gloomily. Chu Xingchen knew this was Zhou Baiyan's way of caring for her. It was just an accident this time, not really hurt. It's not serious, and it should be fine by tomorrow. Once Chu Xingchen was better, Zhou Baiyan carried her back again. "Call me later." "Okay." Late Winter watched happily from the side. "Young Master Zhou is really nice." Zhou Baiyan is indeed good. Chu Xingchen sat on the bed, yawning. "Zhou Baiyan, did you get your pajamas? Do you have time to wear them?" Zhou Bian gently nodded, but he didn't want to wear them, afraid of getting them dirty. Seeing the shoes by the bed, Chu Xingchen exclaimed, "Why are there a pair of shoes? Isn't one missing?" No one answered. Late winter said it was getting late, so Chu Xingchen could only put aside her doubts. "I need to wash up and get ready quickly. Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou will come soon." Of course, Chu Xinghai wouldn't miss such excitement. But before they even started eating, Chu Xinghai paid the price for his curiosity. Eating hot pot with some wine is the best. Chu Xinghai was very curious, so Ling Zhou secretly dipped some wine with chopsticks for him to try. Chu Xinghai, who was overwhelmed by the spiciness, quickly became dizzy. Kids shouldn't touch alcohol. You should remember that. If you do it again, your clever mind might get damaged, and your body will feel uncomfortable. Ling Zhou awkwardly said, "I didn't know kids shouldn't touch alcohol." That's how he was raised. "Your father and them are too careless," Chu Xingchen said gently. "I'm not blaming you. Everyone is used to teasing kids like this, but it's really bad for children because they're still growing. Their bodies and internal organs are not fully developed, and alcohol can be very harmful to them. Even as adults, before 18, they should avoid alcohol." Ling Zhou, 15 or 16 should be old enough, right? Still not old enough. Actually, you should drink less. Ling Zhou was surprised he couldn't drink at all. "I'm already this old." Xiao Wang watched them argue from the side, silently holding Chu Xinghai in his arms. "Your Highness, your foot isn't healed, so don't strain your arms too." "Thank you, Xiao Xiaoqing," Chu Xingchen replied, helping Chu Xinghai drink water. Such scenes are truly eye-pleasing, kind parents and a caring family. Ling Zhou felt uncomfortable and unwilling to be left out, so he interrupted, "It seems your Highness knows how to raise children." "I don't know," Chu Xingchen replied. "I think I do, and I like children. If that's the case, why didn't you just settle things earlier?" Ling Zhou paused, unable to stand the hiding and avoiding anymore. He looked directly at Xiao Wang and asked, "Why are you unwilling to settle down?" Ling Zhou looked into Chu Xingchen's eyes, wanting to get a clear answer. From her previous behavior, she seemed to like Xiao Wang and also liked him. But before, she wouldn't let Xiao Wang detox, and she was afraid to do so. He had secretly studied the books sent by his older brother and father, so he didn't understand what she was afraid of. He wouldn't hit her now. Xiao Wang was originally gently patting Chu Xinghai, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped. Xiao Wang knew Ling Zhou was straightforward, but he didn't expect him to ask this directly. He couldn't help but look up at Chu Xingchen. "Chu Xingchen, why did you suddenly ask this question? I'm afraid we are the most abnormal."
Just tell me your reason.
Chu Xingchen glanced at Xiao Wang, not planning to reveal the previous situation. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Because I am afraid of having children."
Huh.
Ling Zhou was completely surprised by this answer. Chu Xinghai was very kind to him, so he asked, "Why are you afraid? Many people hope to have children." He only heard about people hoping for children, not about fearing having children. Seeing Ling Zhou look so surprised, Chu Xingchen straightforwardly said, "Why are you afraid?" "Because giving birth is very painful. Don't you know that?" Not only Ling Zhou, even Xiao Wang was a bit stunned. Chu Xingchen shook his head at their reactions and said, "Having a baby is very painful and dangerous. It's one of the worst pains in the world. The pain is so intense that you can't even imagine." "Is it really that painful?" Ling Zhou recalled that his sister-in-law also experienced long-lasting pain during childbirth, but no one had explained this in detail to him. Of course. Pregnancy is basically risking your life. Besides the many dangers during pregnancy, childbirth itself can have countless problems: breech position, umbilical cord around the neck, heavy bleeding, difficult labor, all life-threatening. Chu Xingchen took the opportunity to help them understand better. Ling Zhou frowned as he listened, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant about her having children. She's so afraid of pain. She can't tolerate any pain. What if she's that scared? What should we do? Is there any way? There's no guaranteed method. But I've asked the hospital to research pain relief anesthesia. If it works, the pain during childbirth might be less. If it's successful, it could also help treat injuries in the military, leading to new breakthroughs. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up and he asked a couple more questions. Xiao Wang could tell Chu Xingchen was genuinely afraid. The worry that had been bothering her eased a lot, and he couldn't help but ask, when will the hospital develop this? I don't know. We'll see when they make progress. Ling Zhou scratched his head, worried. What if it never happens? What if we never have children or don't get married?
Chu Xingchen frowned.
That probably won't happen. The hospital has many talented people. They'll find a way. But Ling Zhou still looked worried. Even if they had anesthesia, there were other dangers. He took a sip of water to calm himself, but after drinking, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. There was a faint red mark on the cup, similar in color to Chu Xingchen's lips. Could it be that the crown prince had drunk from this cup? Ling Zhou's mind suddenly went blank. He realized that the red mark was actually a lip print. He had just touched it when he drank. That meant he had just kissed the crown prince. This thought made his heart race. Seeing Chu Xingchen look over, he quickly hid the cup inside his sleeve and couldn't help but hiccup. Chu Xingchen immediately looked at him. You hiccuped again? Ling Zhou looked at Chu Xingchen's beautiful lips, feeling confused. Maybe I ate too quickly earlier. Hiccup. Ling Zhou suddenly covered his mouth. I'm going back first, so I won't disturb your meal. After saying that, he tightly hugged his sleeve and ran away. He was afraid of continuing to hiccup or bleeding from his nose again. If he bled again, Xiao Wang would surely find out the real reason. Hey, we haven't started eating yet. Chu Xingchen called from behind, but unfortunately, Ling Zhou had already run away. Why is he running? Just drink 7 sips of water when you hiccup. I already told him that. Is he scared by what I said? Xiao Wang hadn't noticed Ling Zhou's actions earlier, but he saw Ling Zhou's guilty look afterward. His eyes moved slightly. Maybe something's going on. Forget about him. If he's not here, we can eat more. Ling Zhou ran quickly outside. When he reached the hall door, he still felt a cool sensation on his neck. He shrank his neck, hid his cup, and headed back to Feiyu Palace. Once inside Feiyu Palace, he drank a big glass of water and finally felt better. Golden spear and sword, do you know how painful childbirth is? How can it hurt less? It's unlikely that golden spear and sword knew, but Ling Zhou knew he couldn't rely on them. Sword, we still need to find a military doctor to study if there's a way to reduce the pain with anesthesia. That would be very useful in the army. He was determined to find a solution. Ling Zhou sent golden spear and sword away, trying to hide the cup. But no matter where he looked, under the pillow or elsewhere, it was hard to hide. Golden spear and sword would find it when they packed things. Finally, he thought of a good place, under the ceiling beam. He used a rope to climb up and place the cup on the beam, thinking that no one would find it there. Before coming down, he carefully looked at the cup. As he stared, he suddenly realized someone was getting close, almost touching his face. He quickly slapped his own head. Ling Zhou, wake up. Don't do something so inappropriate. Ling Zhou hurriedly climbed down. Sword, I need a bath. It was too hot. Before sleeping, Ling Zhou secretly climbed up to look, only to find the cup had disappeared. Where did it go? Why is it hidden and missing? Could it be mice? Ling Zhou was quite angry, but after searching the ceiling beam, he couldn't find it. It was hard to locate, so he gave up. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Chu Xingchen finished hot pot and slowly strolled back to Jinghong Palace. Jin Yan was beside him, walking happily. He had been serving earlier and had overheard Chu Xingchen's fears about pregnancy and pain. Who would have thought that was the reason? He regretted not studying medicine earlier. Maybe he could have helped Xiao Qing. When Chu Xingchen talked about being afraid of pain during pregnancy, she didn't clear the room. Shun Songzhu quickly received the news. He was surprised for a moment, then ordered Bao Pu to keep searching for a divine doctor, but he hesitated for a while before making his move with the chess piece. Chu Xingchen, full and satisfied, thought about working hard for the newspaper starting tomorrow and went to bed early to rest. In the middle of the night, she woke up suddenly and saw a shadow by the bed, almost startling herself into peeing. Zhou Baiyan, you scared me. Why didn't you say anything and just stand there? Fortunately, she could tell Zhou Baiyan's shape now. Zhou Baiyan didn't expect Chu Xingchen to wake up again. He hurriedly apologized. I apologize. After taking care of her urgent needs, Chu Xingchen returned and saw Zhou Baiyan's face looked strange. What's wrong?
You don't look well.
Are you feeling unwell? Could it be a side effect of emotional poison? Zhou Baiyan pursed his lips and suddenly said, Your Highness, it's not good to have children anymore.
Huh?
Chu Xingchen was confused by his sudden words. Why do you say that? Did you hear what I said during dinner? Zhou Baiyan nodded. Yes, it was very painful. I saw it myself, so Your Highness shouldn't have children anymore. He couldn't bear to think about how painful it might be for her.
Chu Xingchen Berlin get. You.
Saw it? Where did you see?
How did you see?
Zhou Baiyan replied, Just now. If the prince doesn't help you have a child, you'll want to do it yourself? When Zhou Baiyan heard Chu Xingchen say that childbirth was scary, he went out to find the old doctor. Feeling upset, he happened to hear someone crying out in pain. When he went over, he learned it was childbirth. He wasn't interested before, but this time he secretly watched. He saw one basin of blood after another, heard the woman's painful screams, saw her bitten lips and sweaty face. Zhou Baiyan didn't continue watching. His face turned pale as he ran back to the palace. For the first time, he made a request to Chu Xingchen. You secretly watched someone give birth? She wanted to teach Zhou Baiyan to understand the world. She was happy to hear he was worried about the pain of childbirth, but secretly watching someone give birth was not right. What did you secretly watch? Don't look or listen to things you shouldn't. You can't abuse your martial arts skills to do such things. I didn't look around. I only saw her face. Even if she didn't understand him, she would remember and follow his words. Zhou Baiyan emphasized again, Your Highness, it's really scary and painful. Don't have children anymore. Chu Xingchen sighed in relief. It's good that you understand. Having children. I don't want to either, but it's not possible. After all, I have an imperial throne to inherit. Chu Xingchen crossed his legs, propped his chin, and took the opportunity to teach Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan, if someone has a child with you in the future, you must treat her twice as well. Never betray her for a lifetime, because she has suffered a lot. Although the child is also hers, you shouldn't think that way and treat her badly. You also need to educate the child well, making sure he respects his mother because she endured so much pain giving birth. If the child isn't raised properly, you'll be very upset. There are many filial children in this world, but also many unfilial ones. Zhou Baiyan imagined a scene where the prince wasn't filial, and his anger flared up. If he's not filial, break his legs. Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, just talking. When you have your own children and see a child who looks like you and shares your blood, would you be willing to part with him? A child who looks like the prince? A small little prince, perhaps? If that were the case, he might feel a bit reluctant. So, what should I do? Hearing Zhou Baiyan's question, Chu Xingchen felt reassured. You're asking questions now, Zhou Baiyan. That's good. Keep it up. Remember to teach well, and when necessary, be firm. Of course, you should also set a good example. Chu Xingchen said, patting his leg. I also want to be filial to the Empress Mother and make her happy. Chu Xingchen yawned and told Zhou Baiyan to rest early. However, Zhou Baiyan couldn't sleep. If the prince doesn't have children, he must find a way. The old imperial doctor saw Zhou Baiyan off, still thinking about how to make anesthesia and pain relief medicine. Just as he was about to sleep, a beard was tugged, and he opened his eyes to see Zhou Baiyan again. Old imperial doctor, why are you here again? Why does he have to bother this old body so much? Medicine, Zhou Baiyan said simply. You just told me that I can't produce it, the old doctor said annoyed. I really owe you, from last life. Childbirth is supposed to be painful, there's no painless way. No, it can't hurt, Zhou Baiyan thought. Or maybe men can feel the pain. The old doctor sneered, men feel pain? What, do you want to give birth yourself? He was mocking, but Zhou Baiyan's eyes brightened. Is that possible? He wasn't afraid of pain and wanted to help the prince. Can't you tell I'm lying?
What?
You want to give birth yourself because the prince won't help you? But that's impossible, the old doctor sighed. Aren't you a doctor? Why do you call yourself a divine doctor? Zhou Bian frowned, unhappy. Being called a divine doctor doesn't mean I am a god. I'm just an imperial doctor. Zhou Bian was finally chased out by the senior doctor, who was so annoyed that he no longer feared him. Zhou Bian went to bother the senior doctor, while Ling Zhou Xiaowang and others visited the imperial hospital. The hospital? Because of the effects of love poison, he hadn't slept well for several days, and now he was coming again, feeling overwhelmed. Thanks to the very effective newspaper publicity, during the next morning court session, officials couldn't help but ask about the newspaper. The Empress gave Chu Xingqian a look, signaling her to speak about it herself. The newspaper is officially called the Great Chu Newspaper, publishing the latest news about major events, government updates, and current affairs commentary from various schools of thought. It is regularly distributed to all counties in Great Chu. Currently, it is scheduled to be published every 5 days, on the day after the full moon. Chu Xingqian's voice was calm, clear, steady, and unhurried. Those attending court were no ordinary people, and instantly sensed a different aura, causing their hearts to beat faster. Minister Xiao was almost the first to ask, Your Highness, who is responsible for writing the newspaper? This newspaper, sent to all counties, was such a large project. The content written on it would be seen by many people. Minister Xiao originally wanted to keep a low profile because of his wife's actions, but now he couldn't care less. His eyes shone brightly. Chu Xingqian smiled slightly. Minister Xiao asked the key question. The newspaper is published regularly, with ongoing calls for submissions. As long as submissions pass the review and meet the criteria of the Great Chu newspaper, anyone can contribute, from the elderly 80 years old to children as young as 3, regardless of status, including all of you, the officials. Those who pass the review and are published will receive a fee. I will personally oversee the review of the first issue of the Great Chu newspaper. I welcome everyone to contribute. Your names might appear in the first edition. Just 2 simple sentences, but they sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Their breathing became rapid, and their hearts pounded faster and faster. Even Shin Shofu, who never showed much emotion, changed his expression. They could all write articles and submit them to the newspaper, which would then be sent throughout Great Chu. That meant all the scholars in Great Chu would read their articles. No, not just scholars. Previously, the Crown Princess said that all people of Great Chu should see it. Such an unprecedented publication would surely attract the attention of people from Wu and Xi countries as well. That meant everyone in the world would read their articles, and the prince even allowed them to sign their names. What kind of concept was that? Once the newspaper was published, they would become known to everyone in the world. Great Chu didn't have the phrase overnight sensation, but it was clear they understood the meaning. All the old foxes are now smiling happily. Many scholars present care about their reputation, and some have spent their whole lives pursuing fame. Now, this opportunity is right in front of them, so they can't help but feel excited. Minister Xiao almost jumps up in joy. Your Highness, I want to submit an article. How should I submit it? Are there any requirements? After asking, he waves his hand. No matter what the requirements are, I can meet them all. Chief Counselor Shen and others look at Minister Xiao, feeling a bit frustrated because he tends to rush in. Chu Xingqian suddenly pulls out a piece of paper like a magic trick. All the submission requirements are on this paper. Lords, take a look when you have time. Overall, the rules aren't very many, but everyone present isn't foolish. Since it's an official newspaper, you naturally can't say anything harmful to the court. It even has to serve as a weapon for the court, but despite that, everyone still feels excited. No one can resist the temptation right in front of them. Minister Xiao quickly says, Your Highness, I already have an article ready. I can write it on the spot, and it will only take half an hour. Zhao's words make the atmosphere even more tense. Everyone doesn't want to fall behind. I can do it too. Your Highness, tell me what needs to be changed, and I can fix it immediately. That day in the court was more lively than ever before. Everyone was eager to write articles immediately, afraid of falling half a step behind others, and the competition was very fierce. This made the military generals quite annoyed. Most of them weren't good at writing articles, but they still wanted to try. They felt very anxious. After the court was dismissed that day, no one left. They started writing right away. Chu Xingchen was greatly encouraged by their enthusiasm but had to remind everyone, because the newspaper has limited space, not all of your submissions can be published. We understand survival of the fittest is natural. If we are not selected, it means we are not as good. We have nothing to say. The ministers replied. Their words received agreement from others. Then Chu Xingchen left the court and returned home, holding many submissions. The ministers returned later than usual, their voices a bit hoarse, and they looked excited. Sharp-eyed people could tell. Everyone was concerned about the newspaper. They knew the ministers would definitely mention it, so they asked around, but they couldn't find out anything. They all understood what the newspaper was. Those who could submit did submit. But no one said anything publicly. No one was foolish enough to give others the chance. This is a serious matter. Besides the most trusted people, most are keeping things to themselves. After all, the more submissions there are, the greater the competition. However, talented family members can still submit their work. The Xie family cares most about the newspaper. They tried every possible way but couldn't find any news, only sensing that the atmosphere was unusual. After returning to the Eastern Palace and finishing lunch, Chu Xingchen went straight to find Shin Songju with some submissions. There is no issue with the harem not having a regent. If there were problems, it would be because she lacked ability. Talented people like Xiao Wang, Shin Songju, and Ling Zhou are too valuable to be kept in the harem. It would be a waste. It would be like inviting disaster. Please help me review these articles, Shin Songju. Running a newspaper needs talented people. Shin Songju was perfect for this. Of course, if you want to submit articles, you can do so, and they might be published. Shin Songju looked at the pile of articles Chu Xingchen had set down. Even a random one would be highly sought after, including ones from his grandfather. Yet, all these treasures were willingly handed over to Chu Xingchen for her to select. All of this was because she wanted to create a newspaper. He had expected the newspaper to have influence, but Chu Xingchen still trusted him enough to discuss it together, seemingly unafraid of favoritism. She even asked him to submit articles so that readers everywhere would see his name. He thought he was satisfied helping Chu Xingchen in the harem, but she was still willing to give him such an opportunity, allowing him to stand before the world in this way. Shin Songju held the manuscript for a long time without moving, his hand turning white from gripping so tightly. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Chu Xingchen asked curiously. "Your Highness, you." Shin Songju wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Chu Xingchen repeatedly amazed and delighted him. At this moment, he couldn't find the words to express himself. He was proud, yet Chu Xingchen's talent moved and humbled him. For the first time, he realized that mutual support between ruler and minister truly existed. He also saw that spouses could do this, appreciate each other, and help each other succeed. He took a deep breath. "How did you come up with the idea of making a newspaper? When did you have this thought?" "I've had it for a while. After the incident with Lu Qiu, I started to think about it. It was supposed to be a good thing, but rumors spread outside that I favored the officials from the Red Chamber because I liked their men. Many people even believed this, and there was an incident where scholars sat in protest. After this incident, I realized once again that there is a lack of reliable news sources, and that I, or rather the royal court, lack sufficient influence to control information. The court has no proper channels to spread accurate news, creating a gap between official messages and the people." Chu Xingchen shook her head. "This situation is very bad. An old saying goes, spreading rumors with one mouth, chasing away the truth with 2 feet. If some minor rumors spread, it might not matter, but what about major events? The consequences of delayed or incorrect information can be enormous, and I do not want to be controlled by the Xie family or anyone else. The Xie family repeatedly stirs trouble using their influence and public opinion. Naturally, I want to diminish their power and improve my ability to guide public opinion. What could be better than a newspaper for this? With an official newspaper, the court has a channel to speak, to deliver news quickly, and to better guide public opinion. As long as the newspaper is well made, the influence of the Xie family becomes insignificant. The timing is perfect now. The printing hardware and paper supplies are ready. If not now, when? Shinsejuan, let's work hard to make the Great Chu newspaper stand out. Do you have confidence? Shun Songju was stirred inside. Of course, Your Highness. I will do my best to meet your expectations. In the next 5 days, Chu Xingchen was extremely busy. Although preparations had already begun, creating a nationwide newspaper was still a difficult task. First, the official office for the Great Chu newspaper was established, along with the management department. Arrangements to send newspapers to various counties were also underway. Besides Shen Songju, Xiao Wang, and even Ling Zhou were brought in to help. Zhou Bian was also useful and naturally was involved. Chu Xingchen was most familiar with newspapers. Despite limited resources, she tried to make the paper as modern as possible, with stricter standards. 5 days later, on December 20th, amid everyone's anticipation, the first issue of the Great Chu newspaper was printed. The officials also had a day off, similar to modern weekends. Every 5 days there was a rest day. Chu Xingchen chose this day to publish the newspaper. At the hour of Yin, the first printed copies were quickly sent to various counties by fast horses. At the hour of Chun, students arriving at the Great Chu Library saw a thick stack of newspapers at the entrance. The first issue of the Great Chu newspaper is free for a preview. Starting from the second issue, there will be a fee. Everyone can take a look. As the shopkeeper finished speaking, people surged forward eagerly. Give me one. Send me a copy too. Eager to read the newspaper, I saw that the De Chu Daily was much wider than usual, rectangular in shape, with densely packed characters. Besides the headline, many words were small, much smaller than normal. Although the characters were tiny, they were clear, and the headlines were larger, making it easy to understand at a glance. The De Chu Daily was prominently placed in the center, written in the Empress's own handwriting. Below, besides the date, sharp-eyed readers noticed the words weather forecast. Weather forecast? They even have predictions for today and the next 4 days? The first person to notice was shocked. This was because Chu Xingchen had specifically asked the Imperial Astronomical Office. Some skilled people there could roughly predict the weather by observing celestial signs or using other methods. It wasn't 100% accurate, but it was good enough as a reference. In modern times, weather forecasts are essential, so Chu Xingchen thought they must include it in the newspaper. Some people were surprised by the weather forecast, while others were attracted by the news in the De Chu Daily. They didn't expect to see a report about a petition from the common people, presented very objectively. Another piece of news was about a recent famous wrongful conviction case in Feng'an City. The report cleverly shifted perspective, asking the readers, if you were the person wrongfully accused, and if a forensic officer didn't speak for the corpse and proved your innocence, how would you choose to respond? At the end of the article, there was a message from the Crown Princess, emphasizing the importance of forensic officers. She explained that the reason for reusing the Red Chambermen was because of their abilities. Lu Qiu used his skills to find the real culprit and turn the situation around, so he deserved to be promoted. Chu Xingchen solemnly stated that not only forensic officers, but everyone with ability would be valued, regardless of their status, gender, age, or background. The Crown Princess's decision to reuse Xiao Wang was because of his talent. She wouldn't shy away from promoting talented people just because he was her subordinate. Chu Xingchen also listed Xiao Wang's contributions and talents, secretly mocking the Xie family to defend Xiao Wang and give him support. But this time, no one scolded Xiao Wang, because Chu Xingchen's message was powerful enough to stir people's passions. The readers' eyes changed as they read her words. Next to her message was a call for submissions. The De Chu Daily was inviting everyone in the entire kingdom to send in articles within the next month. There was a submission box outside the newspaper office. Anyone, regardless of status, could submit, including people from other counties of De Chu, by mail or other means. Qualified submissions could be published in the newspaper. Seeing Chu Xingchen's words and then this call for submissions, everyone went crazy. Anyone can submit. Everyone can submit. As long as their article is accepted, it can be seen by all of Dachu, just like those who published articles in the newspapers first. The influence of Dachu Daily started from a newspaper itself, and then spread to the streets. Early in the morning, sharp-eyed people noticed several new newsstands on Feng'an city streets, and many children around 10 years old were shouting to promote Dachu Daily. On the street, notices and newspapers were pasted on bulletin boards, with readers standing nearby. Reading was a luxury in this ancient time, with illiteracy rates reaching 80% to 95%, so the profession of readers was necessary. That day, everyone in Feng'an City was talking about Dachu Daily, eagerly waiting to see what the Xie family would do after reading the newspaper that Chu Xingchen mentioned. Chu Xingchen's previous actions made the Xie family no longer underestimate her. Even though they were mentally prepared, after seeing the newspaper, they realized they had underestimated this young lady. Besides news, the newspaper featured several articles with rich and sharp content, impressive enough to make people applaud. These articles covered various philosophies, written by well-known scholars, including prominent officials like Minister Shen. Dachu had moved past the 100 schools of thought period, with Confucianism leading. Confucian scholars were proud, and many noble families, including the Xie family, looked down on the empress. Some even retreated to the mountains and closed their doors. But when the newspaper was published, it broke the balance and challenged their arrogance because this issue contained no articles about Confucianism. Xie Ziqing's father trembled as he held the newspaper, looking at the articles inside, feeling a strange sweetness in his throat. This kind of newspaper. Seeing the commotion from the Dachu library nearby, his heart sank even more. This newspaper summarized news, government orders, articles, and even weather forecasts, covering everything. Its influence was obvious. He could foresee that the names on it would become household words overnight, even surpassing the Xie family. Who is this Su Huaigu? I've never heard of him before. The name Su Huai Valley, along with Shin Shofu's name, is frequently mentioned by many people. They keep asking who this person is, because the article is concise and sharp, even criticizing Dr. Xie Ru's teachings with solid reasoning. Chu Xingchen hears the questions and smiles slightly. This person is not someone else. It is Shun Songju. After reading many drafts, Shun Songju couldn't resist submitting his own, but he used a pen name instead of his real name. Before entering the palace, Shun Songju was a young leader among his peers, known for his excellent writing skills. As expected, his efforts paid off. Chu Xingchen sits at a wonton stall, watching the tea house across the street where Mr. Xie looks very upset. She listens to the reporter reading the newspaper, noticing more and more people gathering around, excited to listen, and even asking about the weather forecast. She feels very satisfied. It seems the newspaper is a success so far. Chu Xingchen asks Wan Dong to settle the bill. Just as she is about to leave, she hears many people asking how much the newspaper costs. 2 coins, just 2 coins for a copy. Chu Xingchen and the reporter almost say the same thing at once, surprising everyone again. Only 2 coins? I thought it would be much more. I can buy one with just 2 coins. Yeah, that's so cheap. The low price surprises everyone. Not only scholars but also ordinary people, especially those with a little better income, can afford the newspaper. Such a good newspaper, and it's so cheap. I definitely want to buy one. Me too.
Chu Xingchen note.
That's the way to go. If the price of 2 coins had been the same before, they would have lost money. But the newspaper is different. It will gradually make a profit over time. Chu Xingchen takes Wan Dong back to the restaurant's private room. Shin Songju is waiting inside. Your Highness is back. Shin Songju seems to be eating something. Looking at the osmanthus cake on the table, it appears that 2 pieces are missing. Chu Xingchen doesn't say anything but smiles. She notices that Shun Songju seems to love sweets. It's a bit surprising but also quite normal. When Chu Xingchen ordered food, She chose some sweet dishes. During the meal, she noticed Shin Songju ate a little more than usual. Shin Songju, did you hear? People outside are talking about your article. Chu Xingchen excitedly says, from what I can tell, our newspaper is a success. You played a big part. Fortunately, I didn't let everyone down. Shin Songju smiles. He likes the De Chu newspaper and the excitement he feels right now. From a young age, he was taught to be steady and composed. However, this time, working with the princess on the newspaper made him feel the wonderful passion inside him. He impulsively stayed up all night working overtime with her and wrote a sharp article that was very different from his usual style. It was something he had never shown to the world before. Even though he hadn't rested properly for days, his heart was full of fire, as if he didn't know fatigue. He was reluctant to lose this passion. Your Highness, I want to keep writing articles and working on the newspaper, he said. Then keep doing it. If you really give up, I'll be at a loss. I just hope that after our Su Hui Valley becomes famous in Chu, you won't forget to write a few more articles for the paper, she replied. Shin Songju chuckled and said, Your Highness, you really think highly of me. Just wait and see, Chu Xingchen said confidently. Then I'll look forward to it, Shin Songju replied. Well, I'll wait and see, Chu Xingchen asked. Your Highness, isn't the Chu daily newspaper planning to recruit more staff? Of course, but there's no rush now. Many people are eager to join. There are plenty of writers, but what we really need now are reporters, Chu Xingchen said, looking at Wan Dong. Wan Dong was very good at gathering and organizing information and had great potential to be a reporter. She had also helped a lot this time. Wan Dong, you should keep helping, Chu Xingchen said. He planned to train Wan Dong well so she could become a qualified reporter. Wan Dong didn't see Chu Xingchen's deeper meaning and immediately agreed. Only Shin Songju noticed what Chu Xingchen really meant. He looked at the newspaper on the table, which had the words talent comes from unconventional ways, and smiled slightly. The prince really kept his promises. Chu Xingchen and Shin Songju shared the expressions of the Xie family members. Their faces looked so ugly. Wan Dong went to pay the bill. Chu Xingchen happily said he was ready to return to the palace. But just as he was about to leave the private room, he heard someone rushing outside and ask, Did you really see the princess? Yes, I saw her. She's upstairs. When they went over, Chu Xingchen curiously opened the door and saw someone familiar. It was the person in charge of the Red Pavilion. Ting Shuehong Lu Luchio's story was very inspiring, but once the newspaper was published, it confirmed Chu Xingchen's love for visiting the Red Pavilion and proved that she often visited there. The person in charge of Ting Shuehong Lu saw the newspaper and realized that Luchio's benefactor was Chu Xingchen. It was also confirmed that Chu Xingchen had been personally received by her. At that time, there was a fake princess, and he had just thought she was a young girl. The manager was full of regret. Just then, a servant who had helped buy delicious snacks for Ting Shuelu's young master came back and said he saw the princess. That servant had previously served Chu Xingchen and remembered her. The manager then came over. Chu Xingchen saw Ting Shuehonglu's steward grinning mischievously. She quickly waved goodbye to Shin Songju and tried to sneak away. But just as she stepped out and went down the stairs, she suddenly heard lively noise below. The young masters of Ting Shuehonglu arrived one after another, all dressed carefully and eager to find Chu Xingchen. Their eyes shone with excitement, all wanting to catch her. She looked to the other side and saw the steward approaching too. Chu Xingchen felt nervous and hurried back into the private room. How did they recognize me? What should I do now? She wondered. Shin Songju didn't expect to encounter this situation either. Hearing the lively noise outside, she stayed silent. It's better not to open the door. Just then there was a knock. Guest, we brought some soup for you. The young masters started pretending to be waiters and began searching the room. Chu Xingchen imagined being overwhelmed by the young masters from Ting Shuehonglu and becoming the main topic in the news. Before the door was pushed open, she quickly pulled Shin Songju behind a folding screen. No one is here. Let's go look elsewhere, she whispered. She sighed in relief and smiled bitterly at Shin Songju. When they leave, we'll go out. The idea sounded good, but reality was harsh. The people from Ting Shuehong Lu couldn't find anyone and were soon stopped by the staff and driven away. However, the private room they were in was quickly connected to another. The young masters from Ting Shuehong Lu ran into some guests and ended up having a meal together. Chu Xingchen looked at Shen Songzhu and gestured. Is it okay to go out now? Although leaving now might still reveal their hiding place, and they had some explanations to give about why they were hiding, they couldn't wait forever. Should they just listen to them finish eating? Shen Songzhu hesitated for a moment and was about to nod when she suddenly noticed the noise outside was strange. At first, it was just teasing and playful banter, but now it changed. Chu Xingchen thought it couldn't be, but the next moment, the sounds outside confirmed her worst fears. Things had taken a very inappropriate turn. Chu Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. Her worldview was shaken. How could a place where people eat? The people outside also seemed to realize this. Madam, the shop assistant might come in at any moment, so. Chu Xingchen closed her eyes. She knew someone might come in at any time. Could she just stop them? The young masters from Ting Shuehong Lu outside were clearly not just entertainers, but were willing to sell everything. Their voices grew increasingly inappropriate, and one of them was quite skilled at it. Chu Xingchen's face stiffened as she dared not look at Shen Songzhu, feeling like she was about to explode with frustration. The place they hid was actually meant for customers to change clothes if they accidentally dirtied their outfits. The space was small. When they first hid there, she didn't think much about it, but now she realized they were actually very close. Shen Songzhu had been silent the whole time. Chu Xingchen carefully looked over and saw Shen Songzhu with his head slightly lowered, as if he hadn't heard the noises outside. His eyelids drooped, hiding his emotions, but his face was pale and tense. Noticing her gaze, he looked up at her. Chu Xingchen couldn't quite describe that look. Combined with the sounds outside, she felt her face suddenly flush hot, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She quickly turned around, facing the wall and pretending to be a quail, praying that the noise outside would end soon or that someone would come to interrupt. Neither happened. Instead, the noise grew louder and more annoying. Chu Xingchen saw some clips from movies on the TV and would shout along, but the atmosphere and the real scene were very different. If she were alone, she might have just cursed and let it go. But she wasn't alone. There was Shen Songzhu. Feeling hopeless, embarrassed, and anxious, she started scratching at the wall, feeling grateful that Shen Songzhu remained unaffected. She didn't turn around, unaware that Shen Songzhu behind her clenched his fists tightly, his normally white neck turning red. Men's bodies are usually more sensitive. Hearing those sounds, being in such a small space with Chu Xingchen and smelling her faint scent made him think of the books he'd read before. His mind wandered, unable to stay indifferent. He wanted to turn around but was afraid of hitting the screen, so he forced himself to endure, silently reciting Buddhist scriptures in his mind, trying to ignore the sounds around him and shift his focus. His idea was good, but his eyes had their own thoughts. They kept fixed on Chu Xingchen, eventually settling on her ears unintentionally. He had never paid attention to people's ears before. To him, ears were just ears. But now he realized that ears are different from person to person. Chu Xingchen's ears were delicate and small, like white jade, translucent and beautiful. Now, they were slightly red, silently tempting someone to bite. Shen Songzhu, trying to distract himself, tensed up even more. His Adam's apple moved twice. Before he could react, he reached out his hand. His hand froze in midair, not touching Chu Xingchen's shoulder, but she sensed his movement. Her heart screamed loudly inside. Perhaps because she was too nervous, a strange feeling suddenly came over her. She felt like she was about to sneeze. It is said that only love and coughs cannot be hidden. Therefore, Chu Xingchen was in trouble. She covered her mouth, but there was still a sound, which immediately alarmed the people outside. "Who's there?" Realizing she was being eavesdropped on, the person outside was furious and, without hesitation, grabbed a teapot from the table and threw it. "Be careful." Shen Songzhu's face changed as he hugged Chu Xingchen from behind to protect her. The teapot shattered upon hitting the ground. Luckily, the water wasn't hot enough to cause harm, but Chu Xingqian felt something blocking her. Amid the angry shouts outside, demanding they come out and settle accounts, Chu Xingqian froze completely. She realized what was happening. Shun Songzhu also understood. In this very difficult and awkward moment, Chu Xingqian was so nervous that she accidentally pressed a round bump she had just been clutching tightly against the wall. She pressed it out of nervousness, not expecting that after pressing it, she would hear a faint screeching sound, and suddenly, the floor beneath her would give way. Caught off guard, Chu Xingqian hesitated and cried out in surprise after she stabilized herself. The spot where she fell was just enough to be the small area behind the screen where they had been standing. When they reached the bottom, there was a sudden click as a new wooden board covered the opening above. The people outside, who had come to cause trouble, cleaned up their anger and came over, only to find no one there. Despite the noise just now indicating someone was inside, the place was empty. What's going on? What's happening? Chu Xingqian, struggling to stand straight, asked the same. They didn't fall from a great height and weren't hurt, but this sudden turn of events was unexpected. We accidentally entered a secret passage, Shun Songzhu said, retracting his cautious gaze. The secret passage has light and normal air, but it's covered in dust, so it hasn't been used for a while. The other side should be a secret room. Because there was light, they could clearly see the dust flying up as they arrived. Why would a tavern have a secret room or passage? She asked, having opened it herself. Some families build secret passages, just in case. Now the most important thing is how we get out. After falling, they found a wall, 2 iron bars, and an iron door, probably to prevent intruders. To leave the secret passage, they would need to open the iron door, but they didn't have the key. If only we had left earlier, she muttered. They disturbed us, and now we can't get out. Shin Songzhu was still determined to remove the lock, but it was futile. What do we do now? Seeking help from above. We can't stay trapped forever. Chu Xingqian nodded. Yes, Wandong will find us too. They called out several times but heard no echo. The room's soundproofing was very good. It seems I can't hear anything. Chu Xingqian looked up. What do we do now? It's a bit high, I can't reach. I'll lift you up. You go knock on the wooden floor above. Lift? Chu Xingqian immediately thought of the sounds she heard earlier and the strange feeling when Shin Songzhu briefly held her. She didn't expect Shin Songzhu to act like a man. Not that Shin Songzhu wasn't a man, but he was noble and elegant, like pine and bamboo, full of dignity. Seeing him made her instinctively separate those thoughts from him. But it turned out Shin Songzhu was indeed a man, and in that situation it was normal. Chu Xingqian was suddenly pulled back to the moment by a single word. She knew she shouldn't overthink, but she couldn't help it, and it was a bit embarrassing. Seeing Chu Xingqian's expression, Shun Songzhu also realized something. He stiffened but quickly calmed down because they had fallen into the sealed room. He forced himself to stay calm, to ignore the enclosed environment, and kicked away the intrusive thoughts of a lonely man and woman. He seemed unaware of Chu Xingqian's unusual state, looked around, and pointed behind him. Lean against the wall for safety and effort. After speaking, Shun Songzhu also froze for a moment. His words might be misunderstood. Shun Songzhu bit his tongue to focus. Chu Xingqian snapped back to reality, but didn't notice anything unusual. Her attention shifted to her stomach. She had eaten happily earlier, so it must be heavy now. But it was clearly more unrealistic for her to carry Shin Songzhu, so she nodded to get it over with. Shun Songzhu told Chu Xingqian to stand against the wall, then crouched down and lifted her. All right, Your Highness, knock now. Okay. Being lifted just enough, Chu Xingqian knocked loudly. Is anyone there? Please let us out. This time, there was finally some response from above, as if they were also knocking. There's a reaction. I'll knock again. After knocking for a while, Chu Xingqian was worried Shin Songzhu would tire, so she hurriedly said, All right, you can put me down now. Shin Songzhu responded softly with an and then gently set her down. He had overestimated himself, thinking he had fully calmed down and could control himself perfectly. But when he held her in his arms, he almost lost his composure. Shun Songju took a deep breath inward. He couldn't be thinking about those things right now. Are you very tired? Shun Songju did not speak, and Chu Xingchen awkwardly asked. No. Shun Songju replied in a hoarse voice. Your Highness, don't be afraid. We will definitely get out. Okay, I'm not afraid. Someone heard us just now, so we should be able to get out soon. But in fact, they waited for a long time, and there was still no response from above. Shun Songju picked up Chu Xingchen again and urged once more, but still no reply. Seeing Chu Xingchen becoming increasingly anxious, Shun Songju quickly said, Your Highness, try urging again. Chu Xingchen replied, Let's wait a little longer first. They kept waiting, but Chu Xingchen's face looked worse and worse. Shun Songju quickly noticed something was wrong. Your Highness, your face looks so pale. Are you feeling unwell? Chu Xingchen shook his head.
No.
But Shun Songju sensed that Chu Xingchen was not right and seemed uncomfortable. Your Highness, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell me. Don't hold it in. Chu Xingchen shook his head and said nothing. Seeing her look more and more worried, Shun Songju held her shoulders and looked down at her. Your Highness, why are you not talking anymore? If you're feeling bad, you need to tell me. It's not. Chu Xingchen looked at Shun Songju's caring face and closed his eyes. I'm not feeling unwell. I'm a bit urgent.
Urgent?
Shun Songju was caught off guard. Don't worry, we will definitely get out safely. I see your face is changing. Are you having trouble breathing? No, I can breathe. My urgency is because I need to go to the bathroom. Fearing Shun Songju would get more anxious, Chu Xingchen closed his eyes and bravely said, I really need to go. Yes, she just needed to. She had eaten happily earlier, drank 2 large glasses of water, and had a bowl of soup, which led to this situation now. Chu Xingchen never thought she would be trapped in such a place and suddenly need to. Drinking too much made the urge come quickly and strongly. She thought she could hold it just now, but it was too late. Chu Xingchen felt ashamed to look at Shun Songju. Shun Songju's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly let go of her.
Sorry.
Shun Songju finally understood why Chu Xingchen didn't want her to hold her earlier. She was anxious, but clearly, she couldn't use her old tricks now. Chu Xingchen didn't want to, or she might lose control, which could be dangerous. At that moment, they might as well be on Mars. Chu Xingchen pressed her legs tightly. Shun Songju, think of a way quickly. I can't hold it anymore. I really can't. Listening to what she was saying, Shun Songju thought she was going crazy. I will think of a way. Shun Songju tried to break the lock but failed. He pounded and shouted for help, but it was no use. Shun Songju looked at Chu Xingchen standing against the wall. For the first time, he hated himself for not having the skills of Zhou Baiyan, or he wouldn't be in this situation. Your Highness, it's no use. Stay here. Don't worry, I won't eavesdrop or peek. I'll cover my ears. Chu Xingchen shook her head desperately no. She absolutely couldn't stay here comfortably. She would rather die than do that. Your Highness, I really won't listen. It's not good for you to stay like this, Shun Songju said anxiously and awkwardly for the first time. You can't hold it in. You'll get hurt. Chu Xingchen broke down. I know, but I can't. I absolutely can't. She simply couldn't do it. She truly couldn't. Shun Songju clenched his teeth. I can't faint now. If I do, Your Highness can knock me out too. He thought of you and finally took off the jade crown on his head to smash it against the wooden board above. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? For the first time, Shun Songju, usually calm and composed, lost his composure. He never expected that his breaking point would be this scene. At this moment, both Chu Xingchen and Shun Songju experienced what felt like years of suffering. Just as they were despairing, a sound suddenly came from above. After a series of banging, the top was finally forcibly opened. Warden Wandong's anxious face appeared in front of them.
Your Miss.
Seeing Wandong, Chu Xingqian nearly burst into tears with joy. If she didn't get out now, she would lose control. Wan Dong, quickly pull me up, she said eagerly, reaching out. We've gone to find a rope. Please wait a little longer. She couldn't wait any longer. Your Highness, why don't you step on my back to get up? Shen Songzhu whispered a suggestion. No need to step on my back, just use your hands. Like this, Chu Xingqian instructed Shen Songzhu, then stepped on his hands. Send me up with force. Chu Xingqian used Shen Songzhu's hands to climb up. With Wan Dong's help, she shot up in a flash. Then she ran without looking back. Wan Dong watched her back disappear, then looked down at Shen Songzhu.
Sigh.
The prince wasn't supposed to abandon Shen Songzhu like that. What's going on? Looking at Shen Songzhu's disheveled state below, Wan Dong suddenly thought of many things. Shen Songzhu usually kept his clothes and hair neat and tidy, but now his hair was messy, his clothes disheveled, and his neck was red. A man and a woman alone, fiery passion. Could they have done something down there? Wan Dong, hurry and go over there. Shen Songzhu, worried that Wan Dong's little mind might be imagining all sorts of scenes between him and Chu Xingqian, hurriedly urged her. Hey, okay. Chu Xingqian finally felt free. She also heard from Wan Dong about how they were rescued. Overall, it seems the boss didn't know about the secret passage and trap. They rented this house 3 years ago. Seeing the abandoned state of the secret passage, it must be real. She just happened to press the wrong button out of bad luck. As for the 2 people listening at the wall, they are not suspicious. Hearing they didn't need to see them, Chu Xingqian felt relieved. Your Highness was probably scared, right? The maid was quite frightened. If Lord Zhou had been here, he might have rescued you sooner. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's resting well. Chu Xingqian slowed her steps and finally stopped. Wan Dong was puzzled. Why are you stopping, Your Highness? Because she didn't want to face Shen Songzhu, she asked Shen Songzhu. Was he rescued? Yes, he was. That's good. Where is he? Chu Xingqian secretly glanced and saw Shen Songzhu was fine. Before he could see her, she pulled Wan Dong and ran away. The influence of the Daichu Gazette grew as it was published in various counties. As everyone predicted, the people who signed their names on the newspaper experienced sudden fame overnight. Except for the elusive Su Huai Valley, everyone else was mentioned repeatedly. Its influence expanded from scholars to common people. Many villagers who saw the news spontaneously went to the Dali Temple, leaving eggs and dried goods outside, saying they were for Lu Qiu and the other coroner assistants. Just give these to the coroner assistants and Lord Lu Qiu. It's our way of apologizing. It's impossible to erase deep-seated beliefs overnight, but many people gained a new understanding of coroner assistants and even felt guilty about their past actions. Through the newspaper, they learned that coroner assistants often work to seek justice for the deceased and for the common people. Lu Qiu received the news. Seeing the small eggs, chickens, and ducks outside the Dali Temple, he suddenly welled up with tears. All he had hoped for in life, things he dared not dream of, were fulfilled on this day. He knelt and bowed toward the Eastern Palace, then made a decision to go to the newspaper office to submit his article. The newspaper office had contacted him before, asking him to contribute articles about coroner assistants. He didn't know how to write it and hadn't finished until yesterday when he saw the newspaper, suddenly inspired. When he arrived at the newspaper office, he found it bustling with activity, with many people submitting articles. He was previously invited to contribute separately from other submissions. Most submissions were made voluntarily, and surprisingly, some members of the Xie family also submitted articles. Last night, Chu Xingqian slept soundly, but many people couldn't sleep all night. The sudden appearance of the Daichu newspaper was like dropping water into a hot oil pan, causing chaos among the scholars, upsetting the learned, and even making the noble families restless. Especially the Confucian representatives. There were articles on Taoism, Moism, and legalism in the newspaper, but none on Confucianism. The only ones were critical, so they couldn't stay calm. Members of the Xie family also couldn't sit still and submitted articles, even requesting special treatment to jump the queue. They say the article was written overnight by Dr. Xieru, and they want it published in the second issue. Besides him, many other scholars also want to publish in the second issue. Your Highness, you are truly perceptive. I heard that last night. Many people in the tea house argued loudly. Several families stayed up all night, banging on tables and cursing, writing articles overnight. Chu Xingchen snorted. I knew they wouldn't be able to hold back. Apart from the CF family and Confucian scholars, other groups like the miscellaneous and farmers also couldn't stay quiet. They wanted to promote their teachings, or they might lose their influence in the future. No one expected Chu Xingchen to create such a newspaper, which completely disrupted their plans. Dr. Xie, the steadfast pillar of the CF family, looked at the newspaper and seemed to age several years overnight. At first, he didn't take the newspaper seriously, thinking it was just a small project by the young lady, so he didn't try to stop it. But once he saw what the newspaper was capable of, he realized he couldn't stop its influence. He immediately wrote a rebuttal, but since there was only one newspaper, it could only be published in the De Chu newspaper to be effective. In the end, he had to lower his head and humbly beg the young lady. Shen Songzhu and others received the news and hurried to the Jinhua Palace. Shen Songzhu was the first to arrive. When Chu Xingchen heard he was coming, she remembered the embarrassing scene from yesterday. She wasn't mentally prepared to face him. Just as she was thinking of finding an excuse to avoid him, Shen Songzhu entered with Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang. Shen Songzhu deliberately waited for them to arrive together, walking at the back. The eager Ling Zhou asked, Your Highness, this is a good chance to vent your anger. Will you agree to their demands? In the past, the royal family refused to let them leave the palace, especially because they didn't like women. Now, they were eager to come, and it was their turn to ask the royal family and the young lady for help. Chu Xingchen, finally relieved, shook her head no. The newspaper said that all submissions would be accepted again after 1 month. If they say it, they must do it. Otherwise, no one will trust them in the future. No matter who comes, they will have to wait until after a month. During this month, only commissioned articles will be accepted. The more impatient they are, the more I will delay them. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wengling Zhou looked at Chu Xingchen's narrow eyes and couldn't help but shake their heads. Ling Zhou said, Your Highness, you are too mean. But he liked it. Xiao Wang said, Your Highness, your ears might get burned for a month. How am I mean? I am just being fair and just treating everyone equally. When Chu Xingchen's response was spread, unsurprisingly, many people were furious. Anyone who has been online knows that the worst thing is being silenced. Once silenced, it can drive people crazy. But Chu Xingchen wanted to make everyone go crazy and make everyone submit. I just want to see how many schools of thought can come to Feng'an City this month. Shen Songzhu heard this and smiled. It should be soon. Chu Xingchen and Shen Songzhu predicted correctly. As the De Chu newspaper spread across the country, it caused a huge stir. Some people couldn't resist and immediately set out for Feng'an City. In the following month, regardless of whether it was winter or the new year, many people headed toward Feng'an City. Smart people could see that this was the crown princess's deliberate plan. It was all a conspiracy, forcing them to come out and submit, used by the imperial court's princess. But even knowing this, they couldn't stop themselves. People have tempers. Who can endure being silenced and slandered? If you don't speak up or submit, the De Chu newspaper will only publish other schools' ideas. Eventually, you will be forgotten, and your authority and prestige will be gone. In the past, your words could rally support, but now, the support comes from the newspaper. To protect their own theories and foundations, even if they know it's a conspiracy, they have to go. And when they go, they must be sensible. No writing anything that harms the court to show their loyalty. That's a story for later. When Chu Xingchen refused, Dr. Xie spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 month. After 1 month, the Xie family's reputation will be ruined. The whole world will change. The crown princess. She did this on purpose. Chu Xingchen was indeed acting intentionally. In the book, they portrayed her as slandering the original protagonist. She was just fighting back, and she didn't lie or act despicably like them. No matter how angry the Xie family was, many previous submissions had already arrived, and Chu Xingchen happily moved on to the second round of review. Then they happened to see Lu Qiu's article. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh while reading it. "Your Highness, did you see a good article?" "Yes, a very good one. I've decided this will be published in the next issue." Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang couldn't help but take a look. Ling Zhou stood behind them, secretly watching. As they read, their expressions became increasingly complicated. Shen Songzhu hesitated to speak, and Xiao Wang stared in shock. "This article is just too." Shen Songzhu and the others didn't know how to express their feelings. Ling Zhou blurted out, "It's too exaggerated and flattering." He didn't expect Lu Qiu to be so cheesy. They had only exchanged a few words before. Lu Qiu's submission included some professional content, but also talked about his past experiences, openly mentioning his time in the Red Chamber. Most of the article focused on Chu Xingchen's trust in him, praising Chu Xingchen almost throughout. Chu Xingchen looked at him cautiously. "Say that again?" Ling Zhou replied, "What he said is true, but maybe people aren't used to it. Should we revise it a bit?" Such straightforward praise was new to them. They thought it could be more polite, but Chu Xingchen was used to it and liked it because in modern times, this was basic. "No need. There's nothing to be uncomfortable about. This is the best way." Shen Songzhu gently reminded, "Some scholars might laugh at it." "It doesn't matter. Once they get used to it, it'll be fine," Chu Xingchen said, unconcerned. "Trust me, this article will be very useful. Don't forget, my newspaper isn't just for scholars, but also for ordinary people." She wanted the hearts of the people of Dechu, not just a few readers. She wanted scholars, so there are academic articles, but she couldn't ignore the common people. They need articles like this. "I want to seize the moment when the people are curious about the newspaper and attract them with enthusiasm." Articles like Lu Qiu's might make some people laugh, but they can win people's hearts back. It also helps everyone learn more about her and indirectly boosts unity, showing that Chu only values talent. Over time, it deepens patriotism and makes people proud to be Chu citizens. "I'm not afraid of being laughed at as long as the common people don't laugh at me. I am the eldest daughter of Chu and need a good reputation." When Chu Xingchen said this, Shen Songzhu and the others fell silent. "Your Highness is perceptive. We are not as wise as you," Xiao Wang said after a moment of silence. "Haha, not anymore. As long as you don't make fun of me, that's enough."
But
Everyone likes to hear compliments, right? No one enjoys criticism, correct? "Exactly," said Ling Zhou suddenly. "Your Highness, you are very impressive today, and also very beautiful." Chu Xingchen was caught off guard.
Huh.
"I am praising you," he said. Chu Xingchen likes to hear kind words, so Ling Zhou couldn't hold back and praised her sincerely. Seeing Chu Xingchen smile happily, Ling Zhou felt proud until Xiao Wang beside him said, "Your Highness has a kind and virtuous heart." Chu Xingchen's smile grew even wider. "Haha, you guys. That's too much." Ling Zhou looked at them in disbelief, feeling like he had lost somehow. "I can do it too. Your Highness is truly stunning." And Xiao Wang quickly added, "Your Highness is wise and gentle." Chu Xingchen interrupted. "Should we start the praise group?" "Sure, today is a good day. Let's celebrate together. Eat, play games, and praise each other." Since we're celebrating, Chu Xingchen thought of a fun old game, the command game. We are all soldiers. The general's orders must be obeyed, so whoever draws the command token can assign tasks to others. Since we're mainly praising each other, let's start by praising someone. Chu Xingchen wrote numbers on chopsticks, shook them, and said, "Draw a lot. If you can't come up with a compliment or repeat one, you have to
drink."
The game began, and the atmosphere was tense. No one wanted to lose. They kept coming up with words to praise Chu Xingchen, and Chu Xingchen also searched for all the words he knew. When Chu Xingchen drew the command token, he would assign others to praise each other. Shen Songzhu, Ling Zhou, and Xiao Wang looked at each other, gave awkward smiles, and offered a few words or simply drank, like Ling Zhou. "I can't find any more words," he said. His Highness had already praised them so much, and now he refused to praise Shin Songju or Xiao Wang. No, let's change the game. Let's modify the commands. Chu Xingchen had seen some overly difficult commands before, like doing a pole dance or kissing, but they didn't want to play those. Still, the game could be fun. Okay, Ling Zhou responded immediately. When the game instructions changed, everyone wanted to draw, but luckily Chu Xingchen drew the token. Number 1 and number 2, tie your feet together and go outside to fetch a handful of snow. Who is number 1 and who is number 2? I am number 1. Xiao Wang raised his chopsticks. I am number 2. Shun Songju replied coldly after a pause. Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou excitedly tied their ankles together. Be careful not to fall, they were warned. They didn't fall, but walking was very difficult. Put your arms around each other's shoulders and take steps together. With Chu Xingchen's guidance, they finally managed to walk outside and get some snow. It would have been enough for just one person to carry it, but they both brought it back together. Shin Songju held just a normal handful of snow, showed it to Chu Xingchen, then threw it away. Xiao Wangke said, "Your Highness, reach out your hand." Chu Xingchen reflexively reached out his hand. Shin Songju frowned. "The snow is cold. Don't let your Highness touch it." Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Wangke place a small snowman into Chu Xingchen's hand. Although tiny, it was definitely a snowman with a small leaf on top of its head. Simple but quite cute. No wonder he stopped halfway, he was picking a leaf. Seeing Chu Xingchen's surprised and happy expression, Shun Songju pursed his lips. "It's a little snowman, so cute." "Thank you, Xiao Xiaoqing." "You're welcome, Your Highness. But this snowman is cold, so don't keep holding it, or your hands might freeze." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen saw Xiao Wangchue's hands turning red from the cold and hurriedly said, "I understand. Go warm yourself by the fire. Don't catch a cold. You've been frostbitten before." Xiao Wangke, listening to her concern, slightly smiled, while Shun Songju's eyes darkened. Chu Xingchen looked at the little snowman in his hand and really liked it. He was reluctant to let it get damaged, so he thought for a moment and handed the snowman to Wandong. "Put it outside the window." It wouldn't melt outside the window. Xiao Wangchue's eyes flickered, and she quickly went out, then came back with a similar-sized snowman. One snowman is lonely. Let's add another to keep it company. Okay. Wandong held the two snowmen, pretending not to notice Shin Songju and Ling Zhou's expressions, carefully arranging the two snowmen. The game continued. Shun Songju drew the general's order. He glanced at the chopsticks in Chu Xingchen's hand, noticing the scratch on the tip. He remembered it was made by himself. His eyes flickered. "I grant the number 1 general's order rights. Number 1 can choose someone to carry her and run 2 laps." He added, "I have already given the order rights to number 1, and number 1 can also command me." He had seen Xiao Wangke carry Chu Xingchen back earlier. Although her foot was injured, that scene, along with what Xiao Wangke did tonight, kept replaying in his mind. Whether it was Xiao Wangke or Ling Zhou, they now seemed to have a subtle competition with him. And he still didn't know who Chu Xingchen's heart belonged to. She was kind to all 3 of them, but he couldn't tell who she truly cared for. He wanted to see through the game who among the 3 of them she liked the most. The person she chose might be the one in her heart. He specifically emphasized that she could choose him. If she had feelings, she would pick him. Ling Zhou didn't know what Shin Songju wanted to do. He checked his number, looked at them with disdain, and muttered that he didn't want to be responsible for others. Xiao Wangke, feeling sensitive, looked at Shin Songju, then turned his gaze to Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen looked at his number. "I'm number 1. Xiao Wangke slightly twisted his mouth, as expected. Shin Songju, Xiao Wangke, and Ling Zhou all looked at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen glanced at them, then without hesitation pointed at Ling Zhou. "Ling Zhou, what's your number?" "I choose you." Ling Zhou's hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly, and he blinked quickly. "Why do I have to carry you?" Ling Zhou said, quickly giving his number. "I'm number 3. "Of course, because you're strong. Hurry up." Chu Xingchen tiptoed and pulled Ling Zhou over, patting his shoulder. "Bend down a little, I'm coming up." Then he leapt up and climbed on. Let's go. Can you carry me? With someone like you, I could carry 5 or 10 no problem. Ling Zhou said, as if to prove himself, and quickly took a few steps forward. Chu Xingchen was so scared he hurriedly hugged him. Don't run. What if you fall? Ling Zhou suddenly felt the softness on his back and almost really fell. He quickly steadied himself. You. Don't be so close. Why not? It's nothing. Ling Zhou slowed his steps. Watching Ling Zhou carry her past in front of him, Xiao Wangke suddenly broke his chopsticks. The sharp-eyed Shen Songzhu looked over. Xiao Wangke, expressionless, threw the chopsticks aside and glanced at Jing Yan. Jing Yan lowered his head and quickly added. They finished 2 laps quickly. Ling Zhou, seemingly unaware, wanted to do a 3rd lap, but Shen Songzhu spoke. 2 laps are enough. You can put down the prince. He didn't expect Chu Xingchen to choose this way. It was his mistake. After putting Chu Xingchen down, Ling Zhou suddenly took 2 sips of water. Chu Xingchen looked at him, touching his nose. It seems the punishment is for Ling Zhou, not me. Ling Zhou wanted to say he wasn't afraid, but Xiao Wangke directly said, keep drawing. This round, Ling Zhou drew the command token. He looked at Chu Xingchen's chopsticks, paused, and said, Number 2, I order Number 2 to hug the command token. Chu Xingchen must be holding Number 2. He's so clever. Ling Zhou was waiting eagerly for Chu Xingchen, but Chu Xingchen looked to the side and asked, Who is Number 2? Xiao Wang gave a faint smile and looked at Ling Zhou, who suddenly looked downcast. It's me. Ling Zhou looked regretful. Are you really Number 2? I can't believe it. Where is his lord? He only wants the lord to hold him, not Xiao Wang, this big man. Whether you believe it or not, it's also me, Xiao Wang said, showing he was also tired of Ling Zhou. I choose to drink. Next, it became strange. Ling Zhou kept drawing the command card. His instructions were very odd, like sharing an apple or other weird tasks. It seemed he understood the game well, but he always chose Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu. Both of them chose to drink. Then all 3 of them started to feel overwhelmed. Chu Xingchen watched happily, but because he had drunk a little, he accidentally fell asleep while sitting. The 3 players quickly ended the game, lowering their voices and movements. Chu Xingchen had been busy for several days and was very tired. He only slept 1 night and didn't recover fully. Xiao Wang, Shen Songzhu, and Ling Zhou looked at each other. Ling Zhou was about to stand up but was stopped by Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang, who held his arms. Young Masterling, 1 more drink. All 3 of them kept a calm face, trying to get the other 2 drunk. After 3 rounds, no one fell down, and none of them wanted to admit defeat. During this stalemate, suddenly someone appeared silently from above, gently carrying Chu Xingchen away. Zhou Baiyan couldn't stand it anymore. The 3 of them were drinking and playing, ignoring the Lord. They let the Lord lie there, not worried about him catching a cold. Shen Songzhu, Ling Zhou, and Xiao Wang all exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Zhou Baiyan appeared out of nowhere. Their gazes were intense, but Zhou Baiyan didn't look at them. He carried Chu Xingchen without turning his head. All 3 looked strange and uncomfortable. Dong Winter lowered his head, trying not to laugh, and followed into the sleeping hall. When Zhou Baiyan put Chu Xingchen on the bed, Chu Xingchen was suddenly awakened by the surprise. Sleep now, Zhou Baiyan said softly, covering her eyes with his hand. Chu Xingchen heard his voice and quickly fell asleep again. Chu Xingchen was taken away, and Ling Zhou and the others naturally dispersed. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu drank 2 more glasses in silence and left. Ling Zhou stayed until the very end. He was a little drunk and muttered bitterly, It's just carrying the Lord to sleep? I can carry him too. Why use a shadow? He did it on purpose, trying to carry the Lord away, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, trying to scare someone. Who is this Zhou young master? Just call him Zhou Piao. Young general, let's go quickly. The sword and the golden spear looked around cautiously, worried that Prince Zhou might suddenly appear and scold the young general. Why didn't you let me speak? Look at him. So arrogant, so full of himself. Isn't it just because he's a bit better at martial arts and has a slightly nicer face? The golden spear and the sword half-dragged, half-carried Ling Zhou away. Later, Winter was going to change clothes for Chu Xingchen, but Zhou Baiyan suddenly left to avoid it. Ling Zhou's words were clear to him, and he couldn't help but touch his face. The prince also said his face looked good. Prince Zhou, he thought, seeing his palace servants hurriedly bow and greet him. Now everyone serving in the Jinhua Hall knew that although Prince Zhou was rarely seen, he was very favored by the princess. As she gave him more and more gifts, it became obvious. Over time, the attitude of the palace attendants changed a lot. They became more polite to Zhou Baiyan. Before, everyone was afraid of him and tried to ignore him, but now they still feared him, yet they would hold back their fear and speak to him because they said he was favored. Is he really favored? Zhou Baiyan thought. Suddenly, Tian Lu appeared. The emperor summoned him. Zhou Baiyan stiffened and quickly went to the imperial study. The empress was busy reviewing documents and didn't pay attention to Zhou Baiyan kneeling. After a while, she put down the papers, sipped her tea casually, and asked, "Where did you go just now?" Zhou Baiyan whispered, "To the Eastern Palace to check on the prince's safety." The empress casually responded, "Have you completed your tasks?" "Yes." Zhou Baiyan was not resting as Chu Xingchen thought, but was sent by the empress to carry out some secret missions. Court affairs were not as simple as they seemed. Sometimes, very harsh measures were necessary. "Good," the empress praised. "Xingchen is doing well now. I can protect her for a few more years. Those dirty, secret things, let us handle them for her." "Yes," Zhou Baiyan replied softly. Seeing the empress go back to reviewing documents, Zhou Baiyan stood up to leave, thinking he might as well go. He wondered if the prince might be thirsty. Suddenly, he heard the empress speak again. "I heard you've been doing some strange things lately." Her tone was calm, but Zhou Baiyan felt a tense shiver run through him. The empress looked at Zhou Baiyan, revealing a strange side of Chu Xingchen. She tapped the table with the documents and said, "Zhou Baiyan, recognize your place. I do not allow the next heir of the Chu family to have an unknown, lowly bloodline. Only 3 side princes and the young minister are qualified to be the prince's father. The future heir of Dachu must come from such a noble bloodline, or it would tarnish the Chu family's reputation." The empress looked down from her high throne at Zhou Baiyan, her presence commanding and intimidating without anger. Zhou Baiyan kept his head lowered, knowing that any sign of disobedience could cause him to vanish from this world. Under the growing pressure, Zhou Baiyan finally spoke in a dull voice. "Yes." The empress then withdrew her gaze and continued reviewing the memorials. "Last time, you caused trouble by seeking an antidote. Whether you were genuinely helping or had other motives, this is the only time." "Yes." She changed to a new memorial and glanced at him. "You're good-looking, and she likes you. You can keep her company and make her happy, but before she bears the crown prince, especially when she is you are not allowed to touch her. Remember your background." "Yes." Zhou Baiyan bowed his head, lowering himself to the dust. He was not the most precious son of the crown prince's palace. He was still just The next day, Chu Xingchen woke up, faintly remembering that Zhou Baiyan had returned. "Zhou Baiyan, are you there?" There was no response. Chu Xingchen wondered, could he still be out? "Who's on duty today? Come out, I want to ask something." She wanted to check on Zhou Baiyan's whereabouts, but quickly saw him floating down familiar. Her eyes lit up. "I knew you were back. Why didn't you make a sound earlier? How have you been resting these days? Did you go anywhere fun? Without you, it's quite strange. I have no one to eat with. Did you get anything delicious?" Zhou Baiyan hadn't spoken, but Chu Xingchen didn't mind. He usually didn't talk much. However, during breakfast, she called him over as usual, but he didn't move, standing far away. "Come here, Zhou Baiyan." He didn't approach, his voice hoarse. "Your Highness, I've already eaten." "Already? Well, you can still have a little. Come on, today there are your favorite rabbit buns and piggy buns." Chu Xingchen knew Zhou Baiyan liked cute things. She remembered the modern cute buns and asked the kitchen if they could make some. The palace chefs, who worked in the palace, were certainly talented. Soon, various adorable buns were made. piggy, hedgehog, rabbit, and cat-shaped buns. They used different fillings and created many innovative designs, delicate and tasty. Once these buns appeared, they became Chu Xinghai's favorites. Zhou Baiyan and Chu Xinghai shared similar tastes. They had no resistance to these cute treats. Every time she fed him, he ate them all clean. Chu Xingchen also saw him secretly poke at a small bun, and she was stunned when he accidentally poked it too hard and looked blank. Because Zhou Baiyan was always quiet, every time Chu Xingchen made cute buns in the kitchen, he would eat them all clean. Afterward, Chu Xingchen's breakfast would always include a small basket of cute buns. Chu Xingchen tried to tempt Zhou Baiyan with his reliable buns, but this time, it didn't work. Even the little buns can't move you? Chu Xingchen asked seriously. Zhou Baiyan, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Chu Xingchen wanted to check on him, but Zhou Baiyan stepped back and avoided him. No, Your Highness, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I won't eat them again, Zhou Baiyan said. He didn't want her to touch him. He was dirty, his hands covered in fresh blood. She didn't like blood and would have nightmares after seeing killing scenes. If she saw him killing, she would be scared and disgusted. She would regret letting him eat such cute buns. Someone like him doesn't deserve it. Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen and then disappeared instantly. Chu Xingchen was stunned in place. Why did he rest for 2 days and then go back to his old self? He had become cold and robotic again, but Zhou Baiyan wasn't really a robot. He could still reset himself like a machine. Zhou Baiyan, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Chu Xingchen asked, looking up. When he got no response, he asked again. Then he heard Wan Dong say, "It's time for court, Your Highness." Chu Xingchen could only give up for now. The entire Chu country was lively because of the news from the Chu Bao. The Shin family also became more lively because Chu Xingchen, after reusing Xiao Wang, also promoted Shin Songzhu to participate in the publication of the Chu Bao. Shin Shoufu's articles even appeared in the paper. Shin's family was already powerful and influential. Now, seeing Shin Songzhu being promoted, it seemed that the future crown prince might also come from the Shin family. The gates of power were about to be broken down. Shin Shoufu didn't take advantage of the situation to do anything. Instead, he kept his door closed and stayed low-key. Minister Zhao's article wasn't selected, so he secretly started writing furiously, vowing to get his work published in the Chu Bao. But his article still wasn't chosen in the second issue. Chu Xingchen wanted to publish a more practical article about how to make good use of wool. Most people in Dechu were farmers, but some lived near the grasslands and relied on herding animals. Because cattle were expensive to raise, people ate more mutton. Overall, Dechu raised quite a few sheep. Although the Empress's heated bed reduced winter deaths, cotton planting still took time, and people still endured the cold winter. They needed more ways to stay warm. In modern times, down jackets are essential for everyone. So, they could use duck down, rabbit for quilts, and wool sweaters, which are all good options. Currently, everyone only associates wool with warm clothing, which is not correct. Chu Xingchen took some time to write a practical article teaching common people how to shear sheep, clean the wool to remove grease and impurities, and dry, comb, and spin the wool into yarn. Wool sweaters are very warm, whether made into clothes or knitted into sweaters for oneself. They are good choices. I believe that clever and skilled common people will quickly learn to knit and create many new stitches. This article was placed in the livelihood section, and it also previewed the next issue, which will teach how to make clothes from wool yarn. Besides that, there was a story written by Lu Qiu along with news and academic articles. Shin Songzhu also wrote an article under the pseudonym Su Huaigu, which is sure to make the Xie family upset. Finally, Chu Xingchen, who was reviewing the newspaper, nodded and said, "Just publish it like this." Shin Songzhu took a look at the content, smiled, and said, "Tomorrow, the Xie family will be upset again, and the reputation of Your Highness as a kind and caring ruler will also be established." Lu Qiu's article might seem overly flattering to scholars, but common people won't see it that way. They will only think that His Highness is a good ruler, especially with the article about wool. Chu Xingchen understood Shin Songzhu's meaning. He chuckled and waved his hand. What's the big deal? They had never seen the tricks and schemes of modern times. She was just trying to improve her reputation a little, not lying or exaggerating. The printing and distribution of the newspaper didn't concern Chu Xingchen, but she had another matter to worry about. Shun Songju's birthday was coming up, the day after tomorrow, but she still hadn't decided what gift to give. The birthday person was right in front of her, but Chu Xingchen couldn't straightforwardly ask what she liked. Does your highness have anything else to say? Shun Songju noticed Chu Xingchen's hesitation. No, nothing, Chu Xingchen shook his head. After Shun Songju left, Chu Xingchen went to the kitchen but still couldn't think of a specific gift. Mostly, the gifts she received before were carefully prepared by each person. Shun Songju's gift was a painting she drew herself, so this time, she wanted to give a handmade gift. But it was difficult because she couldn't draw well, nor could she do embroidery. Plus, she had been busy with the newspaper and had no time or energy to prepare anything. Now, time was running out. Wandong, what do you think I should do? I can't just give her a piece of cloth with nothing embroidered on it, she asked. Your highness can do many things.
Just think about it.
Didn't you also make wool yarn before? Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. How about knitting a scarf? She knew how to do that well and was quite skilled, having knitted before. The day after tomorrow is her birthday, and she has to work late tonight, but she thinks she can manage. Chu Xingchen quickly starts working, but she overestimates herself a little. The yarn she has isn't the thick kind she used before, and because Shun Songju is tall, she needs a longer piece. She keeps knitting without stopping, but by bedtime, she has only finished a small part. Your Highness, it's time to rest, Wandong advises. Not yet. I need to knit a bit more. I might not finish otherwise. But you have to go to the newspaper office tomorrow. Maybe a maid can help, since you know how to knit, Wandong suggests. No, I want to do it myself. Chu Xingchen shakes her head.
It's okay.
Just a late night. I can do it. By the way, Wandong, did you send a message to Madam Shin? Yes, I did. Good. Then follow the plan the day after tomorrow. His Highness already said the maid will handle it. Chu Xingchen keeps working hard, and Wandong can only stay by her side. Zhou Bian watches her arrange the birthday surprise for Shin Songju, blowing on her red fingers while she knits. His eyes grow dimmer, and he seems to disappear into the darkness, as if he doesn't exist. Chu Xingchen finally goes to bed very late, even though it's her day off. She still struggles to get up and go to work. The new year is coming soon. Since yesterday, the Queen's court has been sealing everything until the 15th day of the first lunar month. After that, they will start again. But even during the holiday break, the newspapers still need to be published. The second issue is very important, so she has to watch over it. When she arrives, she finds everything lively. By her usual time, the second issue has already been printed. People coming to the newspaper office have all read it. Even those who saw the first issue can guess the ambitions of the Crown Princess, but seeing the second issue still shocks everyone. The Crown Princess's ambition and ability are clear from this issue. She is expanding her influence across the entire Great Chu, including among the common people. And she has succeeded in this. Usually, ordinary people who don't care much for scholars' writings remember the day the newspaper is published. They start asking about it at dawn, either buying a copy with their own money or listening at the reading spots. Their main interest is the weather forecast. Although not always accurate, it's still useful. Next, they focus on the wool yarn production and an article by Lu Qiu. The Crown Princess cares about the people, which warms their hearts. She promotes talented people, not just based on their background, but also by inspiring their passion. The morning court was slowly changing. Sensitive people quickly noticed that Minister Shun Xiao and other loyalists were more firmly supporting the Crown Princess. They fully backed her decisions on major and minor matters, including the trial use of traffic lights in Feng'an City and other issues. The next day, Shun Songju was tricked out of the palace by Wandong and returned to Shun's residence. This was his first time going home since entering the Eastern Palace. He was anxious at first, but when he saw his mother, she handed him a steaming bowl of longevity noodles. Mother.
This.
Madame Shen and Wan Dong exchanged smiles. Wan Dong bowed and explained, Shen Si Jun, it was actually a servant girl who tricked you earlier. It was His Highness's idea. He told the servant to make you leave the palace by pretending it was your birthday and Madame Shen's difficult day. He wanted you to come home and eat a bowl of longevity noodles made by Madame Shen herself, and then bow to her. Birthdays are usually times for celebration, but Madame Shen thought of her difficult day. Although Shen Songju always bowed to her every year, this year felt especially different because of the crown princess. Tears shimmered in Madame Shen's eyes. I thank His Highness. Shen Songju's eyes were dark as ink. He returned the longevity noodles to the servant and knelt in front of Madame Shen, lifting his robe. He had always been grateful to his mother for raising him, but no one had told him that this day was also her difficult day. Only recently, he heard Chu Xingchen say she was afraid of pain and worried about childbirth, which made him feel deeply. Mother, thank you. I know what you want to say. Get up quickly. The noodles will get cold. Eat fast. Perhaps because the noodles were too hot, Shen Songju felt his eyes heat up and his heart fill with warmth. Madame Shen didn't want to leave him. After he finished eating, she quietly asked, Songju, have you seen the books I gave you before? Shen Songju choked slightly. Mother, I've looked at them. Madame Shen chuckled secretly. That's good. Honestly, when you first entered the palace, I cried for several nights and argued with your father a few times. I didn't want you to go in. The palace is a dangerous place, and she doesn't deserve you. Mother. Shen Songju was speechless. Why did she say such things so casually? Don't worry, I only say this to you. And I'm very satisfied with His Highness now. Look, she even let you come back for your birthday. You need to seize the chance. If you miss it, you won't find someone better. Madame Shen softly added, tonight is a good opportunity. Make sure to take it. Her birthday was a special occasion. Shen Songju was conceived on her birthday. Mother. Shen Songju called out helplessly. I didn't say anything wrong, she muttered vaguely. The Miss Luo from the Luo family was also engaged or something similar, but Shen Songju pretended not to hear. Shen Songju didn't linger. After greeting her grandfather and father, she bowed to Madame Shen and then left the residence to return to the palace. The journey back was lively, with everyone talking about the Da Chu newspaper. Scholars gathered to discuss articles and studies, while common people, shopping for New Year goods, listened to others reading the newspaper and praising the young lady. As the New Year approached, the streets became very busy, filled with red decorations. This year was destined to be a lively one. Listening to the sounds outside, Shen Songju felt proud of Chu Xingchen. Hearing the praise, she was suddenly overwhelmed with a desire to open the curtain and tell everyone that the person being praised was her wife. In the next moment, Shen Songju chuckled and pressed her hand to her eye corner. It's all because His Highness suddenly gave me a surprise. She celebrated her birthday every year, but this time felt completely different. Such surprises and feelings of gratitude were new to her. Back in the palace, knowing Chu Xingchen had already returned, Shen Songju went directly to thank her. There's no need to be so polite. It's what I should do, Chu Xingchen said happily. Today is truly a good day. Our first printed newspaper, aside from those sent to counties, has sold out within Cheng'an City. The extra prints from yesterday are all sold, and many are still waiting, wanting to buy more. The sales exceeded our expectations, and we're printing more now. I knew His Highness could do it. Shen Songju felt happy too, as it was also her effort. Since today is your birthday, and we have such good news, let's hold a small celebration to enjoy it. Invite Ling Zhou Xiao Wang and others to join in the fun. Shen Songju paused. All right. Actually, she preferred celebrating quietly with her alone rather than a lively party. Then it's settled. Chu Xingchen seemed busy with something, so Shen Songju politely excused herself. What was Chu Xingchen busy with? She was finishing a scarf and preparing a birthday surprise. Finally, when everything was ready, the scheduled dinner was about to start. Shen Songju's birthday banquet was held in Mingxian Hall. Chu Xingchen arrived early to deliver a carefully prepared scarf. Shun Songju, happy birthday. This is a gift. The gift was beautifully wrapped by Chu Xingchen, placed in a box with a pretty bow. Shun Songju was very surprised and curious about the wrapping. What is it? It's not something valuable, right? No, just open and take a look. Chu Xingchen was eager to try. At this time, scarves and neck warmers are different. She could teach him how to wear one. Shun Songju opened it and looked at the long-shaped item with confusion. What is this? It's a scarf or a neck warmer. When worn around the neck, it keeps you warm. I'll help you put on. Chu Xingchen immediately took it and stood on tiptoe to help him wear it. She still remembered how to style a pretty scarf. Shun Songju looked down at Chu Xingchen, as if seeing his parents. His mother often helped his father with his clothes, and then his father would hug and kiss her. He accidentally saw this when he was young, and it left a deep impression. Shun Songju's gaze flickered, and he slowly reached out his hand. Just as Shun Songju's hand was about to touch, Chu Xingchen suddenly stepped back. That's enough. The scarf's matching was not out of place, making Shun Songju look gentle and warm. Chu Xingchen was very satisfied. Then she looked at Shun Songju's hand hanging in midair. What's wrong? Nothing. Shun Songju withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, that was close. If the crown prince hadn't suddenly stepped back, it could have been embarrassing. He lowered his head and touched the scarf. It's very soft and warm. I just haven't seen one like this before. Because this is the first scarf in Daekyu, Chu Xingchen said proudly. As a proper palace maid, Wandong added at the right moment, Shun Songjuan, this is the crown prince's handmade gift for you. Shun Songju was stunned. The crown prince made it himself? Chu Xingchen glanced at Wandong. I thought making it myself would be more meaningful. The last time you gave me a painting, I painted it myself too. I don't know sewing or knitting, so I just knit with yarn. I hope you don't mind. How could I mind? Shun Songju shook his head. Did you use those 2 small sticks you mentioned before? Yes. Shun Songju suddenly remembered the moment when Chu Xingchen put the scarf on him earlier. The quick intake of breath and the redness on her index finger. He stepped forward and reached out to check her hand. Sure enough, her index finger was a little red. Shun Songju looked up at Chu Xingchen, his eyes dark and deep, like a well that could swallow hearts. Does it hurt badly? No, it's normal for knitting to cause some redness at first, but it's not really painful, just a little. Chu Xingchen withdrew her hand and pointed to her finger with her own. Shun Songju looked at her and chuckled. Just as he was laughing, he heard a report that Ling Xiaoqing had arrived. Ling Zhou had come early. When he entered and saw Chu Xingchen was already here, he was not surprised. She had indeed arrived early. Seeing Shun Songju with a bright, cheerful face, Ling Zhou felt a bit tired and unmotivated. Shun Songju was lucky. He always chose special days for his birthday. For the first time, Ling Zhou thought his own birthday was too late and still so far away. If only it could be earlier. Unfortunately, Shun Songju had already celebrated his first. Ling Zhou bowed politely, and Chu Xingchen couldn't help but nudge him gently, whispering, What are you doing? It's Shun Songju's birthday. Why do you look so down? You don't seem excited at all. Because it's not my birthday, Ling Zhou grinned. If it were my birthday, I'd definitely be excited. Otherwise, Your Highness, do you think I'd celebrate my birthday today? Birthdays aren't usually celebrated like that. Chu Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. I knew it, Ling Zhou muttered, then quickly shifted his attention to Shun Songju. Side Lord, why is your scarf like that? It's just like that. Shun Songju touched a smile. Ling Zhou felt something was off but couldn't figure out what. When the time came, the kitchen quickly served the prepared dishes one after another. Sadly, just as all the dishes arrived, Xiao Wang was still not here. Xiao Wang was very punctual and wouldn't be late without reason. Did something happen? Chu Xingchen was about to send someone to check when Xiao Wang arrived late. He smiled and apologized, sorry for being late. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. After saying that, he truly drank 3 cups. Chu Xingchen looked surprised. You really drank 3 cups? Don't get drunk. Just eat some food first. Xiaowang nodded but hesitated when he saw the dishes. He didn't really want to eat. Most of the food was Shun Songju's favorite. Just as he was thinking this, Ling Zhou suddenly grabbed a big chopstick and started eating eagerly, all the dishes Shun Songju liked. Xiaowang looked confused, and Shun Songju also felt a bit puzzled. But seeing Ling Zhou's attitude, he hesitated for a moment, worried about making a mess. He took off his scarf carefully and handed it over to Bao Pu. Then, unexpectedly, the three of them started a friendly eating contest, each taking a bite, having fun and laughing. They ate happily and lively, but Chu Xingchen was a bit confused. He remembered a few dishes they all liked, especially Shun Songju's favorites since it was his birthday. Yet, all three of them were eating so enthusiastically, seeming to love the food. It made her a little dizzy. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Zhou and Xiaowang's inner thoughts were, these dishes must have been specially ordered by His Highness for Shun Songju. They all want to eat them all, no leftovers for him. Xiaowang, rarely childish, thought to himself, not everything good should be taken by Shun Songju. Seeing them so happy, Chu Xingchen decided not to interfere. The main event was still to come. She excused herself to change clothes and then brought out the grand birthday cake, a special version from the Chu kingdom. Chu Xingchen noticed that although Shun Songju was not very expressive and there was no indication he liked sweet flavors, it seemed he did enjoy sweets. In the end, he thought of a birthday cake. With the help of a skilled chef, they finally made a somewhat authentic birthday cake. Chu Xingchen also drew a cartoon version of Shun Songju and wrote Happy Birthday on it. He inserted special candles, and after Wei Dong and the others helped out the lights inside, they pushed the birthday cake forward. Shun Songju, Xiaowang, and Ling Zhou initially thought something strange was happening, but once they saw Chu Xingchen, they realized it was a surprise. Although singing Happy Birthday alone felt a bit odd, not singing it would be wrong, so Chu Xingchen started singing. Shun Songju looked at Chu Xingchen under the flickering candlelight, standing still and silent. He thought that being asked to return to the Shun residence, enjoying tonight's small banquet, and the scarf she had knitted herself was already a big surprise, but he didn't expect there to be more surprises after that. Ling Zhou quickly asked, Your Highness, what is this? This is a birthday cake, similar to a longevity peach, just made differently, Chu Xingchen explained. Side Lord, you can make 3 wishes later. After you make your wishes and out the candles, they will come true, she added. After saying that, Chu Xingchen pulled Ling Zhou and Xiaowang and said, Let's clap and sing Happy Birthday together. Ling Zhou wasn't in the mood to sing. Xiaowang clapped along but didn't speak, and in the end, only Chu Xingchen sang, with Clever by Wu Dong joining in. Shun Songju took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and made his wishes. First, for the prosperity of the great Chu country. Second, for the health of his parents and family. Third, for a princess to be born every year on his birthday. He opened his eyes and suddenly blew out the candles. Chu Xingchen clapped happily. After Wu Dong and the others lit the candles again, she eagerly said, Side Lord, come and have some cake. It's very delicious. Shun Songju looked at his cartoon drawing. Do I have to eat this too? It's edible. It's made with jam, Chu Xingchen replied. Shun Songju paused, then shared the cake first with Ling Zhou and Xiaowang, and then carefully separated his small cartoon picture and handed it to Chu Xingchen. I'll just give this to the prince. Chu Xingchen. That statement sounded a bit off, and it could be misunderstood. But it also seemed correct, since she was planning to eat the cartoon, but with Shun Songju's words, she felt a little shy. Just as Chu Xingchen was unsure what to do, suddenly a head popped out and ate Shun Songju's head in one bite. Side Lord's head is really tasty. He let out 2 whimpering sounds and swallowed, then licked the cream on Shun Songju's lips with a smile. He quickly swapped Chu Xingchen's cake for his own. Your Highness, you can enjoy my happy cake. I promise you'll be very pleased. Xiaowang, standing nearby, quickly smiled and hid his expression, then also started eating his cake. Although he was eating cake, his face looked strangely fierce. Ling Zhou quickly finished eating Shun Songju. Even though he was reluctant at first, he admitted, This cake is really delicious. Your Highness, I want one for my birthday next month. Since no cake had ever appeared into Chu, it must have been Chu Xingchen who thought of making it. Chu Xingchen sighed. All right, I'll give you some. Shun Songju added, young masterling, if you love eating, have more. But remember, some things shouldn't be eaten carelessly, and some words shouldn't be spoken recklessly, or there will be endless trouble. It's okay. The side prince is actually quite tasty. Ling Zhou grinned.
Zhu Xingchen.
Xiao Wang, who had arrived quietly beside them, softly said, Your Highness, you don't need to worry about them. Young Masterling just loves to argue. Is this something Your Highness thought of? And what is that white thing? It looks soft and fluffy.
Cream.
Chu Xingchen thought for a moment, and then started eating too. She loved the sweet cake. What are you two secretly talking about? Your Highness, I want you to draw me on my cake too, and better yet, include yourself as well. Ling Zhou squeezed over again. Stop messing around. Why would I draw myself on my birthday cake? Chu Xingchen said helplessly. That's not something you usually ask for. I just want to tell you I like it a lot. Shun Songju was eating his cake, thinking that this was probably the best dessert he had ever tasted. Although Ling Zhou was a bit annoying, the lively atmosphere was quite nice. This time, Shun Songju didn't hide his liking. He ate the cake gracefully and quickly, forgetting his usual rule of stopping at 70% full. Seeing Shun Songju like this, Ling Zhou, who was already full, still wanted to grab some more. Chu Xingchen looked at him speechlessly and directly smeared cream on his face. A cream fight accidentally broke out. Amid Chu Xingchen's shouts of wipe your face, Pao Pu carefully protected his scarf and ran around hiding. In the end, he simply ran outside. All four of them got caught, with Chu Xingchen's face having the most cream. This was Shun Songju's liveliest and loudest birthday ever. Jinhua Palace was filled with joy and laughter everywhere, but the beam in one corner remained silent. Zhou Bian didn't go to see the cake Chu Xingchen had specially left for him, and his absence made the lively scene seem out of place. Unknowingly, the night grew deep. Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou, who had been hesitating and reluctant to leave, finally decided to go after watching the clock and sensing intense gazes from Bo Pu. Chu Xingchen watched their backs and muttered, they pretended not to want to leave before, but now they're reluctant to go. It was time for her to leave as well. Chu Xingchen finally wished them a happy birthday, stood up to leave, and Bo Pu bowed and said, Your Highness, please. Is there something else? Chu Xingchen looked at Shun Songju, but saw her drinking tea with her eyes lowered, not paying attention to her. Chu Xingchen guessed there was something going on, paused for a moment, and followed Bo Pu. As they walked, Chu Xingchen felt something was off. Why had they arrived at Shun Songju's palace? Bo Pu. Your Highness, we've arrived. Bo Pu stopped in time, took a tray from a nearby attendant, and handed it to Wandong. Everything is prepared inside. Sorry to trouble Miss Wandong. Curious, Chu Xingchen looked inside and saw a steaming bath with flower petals floating on top. Your Highness, you may take a bath now. Wandong set the tray aside and picked up some clothes. Sai Jun was very thoughtful and even prepared sleepwear with a rabbit design, probably asked the embroidery room about it. That's very thoughtful, but I'll just wash when I get back. Let Shun Songju handle the water. Chu Xingchen touched her face, which was smeared with cream. Though uncomfortable, she thought it would be better and more comfortable to wash at home. Since the bath water was sprinkled with flower petals, let Shun Songju wash it. Chu Xingchen imagined Shun Songju bathing inside, holding petals and blowing on them, and couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was amused, she saw Wandong giving her a very speechless look. Chu Xingchen paused, reined in her smile, and asked, What's wrong? She hesitated for a moment. Wait, Wandong, could it be? I'm going to bathe here, and then rest here? Of course. Wandong said naturally. Your Highness, what's wrong with that? Chu Xingchen did, of course. Your Highness, today is Sai Jun's birthday. Usually on birthdays, guests stay overnight. Just like if your husband was here, you would stay with him on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, or during festivals. I thought you already knew. I didn't know. I never thought about this. I was just helping him celebrate his birthday. Earlier, Zhou Baiyan's birthday was celebrated, but nothing like this happened. Chu Xingchen's mind was screaming, but after thinking carefully, she realized that although there was no strict rule, it seemed to be a common custom. The original owner had only been fixated on Xie Ziqing and never thought about these things. Regarding Zhou Buyan's birthday, there is no such thing because no one actually remembers her birthday, only her birth date. Chu Xingchen feels stuck, more surprised than when Xiao Wangzhong was poisoned. Wan Dong, can I leave? Wan Dong nods, yes. Chu Xingchen's eyes brighten. Then Your Highness, as soon as you step out of Ming Xian Palace, the whole palace will know you no longer like Shen Sujun. Probably tomorrow. Many people in Fomin City will find out.
Chu Xingchen friet.
Wan Dong steps forward and skillfully unties her clothes. Your Highness, the water is getting cold. After Xiao Wang Lingzhou leaves Ming Xian Palace, he walks very slowly, but he can't stop completely. When they hear the lock being turned on Ming Xian Palace, everyone knows Chu Xingchen stayed inside. The two bow and separate. Lingzhou, upon returning, shouts, "Bring me wine. I won't stop drinking until I get drunk tonight." Young general, you've already drunk quite a bit. If you drink more, you'll get drunk. I want to get drunk. I want to get drunk, so I can sleep peacefully. Xiao Wang returns to Jinghong Palace and sits quietly for a moment before telling Jin Yan, "Go get some wine." Jin Yan dares not say much and quietly goes to fetch it. Drinking will help him forget everything. Xiao Qing is too bitter, and in the end, Shen Su-jun benefits.
Suddenly, Shen Si-yun sneezes.
He touches his nose. How is His Highness? His Highness has Wan Dong to take care of him. He should be fine soon. Chu Xingchen has indeed finished her bath. She wants to calm down more, but Wan Dong doesn't allow it, worried she might catch a cold, especially since she just drank some wine. When she finally comes out slowly, Bao Pu is still waiting outside. Your Highness, please come in. Chu Xingchen is taken to Shen Songzhu's sleeping quarters. It looks specially decorated, perhaps for the new year or because she is expected to stay overnight. There is a lot of red which feels festive. A faint fragrance fills the air, similar to Shen Songzhu's scent. Chu Xingchen can't quite describe it, but it smells like winter cedar in the woods. Being surrounded by this scent, Chu Xingchen feels like the whole world is wrapped in Shen Songzhu's presence, with nowhere to escape. Wan Dong is no longer reliable. Chu Xingchen bites her finger, feeling anxious. What should she do? Suddenly, she hears a greeting outside. Shen Songzhu has returned. He walks step by step toward the familiar sleeping quarters. When he reaches the door, he pauses, adjusting his clothes. Just then, he hears voices inside and quickly pushes the door open. At first, he doesn't see Chu Xingchen. When he enters, he sees her lying on the bed, turned away from him. Shen Songzhu paused by the bed. Did you fall asleep? Chu Xingchen, lying with her back to him, opened her eyes. I was pretending. She truly didn't know what to do. When she heard Shen Songzhu's voice, her actions were faster than her thoughts. She hurried onto the bed and immediately pretended to sleep. Because she moved so quickly, she bumped her head. It hurt a lot, but she couldn't touch it. Her hair on her cheek felt a bit itchy, but she also couldn't scratch it. Chu Xingchen was all mixed up, thinking wildly, when she suddenly felt Shen Songzhu sit beside her and lean over to look down at her. Feeling him get close, she instantly started to scream internally. Shen Songzhu paused for a moment, looked at her with a slight smile, then reached out and brushed her hair. On her face. He moved her hair away from her face. Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling less itchy. But in the next second, she froze. Why was he moving her hair? Was he getting closer to kiss her? Her hands instinctively clenched tightly. Shen Songzhu looked at her and suddenly smiled. Your hair isn't dry yet and you're sleeping? Aren't you worried about headaches? He took the towel she had casually tossed aside and gently began to wipe her hair. Chu Xingchen slowly exhaled, her heart pounding. She didn't know if Shun Songju had noticed. She had pretended to sleep in a rush earlier, but now she felt something was off. Maybe she was too nervous and stiff. Her hand underneath felt a bit numb. Shun Songju carefully brushed her hair, using his finger as a comb, smoothing it slowly. A head of black hair spread across the pillow, contrasting with the dark pillow and making Chu Xingchen's skin look as soft as clouds. His gaze unconsciously fell on her ears. Just like last time, her ears turned red again, adding a touch of charm to this beautiful scene. Shun Songju's originally smiling eyes gradually deepened. He had been praised before as a true gentleman who remains calm in any situation, but now he realized they had been mistaken. Seeing her ears turn redder and redder, Shun Songju tightened his grip. "How long are you going to pretend, Your Highness?" His gentle voice grew husky, deeper than before. Chu Xingchen felt annoyed. She had been caught. Of course, Shun Songju was so clever. How could he not guess? If she could fall asleep at this moment, she'd be surprised. She froze, unsure what to do. Shun Songju chuckled. "You're going to ruin the blanket." He leaned over to grab her tightly clutching hands on the blanket. Chu Xingchen couldn't keep up the act anymore and hurriedly opened her eyes. Shun Songju's smiling eyes quietly looked at her, gentle yet meaningful, which made her feel strangely restrained and awkward. She felt like she was going crazy. Shun Songju looked at Chu Xingchen's wide eyes, like a frightened rabbit, showing a shy innocence. Her cheeks were rosy, her slightly parted lips revealed a subtle charm, silently tempting others. But that was not her intention. He could see her fear and nervousness, which made him feel helpless. Shun Songju took a deep breath. "Your Highness, don't be afraid. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll get pregnant."
Huh.
So, does that mean something else? Chu Xingchen's mind went blank. Sometimes she thought, even if she wouldn't get pregnant, she shouldn't do that. Her mind was racing.
"No," she said.
She's in her dangerous period now. Chu Xingchen suddenly sat up, hitting her chin against Shun Songju's jaw. Shun Songju made a sound, and Chu Xingchen also exclaimed. Her head, which had been bumped once, was hit again. Not only her head, but her numb hand also hurt badly. Those who have experienced numb hands and legs know that feeling. It's hard to describe. Her hand hurt, but she didn't care at this moment. Shun Songju, are you okay? Shun Songju took a moment to recover.
"I'm fine."
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw blood slowly flowing from the corner of Shun Songju's mouth.
"Blood."
Chu Xingchen was startled, hurriedly grabbing a nearby handkerchief to help wipe it. "Are you okay? Are you alright?" Her tone was full of doubt. Shun Songju looked at Chu Xingchen and sighed. "I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into something earlier, so I bled." Bumping into his tongue was actually painful, but Shun Songju didn't want Chu Xingchen to worry. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Chu Xingchen finally relaxed when she saw the bleeding had stopped. Shun Songju shook his head. The romantic atmosphere was completely ruined. He looked at the blood-stained handkerchief and felt it looked familiar, like it was specially prepared for their wedding night. At this moment, Chu Xingchen had crumpled the handkerchief and thrown it aside. Shun Songju. He had thought tonight could bring countless possibilities, but he never expected such bleeding to happen. He looked away, avoiding the handkerchief, to stop himself from overthinking. Chu Xingchen still looked guilty, clutching her head. "Does your highness have a headache?" "Not much. Definitely not as bad as yours." Shun Songju checked her and gently touched her head.
"No swelling."
"If it hurt badly, it would be swollen. You should see a doctor." "I'm fine, but Shun Songju, about your mouth. Does your tongue need to be checked by a doctor?" "No need," said Shun Songju, shaking his head as he examined her tongue late at night, wondering what it looked like. Shun Songju knew she was very afraid of pain, so he gently blew on her head to help cool her. "Are you feeling better now?" Chu Xingchen nodded downwards, surprised that someone was helping her on her again today. She replied softly, "Yes, very effective, like a magic pill." Shun Songju chuckled, "Still like a magic pill? Then let me on you again." He blew softly, then couldn't help but touch her head, soft and gentle, which made his heart soften too. I didn't expect the little princes had to be so small but so hard. Chu Xingchen touched her head. Yes, but Shun Siju, your chin is also very firm. Shun Songju. Did I just tell a bad joke? At the door, Bao Pu was waiting to be summoned. Hearing the sounds from inside, he almost jumped with excitement. It's happening. Listen to those sounds, and a few words. Ahem. He knew how to serve the prince well. The prince was indeed very capable. Bao Pu looked at Wandong, smiling softly as he whispered for her to go eat something. They needed to build good relations with the people from Jinhua Palace. If there was a little prince in the future, he also wanted to bring him along. Maintaining good relations with Miss Wandong was very important. Bao Pu thought Mingxian Palace could celebrate properly, even for 3 months' worth of monthly allowances. He happily took Wandong away, replaced with Shouzhua to guard the place, making sure no one disturbed them. Inside the sleeping hall, Chu Xingchen saw Shun Songju silent and awkwardly smiled. I said the wrong thing. If the prince can't, I'll go. I don't sleep well, so I might hurt you again. Shun Songju pressed his forehead, seeing Chu Xingchen trying to get up, and quickly reached out to hold her down, gripping her shoulders to prevent her from rising. Tonight, just stay obediently in Mingxian Palace, he said firmly, refusing to let go of her. That night, she belonged to him. Chu Xingchen opened her eyes. The red light immediately told her this was not her own sleeping chamber. Soon, her mind flashed back to last night. Her last memory was being held down, Shun Songju pressing over her, then reaching out as if to undo her clothes. But Shun Songju paused, then finally placed his hand over her eyes, covering them. Sleep well, Your Highness. If you move again or say another word, I can't guarantee. His tone was threatening. Chu Xingchen obediently closed her eyes, her heart pounding loudly. Shun Songju let her go, turned over, and got out of bed. Chu Xingchen secretly peeked through a small opening, only seeing Shun Songju's back as she fiddled with an incense burner. Soon, she found herself growing more and more sleepy. Even though she wanted to stay awake, she quickly fell asleep. Shun Songju was sharing her room, yet she slept peacefully until morning. How brave she was. By the way, where was Shun Songju? Chu Xingchen suddenly looked to the side, her mind flashing with scenes from famous TV shows and movies of men with bare chests. There was no bare-chested Shun Songju beside her, only Shun Songju holding a book nearby. Shun Songju sat on the edge of the bed, bathed in the morning sunlight, looking scholarly and calm. Chu Xingchen was stunned. Shun Songju put down her book and said, Your Highness, you're awake. Good morning. Looking at Shun Songju's face, Chu Xingchen felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly sat up and tried to get out of bed. As she lifted the blanket, she suddenly felt cold. She looked down and saw her sleepwear was loose and messy. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, and the bed was in disarray, like it had been disturbed. Chu Xingchen hurriedly grabbed her collar. Shun Songju, did you do something last night while I was asleep? She thought for a moment, then realized, no, I was sleeping so deeply last night, it's strange. Your Highness is perceptive. Last night, I added a bit of sleep-inducing incense, so you slept so well. Chu Xingchen. No wonder I slept so soundly. But why did you add sleep-inducing incense? Did you do something to me? Her eyes showed suspicion. A faint smile appeared in Shun Songju's eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Highness, you guessed correctly. You mean I guessed right? So, you really did something? Shun Songju nodded. Yes, well, I did whatever I thought you wanted. Chu Xingchen. No way. Shun Songju chuckled softly. Seeing your expression, I guess you thought of many things. I didn't expect you to be like this, with such improper thoughts about me. He shook his head and stood up to leave. Chu Xingchen hurriedly stopped him. Don't go. Let's talk clearly. I've already explained. Whatever you think, that's what it is. Chu Xingchen scratched her head. So, if she thought about many things, did that mean something happened? If she thought of nothing, did that mean nothing happened? Huh. Nothing happened? Chu Xingqian checked herself and felt no unusual soreness or discomfort.
So,
Nothing happened. Chu Xingqian felt a bit shy. Shen Songju is a gentleman, so how could he act impulsively? She had just been lost in wild thoughts, even imagining inappropriate things and letting him know. It was so embarrassing. But she relaxed a little, releasing her grip on her collar. As she did, her face stiffened again because she saw some suspicious red marks below her collarbone. Chu Xingqian, what is this? She lowered her collar to look, and then noticed something unusual on her wrist. Seems like a handprint. Her eyes widened in surprise. That handprint clearly looked like someone pressed her hand. Watching Shen Songju's back, Chu Xingqian suddenly got angry. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Just as Shen Songju was about to open the door, he was hit on the head. He turned around in disbelief and saw Chu Xingqian jumping off the bed and rushing toward him. Shen Songju, I thought you were a noble person, but look at what you've done. How could you hurt a girl who is unconscious? Being awake and not awake are completely different states. The big difference made Chu Xingqian very angry. She tiptoed and grabbed Shen Songju's collar. Shen Songju, I am so disappointed in you. How could you do this? Just tell me it wasn't you, or I'll really hit you. Shen Songju. It was the first time someone grabbed his collar, and it was Chu Xingqian doing it. He had never been falsely accused like this before. He should be furious, but seeing Chu Xingqian's angry, disappointed, and sad expression, his anger suddenly faded. Fine, I'll tell you. It wasn't me. He held Chu Xingqian's hand, which perfectly matched the handprint marks on her wrist. I grabbed your hand last night, but not without reason. I was worried you might hurt yourself. His gaze fell on her nails. Chu Xingqian calmed down and looked at her nails. What did that mean? Could she have done it herself? Seeing her reaction, Shen Songju released her hand. Can you let go of me now? He didn't expect her to leave such obvious marks easily.
yes.
You can. She seemed to have misunderstood again. It wasn't intentional. The marks. And earlier, you also said some things to mislead me. I just misunderstood. She smiled shyly. I apologize for the misunderstanding.
Sorry.
I'll help you tidy up. Shen Songju looked at her and shook his head. I never thought I was such a person in the eyes of the prince. No, I don't distrust you. It's just that you seemed a bit different last night, so I was concerned. Shen Songju didn't speak. In fact, he hadn't changed at all. He has always been like this. He bent down to pick up the pillow and placed it in her arms. Fortunately, Your Highness used a soft pillow last night. Otherwise, it could have been deadly. In the past, he used heavy pillows made of wood, porcelain, or jade. In Chu Xingqian's mind, she unconsciously imagined those pillows suddenly falling on Shen Songju, causing him to fall and bleed. She shook her head quickly. I won't do that. I know better. I wouldn't just hit him with a hard pillow. That reassures me, Shen Songju said. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound outside the door. Wan Dong and Bao Pu, hearing the unusual noise and possible argument inside, hurriedly knocked on the door. Your Highness, you should wash up now. Shen Songju turned to open the door. Chu Xingqian awkwardly put the pillow back, noticing that the red marks on her hand matched her fingernails. She washed her face to calm down, but when she was about to change clothes, she found a more important issue. Her underwear was removed. She had been wearing it when she came out last night, but now it was taken off, and her underwear was beside her pillow. Out of habit, she guessed she might have taken it off herself because she felt uncomfortable while sleeping.
So,
Did she take off her underwear in front of Shen Songju last night? It wasn't a simple undergarment, but a specially made one from the embroidery room. The case was solved. The strap was undone by herself, probably to remove her underwear. Shen Songju was nearby, possibly seeing everything clearly. It was simply embarrassing. Chu Xingqian covered her face, hesitating and hiding, not wanting to go out. Shen Songju stood outside, looking out the window at the scenery. Bao Pu told him not to catch a cold, but he shook his head. I'm not cold. He needed some cool air. After a moment, Shou Zhuo approached with a small wooden box, looking excited. He whispered, "Young master, Momo has stored the yuanpa. Where should I put it?" Shun Songju frowned.
What?
Shoujua opened the box slightly, revealing a piece of yuanpa. It's the princess's. Many people keep theirs. It's also a source of pride for the husband. Shun Songju. What are they keeping? It's his blood. He rubbed his forehead, about to say something, but then heard Chu Xingchen come out. He hurriedly waved Shoujua away to avoid making a scene. Breakfast is ready. Your Highness, please eat before you leave. Chu Xingchen didn't really want to eat, but since Shen Songju invited her, she didn't refuse. All right. She lowered her head, deciding to finish her meal before leaving. After just one bite, she heard Shen Songju hiss and looked up to see him explaining, "It's nothing. I accidentally burned my tongue." Chu Xingchen realized that he had hurt his tongue because it was scalded. This was her fault. She bumped into him. Does it hurt a lot? Show me your tongue. No need. It's fine. Shen Songju shook his head. You should eat quickly. Baopu initially didn't understand why Shen Songju's tongue was injured, but when he saw the excited expression on the nearby attendant's face, he suddenly understood. Why was it injured? It was simple. His Highness must have bitten it. Perhaps it was during some intimate moment. So embarrassing. Chu Xingchen finished her breakfast quickly and prepared to leave. At the door, she asked Wandong, "Ling Xiaoqing's birthday is next month, right?" Yes. And Xiao Xiaoqing? I think it's in March. Yes, Xiao Xiaoqing's birthday is in March. What's wrong with your Highness? It's nothing. Chu Xingchen hadn't cared about their birthdays before, but after last night, her view on birthdays completely changed. They are celebrating overnight. What will she do then? After Shen Songju's birthday passed, Chu Xingchen started thinking about what to do for Ling Zhou and Xiao Wangxing's birthdays. This was her first night at Ming Xian Palace. No matter what others thought outside, Ming Xian Palace was filled with joy. As soon as Chu Xingchen left, Baopu and Shoujua led the congratulations to Shen Songju. Shen Songju was drinking water and almost choked. Congratulations on what? Congratulations on the union between the Side Lord and His Highness. Shen Songju. He pressed his temples. Stop your celebrations. Whatever you guessed or knew last night, do not reveal a word. Baopu and Shoujua looked at each other, puzzled by Shen Songju's attitude. Side Lord. I don't want to say it twice. Yes. Because they were confused by Shen Songju's attitude, they kept a low profile. But Chu Xingchen's first night at Ming Xian Palace attracted much attention and speculation. Ling Zhou, who was hungover, woke up with a blank expression, lying still for a while before wrapping himself in the blanket and sitting quietly with messy hair. Young General. Shut up. I don't want to hear anything today. He didn't want to hear about Shen Songju and her union. Are you really not going to listen? Are you afraid of regret? Hearing the sneaky voice of the sword, Ling Zhou's heart suddenly stirred. Tell me. The sword moved closer. Young General, I've asked around, and last night His Highness didn't keep any records. Chu Xingchen is the eldest daughter, so some records are naturally kept. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, I only dared to tell you after I was sure. So, you can rest assured, young General. Ling Zhou slumped onto the bed, then chuckled foolishly. Then I'll wait for my birthday. In 20 days, I can. Hee. It will be his turn then. Ling Zhou clenched his fists. He must record this moment. He will be the first. He absolutely won't lose to anyone. Thinking about it made him shy. Ling Zhou wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. The sword watched the young general toss and turn, happily smiling for him. Young General, does that mean we can start preparing now? No need. Who am I? This isn't a big deal. I'm no worse than them. Just know this. I, Ling Zhou, never lose. This time, he would definitely win. Steady and sure. Jin Chong thought Ling Zhou was happy enough. Rationally, he said, but don't be careless. Young General, do you know what gift His Highness gave the Crown Prince yesterday? What? A scarf. The one you mentioned. The neck warmer His Highness knitted himself, stitch by stitch. His Highness is very thoughtful towards Shensai Jun, so we mustn't be careless. If we wait too long for the young general's birthday, His Highness might be taken away by Shin Sai-jun and Xiao Xiaoqing. Ling Zhou immediately sat up. No wonder he was so precious last night.
He was displeased.
Wash up. He was going to find His Highness. When Ling Zhou went to find Chu Xingchen, Zhou Baiyan was reporting to the emperor about the eldest daughter's situation, including her interactions with the Sai-jun Xiaoqing. This was a new task Zhou Baiyan had recently taken on. So, they haven't shared a room?
Yes.
The empress frowned. That Shin kid hasn't done anything? Could there be a health issue? Otherwise, how could he endure? The empress pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhou Baiyan. In the future, judge more carefully. When the eldest daughter isn't in danger or hurt, don't always appear. Give them some space to get along. If you show up all the time, they'll spend less time together. The sooner the eldest daughter bears an heir, the sooner you can get closer to her. Zhou Baiyan's mouth moved, wanting to say that His Highness was afraid of pain, and the anesthesia hadn't been developed yet, but he couldn't say it. When Zhou Baiyan returned to Jinhua Palace, Ling Zhou was already waiting for Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen returned home, and Ling Zhou immediately expressed his wish. Your Highness, I also want a scarf. For my birthday, I want you to give me this. Chu Xingchen felt headache. You found out again? Of course I know, and I also know that you made it yourself. Your Highness, you can't favor some over others. Seeing Chu Xingchen silent, Ling Zhou lowered his head. You made clothes for Xiao Xiaoqing before, and now you're knitting a scarf for Shin Sijuan. I have nothing. Usually lively and spirited, Ling Zhou now looked like a sad puppy. Chu Xingchen felt guilty just looking at him. I didn't make clothes for Xiao Xiaoqing. Forget it, I will give you one later, but don't argue about this. It's a birthday gift. Okay. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up, and he quickly cheered up. When will you give it to me? And what will it be? It must be something you made yourself. Chu Xingchen realized Ling Zhou was pretending earlier. That I can't sew or knit either. What do you want me to do? She looked at Ling Zhou's head, thinking maybe she should knit him a hat. What color do you like? Colors? I like all of them.
Pink, white, yellow are fine.
Black, gray, blue, green are also good. Chu Xingchen burst out laughing.
Green?
That would turn into a green hat, wouldn't it? Haha, you actually think green is okay. What's wrong with green? Ling Zhou felt uneasy. Your Highness, what are you going to give me?
Secret.
You'll find out later. She had an impulse to use green. Just as Ling Zhou left, Xiaowang came in. Ling Zhou knew the news he shared, and Xiaowang also knew it. Although his eyes had some bloodshot, he still looked spirited. If Chu Xingchen and Shin Songzhu had a close night last night, he would naturally feel uncomfortable. He didn't have intimacy with her even when he was poisoned, but now, after a birthday, they did. It felt strange. Fortunately, thankfully, Xiaowang didn't directly ask for a gift, but his subtle gaze made it impossible to ignore. He also handed over a box of ointment. I heard Your Highness's hands are red. I happen to have some medicine. Your Highness can apply it.
Chu Xingchen.
She didn't mind Ling Zhou causing trouble. She was just being pressed by him, and had to agree. But facing Xiaowang, she couldn't resist his gaze and took the initiative to say she would knit something herself as a New Year gift. Your Highness, I thank you for the gift, but please don't overwork yourself. Otherwise, it would be my fault.
No.
Chu Xingchen watched Xiaowang leave, then rubbed her face. She had only given him a birthday gift. In the future, she would give gifts when they celebrated, and now she needed to give more. They had already given 2 gifts, so she couldn't forget Zhou Baiyan. He wouldn't argue now, he still didn't speak or show up. But she wouldn't forget him just because he wouldn't argue. Zhou Baiyan, what do you like? There was silence above for a while before Zhou Baiyan's voice came through. Nothing. Nothing? You mean you don't like anything? Before, he had been drunk and seemed obedient and easy to talk to. But Zhou Baiyan simply answered, yes. Chu Xingchen, that you said before you liked drawing and stuff. Do you still draw now?
No.
Chu Xingchen, that what about other things? Do you really not like anything anymore? Zhou Baiyan responded with silence. Chu Xingchen told him to come down directly. Zhou Bian landed in front of her, expressionless. Zhou Bian, what's wrong with you? You clearly changed before. Why are you like this now? If something's bothering you, tell me. Zhou Bian remained silent. Seeing he wouldn't speak, she didn't give further instructions. He disappeared directly. Chu Xingchen felt a headache. Is this the teenage rebellious phase? Thinking about Zhou Bian's age, it seemed he was indeed in a rebellious stage. Parents often worry about their children's teenage rebellion, and she seemed to have experienced it early. How should she solve this problem? Chu Xingchen quickly thought of an idea: drinking. Last time, Zhou Bian got drunk and was very honest. She wanted to find out what was on his mind and see what was really going on. A new fruit wine had just been released, so Chu Xingchen had someone bring it over for a tasting, and she asked Zhou Bian to help drink it. Since she asked for his help, Zhou Bian couldn't refuse, so he drank one glass after another, gradually feeling the effects of alcohol. Chu Xingchen kept watching Zhou Bian. When she thought he had enough, she walked over with a tempting tone. Zhou Bian, do you have something on your mind lately? After asking, she felt a bit awkward. Her tone sounded like that of a mischievous aunt trying to get a drunken, innocent young boy to do something bad, full of a wicked vibe. Zhou Bian looked quietly at Chu Xingchen without speaking, but his eyes revealed a strange, hard-to-explain sadness. Chu Xingchen was stunned and pushed aside her strange thoughts. Zhou Bian, if you have something to tell me, just say it. Seeing her suddenly approach, Zhou Bian quickly took a step back. Chu Xingchen was surprised and reached out to pull him. When she touched his clothes, his face changed drastically. Your Highness, please don't touch me, he said, backing away as if wanting to be 3 feet away from her. Chu Xingchen looked at her hand. Why can't I touch? Am I poisonous? If I touch you, will I get poisoned? Zhou Bian shook his head.
No.
He wasn't afraid of poison. If she only had a mild toxin, touching her would at most make him blood, but she wasn't like that. Zhou Bian tapped her heavy head and then flew up quickly. Zhou Bian, come down. Chu Xingchen called out helplessly, but Zhou Bian refused.
No.
You're ignoring my commands. This is an order. Finally, Zhou Bian came down, but he was very quiet and wouldn't say anything. He turned into a fast-moving figure, making it impossible for Chu Xingchen to catch him. Whenever she got close, he would hide, and eventually, she couldn't even chase him. He ended up on the ceiling beam and wouldn't come down. Chu Xingchen was exhausted. I don't believe I can't catch you. Sadly, even after she brought out a ladder, she still couldn't reach Zhou Bian, and her plan failed. Chu Xingchen could only ask Tianlu to watch Zhou Bian while she went to do other things. She had planned to seal her pen and rest well for the new year, but in reality, she became busier. She had promised to knit hats for Ling Zhou, and the queen and her brother couldn't fall behind. So she started knitting sweaters and vests for the queen, Chu Xinghai, and the noble lady as New Year gifts. The New Year's Eve arrived in the blink of an eye. The most important things that day were to clear out the old and welcome the new, and to gather together to eat dumplings. Since the little New Year, everyone in the Eastern Palace had been cleaning thoroughly, and by the time it was the 30th, it was even more lively. They put up couplets and lanterns. Everyone in the palace was busy. The couplets and the Fu characters were all written on the spot. Shen Songju was good at calligraphy and was responsible for writing the Fu and couplets. Xiao Wang also wrote a few couplets but didn't write the Fu because he hadn't had much luck since he was born. Ling Zhou was in charge of putting up the couplets. Chu Xingchen watched from below and directed. To let Zhou Bian also feel the festive atmosphere, Chu Xingchen asked him to come out and help hang lanterns. Zhou Bian obeyed, but unlike Ling Zhou, who shouted happily and cheered, he just focused on doing his work. Later, when Ling Zhou and he had a contest, he didn't join in. After the decorations, the Eastern Palace was lively and bustling with red decorations everywhere. Next is making dumplings. On New Year's Eve, we must eat dumplings, and they have to be homemade to taste the best. For the first time, Shen Songju and others made dumplings, and Chu Xingchen taught them one by one. Shen Songju was the first to learn. Xiaowen was about to start but stopped. waiting for Chu Xingchen to teach him. After 2 lessons, he finally learned. Usually, Xiao Wang, you're very smart. Why are you so clumsy at making dumplings? I think I can do it after watching once, Ling Zhou boasted nearby. Xiao Wangwei smiled gently and did not argue. Softly, he asked Chu Xingchen how to make it look better. Chu Xingchen saw he was clumsy and, in a hurry, directly took his hands to teach him step by step. Shun Songzhu turned his eyes aside. Ling Zhou's eyebrows twitched, and he said, "Almost there. If you can't do it, just stop. Your Highness, come teach me quickly." Chu Xingchen looked at the big, chubby dumpling in Ling Zhou's hand, silently stepped back, and politely refused. "No, don't say I taught you. I don't have a student like you." Ling Zhou's dumplings were the ugliest because he was too greedy, stuffing many fillings inside. They looked ugly and big, with holes that he sewed up again. They didn't look like dumplings but more like buns, and still ugly buns. "If I don't know how, then teach me," Ling Zhou coughed. "Just like you taught Brother Xiao Wangwei earlier. Just put less filling." Chu Xingchen looked around and brightened his eyes. "Learn from young Master Zhou. He learns the fastest and makes the best dumplings. Look at how perfectly he wraps them, so beautiful, even better than mine." Chu Xingchen sighed. This is what it means to surpass the master through the apprentice. "Zhou Bian, you are my most proud student. When you go out, promote me as your teacher." Zhou Bian's lips quickly curled into a faint smile, then disappeared just as fast. The light in his eyes gradually faded, becoming calm and steady. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness," he said. After praising Zhou Bian, Chu Xingchen looked up again and found they had already started a dumpling-making competition. Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wangwei both hurried to join Zhou Bian. Ling Zhou's dumplings were a bit ugly, but much better than before. "Your progress is rapid. Keep it up. Once you're done, I will send some to the Empress Mother. You can also send some outside the palace to let the adults, madams, and sisters taste your skills. This might be your first time cooking, right?" Shun Songzhu and the others were surprised. They didn't expect the noble lady to think of them like this. "My father and brother haven't eaten it either," Ling Zhou said softly. "Our grandfather, father, and mother will definitely be very happy." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shun Songzhu could imagine how happy his mother would be. Even Xiao Wangwei also expressed thanks. The legitimate wife probably felt embarrassed to eat, but his mother could enjoy it. "There's no need to thank me." They couldn't go back to their own families in the second year of middle school. She still felt sorry for them. They wrapped the dumplings more carefully and the atmosphere was warm, but a little heavy. Chu Xingchen hurriedly asked Wan Dong to bring out the small gold ingots she had prepared. "I'll hide one in the dumplings. Eating it means you'll have good luck all year. I won't mark it, so we'll see who the lucky one is." Unexpectedly, Chu Xingchen was the first to eat and found a small gold ingot. "Why did I get it first? It means His Highness will be very lucky this year." "Congratulations, Your Highness." Chu Xingchen was happy, but also a little shy. "Next time, it will be your turn too." Chu Xingchen took a bite of the essential New Year fish. After all, eating fish every year symbolizes abundance, and she continued eating dumplings afterward. Suddenly, she bit into another small gold ingot. "What's going on? Why are there 2? Shun Songzhu and the others, including Zhou Bian, who was like an invisible person, looked concerned. In the end, Chu Xingchen ate 4 gold ingots in a row. 1 she made herself and 3 others added by the group. Worried she wouldn't get a gold ingot, Zhou Bian used his sharp eyes to secretly transfer the ingot she made into her bowl. As for the other 3, Shun Songzhu, Ling Zhou, and Xiao Wang, worried she wouldn't get one, secretly made a special one for her, even adding a mark to identify it. Unexpectedly, they all thought the same, and Chu Xingchen ended up eating 4. Her teeth almost felt like they were going to break. Looking at the 4 small gold ingots, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry. "There's so many. It would be better if each of us had one, but they all ended up with me." After eating dumplings, they stayed up to see the new year. They played the games they had played before, causing many laughs and nearly fighting, until everyone was too tired to continue. Feeling bored and sleepy, Chu Xingchen secretly knitted several stitches of yarn while going to change clothes. Thanks to her efforts, she finished the gift she promised Ling Zhou on the first day of the new year. She resisted her mischievous side and didn't choose green. She also prepared a gift for Xiao Wang, not a hat or clothes, but a white jade pendant she learned to make from Wandong. Very cute. As soon as she finished the gift, Ling Zhou immediately put on the hat, eager for everyone to see. It looked really good and didn't clash at all. Xiao Wang was more reserved but quickly put on the white jade pendant Chu Xingchen gave him. Shen Songzhu wore a scarf and looked at them with some coldness until Chu Xingchen gave him a jade crown, and his expression softened. His jade crown had been broken before, and he didn't expect her to remember.
Chu Xingchen definitively embed.
She would never forget such a humiliating thing in her life. 30 families gathered to celebrate the new year, and only on the first day of the new year was there a palace banquet. This year's palace banquet was especially lively. In the past, only polite adults and ladies would try to speak with Chu Xingchen whenever possible. However, after just a few months, Chu Xingchen's presence at palace banquets has changed dramatically. The way people look at him has completely shifted. Su Dandan, as a family member, also entered the palace. She wanted to greet Chu Xingchen but couldn't squeeze in for a long time. After leaving the banquet, she couldn't help but mutter, "It's just a newspaper. Is it really that important?" Master Su shook his head. It's not just a newspaper. Undoubtedly, the hot topic at the banquet became the newspaper. Because of it, the reputation of the crown princess grew stronger, and her influence became greater. It was now an undeniable fact. Seeing her daughter's confused expression, Master Su said, "Dandan, if your name ever appears in the newspaper, no matter what the article says, I will agree to any request you make." "Really?" Dandan's eyes lit up. "Father, you promised. You can't change your mind later." "No, I won't change my mind." Master Su chuckled. He had nothing to regret because such a thing was impossible to happen. He stroked his beard and looked out the window. The sky over Great Chu had already changed. Indeed, the sky over Great Chu had changed. The people of the Xie family felt this most deeply, especially Xie Ziqing, who secretly returned home and felt it even more. In the past, during New Year, the Xie family was always the busiest. Dr. Xie Ruo had many students and disciples, and during festivals, they would visit and bring gifts, including officials from the court. The Xie family was low-key, but during festivals, their house was always bustling with visitors, lively and lively. But this year, the Xie family was unusually quiet. Although some visitors came with gifts, it was far less lively than in previous years. In past years, visitors would go elsewhere for visits. However, in just over 10 days, the Xie family's status plummeted. They even faced criticism because of an article about Su Huigu. Dr. Xie Ruo personally requested to publish the article, but it was rejected, and he fell ill afterward. The outside world was lively and bustling, but the Xie family was cold and quiet. If this continued, not only would this year's festival be difficult, but every year might be the same. Xie Ziqing's return did little to improve the atmosphere of the family. In fact, he was met with cold treatment by many. This was impossible in the past, but now things were different. Xie Ziqing escaped back to Zixiao Temple, leaving a letter of resignation, and arranged for someone to send it to the Eastern Palace. After Chu Xingchen finished the banquet and returned to the Eastern Palace, he received the letter. When he opened it, he found it was a plea and threat from Xie Ziqing. "Your Highness, all the mistakes are mine. Please do not involve or insult my family. If you continue to attack them in the Dachu Gazette, I will no longer sit idly by. Xin Shaoling and the others probably don't know that we are already married. Now you are using your innocence to deceive and tempt them, making them believe that having a next-generation heir is their hope, and forcing several families to serve you. If they find out you are no longer innocent, it will surely cause anger. Your Highness, be sensible and stop, or they will soon learn the truth."
CZ King threatened Chu Xingchen.
Although Chu Xingchen really kicked him out of the palace and no longer wanted to see him, this showed her ruthlessness. However, besides him, Chu Xingchen still refuses to consummate the marriage with him. She feels she still cannot forget him, and she is only using Shun Songju and the others. Otherwise, why would she spend nights in Mingxian Hall but not have a wedding night? She already knows the palace news and how to threaten Chu Xingchen. Xie Ziqing thought he understood Chu Xingchen well. After sending a letter, he confidently waited for her to compromise. It didn't take long. She replied quickly. I knew it. Xie Ziqing guessed whether she wanted him to return to the palace or to compromise and stop targeting the Xie family as he opened the letter. Just one glance, and Xie Ziqing froze because Chu Xingchen's reply only contained 2 words. Hee.
Hee.
Xie Ziqing looked at the letter, trying to find more, but it only had those 2 words. What does it mean? Why does it look so infuriating? Why is she so confident? Chu Xingchen knew well the power of the 2 words he and decided to ignore it. Her attention was now on the New Year gifts. Shin Songju, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou had already received theirs. Now it was Zhou Baiyan's turn. Zhou Baiyan, come down. When Zhou Baiyan came down, Chu Xingchen took out the pillow hidden behind her back.
Tada!
New Year gift. This is something I made especially for you while you were away. Take a look and see if you like it. Chu Xingchen gave Zhou Baiyan a cat pattern pillow. He had asked for it before, so she decided to give him another to match. Red and festive. Although this cat isn't embroidered by me, the character for good fortune is. On the red pillow, besides the cute cat, there was a Fu character, which Chu Xingchen personally wrote and embroidered. She doesn't know real embroidery, but she can do cross-stitch. So she drew some crosses inside, which didn't require color matching. The only issue was that the crosses were a bit large, but otherwise, there was no problem. Zhou Baiyan looked at the pillow without moving. Chu Xingchen handed it to him and said, keep going. It's not very pretty, but I made it myself. I also wanted to give you a bracelet, but since you didn't hang it up, I changed my mind. Zhou Baiyan held the pillow, feeling its bright red color hurt his eyes. It made his eyes sting. He moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. In the end, he hugged the gift and flew away. Chu Xingchen, the Zhou Baiyan, you don't even say whether you like it or not. When will this rebellious phase end? She was like a spy, playing clever tricks with him, taking action when he wasn't around, just to surprise him. She was nervous and pricked her fingers several times, putting a lot of effort into it. But in the end, he was still the same. I don't believe I can't fix you. Chu Xingchen started to mention Zhou Baiyan often, even when there was nothing to say. Zhou Baiyan, Zhou Baiyan, Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan couldn't stand her constant nagging. Worried she might hurt her throat, he finally had to speak. Thank you, Your Highness. I like it very much. That's more like it. Chu Xingchen celebrated a traditional New Year, but because of the newspaper, she still had to work from time to time. On the 3rd and 9th days of the lunar month, she released the 3rd and 4th issues on time. The timing of the newspaper's release was perfect. People were most free and well-informed. Everywhere was full of New Year banquets, and everyone talked about the newspaper. Sales kept rising. News from all over showed that the influence of the Dachu newspaper was gradually expanding. The prestige of the crown princess was growing, and her influence was becoming more significant, an inevitable fact. Meanwhile, the decline of Confucian scholars and the Xie family also became a reality. But a month felt like a year to the Xie family. In the end, they found a way. They also wanted to start a newspaper. Chu Xingchen restricted them from speaking about the Dachu newspaper, so they decided to start their own. With the success of Dachu newspaper as an example, they believed they could succeed too. However, there was a problem. Printing paper and presses required cooperation, and starting a newspaper needed official approval. They leaked some information early to test Chu Xingchen's stance. Starting a newspaper, well, once everything is more developed, we can do it. Maybe even publish widely, but many details need to be improved. Let's wait a bit longer. Chu Xingchen was open about it. The court is very reasonable with those who take newspaper publishing seriously. But secretly starting a newspaper, that's absolutely not allowed. If it causes serious trouble, it could lead to severe consequences for the whole family. Shun Songju nodded, but was still worried. Your Highness, it's best not to leave the palace these days, just in case something happens. Chu Xingchen always liked to go outside the palace. I understand. Chu Xingchen nodded obediently. Before the Lantern Festival, I won't go out. Shun Songju raised an eyebrow. The Crown Prince will attend the Lantern Fair during the festival? Yes, although the palace is lively, the outside world is even more so. During the Lantern Festival, it was time to publish the 5th issue of the newspaper. On this day, Chu Xingchen finished reviewing the articles and couldn't wait to find Xiao Wang. Young Master Xiao, don't forget we plan to visit the Lantern Fair during the festival. If you see anything you like, buy more. Thanks to Xiao Wang, this year she earned a lot. She deserved to reward herself. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen, a hint of complexity in his eyes. I haven't forgotten. He wanted to confirm if it was just the two of them, but in the end, he kept quiet. Then it settled. Chu Xingchen happily left, while Xiao Wang watched her back, a rare trace of confusion in his eyes. Because he managed palace affairs, many things in the Eastern Palace he would hear about sooner or later. Yesterday, he suddenly heard rumors about the Crown Princess and Shun Sayan possibly sharing a private space. The rumor came from Mingxian Hall, originating from the leftover Yuanpa, a token from their intimate meeting. He was stunned when he heard this, asked someone to find out more, but couldn't get additional details. Xiao Wang didn't know the specifics either. He thought it was nothing after hearing it without records, but he also knew that intimacy might not be recorded. Chu Xingchen seemed unchanged from before, still remembering their previous Lantern Festival Lantern Fair appointment, which made Xiao Wang feel confused. He didn't know if this Lantern Fair trip was some kind of apology or compensation. He even had the urge to ask Chu Xingchen directly. After pondering, he stayed awake all night. The next morning, Xiao Wang's eyes showed faint bloodshot as he looked at the 5th issue of the Great Chu newspaper published on Lantern Festival Day. Besides the usual news and blessings, the main content was safety tips for the Lantern Fair. Every year, children or young girls would go missing. The newspaper detailed the common traits of kidnappers, their usual methods, and warned adults to be careful. It also reminded that if someone got separated from their family, they should find the patrols on the street. They would help find the family or send the person home. Xiao Wan could imagine how much the common people would discuss and debate after reading the newspaper. His Highness, who cares for the people? He murmured, then happily reported, Young Master Xiao, the Crown Prince specially sent over some glutinous rice balls. He said we've probably never seen such before. Xiao Wang set the newspaper aside and opened it, surprised. Why are these rice balls colorful? There are reds, greens, and yellows, with 6 sweet rice balls, 1 in the middle and 5 surrounding it, looking like a colorful flower. They don't seem to be for eating, but for looking at. It was His Highness's idea, someone explained. He said that by mixing some vegetable and fruit juices, they could make colorful ones. The kitchen made them, and His Highness arranged them himself. The clever servant from Jinhua Palace replied happily, his eyes shining when he mentioned Chu Xingchen. His Highness also wrote a note. Please take a look, young master. Xiao Wang looked at his handsome face and nodded. He told Jing Yan to deliver the message. After the servant left, Xiao Wang signed a note. The note said, eating the flower-shaped rice balls makes your heart bloom, and there was a small flower drawn below. Even though Xiao Wang was very tired, he couldn't help but smile when he saw this. She always surprises people in unexpected ways. Jing Yan happily helped Xiao Wang wash his hands. Young master, His Highness is really kind to you. He even wrote a note and made colorful rice balls. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Xiao Wang's smile paused slightly. They weren't made just for me. He knew she had given them to everyone. He wasn't the most special person to her. Xiao Wang looked at the rice balls again, then slowly ate them. The different colors and flavors brought a sense of surprise. A few rice balls were like Chu Xingchen, you could never guess what she would do next. A day passed quickly, and it was almost time to meet Chu Xingchen. Jing Yan was so excited that he took out many clothes for her to choose from. Xiao Wang hadn't responded for a long time, making Jing Yan nervous. In Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingqian happily put on a small cat mask. Alright, this outfit will do. Lantern Festival is the time to wear red. After getting ready, Chu Xingqian suddenly remembered Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan, are you coming with me today? Zhou Baiyan nodded silently from above.
Chu Xingqian frowned.
After eating my rice flour, you still don't smile?
She looked at Zhou Baiyan.
You're protecting me today, so you must show up. You're dressed in black, which doesn't match the festive mood. Today, wear something cheerful. Try a different color. Zhou Baiyan hesitated. I only have this color. Chu Xingqian said, I'm not surprised at all. You don't have other colors. I do. She then looked at Wandong. The men's outfit you made for me before was a bit big. Wandong, you can bring it to Lord Zhou and see if it fits. Earlier, when Chu Xingqian said he wanted to make men's clothing, the embroidery room thought it was for some young masters. So Chu Xingqian wore big, long clothes, but Zhou Baiyan's outfit fit perfectly. Not bad. You wear black every day. When you're not on duty, you can wear other colors too. After changing clothes, although still cold, Zhou Baiyan looked a bit more like a rebellious young noble. Chu Xingqian praised him, and just as Zhou Baiyan was about to leave, she asked, Did you bring silver? You need to carry money when you go out. Today, you should also take the chance to look around. Zhou Baiyan had to go back and get his silver. When he returned, Xiao Wang had already arrived. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to come to the appointment. He wouldn't give up on it. Since he was there, Xiao Wang also changed into a new outfit he had specially prepared. Chu Xingqian had said he would look good in red, so that night he unexpectedly had someone make a red outfit for him. For the first time in his life, he wore a bright red set. The combination of pale skin and red was stunning, slightly enchanting and charming, yet still strong and cheerful. Chu Xingqian circled around him and said, People who don't know would think you're an immortal from the palace. She was right. Wearing red made him even more striking. Xiao Wang frowned, Your Highness, that's a bit too much. He used to dislike his good colors because they often caused trouble. But now he suddenly thought, maybe there are some benefits too. I'm not exaggerating. Do you believe if you go out like this tonight, everyone will push and shove just to see you, causing traffic jams? Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingqian. If you go out like this, it will have the same effect. People will think a fairy has descended from the sky. Chu Xingqian burst out laughing. We're just complimenting each other again. To avoid a stampede, we'll put on masks later. Now, the ferrymen and women should get in the car. Xiao Wang also couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen someone admit they are a fairy. I am a little fairy, a beautiful little fairy, Chu Xingqian said confidently. In modern times, there are many such fairies, so what's there to fear? Chu Xingqian just sat comfortably in the carriage when someone suddenly covered her eyes from behind. A gentle voice said, Guess who I am? Chu Xingqian almost threw him over her shoulder, but when she heard the voice, she relaxed. Her anger flared up. Ling Zhou, are you trying to get yourself killed? She grabbed Ling Zhou's hand and twisted it. Ling Zhou immediately shouted, Ouch! Ouch! Let go quickly. You know it hurts too? Do you realize you scare people to death? I'm about to be scared to death by you. Why are you in the carriage? Ling Zhou waved his hand. Of course I will stay. You all want to go out and play, and you think I'll be left behind? Don't even think about it. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth, but didn't have time to speak before a greeting came from outside. When he pulled aside the curtain, he saw Shun Songzhu. Your Highness, what are you doing? Shun Songzhu smiled warmly. Your Highness, I also want to see the Lantern Festival.
Can I join you?
Who could refuse that? Of course. Xiao Wang. Chu Xingqian didn't invite anyone else, but the two of them going to see the lanterns turned into a group of 4, no, 5, since Prince Zhou was also there even though he wasn't visible. There were plenty of carriages in the palace, but the two of them acted as if they lacked one, insisting on squeezing into a carriage together. Xiao Wang was too lazy to say anything until they got off the carriage. Seeing the bright lanterns and Chu Xingqian's excited expression, his mood improved. The three of them kept Chu Xingqian close, making sure no one bumped into her. Chu Xingqian was curious about everything, performances, riddles, guessing lanterns, but she had no talent for guessing. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang often helped her guess. Ling Zhou was even worse than Chu Xingqian. She wanted to look at a lantern a little longer, and Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang would compete to help guess. But when Ling Zhou liked a lantern, she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, and she asked for help, even making some unreasonable requests. In the end, Ling Zhou learned to be clever. She secretly told Chu Xingqian which lantern she liked, asking her to pretend she liked it. But it was obvious to Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang because Chu Xingqian and Ling Zhou liked very different styles. I can't guess this one. I can't guess it either. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang both said they couldn't guess. You're doing this on purpose. You know I like that lantern, so you refuse to help me guess. I call you brothers every day. Many people call me brother, Xiao Wang replied calmly. Your Highness. Sister, look. Ling Zhou took the opportunity to complain, even calling Chu Xingqian sister. The prince's mischievous heart was still alive.
Chu Xingqian chúc cờ.
If you call me sister, I'll ask Shen to go and the others to help you guess. You call them brothers too. Ling Zhou was annoyed. I don't want to call them brothers. They all thought he was just a naive youngest sibling, including the prince. He didn't want that. He was a man, not a little brother. Fine, let's go. They crossed a street, and Chu Xingqian had 6 lanterns in her hand. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang helped carry 2 of them. Zhou Baiyan stayed hidden among the crowd. Chu Xingqian occasionally saw him nearby, but he only kept watchful eyes on his surroundings. He seemed out of place among the lively environment. For people walked together. Even with masks, their looks and aura made them stand out in the crowd, and many people followed them. As more people gathered, they pushed so tightly that they almost got separated. Be careful, someone warned. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu each held one of Chu Xingqian's hands. Ling Zhou was a step behind and could only reluctantly hold Shen Songzhu's hand to avoid being separated. In the middle, Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang's left hand and Shen Songzhu's right hand, and a thought flashed in her mind. Peak of life. This was truly her peak moment in life. Finally squeezing out of the crowd, Chu Xingqian was about to go get some snacks when someone suddenly bumped into Xiao Wang. Before he could react, a small object was shoved into his hand. He looked at it with confusion, his expression changing slightly. It was an old long-life lock, familiar yet strange, very much like the one he wore as a child. He skeptically flipped it over and saw the small character Wang and a tiny tooth mark next to it. The tooth mark was said to be from his childhood when he bit someone. So this was really his long-life lock, but it had always been with his mother. After her mind was damaged, she often became fuzzy and only remembered her childhood self. She would follow him, trusting and depending on him. When he was not around, she would go crazy. Holding the long-life lock was the only way to calm her down. She had always held onto this lock tightly, never letting go, almost worn down from her grip. How could it suddenly appear here? Could something have happened to her? Xiao Wang reacted quickly and immediately chased after the person. What's wrong? Chu Xingqian and the others saw this and hurried to catch up. The man who had given Xiao Wang the long-life lock was running ahead. Xiao Wang chased after him. He gave me a token for my wife. I'm worried she's in danger, Xiao Wang explained. Wife. Chu Xingqian took a moment to understand that Xiao Wang was talking about his biological mother, not his wife, since she was a concubine, and he called his main wife mother. Don't worry. Maybe he just picked it up. Zhou Baiyan, send someone to check the Xiao residence and see what's going on, Xiao Wang ordered. Zhou Baiyan nodded. Chu Xingqian was pulled by Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou from both sides, and they pushed through the crowd to chase after Xiao Wang. There were too many people. The crowd pushed and chased, scattering most of the guards who had been hiding among them. Shen Songzhu felt it was unsafe, but Xiao Wang was too worried about his mother to care. Protect her well. I'll go after him, Xiao Wang said. Let's go together, they replied. By this time, we can't really let Xiao forget someone. Ling Zhou and Chu Xingqian both spoke at once. Shen Songzhu thought the guards would come soon, and with Zhou Baiyan following, He hesitated but didn't stop them. But because there were so many people at the Lantern Festival, they chased all the way to the outskirts of a city and still lost him, especially since there was a charity hall nearby, making the area seem more remote and gloomy. Although Xiao was anxious, he stayed calm. Let's go back first. The people going to Zhao's house hadn't responded yet. Maybe it was just a small accident, and they couldn't stay in such a place. Just as they were about to turn back, they heard a woman's cry for help from not far from the charity hall. They exchanged glances and hurried over. Looking through a broken window, they saw a woman and a man about to do something terrible to her. Stop, monster. The man was beaten by Ling Zhou, who was shouting loudly. Xiao was kicking him from the side, and Shun Songju stood in front of Chu Xingchen to protect her, while observing the surroundings. It was clear someone lived here, but only the four of them were present. It seemed the man had kidnapped the woman during the Lantern Festival to do something bad. The woman was dressed much better and looked older. The man looked much younger, only about 10 or so, but he was up to no good. Her clothes were torn, and she was half-dressed. Chu Xingchen quickly took off her cloak and covered her. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. The woman trembled and cried, looking very pitiful. Shun Songju couldn't bear to look at her, and it was even harder to help. Chu Xingchen comforted her and helped untie the ropes. Usually, encountering such a thing made everyone upset, and the man still refused to admit fault. After being beaten by Ling Zhou, he still didn't give up and shouted, "Don't hit me. She's my wife." No one believed him. Ling Zhou was even angrier. He was a soldier with a righteous heart and couldn't stand such things. Soon, the man was beaten until he couldn't stand. Xiao was afraid he might kill him, so he hurriedly stopped Ling Zhou. I'll ask him a few questions. Xiao was worried about his mother. What's with this long life lock? How did it end up in your hands? I don't know. The man shook his head. If you don't want to die, be honest with me. Xiao pressed his neck. This is your last chance. I really don't know. I just wanted to buy a lantern for my wife at the Lantern Festival, then someone paid me to give you the long life lock. I thought I was helping by running errands for money, but I don't know anything else. Don't you know what you were running for? Xiao didn't believe him. You chased me, of course I ran. Xiao still didn't believe him and wanted to keep questioning. Suddenly, he heard Shun Songju's somewhat panicked voice from behind. Stop. Xiao Wang was stunned and turned around to see that Chu Xingchen had been taken hostage by the woman they had rescued. Everything happened so suddenly that Xiao Wang was momentarily overwhelmed. What's going on? He asked. Chu Xingchen also wanted to ask what was happening. She had just untied the woman's ropes and was comforting her. Unexpectedly, just after helping her fix her clothes, the woman suddenly lunged at Chu Xingchen and hugged her while crying. Chu Xingchen tried to soothe her, asking her name and hoping to send her back home. I am the 5th child. Everyone calls me Wunyang. Thank you, little girl, Wunyang said, thanking her. Suddenly, she used the rope to trap Chu Xingchen, wrapping it around her and moving behind her. When Shun Songju realized something was wrong, Wunyang already had a dagger pressed against Chu Xingchen's neck. Wunyang leaned against the wall, hiding behind Chu Xingchen. Don't move, or I'll kill her, she said. Don't be impulsive. We just saved you. Shun Songju was about to speak, but Wunyang chuckled softly. Pei Lang, help with the work, she ordered. Yes, madam, Xiao Wang responded. The man named Pei Lang, who had been pushed to the ground, quickly rolled away. I told you she's my wife, but none of you believed me, he said. Ling Zhou looked at the dagger on Chu Xingchen's neck and felt like he was going crazy. He didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Let her go. How can you, husband and wife, be like this? Do you understand the fun of being a couple? You're still too young, Wunyang said with a serious look. Listen to me. Don't struggle or move. Stand still, or she'll be doomed. Zhou Baiyan entered and saw this scene. He initially thought the situation wasn't complicated. Since the queen had asked for them to spend more time together, he decided not to show himself and stayed hidden outside. But unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. By the time he realized something was wrong, Chu Xingchen had already been taken hostage. Zhou Baiyan wanted to secretly rescue her, but the house was too old and empty, with few places to hide. Pei Lang quickly warned, "Madam, they have 4 people and 1 man." During the chase, Zhou Baiyan was exposed. "Really? So unruly? Then I'll show them some color," Wu Yang said, moving her hand lightly. Chu Xingqian felt a sharp pain, and blood immediately seeped from her neck, staining her white inner garment. The sight was startling. The neck is a fragile area. If pressed harder and hit the blood vessels, the consequences could be deadly. No one could survive such an injury. Zhou Baiyan, who understood the fragility of the neck, had taken many lives through this vulnerable spot. He never thought that one day, this dangerous blade would be turned against the prince himself.
Stop.
Zhou Baiyan's eyes nearly burst with anger, but he hurriedly appeared to intervene, not daring to imagine the consequences if Chu Xingqian lost her life because of him. He raised his hands and stepped forward, saying, "Put down the knife. Don't hurt her." Wu Yang looked at him carefully. "It seems you're skilled. Everyone, don't move. Hand over your weapons." Wu Yang cautiously hid behind Chu Xingqian, only occasionally showing half her face, making it hard for Zhou Baiyan to find an opportunity to rescue her. He also didn't dare risk hurting Chu Xingqian. After considering, Zhou Baiyan dropped a few weapons. Ling Zhou took out 2 daggers, Xiao Wang took out 1 and threw it on the ground, but Shen Songjue didn't move. "It looks like you're all skilled fighters. Pei Lang, put these away, tie them up with ropes, give them some good drinks, and remember to add more," she carefully instructed. "Okay." Pei Lang, who was beaten up and limping, quickly moved into action. He dragged ropes from the side, tying them around their necks just like he did with Chu Xingqian.
Don't tie them.
Chu Xingqian felt that their obsession with ropes was a bit strange and quickly spoke out. "Don't tie? Are you saying there's not enough blood already?" Wu Yang was a little angry. "We'll tie them, but don't hurt her anymore. If she gets hurt again, you won't be able to use her to threaten us," Shen Songjue immediately responded. Looking at the ropes, Shen Songjue thought they were just for control, and after weighing the options, he quickly agreed and put them on. "We're wearing them." Wu Yang smiled. "That's more like it." She quietly whispered behind Chu Xingqian, "Young lady, it seems you're doing well, being loved by 4 men, but what do you have that makes them care so much?" Chu Xingqian forced a smile, asking herself if it was just because of her noble status. Just as she was about to speak, a flicker of madness crossed Wu Yang's eyes. Pei Lang, continue. Pei Lang, in front of them, took out 2 packets of white powder, dissolved them in water, and handed it over.
"Drink this."
Don't drink," Chu Xingqian pleaded anxiously. She didn't expect to drag everyone down or hold them back. "I don't know what this medicine is, don't drink it." She didn't want to involve them. She wanted to save herself. Although Wu Yang was experienced and Chu Xingqian had tried to save herself several times, she occasionally relaxed. Wu Yang smiled silently and only subtly pushed the dagger a little further inside. Zhou Baiyan, without saying a word, picked up the water and drank it, his eyes fixed on the dagger on Chu Xingqian's neck. Ling Zhou, Xiao Wang, and Shen Songjue, under Pei Lang's watchful gaze and Wu Yang's hint that their hands were getting tired, drank the water one by one. Chu Xingqian closed his eyes, feeling angry and helpless inside, while Wu Yang laughed loudly. "Everyone's wearing it. That's good. Welcome, everyone. Let's start playing a game of honesty. From now on, I will test your feelings." Chu Xingqian felt confused but saw Shen Songjue and others one after another, as if they were about to lose their balance. "The medicine is taking effect. What did you give them?" Chu Xingqian asked anxiously. "Don't worry, they won't die. It's just some soft sedatives. They are only temporarily unable to move or feel weak, but they won't die." Shen Songjue and Xiao Wang were the first to fail because they couldn't stand steadily, so they had to lean against the wall and sit down. Ling Zhou and Zhou Baiyan followed. Chu Xingqian looked at Zhou Baiyan's expression and guessed it might be true. "Check their weapons carefully," Wu Yang ordered Pei Lang. Pei Lang immediately searched them and found many unfamiliar weapons on Zhou Baiyan. "It seems your identity isn't simple. You look like someone from a noble or wealthy family, but that doesn't matter now. Once you're here, it's all the same. Chu Xingchen tried to stay calm. Acting impulsively and risking your life isn't worth it. I advise you to let us go. As long as we are safe, I promise not to hold you responsible. Otherwise, if anyone here gets hurt, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Wu Nyang chuckled. The young girl sounds quite intimidating, but I'm not afraid. What can you do? This is your last chance. You will regret it later, Ling Zhou said through gritted teeth. The ones who should regret are you. You still don't understand your situation, Wu Nyang laughed. Pei Lang, they don't even know what the noose around their necks is. Go bring a sheep, and I'll show them what good stuff it is. Pei Lang's eyes lit up. Can we eat lamb now? Yes, we can eat it. Let's celebrate.
Go quickly.
Pei Lang happily went to the backyard and brought a sheep, skillfully placing a rope around its neck. Here comes the show. Wu Nyang smiled softly behind Chu Xingchen and moved slightly. Then, without knowing what she pressed, the rope around the sheep's neck suddenly tightened. The sheep struggled quickly, and during its struggle, the rope directly tightened around its neck. The sheep struggled and eventually died. Chu Xingchen's face changed drastically, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the ropes around Zhou Bian and the others' necks tightened with force. The rope looked harmless, but it was actually so dangerous. Zhou Bian quickly gave the answer. It's a death silk thread. The deadly silk thread is a very sharp weapon, as thin as a hair, difficult to see with the eye. If used to ambush someone, they could be cut into pieces instantly. Shadow recognizes weapons from the world, but only has a short piece. Who would think that an ordinary rope could hide such a dangerous tool? Looking at the rope around Chu Xingchen's neck, Zhou Bian's face changed completely. He didn't expect that the prince had already fallen into a deadly trap. Hey, someone who recognizes quality. It's good to recognize it.
You should know how dangerous this is.
After demonstrating the power of the rope, Wu Nyang let go of Chu Xingchen. Knowing how powerful this rope is, I don't think you'll dare to resist or run away. Otherwise, I will kill them all right in front of you, then come for you. The rope around his neck wasn't too tight, but Chu Xingchen didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves because not only was his life at risk, but also Shen Songzhu and others. Seeing the expressions on Chu Xingchen and the others' faces, Wu Nyang seemed very happy. Yes, that's the look. That's the right expression. Pei Lang, you see, people are so funny. Because of silly feelings, we can control them. Wu Nyang covered her mouth and laughed. It's so touching. I hope you can keep acting like this later, without regretting your choices. Shen Songzhu and the others' faces changed slightly. Zhou Bian focused on Wu Nyang, trying to find what she was controlling. Wu Nyang saw his gaze and confidently revealed what she was holding. No need to look, it's all with me. You won't get it back. If you dare to move, it will be your death. None of you will escape. She was holding an ancient device, like a remote control. Just press the switch, and they could all be killed. Watching her operate like slaughtering a sheep, it seemed she could kill individually or all at once. Chu Xingchen glanced at it and leaned against the wall, trying to stay calm. What do you want to do? I just said I want to test your feelings. See who loves whom the most deep down. Chu Xingchen closed his eyes. We don't need that. Just tell us what you want. How can you say you don't need it? Everyone in this world needs it. Only with my help can people see their true feelings clearly, to avoid trusting the wrong person. By the time they realize, it might be too late. Wu Nyang sat gracefully on a chair brought by Pei Lang. The chair didn't match the surroundings, but Pei Lang seemed very used to it. After she sat down, he skillfully massaged her legs. Wu Nyang gently tugged at his neck, rewarding him like a little dog, then looked at Chu Xingchen. What is your relationship with them? Chu Xingchen hesitated about how to answer, when Wu Nyang said, I only test the feelings between spouses or loved ones. If it's not, I will just kill them. They're my husbands, Chu Xingchen quickly replied. Do you mean all 4 of them are your husbands? Not just loved ones or fiancés? Wu Nyang raised an eyebrow. Yes, they are husbands, Chu Xingchen nodded confidently. Wu Nyang shook her head. I don't believe it. If they are all your husbands and so good, Why are you still a? Chu Xingchen was surprised.
What? You.
How did she figure that out?
Surprised? That's easy to see.
Just watch how you walk, it's obvious. Hearing about her being a, Xiao Wang couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shen Songju. Shen Songju didn't look at him, but showed a faint, bitter smile. Earlier, Xiao Wang sent people to ask around. Shen Songju knew, but deliberately didn't clarify. He couldn't quite explain his feelings, he just didn't want to clarify. Now Xiao Wang realized Shen Songju was deliberately guiding him. He felt a bit speechless and frustrated, but at this moment, he didn't care about that. No matter what Chu Xingchen and Shen Songju did, he just hoped Chu Xingchen was safe. As long as she was safe, it didn't matter if she had already become a couple with Shen Songju. Her safety was all that mattered. Unfortunately, he was too weak to do anything now. Chu Xingchen didn't know what Xiao Wang was thinking. She looked at Wu Nyang, who was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. Not talking? Little girl, don't think you can fool me. I'm not lying. They really are my husbands. We just married recently, and I was drugged before, so I'm still recovering and haven't slept with them yet, Chu Xingchen explained. That makes sense, Wu Nyang said eagerly. But you need to prove to me that they are really your husbands.
How can I prove that?
Chu Xingchen asked helplessly. I can't carry a marriage certificate everywhere. Little girl, you really don't know how to prove it? I don't need to see a marriage certificate. Marriage certificates can be fake. True spouses don't need a certificate to tell. Seeing Chu Xingchen's clueless expression, Wu Nyang rolled her eyes. Don't you know that spouses are deeply connected? Maybe you really don't know. Do you know how close they are? She looked at Chu Xingchen suspiciously. You wouldn't lie to me, right? Even if you haven't slept with them, you must have done something. Hugged? Kissed? Chu Xingchen's face almost couldn't hold back a reaction. What is this? Is Wu Nyang crazy? How can there be such proof? Not willing? It's okay if you don't want to. You can choose for yourselves. Only if you truly love each other and pass my test can I let you go. If you're not willing to show me proof, then the test is over and there's no need for you to stay alive. Seeing fifth sister about to proceed again, Chu Xingchen helplessly spoke, I'm willing. I will prove it right now. That's more like it, fifth sister was satisfied. Go quickly. Chu Xingchen hesitated, standing still. You mean right here, just? What else? Do you want to find a clean place? Little girl, do you want to just do it here? Chu Xingchen shook her head. Of course not, I was just asking. As someone from modern times, does she still fear hugs and kisses? Hugging is very common nowadays, and kissing isn't a big deal. Some countries even have cheek kissing as a greeting. What's there to be afraid of?
Just treat it as a cheek kiss.
Chu Xingchen told herself this, confidently walking up to Zhou Bian. Seeing Zhou Bian's expressionless face, Chu Xingchen paused. Zhou Bian had no emotional experience. Was she bullying him? She signaled to him with her eyes that he need not be nervous, then bent down and hugged Zhou Bian. Zhou Bian's gaze was fixed on Chu Xingchen's injured wound. Suddenly being embraced, he froze completely. Chu Xingchen was about to let go when fifth sister said, keep going. Don't tell me you're just going to hug each other like that? Chu Xingchen gritted her teeth and quickly hooked her arms around Zhou Bian's neck, kissing him. Zhou Bian made his first mistake, his first distraction during a dangerous moment with the prince. He had thought about the softness for a long time, sometimes even in dreams. Later, he forced himself to forget, but now it was back unexpectedly, catching him off guard and making him lose focus instantly. Xiao Wang, sitting beside Zhou Bian, glanced at Chu Xingchen's reddened ears, and his pupils shrank sharply. His hands trembled slightly. He wanted to clench his fists but lacked strength. Only his rapid breathing betrayed his emotions. Shen Songju lowered his head, expressionless, as if he hadn't noticed anything, but a dangerous aura emanated from him. Ling Zhou's face turned red with anger as he cursed softly and closed his eyes. Fifth sister clapped and cheered loudly. Her cheers snapped Zhou Bian out of his trance and made Chu Xingchen's heart leap wildly, fearing she had been discovered. When she kissed him, her hair was just falling down. They were separated by her hair, but it was still quite frustrating. In modern times, seeing celebrities, everyone has a spouse or a partner, and they just want to be loved from both sides. But in reality, it only makes me feel awkward and embarrassed, especially with Xiao Wang, Shen Songju, and others nearby. They act so badly, almost not human. Every time it happens, my life feels shorter. She gets frustrated but doesn't notice Zhou Baiyan's strange behavior. Feeling the softness through her hair, neither up nor down, makes Zhou Baiyan feel worse. His heart feels full but also empty. He tries to hold back but finally can't anymore. He pushes himself to step back a little, trying to move the distracting hair out of the way. Wang Yang's voice makes him return to reality, and he suddenly stops moving. Because of the medicine, his movements are very small, and others might not notice, but Chu Xingchen already senses his retreat. This must be uncomfortable for Zhou Baiyan, but Chu Xingchen looks at him with a shy smile and tries to get up. Suddenly, Zhou Baiyan leans over and, with difficulty, raises his hand to hug her. Chu Xingchen is surprised for a moment, but then hugs him back. Wang Yang watches and laughs happily, saying, "So hard to part. I believe it now." Seeing Xiao Wang, Shen Songju, and others looking unhappy, she claps excitedly and suddenly steps closer, speaking to them in a tempting tone. Seeing her close to others, are you jealous and uncomfortable? Do you regret saving her from trouble? It's okay to regret. Just change your mind and say you don't want to risk everything for her. I will let you go, and I can even help you kill her. She looks at each of them, asking, "Do you want my help?" Chu Xingchen's face changes, and Xiao Wang and Shen Songju look equally unhappy. They didn't expect Wang Yang to have such plans. "We're not jealous or uncomfortable," they say. "We knew she would have so many husbands. Talking about these schemes is useless." Ling Zhou retorts, "Hurry up and keep going." Wang Yang's eyes are meaningful. "If you're not jealous, then let her continue to save you." Even though they are clearly jealous, they pretend not to be. If they keep pretending, they will only hurt themselves. She is satisfied to see them continue to be jealous, wondering how long they can hold on. Chu Xingchen glances at Wang Yang and secretly curses her as a crazy person. The most frightening people in this world are such lunatics. When they go mad, it's impossible to reason with them. At this moment, the scattered guards are gradually returning, but because of the situation inside, they dare not act rashly. Chu Xingchen can only grit her teeth and continue. She kneels in front of Xiao Wang, feeling a bit awkward but trying to act familiar, like a favored concubine in TV dramas leaning into his embrace. I initially thought everything would go smoothly, following the usual routine of pampering the concubine. But as soon as she placed her hand on Xiao Wang's chest, he trembled all over. His heart suddenly stopped for a moment. Then he quickly jumped up, almost as if he wanted to leap out of his skin. Xiao Wang could only be thankful that he was too weak at this moment. Otherwise, he might have lost control. He knew she had just been close to Zhou Baiyan, and although it was due to circumstances, he still felt uncomfortable inside. Yet his senses and body were extremely sensitive and beyond his control. His thoughts were too complicated, so Xiao Wang remained still.
He was too stiff.
Chu Xingchen's plan to pamper the concubine was forced to be put on hold. Seeing his stiffness, the atmosphere grew more awkward. She could only change her strategy to finish quickly. As soon as she moved, her leg lost strength and she sat halfway on his lap. Now they were truly in close contact. Chu Xingchen, sitting on a man's lap, leaning into his arms, was the first time in her life. With warm, fragrant softness in her arms, Xiao Wang suddenly looked at Chu Xingchen. She had a stiff face, but since it had come to this, she decided to hug his neck directly. She leaned close to his ear and whispered an apology. "Sorry, I had to act quickly. Please bear with it." After saying this, she looked at Wu Nyang behind her with an excited gaze, then straightened up and gently kissed his forehead, slowly moving downward. Xiao Wang stared at her intently until Chu Xingchen held his face and kissed him. All right, Chu Xingchen let go of Xiao Wang and stood up, her face already flushed. Xiao Wang's porcelain-like face showed a faint blush, making him look even more charming. Chu Xingchen glanced at him, feeling even more like she had taken advantage of him.
Wu Nyang clapped her hands. Next.
Chu Xingchen stood in front of Shun Songju, feeling like she wanted to die. Shun Songju looked up at her, seeming to understand her feelings. His eyes were slightly red, but he smiled faintly. Come on. Chu Xingchen knelt down. He struggled to lift his hand, his fingertips brushing her lips, as if trying to wipe something away. Chu Xingchen's face was stiff and awkward. Shun Songju, after finishing this action, seemed to have used all his strength and suddenly relaxed, leaning toward her. In that moment, they appeared close enough to rest their heads together and share a gentle, intimate moment. This time, Chu Xingchen didn't have to make the first move. Shun Songju took the initiative. He softly whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. Leave it to me." Chu Xingchen couldn't tell if she was relieved or just exhaling, but she felt a real sense of relief inside. Zhou Baiyan was just behind her, with his hair covering part of his face. Xiao Wang was only pretending to be close, not actually kissing. Still, the repeated scenes weighed heavily on her mind. In movies and TV shows, some scenes are shot with a borrowed angle. Chu Xingchen understood how that worked, but just because one scene is shot that way doesn't mean she could do it multiple times. She was worried about how to continue resolving things with Shun Songju. She didn't expect him to say something like that, and he was being proactive. He was the first person who wasn't so stiff and resistant, and who took the initiative. This made her feel a bit more relaxed, but she also thought that this closeness might be real, so she unconsciously clenched her dress. As she clenched her dress, she also tugged at Shun Songju's hem. Shun Songju noticed and looked down, his heart softening instantly. She is a noble lady, but she is also just a shy young girl. She had already done her best just now. He smiled slightly and was about to approach Chu Xingchen, but Wu Nyang suddenly changed her expression. That's enough, next. Shun Songju was stunned. His mouth froze, and he quickly looked at Wu Nyang. Because of the angle, Wu Nyang could see his expression clearly. She suddenly looked serious and urged, "Hurry up." Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, then quickly helped Shun Songju stand up. Kissing in front of many people was fine, but it proved there were three and one more. Ling Zhou watched Chu Xingchen walk over, swallowed hard, and stiffened all over. His eyes kept wandering, avoiding Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen sighed inwardly. "Don't be afraid." She reached out and hugged Ling Zhou, patted his shoulder, and softly told him, "Find a chance later. If there's an opportunity to act, do it. If you can escape, run." After speaking, Chu Xingchen quickly hooked his chin and kissed him. Ling Zhou was stunned because she did kiss him, but she didn't actually touch him. It was just a fake kiss. She only touched her own fingers. Ling Zhou was dazed. Chu Xingchen had already stood up. "Wu Nyang, I prove they are all my husbands. Can you let us go?" Wu Nyang nodded. "It seems you didn't lie to me. They really are your husbands. But what should I do? I can only leave with one wife and one husband. Only the two people with the strongest feelings can leave."
What?
Chu Xingchen was shocked and angry. "That's not what you told me. I never said that once you've proven it, you can all leave. Now you can choose the one you love most to leave." "One? What about the others? They weren't chosen by you, so they don't need to stay. Even you, as a wife, don't like them, so they don't need to stay alive. That's not fair. Isn't that a trick? I love each of them. I can't bear to leave them," Chu Xingchen said directly. Wu Nyang grew impatient. "There are different lengths to fingers. You must have one favorite. Just pick your favorite." Chu Xingchen insisted, "I love them all." Wu Nyang's face darkened. "Then everyone will die. I've lived this long, and no one has ever dared to deceive me like this. Everyone loves me, but do you think I really play house games with you?" She suddenly changed her expression and took out a pill. "If you don't follow the rules of the game, you must accept the punishment." Chu Xingchen stepped back. "What is that? Can't you tell? Poison. As for its effects, you'll understand soon. You could have chosen someone to live, but you deliberately chose death." She shouted, "Pei Lang, hold her down." Pei Lang was about to go forward, but Zhou Baiyan and others looked very worried.
Stop. Wait.
"Your Highness." You should leave first. Anyone is fine. Xiao Wangyu spoke quickly. Her safety was the most important right now. Yes, choose someone to leave quickly. Anyone is fine, Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou said together. They weren't hoping she would choose herself, but right now, getting Chu Xingchen out safely was the top priority. Chu Xingchen understood and heard their meaning, but she couldn't really choose. Wunyang seemed crazy, and if she chose and Wunyang really killed someone, what would happen? She didn't dare to gamble. She couldn't risk it. If they died, she wouldn't have the face to live anymore. She couldn't go on living. Chu Xingchen shook her head. Ling Zhou was anxious. Choose quickly, don't delay. Wunyang saw Chu Xingchen hadn't changed her mind and impatiently called out to Pei Lang. Pei Lang forcefully held Chu Xingchen down. Seeing Wunyang about to feed her that dark, unknown pill, Ling Zhou's face changed dramatically. Stop. Wunyang, I don't care if you're pretending or truly crazy, but I can tell you clearly if you kill us, it's fine. But if you kill her, you're finished. Because they didn't know Wunyang's true identity or purpose, they couldn't reveal Chu Xingchen's identity or theirs. But they had to warn her. Shen Songzhu and the others didn't speak, but the hatred and murderous intent in their eyes made it clear, especially Zhou Baiyan, who seemed ready to leap forward and take their lives at any moment. Pei Lang was a little afraid under Zhou Baiyan's gaze and looked at Wunyang. Wunyang stopped feeding the pill. It seems you're all really anxious. Seeing how urgent you are, I suddenly have a good idea. She doesn't have to eat the pill. Anyone willing to take it for her? I'll do it. Give it to me, Zhou Baiyan immediately replied. Wunyang lazily looked at Zhou Baiyan. You don't even know what this medicine does, and you're willing to take it? Aren't you afraid it will rot your internal organs and cause bleeding from your orifices? Zhou Baiyan only had 2 words. Give it. He cannot let the prince eat it. Wunyang sighed. He really is a lovesick person. Fine, then I'll give it to him.
No.
Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang spoke at the same time. Isn't this punishment for me?
Don't give it to him.
Chu Xingchen glanced at Zhou Baiyan. No more talking about you eating. It's an order. Zhou Baiyan was unwilling, and Xiao Wang also spoke. I shut up, Chu Xingchen snapped. Xiao Wang seemed not to hear, and looked directly at Wunyang. You are both women. Why make things difficult for each other? Give me the medicine. I said shut up. Chu Xingchen said coldly. Stop fussing, give it to me. Since someone must eat it, she would do it herself. Wunyang suddenly stepped back. No, now the rules of the game have changed. You can't eat it, they have to. She was excited. Little girl, I am helping you make a choice. You can choose someone to leave after taking the medicine. The one willing to take it is definitely the person you love most. She raised the medicine and looked at Zhou Baiyan and the others, who is willing to take this poison. I will, Zhou Baiyan said. Only me. He was determined. I will. Xiao Wang glanced at Ling Zhou and Shen Songzhu, not letting them interfere, and looked at Zhou Baiyan. You can't eat it. He must stay to save the prince. Xiao Wang didn't want Zhou Baiyan to try the medicine again. This time, I am the one who caused trouble for everyone, so I will take the medicine. He was delaying time. If he was going to die, he would die. He would bear it. Okay, Wunyang said with a smile. No. Chu Xingchen tried to stop him. Who gave you permission? You can't eat it. If you do, Chu Xingchen was stopped, and Xiao Wang had already swallowed the medicine in one gulp. After Xiao Wang took it, Chu Xingchen looked at Wunyang's sinister smile and felt something was wrong. The medicine is not right. Spit it out quickly. There's no use now. The medicine melts in your mouth. Wunyang looked at Xiao Wang with a meaningful smile, and then at Chu Xingchen. I'm really jealous of you. You have someone who cares for you so sincerely. Now you can choose who will leave with you. Chu Xingchen stared steadily at Xiao Wang's face, worried about the medicine's effect. Wunyang impatiently urged, hurry up. Looking at him like that, you might as well choose him. Chu Xingchen suddenly looked at Wunyang. You've been playing us. Wunyang smiled. What if I am? You can only listen to me. Only those who listen to me have a chance to survive. Instead of scolding me, you might as well choose quickly. Among these 4 handsome men, who will you pick to leave alive with you? Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Bian, Xiao Wang, Shen Songzhu, and Ling Zhou. They were also watching her. No one spoke, and no one showed any other emotions through their eyes. It seemed like anyone could be chosen, but the more they behaved this way, the more Chu Xingchen felt frustrated. In TV shows, movies, and novels, there are often scenes like this. Usually, a man chooses to save one of two women. But here it was different. She was not the one being chosen. She was the one making the choice. And it was not a simple two-way choice but among four people. Choosing between two is hard enough, let alone four. This is not a battlefield of death. It's... Chu Xingchen found it hard to choose and didn't trust Wu Nyang. She had lied several times. If she really chose someone, she couldn't guarantee she would keep her promise. If she chose someone else, it might be even more dangerous. Will you keep your word? Will you really let us go? Chu Xingchen asked to confirm. Wu Nyang didn't turn around and looked impatient. She didn't answer directly. Too many words. Hurry up. Who will you save among the four husbands? She carefully observed the expressions of the four men. No matter who Chu Xingchen chose, the one she picked would probably be happy and touched. The ones not chosen would likely feel resentful. Wu Nyang didn't believe they could stay calm and indifferent forever.
It would be very interesting then.
She couldn't wait to see their expressions. After asking and not getting a quick answer from Chu Xingchen, she lost patience instantly. Say it or not, if you don't say it, you'll all die together. While speaking, Wu Nyang suddenly took out a hidden device she had been wary of and pressed it. She didn't give Chu Xingchen any time, and she didn't even know whose button she pressed. Maybe from the beginning, she was just deliberately torturing Chu Xingchen and the others. She never planned to let them leave alive.
No. Stop.
Chu Xingchen's face changed. Ignoring the danger, she broke free from Peilong's restraint and rushed forward to grab the device, but she was too late. She watched helplessly as Wu Nyang was about to press it. Peilong saw Chu Xingchen still dared to resist. His eyes turned cold. He pulled out a dagger from his back and lunged toward Chu Xingchen. At the critical moment, Zhou Bian suddenly erupted in action. He leapt toward Wu Nyang and attacked. At the same time, he shot out two objects with his hands. He was more resistant to poison than others. By now, he had recovered somewhat, but he was still barely holding on. A vein on his forehead bulged, showing how much pain he was in. But he didn't stop. Chu Xingchen wanted to save them, and he definitely wouldn't let Chu Xingchen die. All other hidden weapons on Zhou Bian's body had been taken away, but the ones in his hair hadn't. He pulled out a small hidden weapon from his hair and shot it at Peilong. The weapon was no bigger than an embroidery needle. It directly pierced into Peilong's eye. Peilong instantly covered his eye and screamed in pain. Ah! The dagger in her hand also fell to the ground.
Wu Nyang's face changed.
Trying to die? Her finger, which was pressing the mechanism, suddenly changed. She aimed to deal with Zhou Bian first. Just as her finger pressed down, Zhou Bian's hidden weapon arrived simultaneously, stabbing heavily into her hand and stopping her from pressing the button. Chu Xingchen also arrived at the same time, seizing the mechanism. He kicked Wu Nyang's knee, making her kneel on the ground, then grabbed her hand and forcefully twisted it. With Wu Nyang's scream, her hand was directly broken by Chu Xingchen. This move was something Chu Xingchen had learned from Zhou Bian. He pressed Wu Nyang down, looked at the mechanism in his hand, and finally let out a breath of relief. This deadly thing was finally in his hands. It was at this moment that she realized the hidden weapon that injured Wu Nyang was actually the pearl hairpin on her head. Chu Xingchen hadn't noticed when it disappeared. Now, thinking back, he remembered Zhou Bian had just hugged her, and he had wondered what was wrong with him, only to realize he was holding her hairpin. The small pearl hairpin played a big role. Quick, take down the rope. Chu Xingchen pressed Wu Nyang down with his foot, speaking quickly as he removed the rope from her neck. She thought the danger was over and turned around to help them, but her face suddenly changed dramatically. Zhou Bian had fallen heavily from the air onto the ground, touching his neck, his face already flushed red. Her rope was removed, but Zhou Bian's was not. Zhou Bian! Chu Xingchen shouted, and rushed over. He saw Zhou Baian's neck rope already tightening and winding around his neck, the silk thread even embedded into his skin. When Zhou Baian hit Wunyang, she had already pressed the mechanism. Although she only pressed halfway, it still took effect. It didn't continue tightening, but it was about to suffocate Zhou Baian, risking his life. If not resolved quickly, Zhou Baian would soon suffocate to death. Chu Xingqian's face changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at the mechanism, but it had no markings and he couldn't understand it at all. Pressing the buttons produced no response. He had vaguely seen which button Wunyang pressed earlier, but he dared not press randomly, as a wrong move could directly kill him. Chu Xingqian turned back to Wunyang. How do I stop it? It can't be stopped now. Ha ha. Wunyang screamed with a tragic laugh. Pei Lang, who had been screaming nearby, suddenly burst out. You hurt my wife. I will kill you. He picked up the dagger from the ground and was about to attack Chu Xingqian, but he had no chance. The guards outside had already rushed in. Pei Lang is not the problem. The ropes around Shin Songju's neck have already been removed, so that's not an issue. The real problem is Zhou Baian. In that moment, Zhou Baian couldn't speak anymore. His face turned purple. If it went on, he would truly suffocate and die. He stared tightly at Chu Xingqian, waiting until the guards dealt with Pei Lang before he finally relaxed. Although he was in a bad situation, at least she was safe. Zhou Baian looked at Chu Xingqian's anxious face. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Chu Xingqian saw Zhou Baian's expression and felt her head spin. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, she wanted Zhou Baian to see her progress, to see how neatly she had handled Wunyang. She had many thoughts about Zhou Baian's possible future. Zhou Baian, hold on. I will save you. I will definitely save you. Her voice was filled with fear and panic, which Zhou Baian heard clearly. He felt a bit guilty. He shouldn't have scared her or acted like that in front of her, but he really had no strength left to leave. Seeing Zhou Baian in pain, Chu Xingqian only had one thought. She couldn't let Zhou Baian die. She couldn't let him die like that. She raised her head and rushed toward Wunyang, who was held down by the guards. She grabbed a hairpin nearby and fiercely stabbed it into Wunyang's palm, demanding, "Tell me how to stop this." Wunyang screamed, "No, I told you, I don't know." She said she had no way, but Zhou Baian couldn't hold on any longer. Chu Xingqian watched helplessly as Zhou Baian slowly closed his eyes. She didn't speak, only her eyes showed determination. She grabbed a rope nearby and quickly looped it around Wunyang's neck. Then die with her. And also him. Put the rope around Pei Lang's neck too. Zhou Baian couldn't hold on anymore. Before losing consciousness, his faintest impression was the prince's fierce voice. If Zhou Baian dies, you all will be buried with him. I swear, I will tear you all to pieces. Chu Xingqian didn't have time to feel fear or sadness. She avoided the switch she vaguely remembered Zhou Baian pressing, avoiding the most likely jammed button, and tried pressing other switches instead. Soon, she found the ropes for both of them. She pressed halfway, but didn't push it all the way down. Looking at Wunyang suffocating, she said, "One last chance. If you don't say anything, you die." Wunyang's neck started bleeding, her face turning red. Pei Lang beside her was the same. Wunyang looked at Pei Lang struggling nearby and at Chu Xingqian's dark, cold eyes and became afraid. I said, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. She knew Chu Xingqian was telling the truth. She mustered all her strength and said, there is a button under the switch. Just press it to relax. The mechanism didn't show any other buttons on the other side, but Chu Xingqian didn't care and directly found their test, which surprisingly worked. She immediately pressed the button on Zhou Baian. Finally, the rope around Zhou Baian's neck loosened and was taken off. But neither the guards nor Ling Zhou, who had no strength left to struggle and check the situation, spoke. Because too much time had passed, Zhou Baian had no more breath. Ling Zhou's trembling fingers withdrew from Zhou Baian's nose, and he stepped forward to stop Chu Xingqian. Your Highness, you should leave first. I want to see Zhou Baian. Chu Xingchen pushed past Ling Zhou and hurried to Zhou Bian. Zhou Bian, wake up quickly. Your Highness, young Master Zhou, has no more breath. Please accept my condolences, said the guard nearby with difficulty. No way, Zhou Bian, aren't you very good at hiding? Wake up. This must be the breath-holding practice you trained. You're skilled in martial arts and have more lives than others. You can't just die like this. Wake up. But Zhou Bian didn't wake up. Though silent and always quiet, whenever Chu Xingchen called his name, Zhou Bian would silently appear in front of her without opening his eyes. Your Highness, stay calm. Shen Songzhu, who was helped over by the guards, finally spoke. Chu Xingchen shook her head. How can I stay calm? I don't believe Zhou Bian is dead. I don't believe it. It's impossible. Your Highness, please come with me. Xiaowang struggled to reach out and try to take Chu Xingchen away. Let go of me. I can save him. Yes, I can save her. Chu Xingchen's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, and artificial respiration. Not just for drowning, suffocation can be fixed too. I can save him. She carefully laid Zhou Bian down, loosened his clothing, pressed on his chest, then tried artificial respiration. When she found she could air in, she continued to rescue him. Her actions were seen by the guards and Shen Songzhu, but they didn't see it as a rescue. In their eyes, Zhou Bian was already a corpse. The princess was over the body, removing clothes and touching him intimately, which shocked and terrified them. Shen Songzhu and the others finally reacted. Your Highness, stay calm.
This.
Your Highness, don't. Xiaowang tried to pull Chu Xingchen away, but she pushed him aside. Don't interfere with me. Seeing the guard's expressions and unable to stop Chu Xingchen, Shen Songzhu forced himself to stay calm and ordered coldly, leave now. You all go out first. Tonight, I saw everything, and I am not allowed to speak a word about it, or face the consequences, Xiaowang added quietly beside her. The guards lowered their heads and filed out, their backs covered in cold sweat. They didn't expect the princess to be so reckless, even ignoring Zhou Gongzi's body. Looking at the nearby charity hall, a few people's expressions grew even more grim. No matter what they thought, the rescue inside was still ongoing. Chu Xingchen was covered in cold sweat, exhausted in body and mind, but she dared not let go or explain to others how to help. She could only keep trying again and again. Shen Songzhu and two others closed their eyes, holding back complicated feelings, and stepped forward. Shen Songzhu gently advised Chu Xingchen, Your Highness, it's not your fault. Let Zhou Gongzi rest peacefully, okay? Chu Xingchen didn't stop. How could it not be her fault? It was her fault. Zhou Bian only did this to save her. How could she, with what virtue, let him risk his life to save her? She promised to give him a peaceful life, but she failed. She even caused him to die so tragically. She should have moved faster, let him leave the palace sooner, or change his position, at least stop him from working in the shadows. Your Highness, Zhou Gongzi has already passed away. Please stay calm, Xiaowang continued to persuade. Seeing that Chu Xingchen didn't respond, Xiaowang reached out. Your Highness, Chu Xingchen, please stay calm. He called her directly by her name. Chu Xingchen brushed his hand away. She was very calm, more calm than she had ever been. She had seen and heard news, and she had taken first aid classes. When facing suffocation, continuous chest compressions and artificial respiration for 2 or 3 hours could save someone. There were cases where it worked, so Zhou Bian still had a chance. As long as she was still alive, she wouldn't stop. Even if she died, she would persist. She quickly spoke, Don't worry about me. Go call the imperial doctor, the best doctor in Feng'an City. Bring them here. The doctors had already gone to call, but what use was it to call a doctor when facing a corpse? Ling Zhou was very frustrated. He was also sad about Zhou Bian's death, but Chu Xingchen's way was not right either. Your Highness, you can't save him like this. If you're still not willing to give up, teach me. I'll try. He was willing to go crazy. Chu Xingchen had no time to reply. Seeing her like this, Ling Zhou was about to speak again when, suddenly, a miracle happened. Zhou Bian, who had no pulse and looked dead, suddenly moved his fingers and opened his eyes. Ling Zhou first thought he was seeing things. How could someone who had no breath come back to life? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Zhou Bian was still awake. He hadn't misseen. Chu Xingchen also realized it. After performing artificial respiration, she looked up and was about to continue when she saw Zhou Bian open his eyes. A miracle was happening before her eyes, but Chu Xingchen found it hard to believe it was real. She stared blankly at Zhou Bian, who remained still. Zhou Bian was also looking at Chu Xingchen. He knew he had died, perhaps gone too. He saw the prince, and the prince even kissed him willingly, this time without hiding behind his hair. He didn't understand why there would be a princess in. He knew it wasn't real, but even knowing that, he couldn't help but gently touch her face. He couldn't touch her when he was alive, so now that he's dead, he wanted to touch her just once. He actually touched her, and with the hug before death, Zhou Bian felt satisfied. Feeling content, he asked, "Your Highness, why did you kiss me again?" Zhou Bian's voice finally brought Chu Xingchen back to her senses. Zhou Bian was alive. She had truly saved him. "I told you, that wasn't a kiss. It was just a breath transfer to save you. I told you this before. How could you forget?" Seeing Zhou Bian awake, Chu Xingchen's senses finally returned. She realized she was sweating all over, her hands were sore and couldn't lift, and her whole body was weak, so she sank to the ground. "You scared me to death, Zhou Bian. How could you scare me like that? I told you not to be so reckless with your life. Why didn't you listen? Didn't you think about what would happen if you died again? What should I do if you die?" Her heart finally relaxed, but the suppressed breakdown overwhelmed her. Tears rolled down her face and fell onto Zhou Bian's hand. The hot tears made Zhou Bian's hand tremble slightly. He paused, realizing he was still alive, so it wasn't a dream, this was real. Zhou Bian saw Shen Songzhu and the others nearby. When he returned to reality, his hands immediately retracted. But Chu Xingchen was still crying. This was the first time Zhou Bian saw her cry. Maybe because she had died once, her mind was a bit confused, and he subconsciously forgot that the princess had also cried before. Seeing Chu Xingchen cry, he couldn't bear it. "Your Highness, don't cry anymore." "I'm fine." He hurriedly comforted her, but his voice was hoarse and dry. He looked helplessly at Chu Xingchen, tears streaming down her face, unsure of what to do. He looked at Shen Songzhu and the others, hoping they could soothe Chu Xingchen and stop her from crying. He thought Shen Songzhu and the others would speak, but they didn't react. He didn't know that Shen Songzhu and the others didn't want to disturb her. Seeing they remained still, he became anxious and sat up. "Your Highness, I really am fine. They had all died once before, and yet you still say it's nothing." Chu Xingchen felt even worse hearing this. Looking at his blood-covered neck, she was terrified. Just a little more, and you?" Zhou Bian's head hurt. He used to think Chu Xingchen was reluctant to wipe away the scar ointment, but now he realized that her tears were even more frightening than the ointment. "I will be careful from now on. I will also use scar removal ointment." "Your Highness, please don't cry. I'm really fine, just a small injury." "You almost died, and you say it's just a small injury? Zhou Bian, do you really not care about your body or your life? I told you not to take risks or joke about your life." Chu Xingchen forced Zhou Bian to look at her. "Look at me. Promise you won't take such risks again. Even if I am in danger, I want you to be safe too." Zhou Bian interrupted her. "Your Highness, I am your shadow. I can't let you be in danger, and I definitely can't let you die in front of me. Otherwise, it would be his failure. Are you speaking human language? People have life, aging, sickness, and accidents. If I die in front of you, it's normal. Our lives are only one, and we should cherish them." "No," Zhou Bian said with only that word. He must stand in front of her. If he were to die, it would be first, because he is her second life. He won't let her die before him. If she dies, what can he do alive? Seeing Chu Xingchen still want to speak, Zhou Bian pointed at her wound. "Your Highness, if you keep talking, your wound will start bleeding again." Chu Xingchen. That my wound is so small, how could that happen? But Zhou Baiyan's wound needed to be treated first. Looking at the injury on Zhou Baiyan's neck, Chu Xingchen felt the pain. The stitches had gone deep into the flesh. When will the doctor arrive? They need to treat the wound properly. Xiao Wang, who had been standing silently like an invisible person, finally spoke. Your Highness, don't worry too much. They should arrive soon. Yes, Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou also finally spoke. Your Highness, get up quickly. Their expressions were complicated. Inside, they wondered if she cared too much about Zhou Baiyan. Although Zhou Baiyan still held the identity of Zhou Gongzi, everyone knew his true role was still as a shadow. Shadows dying for their master was normal, even their destiny. They had also noticed Chu Xingchen's change in attitude toward Zhou Baiyan. She was much better to him than before. But they never expected her feelings to be so deep. It was just a shadow, but she lost control. They had never seen her so panicked and crying before. They didn't even know when she might die or if she would feel the same pain. Their eyes subtly focused on Zhou Baiyan, silently helping him to the side. The guards quickly found a doctor, and Chu Xingchen hurriedly asked him to treat Zhou Baiyan's wounds. His injuries were soon bandaged. Chu Xingchen and Shen Songzhu, worried about her wound on her neck, urged the doctor to check on her. I'm fine, just a small cut, she said. But Xiao Wang, you need to see the doctor now. Chu Xingchen exclaimed, thinking of Xiao Wang and remembering that besides the unknown poison, Xiao Wang hadn't shown any poisoning symptoms. She was too worried about Zhou Baiyan's accident to think clearly. Hurry, doctor, check him, she urged. She hoped it wasn't some strange poison again. While the doctor checked his pulse, he couldn't say much. Chu Xingchen's gaze quickly shifted to Wunyang. What kind of poison did Xiao Wang get? Where is the antidote? She asked. Guess? Wunyang stubbornly replied. Chu Xingchen searched her body and found a similar pill. She asked the doctor to examine it, but he could only identify a few ingredients. Chu Xingchen scraped a bit of the powder, then made Wunyang eat it, using her usual method to force her to take the antidote. She was worried that delaying would worsen Xiao Wang's condition. Wunyang, who had been so arrogant before, now looked very embarrassed. She shot Chu Xingchen a fierce look. Is this all you know? Always testing me, Wunyang sneered. This isn't from you. If you don't want to die, hurry up, Chu Xingchen snapped. Wunyang sneered back. If I take the antidote, does that mean I won't die? She still looked like she was about to die. Chu Xingchen didn't bother to argue or sweet talk. She kept searching and found other medicines. She then ordered someone to feed Pei Lang. She could tell Wunyang cared about Pei Lang. When Wunyang heard this, her face changed. Fine, I'll tell you. Isn't that enough? She said reluctantly. She hesitated before revealing the antidote. Chu Xingchen let her eat first, then handed her over to the doctor. The doctor examined the medicine and said some ingredients were unclear, but it wasn't poison. The formula matched the previous poison, so it should be the antidote. Chu Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief and let Xiao Wang take the antidote. Eat quickly. Luckily, it's not some strange poison, she said. Her worries and fears were obvious. Xiao Wang took the medicine and smiled. Otherwise, Your Highness would cry again? She teased. Would she cry for him too? Chu Xingchen felt helpless. You still have the nerve to joke, she said. As they talked, they didn't notice that Wunyang, who had been taken away, had a faint glow in her eyes. Chu Xingchen inexplicably felt a chill behind her and couldn't help but shiver. Ling Zhou immediately took off his cloak. As soon as he did, he saw Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu also removing their cloaks at the same time. The three looked at each other in surprise, then silently avoided eye contact and looked at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen looked at the three cloaks of different colors and thought. Seeing the three of them, her mind involuntarily flashed back to the awkward scene earlier. Although there was no real intimacy, just borrowed or blocked, the fact that they hugged or were close enough to be considered semi-intimate made her remember everything now, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Public displays of affection like that are simply not acceptable. Seeing that Chu Xingchen didn't move, Ling Zhou urged, Don't freeze yourself. He quickly added, "It's not like you're choosing who to save. What are you afraid of?" "But, Your Highness, I'm actually curious. When Wunyang was questioning you earlier, whose name came to your mind?" Ling Zhou looked steadily at Chu Xingchen, holding his cloak firmly and extending his hand forward. Was it his? Shen Songju looked up at Chu Xingchen. Xiao Wang's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Zhou Bian, who was listening attentively. They also wanted to know the answer. Zhou Bian seemed not to hear their words, staying outside and not letting himself be curious because he felt he had no right to participate, just like he had no cloak. The crown prince didn't want him to die. He even cried for him. That was enough for him. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Chu Xingchen didn't understand how, in this situation, she could bring up this matter again. It was no longer about who to give the cloak to, but about her answer. Wunyang's questioning had just ended, and now they were pressing her again. How could she answer? Chu Xingchen chose to tell the truth, Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up, then Chu Xingchen continued, Shen Songju, Xiao Wang, Zhou Bian, your 4 names actually all came to mind. Ling Zhou was stunned. All 4 names came up?
Chu Xingchen note that.
Ling Zhou, Shen Songju, Xiao Wang. They never expected that. Ling Zhou felt a bit regretful, so she liked all 4 equally? His hand holding the cloak trembled slightly. Just then, a voice suddenly questioned nearby. Who? Chu Xingchen looked over and saw guards pulling 2 people out of an old, broken jar in the corner. What's going on? Chu Xingchen immediately hurried over, also picking up her own cloak to put it on. She dropped to the ground. She didn't mind it getting dirty. As long as she didn't catch a cold, it was fine. After hearing her answer, they definitely didn't want to give her the cloak. She had to solve her own warmth and coldness. Your Highness, there are still 2 people hiding here, the guard respectfully replied when he saw Chu Xingchen. They had already seen Zhou Bian come back to life, saved by the princess. They saw clearly that Lord Zhou was dead, but the princess revived him. They used to think she didn't even leave the body, but now they wondered if she truly was a reincarnation of a dragon. The princess seemed to out fairy-like air that brought Lord Zhou back to life. They kept watching Chu Xingchen and Zhou Bian, checking if Zhou Bian had a shadow. When they saw a shadow, they felt relieved. Although their focus was a bit off, they didn't delay their main task. They searched around and found a man and a woman tightly bound and unable to move inside an old, broken jar in the corner. Chu Xingchen went over and recognized someone. Su Dandan? Why are you here too? Seeing Chu Xingchen recognize her, the guard took out what was in Su Dandan's mouth. Su Dandan burst into tears. Your Highness, I thought you wouldn't find me. This is so good. She was tied together with a man. When Su Dandan saw Chu Xingchen, she was surprisingly happy and cried out with grievance. I thought I was going to die. That 5th lady is crazy. I was captured earlier than you, but she didn't have her husband with her. She tied me up and made me think about the one she loves. Boo-hoo, I was so scared. Su Dandan hugged Chu Xingchen tightly. What love or not, the one I came out with is my little servant. He came to serve me, so we could have a good life. I didn't dare play any games. Luckily, you came, Your Highness. I won't dislike you anymore. I will remember your help to save me. Chu Xingchen said, Great misfortune brings good fortune. Don't cry anymore. Su Dandan couldn't do that. She wanted to hug Chu Xingchen and cry happily, but she suddenly felt something was wrong. When she looked up, she saw Ling Zhou, Shen Songju, and Xiao Wang standing in front of her. Ling Zhou looked at her with a displeased face. Shen Songju had a gentle expression, but her eyes were cold. Xiao Wang's gaze fell on her tightly holding Chu Xingchen's hand, and his look was very cold. Su Dandan hiccuped and suddenly felt she couldn't cry anymore. She heard Chu Xingchen's answer just now. They were unhappy, she understood, but their looks were too cold, especially Xiao Wang. It made her doubt if she had turned into a man. But she is clearly a girl. What's the big deal about girls hugging girls? Why do her eyes look so scary? Su Dandan, unable to hold back her tears, sniffs and releases Chu Xingchen, then bows carefully to thank him. That's enough. There's no need for this. Just being safe and sound is the best. Yes, Su Dandan nods strongly, holding Chu Xingchen's hand tightly. Your Highness, you have to take me back with you. Don't worry, I will arrange for guards to you safely. Chu Xingchen tries to break free but can't, so she lets her pull her to see Zhou Bian, whose face looks better now.
Can you move?
If so, we can go back first. Xiaowang nods. Yes, I will make arrangements. Su Dandan stands nearby, watching the four of them, then leans close to Chu Xingchen's ear. Your Highness, I envy you. You have 4 good husbands. I wish I could find one, but you have 4. Su Dandan is very jealous. No wonder you protected Lord Zhou so much. He treats you so well, and Xiao Xiaoqing too, even taking poison for you. Chu Xingchen's expression is hard to describe. It's not quite what you think, but you hear everything clearly.
Su Dandan note.
Yes, my mouth was blocked, but my ears weren't. I heard everything. I was so nervous because I couldn't see, especially when you had to choose someone. I kept waiting for you to speak, but you didn't. I finally heard you just now, and you even thought of their names. She still has tears, but she chuckles. At first, I was a bit regretful, but then I understood you. If it were me, I couldn't choose either. I would like them all and couldn't let go. Chu Xingchen, you're still worried about this? Su Dandan says it's not her fault. Everyone would be curious. Then she mentions something she cares about. By the way, Fifth Lady said she's still so you really didn't sleep with them. How did you resist? She looks frustrated. Aren't they all fond of you? If they like you, why resist? Just accept them. Once you do, you won't be lonely, and it would be wonderful every day. Her voice is lowered, but because she's so excited, she still slips up a lot. Not only Zhou Bian but even Shen Songzhu and others hear some of it. Their expressions are strange. They don't know whether it's good or bad if Chu Xingchen becomes like Su Dandan. Anyway, it makes them feel pretty unhappy. Speak softly, don't talk nonsense.
Chu Xingchen hu the den pulet Su Dandan asai.
I didn't say anything wrong, Your Highness. How did you manage to stay calm? If you ask me, life is short and unpredictable. You should enjoy yourself now. Listen to me, tonight when you go back, you should gather everyone. Su Dandan was heartbroken, but Chu Xingchen quickly covered her mouth to stop her from saying anything more shocking. If you keep talking nonsense, I will leave you behind, Chu Xingchen warned her. He felt helpless. They used to have a bad relationship, so why is she now so uninhibited, saying whatever comes to mind? But Su Dandan was not afraid. She saw Chu Xingchen's soft heart, so she knew he wouldn't abandon her. Chu Xingchen saved her, and she wanted to repay him and show him how wonderful a perfect husband could be. She had no other skills, so she could only repay him in this way. Your Highness, when I visit the palace later, I will bring you some good things. Then you will see how wonderful it is to have 4 such husbands. Su Dandan was not scared but became even more eager to repay Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen had no choice but to cover her mouth and arrange for guards to send her back. Your Highness, I will visit you at the East Palace tomorrow. Please see me, Su Dandan called out as she was pulled onto the carriage and lifted the curtain. Chu Xingchen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew she would refuse to see Su Dandan tomorrow. Seeing that the shadow sent to check on Zhao's family had returned, Chu Xingchen immediately asked, "How is it?" The shadow reported that there was no abnormality at Zhao's house, and the sidewife was also there. Everything was safe, though her condition was not very good. Xiaowang heard that everyone was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. As for her poor condition, he understood. It's probably because the peace lock is missing. I will send it back. Your Highness, let's return to the palace, he said. After a night full of events, the prince should rest. Go see her yourself. It will make you feel better. Chu Xingchen knew Xiaowang would worry. Xiaowang hesitated but shook his head. There's no need. It's not appropriate to go now. That's not a problem. Just go back, Chu Xingchen said. But Xiaowang still shook his head and only asked someone to bring back the peace lock. The governor of Fomin City, sweating profusely, hurried over. Chu Xingchen gave a few instructions and then returned to the palace. Back at the East Palace, They all had their pulses checked by the imperial doctors. Their strength was gradually returning, so they didn't need much medicine. Zhou Bian, with a good foundation, was examined by the doctor and told to rest well. Once everything was settled, Shen Songzhu and the others took their leave, and Chu Xingchen told Xiao Wang to rest well. Seeing Xiao Wang's worried expression, he called him over. Xiao Wang thought Chu Xingchen had something to tell him, but instead, Chu Xingchen suddenly stood up and asked Winter to bring a new cloak. Let's go. Where to? Xiao Wang was surprised. Could it be that His Highness wanted to stay overnight in his residence? Back to the Xiao family, Chu Xingchen replied.
What?
He thought he had heard wrongly. Xiao Wang wasn't mistaken. Chu Xingchen really asked him to return to the Xiao family, and he was even going there himself. Since I haven't seen for myself how Auntie's doing, tonight you'll definitely have trouble sleeping, and you might not feel at ease for the next few days. Instead of worrying, we might as well go see her now, so you can be at ease. Chu Xingchen explained, I'm at least the eldest daughter of the family. No one in Dechu can refuse me when I go anywhere inside the territory. I don't think the Xiao residents will have any objections. For a moment, Chu Xingchen didn't know what to call Xiao Wang's mother. Calling her concubine sounded strange, and Madam was not quite right either. So, he simply called her auntie. Xiao Wang was surprised by the way she addressed her, then laughed softly. His tense mood eased for a rare moment. Not only will Minister Xiao be pleased, but it will also be a great honor for him. The eldest daughter accompanying him back was considered a supreme honor in Minister Zhao's eyes.
That's good, then.
Tonight, you should stand firm for her. Hearing this, Xiao Wang's expression suddenly became complicated. He thought the prince wouldn't understand. Why was her mother's lucky lock, which she always kept in her hand, missing? There were many things to investigate, but one fact was undeniable. Her mother had been neglected. Otherwise, how could she have lost her lucky lock? Thank you, Your Highness, Xiao Wang said softly. Why are you being so polite to me? I'm just going with you, Chu Xingchen said with a bitter smile. Xiao Wang had directly taken poison for her before. If it had been something deadly, like a sealed poison, he might already be dead. Xiao Wang, don't take risks in the future. If something happens, how can I face Sandy? I also. Your Highness, you don't need to think too much, Xiao Wang interrupted her. I just want young Master Zhou to be able to save you better. Compared to what Zhou Bian did, what was he really doing? It's not like that, Chu Xingchen shook her head. Whether it was Zhou Bian or Xiao Wang, they were both saving her. I just hope that in the future, neither of you will take such risks. Besides my status as the eldest daughter, I don't deserve you risking your lives for me. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath. Although the Starry Sea is like this now, he has grown up and can produce a healthy heir for the Chu family. He's very smart. As long as everyone gives him a chance, he can also replace me. She analyzed calmly, but Xiao Wangke interrupted her directly. Your Highness, you can't be replaced by just anyone.
You
underestimate yourself too much. There is no one else in this world like Chu Xingchen. Xiao Wangke looked ahead, thinking coldly. He is a man of Dechu and truly would not do anything to harm Dechu, but he risks his life because of her. Because Dechu's princess is her, not because she is Dechu's princess. Only she would follow him late at night to see his mother. Only she can make him lose control. Xiao Wangke knew he was out of control, but recalling the previous dangers and fears, he couldn't control himself for a moment. He leaned forward, pressed her shoulders, and forced her to look at him. Your Highness, when you tell me these things, why not first promise me to protect yourself in the future? Don't make the mistake again tonight. Promise that if you encounter danger again, you will prioritize saving yourself, and don't think anyone can replace you. No one can replace you. Saying these things only puts the little prince in danger. Xiao Wangke thought coldly. To him, the most important person is only her. Others are not really important. Whether it's Zhou Bian, Shen Songzhu Ling Zhou, or Chu Xinghai, they are all the same. If Chu Xinghai is her backup, giving her the illusion that she can be replaced, it will only increase Chu Xinghai's danger. It will cause crazy thoughts of eliminating her as a backup. So, Your Highness, you must protect yourself. If she doesn't cherish herself, who knows where the future Fengman City or even Dechu will go. Xiao Wangke took a deep breath, trying to control his nearly out-of-control crazy thoughts, and spoke hoarsely. Your Highness, I need your safety. Chu Xingqian wanted to say something, but looking into Xiao Wangchue's eyes, she instinctively nodded. Okay. The flicker of hostility in Xiao Wangchue's eyes finally faded. He patted her head. Be good. That night, the Xiao residence welcomed the most special guest. Xiao Shengshu had almost fallen asleep when the butler personally woke him up, thinking he must have heard wrong. Who said someone has returned? Second young master Xiao Shaoqing has returned, along with the princess. The butler's voice was excited, almost distorted. The princess accompanied Shaoqing back. Xiao Shengshu got out of bed and was about to run, but suddenly stopped at the door. No. Why did they come back at this time? Could something have happened? The butler also calmed down a bit. Happened? Because Lady Cizi fell ill again? Minister Xiao thought it probably wasn't because of that matter. However, when he dressed and came out to greet the princess, he was told that Xiao Shaoqing had already gone to Lady Ci's courtyard with the princess. The princess had specially come to visit Lady Cizi with Xiao Wang. Minister Xiao. As expected, his son was the favorite and was spoiled to this extent. He smiled foolishly, feeling a bit guilty. The main wife, who also received the news, immediately turned pale. Xiao Cheng also got the news. After turning pale, he became completely white. They didn't care what others thought. Chu Xingqian didn't mind either. He simply reported and went directly to see the patient. The peace lock has been returned. After Lady Cizi received it, her condition improved somewhat, but she kept looking for Xiao Wang, feeling anxious and restless. Madam, I am here. I am back.
Don't worry about me.
Lady Cizi grabbed Xiao Wang's hand tightly. Xiao Wang, help me find Xiao Wang. Madam, I am Xiao Wang. You are not Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang is still young. Lady Cizi didn't recognize him. Help me find Xiao Wang. Pain flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. He was right in front of her, yet she didn't recognize him. Xiao Wang is fine. Xiao Wang just fell asleep. Madam, don't be afraid. Xiao Wang is okay. Fortunately, even though she didn't recognize Xiao Wang, his comfort was helpful to her. That's good. I don't believe others, but I believe you. Lady Cizi held Xiao Wang's hand. Where have you been all this time? I looked everywhere, but couldn't find you. You didn't eat when I asked you to. She kept talking, and Xiao Wang listened quietly. After a while, Lady Cizi suddenly looked at Chu Xingqian. Who are you? Madam, this is... Xiao Wang was unsure how to introduce Chu Xingqian. It wasn't good to say wife, as he wasn't the official husband, but she was his wife. He was in a dilemma, but Lady Cizi said, I know, this is your wife. Lady Cizi looked at Chu Xingqian. No wonder you disappeared.
So you married a wife.
She's very beautiful. I like her. Lady Cizi took Chu Xingqian's hand, looked her up and down, and said, Now that you have a wife, I feel at ease. In the future, I want to find a lovely girl like you for our Xiao Wang. Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang looked at them and smiled slightly, thinking to himself he had already found her. Wife. For the first time, he felt that this unfamiliar, distant term was actually so wonderful. The lady on the side looked around and suddenly leaned close to Chu Xingqian's stomach. Is there a little baby yet? Chu Xingqian felt awkward. Not yet, not yet. It will be soon, don't worry. She gently patted Chu Xingqian's belly, then her gaze fell on Chu Xingqian's bandaged neck. It hurts, it hurts. On it. She blew on Chu Xingqian's neck, then took out some candy from her purse to give to Chu Xingqian. Eat this, and it won't hurt anymore. Xiao Wang watched nervously from the side, worried Chu Xingqian might find it dirty or be disgusted. But before he could speak, Chu Xingqian took the candy and said, Okay, thank you. She didn't mind. Just like how the lady on the side kept holding her hand without disgust. Xiao Wang secretly swapped the candy, not letting Chu Xingqian eat it, and pulled the lady on the side aside, urging her to go rest. The lady on the side relaxed when she saw him. She yawned and nodded obediently. Come find me again. Bring your wife and the little baby. Okay, Xiao Wang nodded. I'll come whenever I have time. You rest well. He watched her close her eyes before leaving. But after he left, the lady on the side opened her eyes, watching his back, pouting sadly with a look of reluctance. Xiao Wang saw Chu Xingchen and quietly said, Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Come visit her more often. Didn't I give you permission to leave the palace? Don't waste it. Chu Xingchen waved his hand. Why would I go home every day? Men and women in the palace rarely leave, worried about trouble outside. He's fine with her not worrying about him outside. I didn't say you should go home every day, just every now and then. Chu Xingchen felt that once inside the palace, he couldn't go home, which seemed unfair and against the natural order. Xiao Wang was about to say something, but noticed the expressions of the people around and stopped. Those staying with the lady on the side were people he trusted, but Xiao Wang still gave a few warnings. The others looked at Chu Xingchen with more respect than before. They admitted their mistakes and explained the missing safety lock. After a few questions, Xiao Wang understood the situation. As expected, it was Xiao Cheng who did it. Xiao Cheng had embarrassed himself badly last time when he lost face with Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang. He was depressed for days and grew angrier the more he thought about it. He couldn't revenge on Xiao Wang, so he set his sights on the lady on the side. He couldn't hurt her directly, so he targeted her most precious thing, the longevity lock. He deliberately had someone steal it, planning to get revenge. But unexpectedly, the lock was lost, and Xiao Wang and the princess were both brought back to the palace. Xiao Cheng felt guilty and could only hide, but still was pulled by Minister Xiao to wait for the princess to meet her. When Xiao Wang and Chu Xingchen came out of the side lady's courtyard, Minister Xiao hurried forward to pay his respects. He wanted to exchange a few words with Chu Xingchen, but then Xiao Wang asked, Father, have you checked why Auntie's long life lock ended up outside? I checked, but I couldn't find out. I found out, Xiao Wang interrupted him directly. You might want to cover up, but this matter involves others and threatens the safety of the princess. It also caused her to get hurt. Some people must pay the price. Remember this lesson. Minister Xiao finally saw the wound on Chu Xingchen's neck. His face changed. He was about to ask what happened when Xiao Cheng, unable to bear the pressure, suddenly stepped back. It seems some people are confessing without being asked. Well, then I won't hold back. Before Minister Xiao and the main wife could react, Xiao Wang stepped forward, pulling out an iron rod he had prepared earlier from behind, and struck Xiao Cheng's leg hard. Xiao Cheng wanted to run, but after taking a step, he was heavily knocked to the ground. No.
Stop.
The main wife and Minister Xiao shouted to stop, but Xiao Cheng's screams echoed in their ears. Xiao Wang, as if he didn't hear, struck again, breaking his hand. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, releasing all the suppressed fear and anger of the night. I warned you last time not to touch her. The main wife rushed forward, crying and scolding, but no one paid attention to her. Minister Xiao looked at Xiao Wang, but Xiao Wang didn't look at him. He was disappointed in Minister Xiao. Xiao Cheng was his son, and he liked normal children. But from childhood, the favoritism and choices he made were enough for him. Xiao Wang threw down the rod and looked at Chu Xingchen. Let's go, Your Highness. Chu Xingchen agreed without responding to Minister Xiao, only saying, return to the palace. This was an internal matter of the Xiao family. She wouldn't interfere. Xiao Cheng attacked the confused side lady, which was deserved. Minister Xiao could only watch helplessly as Xiao Cheng walked away. The main wife, holding Xiao Cheng, who was crying out in pain, was furious, scolding and urging Minister Xiao not to let Xiao Wang go so easily. Shut up. Can't you see the princess is still nearby? The main wife fell silent. Xiao Wang listened to the noise behind him gradually fade and looked at the trembling servants and maids bowing in fear, smiling to himself. So this is what it feels like to bully others with power. He looked at Chu Xingchen. Thank you, Your Highness, for supporting me tonight and helping me bully others. Chu Xingchen smiled. No problem, no problem. When they reached the carriage, Chu Xingchen asked about the situation of the side lady. Xiao Wangshi honestly replied, Madam is beautiful, but the main wife does not accept her. She often insults and mistreats her. One winter, it was so cold that her fever wasn't treated in time, and later her mind was affected. How old were you then? 8 years old. Xiao Wangshi let out a sigh. In my memory, winter is always cold, but that year was the coldest. I was holding Xiao Cheng when I fell directly into the pond. The water in the winter pond was very cold, but he wanted that coldness. The main wife wanted his mother's life, so he took revenge by taking her most precious thing, Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng often insulted and bullied him. He had long been tired of it. Dying together seemed fine. But unfortunately, they were rescued later. Since then, the main wife, Xiao Cheng, and they became enemies, hated each other deeply. However, his ruthlessness finally made the main wife and others fear him. As he grew older, his situation gradually improved. It was the first time he could show off his power so openly. If the eldest daughter's bed had appeared earlier, maybe the madam wouldn't have been like this. But now that it has appeared, it's good, as it can prevent further tragedies. The street was quiet late at night. Xiao Wangshi's heart was calm, but also seemed to be boiling. Seeing Chu Xingchen's hair caught with some leaves, he decided to follow his feelings, sat closer to her, and gently removed the leaves. After removing them, he noticed more behind, so he leaned in to continue. Chu Xingchen suddenly felt as if she could smell his scent and awkwardly turned her head, asking, "What is that?" With her movement, Xiao Wangshi's chin accidentally touched Chu Xingchen's ear. His throat bobbed, and his voice was hoarse, "My wife." "Leaves." A faint scent brushed against her ear, and Chu Xingchen froze completely. "Wife. Leaves?" Ears are very sensitive. Xiao Wangshi looked at Chu Xingchen's ears, which were turning red little by little. He chuckled softly. "It's leaves. Just now, the madam kept calling you wife, and I was influenced by her. Was it a slip caused by influence, or did he just want to call her wife?" He knew the answer well. Chu Xingchen's ears, which were cold at first, suddenly warmed up from the touch and the call. She thought to herself, how could he call her that? The term wife is quite strange. Little lady sometimes is a respectful term, but calling someone wife alone can mean spouse or wife. She couldn't help but scratch her ear, wanting to turn away, but the carriage was small, and she couldn't retreat far. But Xiaowang just wouldn't move or sit back across from her. Xiaowang didn't want to leave. He was happy to be so close to her, feeling nervous, but also sweet inside. He looked at Zhuo Xingchen and couldn't help but smile. He liked this moment, as if only the two of them existed in the world. He even wished they could stay like this forever, with the carriage moving endlessly. When Xiao Wang stayed still, Zhuo Xingchen quietly shifted herself outward. Xiao Wang quickly noticed her small movements, but pretended not to see. She playfully moved, and he followed her. His movements were secretive, and Zhuo Xingchen didn't notice. She thought her small actions were ineffective, so she decided to make a bigger move. Because she was too nervous and didn't pay attention, she accidentally moved herself to the very edge of the seat. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell with a thud, hitting the ground unexpectedly. Zhuo Xingchen sat on the ground, stunned. Xiao Wang looked at her and was also momentarily stunned. He only wanted to tease Zhuo Xingchen, but he didn't expect her to fall. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Zhuo Xingchen looked at his caring face and felt like crying. She raised her hand to cover her face. "Don't look at me. Close your eyes." Xiao Wang originally wanted to help Zhuo Xingchen up. Seeing her like this, he guessed her fall wasn't serious and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. "Your Highness, did you fall because you were avoiding me? Why are you afraid of me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Am I that scary?" Zhuo Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang's smiling face. "Yes, you are very scary." Xiao Wang was puzzled. "What?" Zhuo Xingchen looked serious. "You smile in a way that's too scary." Xiao Wang had no idea how stunning he looked under the candlelight, with stars in his eyes and slightly red corners. His smile was charming and mischievous. "I was really embarrassed at first. Seeing you smile made me annoyed, but when you smiled, I couldn't stay mad." I just thought I was dazzled and worried I might go blind. Xiao Wang burst out laughing happily. He then pulled Zhuo Xingchen up and said, "Your Highness, keep looking. If you look at me long enough, you'll get used to it and won't be blinded." He joked, and the awkward atmosphere inside the carriage instantly disappeared. Xiao Wang looked at Zhuo Xingchen, and his smile couldn't help but grow wider. Why was she so adorable? How could there be such a lovely princess in the world? Even after falling, she wasn't angry. Seeing her like this, Xiao Wang's heart softened even more, feeling sweet inside. He couldn't help but keep smiling happily. Zhuo Xingchen glanced at him, thinking he was still joking about her fall.
Stop laughing.
Okay, I won't laugh. Xiao Wang said he didn't laugh, but a smile was always on his lips. I also fell before. Xiao Wang seemed to have endless things to say, but perhaps because he rarely had a moment to relax, or because he was too tired after staying up all night, he became exhausted today. Although he cherished this moment, he suddenly fell asleep while talking. Zhuo Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang leaning on her shoulder. Others are beautiful women leaning on handsome men, but here, the handsome man relies on a beautiful woman. Maybe Xiao Wang was too tired, so let him sleep peacefully for a while. Zhuo Xingchen straightened her small frame, trying to make her shoulders broader, so he could lean on her better. When Xiao Wang was awake, he was charming. When he was asleep, he turned into a quiet, handsome man. Just looking at him made people feel that life was beautiful, softening their hearts. But this was only the beginning. The peaceful life gradually turned into a situation where the Sleeping Beauty's head was quite heavy. Zhuo Xingchen could only shift her attention, her gaze finally falling on Xiao Wang's long eyelashes. As expected of an eyelash expert, his lashes were so long, almost longer than hers. She compared her fingers, feeling an inexplicable urge to have a lash-length contest with him. When they returned to the palace, Zhuo Xingchen's shoulders were completely numb. It was time to get off the carriage. She looked at Xiao Wang, hesitated for a moment, and chose not to wake him. Instead, she called Shadow. The guard on duty was Tianlu. Tianlu, don't wake Xiao Xiaoqing. Send him back to Jinghong Palace. Yes, Your Highness. Tianlu bowed carefully, gently lifting Xiao Wang in a princess carry, and took him out. Zhuo Xingchen was stunned, rubbed her shoulders, and said, "All right, no problem." Winter Xiao carefully helped Zhuo Xingchen down from the carriage. "Your Highness, you must be exhausted. Rest now." "Where's young Master Zhou? Is he okay?" Worried about Zhou Bian, Zhuo Xingchen secretly checked on him again. She first confirmed he was still breathing, then relaxed. The previous near-death experience had left her with a psychological shadow. Seeing Zhou Bian sleeping soundly, Zhuo Xingchen gently adjusted his blanket before leaving. After she left, Zhou Bian opened his eyes in the darkness. He was very alert. When Zhuo Xingchen came, he woke up, but he didn't open his eyes because he smelled Xiao Xiaoqing's scent on her. In the dark, Zhou Bian lay quietly with his eyes open until dawn. In the late night, Zhuo Xingchen finally got some rest and fell asleep, but she had a nightmare. In her dream, blood flowed everywhere. No matter whom she chose, Zhou Bian, Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, or Ling Zhou, they were all killed by Wu Niang. They were covered in blood, their eyes full of anger, unwilling to die. Especially Zhou Bian, who died right in front of her without a word, silently questioning her. "Why didn't you choose me?" Zhuo Xingchen shouted Zhou Bian awake, realizing it was just a dream. She was covered in cold sweat and tears. Touching the tears on her face, Zhuo Xingchen gave a bitter smile, feeling relieved that it was only a dream. She took a deep breath to calm herself, but sensed something strange. When she looked, she saw that her blood was flowing heavily. Her period had started, and it was quite heavy. Zhuo Xingchen felt completely defeated, but still kept her clothes tightly wrapped and went to check on Zhou Bian. Zhou Bian's throat was injured. His voice was hoarse to begin with, and by the next day, it was worse, making it hard for him to speak. "So, Zhou Bian, you've completely lost your voice now. You can't speak at all." I'll ask you questions, and you just nod or shake your head. If you want to say something, just gesture or write it down, okay? Zhou Baiyan nodded. You're very obedient. Does it hurt a lot? Let me see your wound. Chu Xingchen leaned in to look at his injury. Zhou Baiyan wanted to dodge, but was held back by Chu Xingchen.
Don't move.
They shouldn't move carelessly today. He had a wound, and she was worried about leakage. Zhou Baiyan wanted to see Chu Xingchen's wound, so he didn't move. Chu Xingchen examined his wound, and he looked at her injury. Chu Xingchen was very careful and accidentally touched Zhou Baiyan's Adam's apple. The Adam's apple is a sensitive spot, and Zhou Baiyan was very sensitive there. He never let anyone get close, let alone touch. Chu Xingchen was the first person to touch it. If anyone else had, they would have been pushed away many times. But Chu Xingchen couldn't push him. Zhou Baiyan stiffened, feeling that everything was wrong. Soon, Chu Xingchen noticed something different. Zhou Baiyan's skin was prickling with goosebumps, and his ears turned red. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? She asked nervously, suddenly realizing he wasn't breathing. Zhou Baiyan breathed quickly. Don't hold your breath. Chu Xingchen reached out, holding his face and opening his mouth to help him breathe. Breathe now. Zhou Baiyan suddenly realized he had been holding his breath instinctively. He hurriedly obeyed and started breathing. Chu Xingchen let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhou Baiyan's face, which was a bit deformed from her squeezing, and smiled. Zhou Baiyan, you look so cute like this. Zhou Baiyan quickly reached out to pull her hand away. He was in shadow. How could he be cute? After pulling her hand away, he realized he had gone too far. His palm felt soft and delicate, like tender grass. He hurriedly let go and silently stepped back. Are you hiding again? Chu Xingchen watched his actions and pretended to sigh. All right, I let you follow me every day, so it's no wonder you now see me as a troublemaker. Who would like the boss? I understand. So, I've decided to give you a half-month leave to rest and recover. Zhou Baiyan was immediately anxious. He didn't see himself as a troublemaker, nor did he want time off. He was ready to take shifts, but he couldn't speak, so he could only pull Chu Xingchen to stop her. You're happy about this too, right? Fine, then it's settled. Once your wound heals a bit, probably the day after tomorrow, you can pack up and leave the palace. You haven't seen the house I bought for you, have you? That house was carefully chosen. You've never even stayed there. It's really unfair. During this leave, you should go stay there, get familiar with it, and take a break from the palace environment. Chu Xingchen ignored Zhou Baiyan's hand signals. She took out a pen to write, but he quickly grabbed her hand. The holiday is half a month. The only thing to watch out for is safety. Protect yourself and avoid injuries. Of course, don't bully others. Unless there's an emergency, don't hurt or kill anyone, and don't reveal your shadow identity. When you go out, if you have questions or need help, you can find me or Wandong. Zhou Baiyan was so anxious he couldn't speak properly. His voice was hoarse, as if he might shout himself out. Don't talk, Chu Xingchen hurriedly said. Getting hurt more would be worse. She quickly stopped him. Zhou Baiyan, I just want you to relax. You work so hard every day. If something happens while you're out, you can write me a letter or come back directly. It's just a vacation, no need to be so tense. Many people are looking forward to their days off. She needed to speed up, help him integrate into society, find new goals and directions in life. Even if he didn't have any, he could get used to a normal life or take on a different role. She didn't want him to keep being in shadow. His life and death were tied to her. As the eldest daughter, her future would bring many challenges and dangers. She didn't want every danger to be a situation where Zhou Baiyan risked everything to save her. If he had escaped danger twice or thrice, what about the 4th or 10th time? It's impossible to always be lucky. If he couldn't escape, would he really die so young for her? She couldn't imagine what would happen if she hadn't saved him last night. She was afraid that such a scene might happen again. He hadn't even lived a day for himself, and he died so young. That would be so unfair to him. He was still young, only 19, just beginning his life. She doesn't want everything in her dreams to happen in real life. nor does she want him to face the same dangers as before. Zhou Baiyan, please just listen to me, okay? Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen and suddenly felt sadness and fear from her. He didn't understand what made her sad or scared. In that brief moment of distraction, Chu Xingchen clapped her hands. If you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement. We've decided happily. Try living in the house. If you like it, that's great. If not, I can buy you another one you prefer or exchange it. I tell you, with my wealth, I'm quite proud of myself. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. Buying a house for employees is a proud achievement today. It could even make headlines and earn praise as the best boss. Chu Xingchen left, and Zhou Baiyan watched her figure disappear. He stood still for a while. Is the prince going to kick him out of the palace? Was it because he scared the prince last night? Or because he didn't protect her well, so she no longer wants him to be on duty with her? He felt a bit regretful. He should have been more careful last night. Chu Xingchen left Taoren residence and didn't speak until she reached the Jinghong Palace. She paused, gathered her strength, and decided to check on Xiao Wang. To her surprise, Xiao Wang was still sleeping. Xiaoqing might have been too tired last night. He's still not awake. Your Highness, please wait. I'll go wake Xiaoqing now. No need, Chu Xingchen stopped Jingyan. If he's tired, let him rest well. Don't wake him up. After leaving Jinghong Palace, Chu Xingchen initially wanted to go straight home. She felt insecure without a sanitary pad. But Ling Zhou was waiting openly nearby. He was standing at the entrance of Feiyu Palace, seeming to wait for her to come over. Chu Xingchen could only walk over. Did you sleep well last night? No nightmares? Nightmares? I'm not a little girl. How could I have nightmares? Ling Zhou argued, but his expression was somewhat complicated. Honestly, he did have nightmares, just not bloody ones. Instead, he dreamed of Chu Xingchen in front of him, kissing Xiao Wang and Zhou Baiyan, while Shen Songjue laughed nearby. What if the prince doesn't kiss you? Ling Zhou was so angry he woke up. He unconsciously looked at Chu Xingchen's lips, then pulled her into Feiyu Palace, and asked the question that had been on his mind since last night. Your Highness, how did you save Lord Zhou last night? He pouted and gestured with his hand. Kissing a few times to revive someone on the verge of death? Or do you really have some kind of fairy magic like those guards say, that can fairy air? What if I stop breathing someday? Would you save me like that too? Chu Xingchen almost fainted when she heard this. What does it mean to stop breathing? She said, dismissing it as childish talk. Kids don't understand. Words don't count. Don't take it to heart. Heaven is forgiving. The bad things don't work, but the good ones do.
Chu Xingchen uget, puling lang zu.
Ling Zhou didn't like her saying childish words or calling him a kid, but he dared not argue. He could only say, don't speak carelessly in the future, Chu Xingchen warned, giving him a sharp look. I understand. Ling Zhou nodded obediently this time because he knew Chu Xingchen cared about him. You haven't answered my question yet. Chu Xingchen sighed. It's not about fairy magic or a few kisses that can save someone who's about to die. It's a useful first aid method. It can help with different causes of suffocation like drowning. Ling Zhou nodded.
Can you teach me?
Of course. Chu Xingchen agreed without hesitation. Then teach me today, Your Highness. I can't wait to learn. Later, I can teach others, even soldiers on the frontier. You don't know, some people have drowned before. Ling Zhou took Chu Xingchen's hand, walking faster. After entering the room, he closed the door, not letting anyone follow, moved the table aside, and lay down on the warm bed. Your Highness, come on. I'll cooperate and learn well. Ling Zhou placed his hands on both sides, acting very obedient, full of anticipation. Last night, Chu Xingchen kissed him so artificially that she didn't really kiss him, which made him very upset. Why did Zhou Baiyan and Xiao Wang all get kisses but he didn't? He needed to make up for it. Chu Xingchen was speechless. His attitude towards learning was very good, but was he serious about lying on the warm bed? Chu Xingchen was feeling quite down, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but laugh. That's not how you learn. If you learn like this, it'll be very troublesome to teach. Don't worry, Shen Sijuan, Xiao Xiaoqing, and Zhou Gongzi might also be interested. I'll teach you all together later. Ling Zhou. This wasn't what he expected. He sat up. Teach us together? Did she still want to kiss him again? Like before? That's too much. Doing that in front of everyone is too embarrassing, and he didn't like it either. It's too obvious.
Chu Xingchen note that.
Teaching together is more efficient. Don't worry, I'll teach well. When I have time, I'll even write a lesson plan. Not just for you, others can learn too if they want. Ling Zhou's expression cracked, but Chu Xingchen didn't notice. He was thinking besides artificial respiration and chest compressions, other first aid knowledge should also be promoted more. Learning more about first aid is really helpful. I've decided that the next newspaper issue will include first aid tips, common mistakes, and precautions. First, I need to jot down my ideas. Ling Zhou, can I borrow your study room? You help me grind ink. Ling Zhou looked numb and somewhat clumsy as he ground ink for Chu Xingchen. When Chu Xingchen was about to note down the key points, he felt like he might lose control and hurried back to Jinhua Hall. Outside, Jin Chong and Bao Jian stood guard and immediately pushed the door open to see the young general. Young general, you and the crown prince are behind closed doors. Did something embarrassing happen? Otherwise, why close the door? Ling Zhou looked blank and a bit dazed, with ink on his nose. Jin Chong, Bao Jian, this is the first time I learned that when someone faints, pinching the middle of the nose doesn't work. Everyone usually does that.
Bao Zian, who?
The young general suddenly said something. The crown prince said that if someone falls, especially from a height, you shouldn't shake their head or body wildly, as it can worsen the injury. He also said that during a seizure, it's wrong to try to stop biting the tongue with wood or other objects. He mentioned that calling it epilepsy isn't good either. Jin Chong was speechless. Young general, this. He was learning this for the first time too, but did they really need to learn all this behind closed doors? Ling Zhou seemed not to hear and looked at his hands. Also, before meals and after using the toilet, people should wash their hands. Otherwise, tiny invisible bugs might make them sick or cause worms in the stomach. Jin Chong and Bao Jian. Chu Xingchen returned to Jinhua Hall, holding a hot water bag and not wanting to move. He was just about to rest when Wandong reported, Your Highness, Miss Su Dandan requests to see you. Chu Xingchen didn't expect Miss Su Dandan to really come. Remembering what she said last night, he immediately waved his hand. No need to see her. This girl was too bold. He didn't dare meet her. Chu Xingchen didn't see Su Dandan, but the gifts she brought were delivered by Wandong. Your Highness, Miss Su insists on giving these to you and said you must look at them. Chu Xingchen glanced at them. They were a few books, and the covers looked like poetry collections. Just a few poetry books? And she insists I must read them? Chu Xingchen casually flipped one open, only to find inside were paintings, colorful ones. Curious, he stared closely, then suddenly threw the book away, his face full of shock. What kind of poetry collection is this? It looks like a small yellow sketchbook disguised as a poetry book, clearly the kind that should be banned. I know Su Dandan is unreliable, but I didn't expect her to be this irresponsible, sending her such a book. Your Highness? Wandong's voice was surprised. Quick, take it away. Her mind was completely polluted. Perhaps because she now has several husbands, her drawings have changed, and this one is for 4 people. 4 people? Su Dandan must have deliberately chosen 4, which is just too hateful. Chu Xingchen was desperately trying to stop her mind from imagining Shen Songzhu and the others, when she heard Shen Songzhu's voice. What's wrong, Your Highness? Shen Songzhu originally wanted to wait for a report, but hearing the unusual noise inside, he went in directly. Seeing Chu Xingchen looking fine, he relaxed. He happened to see the book Chu Xingchen had just thrown out and casually bent down to pick it up. Seeing Shen Songzhu's expression change, Chu Xingchen's face also turned pale. When she saw his actions, she panicked. Stop! She reached out her hand to block him, but she was too late. Shen Songzhu had already picked up the book and turned it over. Chu Xingchen lunged forward, just facing the page she had just looked at. Her reputation was at stake. Chu Xingchen felt truly humiliated. Shen Songzhu glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. Your Highness still reads such books? He had quite the ambition. No, I didn't read it. She hurriedly calmed herself and changed the subject. Why did Shun Sungju come? Is there something wrong? No, nothing. I just saw that your highness wasn't visiting me, so I came to see you. Sorry if I disturbed your interest. Earlier, Chu Xingchen had visited Zhou Baiyan and Xiao Wang and also went to Ling Zhou's courtyard, but she didn't go to his place. Chu Xingchen felt like she wanted to die. I accidentally flipped it open. I didn't know they sent me such a book. Curiosity really did kill the cat. She should have been more calm and thought about what Su Dandan had said. Seeing her face flushed with embarrassment, Shun Sungju finally stopped teasing her. I believe that as long as your highness doesn't follow bad examples, everything will be fine. Thinking of Su Dandan's words, Shun Sungju understood who the real culprit was. Chu Xingchen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seizing the moment when he wasn't paying attention, she quickly snatched the book and, as if it was burning her, threw it to Wan Dong. Wan Dong, quickly burn this. She was so eager to get rid of the scandalous book that she unintentionally threw it too hard. The book flew past Wan Dong's head and outside. Chu Xingchen. She hurriedly ran after it, only to see Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang woke up earlier than usual. She heard that she had gone to see him, and although she said there was nothing urgent, she hurried there as fast as she could. As soon as she entered, a book suddenly fell from the sky and landed right in his arms. Xiao Wang looked down, and her pupils widened suddenly. When she looked up, she saw Chu Xingchen rushing out. Is this His Highness's book? Chu Xingchen looked at the open book in Xiao Wang's hands and said nothing. One very revealing page was seen by all three of them. She suddenly wanted to faint or find a hole to hide in, preferably to go straight to Mars. Chu Xingchen didn't faint, nor did a hole appear, but Xiao Wang stepped closer. He held the book and raised a dangerous eyebrow at Chu Xingchen. Your Highness wouldn't really want to do that, would he? They haven't even had their wedding night, and seeing such pictures is like trying to run before learning to walk. No, it's not my book.
Chu Xingchen det pretended.
It was sent by Miss Su. Shun Songju, hearing the noise outside, came out to add. Their gazes met in the air and then quickly avoided each other. Chu Xingchen looked at the book in Xiao Wang's hands, wanting to find a chance to it back and destroy it completely. This time, she was determined to take it. Xiao Wang noticed her gaze and couldn't help but gently tap her forehead, punishing her for reading inappropriate books. I took this book away. You are not allowed to read it anymore. Seeing Chu Xingchen's face as if it could bleed, Xiao Wang was about to say something when he heard Wan Dong loudly announce, Your Highness, the governor of Fengmen requests to see you. Chu Xingchen felt as if she had been pardoned. Good, I will go now. She quickly fled the scene. Shun Songju looked at Xiao Wang. How does Xiao Xiaoqing plan to destroy this book? Burn it. In the end, Xiao Wang and Shun Songju burned the book together. In the flames, their gazes were deep and wolfish. After burning the book, they silently parted ways, both glancing outside the palace at the same time. Outside the palace, Su Dandan suddenly sneezed and then continued searching for storybooks in the bookstore. She found many exciting stories about polygamy and gained a lot. When she returned home, she saw that Lord Su looked very angry. That night, the Su family was very lively, mostly because Lord Su was shouting. It was said that he found some picture albums that Su Dandan had dropped in the study. He discovered 2 of them, and then Su Dandan was confined and made to copy scriptures. The storybooks she had gathered were taken away, and even her servant was sent away. No one was left to warm her bed. Late at night, Su Dandan was still wiping tears while copying scriptures. Wah. Your Highness, I can't go see you anymore. She lost even her good words. Su Dandan looked very sad and miserable. She didn't know why she was so unlucky. Meanwhile, Fengmen's governor came to report on the latest progress of the case investigation. The identity of Fifth Lady is still unclear. She hasn't spoken under torture, but Peiling has managed to get her to talk. Peiling is 17 years younger than Fifth Lady, but he is indeed her husband, her childhood betrothed.
Chu Xingchen, chi lo do becho?
I've only heard of childhood wives, but this is the first time hearing of a childhood betrothed. Was he raised by Fifth Lady?
Yes.
He seems to have some mental issues, but he was indeed raised by Fifth Lady. According to his confession, we dug up 20 bodies under a jujube tree in the backyard. 20 bodies?
Chu Sing Chen Frauen.
Yes, Fong An's governor wiped his sweat. Who would have thought that beneath such a small area, the excavation revealed a mass of white bones? The remains' identities still need investigation, but Lu Wu has examined them. Out of the 20 bodies, 10 are men and 10 are women, and all were strangled with silk threads. He thought of the silk threads still looped around Chu Xingchen's and others' necks, which made him shiver with fear. Chu Xingchen felt an icy chill run down his back. The number and condition of the bodies suggested that Fifth Lady wasn't killing those who didn't choose her. She was killing those who made a choice. She had lied again. If she really chose someone last night, then after her choice, she might have killed her and the chosen person directly. Just a little more and it would be. No matter whose name she mentioned, she was dragging him into, whether they were chosen or not. No one would end up well. Such a wicked mind. Thinking carefully, she had said that only with her help could everyone recognize their true feelings to prevent being betrayed, and by the time they knew, it was too late. So, her stance was always on the side of those abandoned. Fifth Lady's identity can be approached from aspects like being a rejected wife or having a falling out with her husband, severing emotional ties, etc. Based on her current age and tracing back, there might be some clues. Yes, Your Highness, Fong An's governor's eyes lit up. Regarding the victims, I think there are many suspicious points. I want to investigate the men and women who disappeared or eloped in recent years. This direction seems correct.
Chu Sing Chen note that.
Thank you for your hard work. Fong An's governor had been in office for years and was quite capable. The next day, the case was mostly clarified. Although not all 20 bodies could be confirmed, it was highly likely that they were the men and women who had disappeared or eloped in recent years. They were not eloped, but were murdered and buried. At the same time, the identities of Wu Nyang and Pei Lang were finally discovered. The reason Wu Nyang killed the chosen person was because she was abandoned and not chosen herself. Her background is sad and surprising. It is related to the famous divine Dr. Valley. She is said to be the younger sister of the current Valley Master, a disciple of the old Valley Master, and the most talented among several apprentices years ago. Unfortunately, her fame was brief, lasting only about 10 years, because she fell in love with a patient and married him, leaving divine Dr. Valley. Wu Nyang does not admit her background, but her husband, Pei Zheng, confirms her identity. Chu Xingchen listened to the prefect's report and attended the case review, which helped reveal the full story. Years ago, Pei Zheng was bitten by a poisonous snake, and Wu Nyang saved him. He fell in love at first sight with his beautiful savior. Pei Zheng came from a noble family, full of scholarly air, and Wu Nyang liked him too. They met and fell in love in a mountain cave. Later, for Pei Zheng, Wu Nyang left divine Dr. Valley and married into the Pei family despite objections. They were a happy couple, but Wu Nyang did not fit into the Pei family and kept helping others. 6 months after their marriage, she eagerly saved a girl named Bai Er. Grateful, Bai Er became her maid and vowed to repay her kindness. The way a low person repays is by stealing my husband and becoming your concubine. You could be the official wife, but you choose to be a fallen concubine. And Pei Zheng, you broke your vow. You are a hypocrite. How can you still have the face to appear before me now? Pei Zheng's face turned red. He indeed loved Bai Er because of her gentle nature, but he also loved Wu Nyang and did not want to hurt her. I didn't mean to hurt you back then. It was the bandits.
The bandits harmed you, he said.
Pei Zheng's enemies kidnapped him, Wu Nyang, and Bai Er. To get revenge on Pei Zheng, they also had sinister plans. They grabbed Bai Er to do something wrong, and Pei Zheng desperately tried to stop them. Bai Er was not willing, so she begged Wu Nyang. Her enemies forced Pei Zheng to choose between his 2 wives. Bai Er cried and pleaded, looking weak and pitiful, saying she would rather die than be a burden. She didn't mind dying if it could protect Wu Nyang, her lady. as a way to repay her past kindness. But she was pregnant with Pei Zheng's child and couldn't bear to lose her baby. When Bayer begged tearfully, Wunyang, who is stubborn by nature, did not speak. She thought there was no need to beg, because Pei Zheng would surely choose her. She was his wife. But in the end, Pei Zheng softened his heart and chose Bayer. Wunyang was abandoned by her beloved Pei Zheng. Although she was the official wife, Pei Zheng ultimately chose a concubine because Bayer was also his true love, and Bayer was pregnant. So, she was pushed aside and handed over to enemies. During Pei Zheng's apology of "I'm sorry," Wunyang was taken away by her enemies. Pei Zheng didn't know that she was already pregnant at that time. In the end, Wunyang was defiled by her enemies, had a miscarriage, and bled heavily. When the officials arrived, it was too late. She had lost too much blood and died instantly. Who would have thought that Wunyang did not really die, only holding her breath, and eventually came back to life? I thought you were dead, Bayer, and I have felt guilty all these years. We pray and recite scriptures every day, hoping for peace, just wanting your forgiveness. But you are still alive. Why didn't you come back when you were alive? Bayer and I have been waiting for you. Wunyang spat and said, Go back? Go back to see you and that shameless woman live happily as husband and wife. Don't talk about living in peace every day. How can you and she have so many children if you're not at peace? She chuckled foolishly. It's a pity that heaven has eyes and has made you suffer retribution.
Ha ha ha.
Pei Zheng's face changed. It seemed that the Pei family had indeed faced retribution over the years. First, their lucky surviving son was lost. Later, their other children were either fools or mad, none of them normal. Everyone said the Pei family was cursed, that it was Wunyang watching from heaven, making sure they suffered. Some even said that Wunyang had drugged him back then, which prevented them from having healthy children. Wunyang was from the Divine Doctor Valley and could have done it. But few believed this last theory because Wunyang had already died. However, Wunyang was not dead now, and she had killed many people. At first, Pei Zheng couldn't think of all this. Hearing her mockery, his face was full of sorrow. You are right to scold me. I wronged you back then. I just heard your news suddenly, so I came to see you.
When I saw you still alive, I should have been happy.
But why did you do such a foolish thing? Tears streamed down Pei Zheng's face as he knew that Wunyang's change was because of his choices years ago. I know you hate me, Wunyang. But if you came to kill me, I wouldn't blame you. Why did you have to kill innocent people? The handsome scholar Pei Zheng from that year had grown old. Though he was not yet 40, his hair was half white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked much older than Wunyang. People wouldn't doubt that he was Wunyang's father. Wunyang looked at his face, which still faintly showed traces of his youth, and sneered, They are not innocent people. They're the ones who deserve to die. I don't kill innocent people. I just help those poor souls see the truth. As for killing you, that would be too easy for you. I don't bother with that. I want to hurt your heart. Pei Zheng didn't understand what Wunyang meant until Pei Lang was brought forward. Seeing Pei Lang, Pei Zheng's face changed. Because of his appearance, Pei Lang looked very much like him when he was young, almost as if he was made from the same mold. Seeing his face and his age, Pei Zheng immediately knew. This was his son, the eldest son he had lost long ago.
Sorry, is it you?
Because he felt guilty toward Wunyang, Pei Zheng named his eldest son Sorry to show his regret. He also wanted his son to remember his biological mother and always be grateful and remorseful. He was very excited, but Pei Lang didn't even look at him. Instead, he ran straight to Wunyang. Madam, are you all right? He looked her up and down, acting very close, with only Wunyang in his eyes. Hearing his words and seeing how they interacted, Pei Zheng's mind was overwhelmed. His head spun. Madam? How can she be your madam?
You.
Wunyang, you. Quickly, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Maybe the child's disappearance back then wasn't an accident, but Wunyang had deliberately taken him away to get revenge. Wunyang looked at his expression and chuckled happily, feeling very satisfied. All her years of hatred and resentment seemed to have found an outlet. Yes, it's exactly as you thought. I deliberately took him away. Back then, you and I swore never to betray each other. If not, I'd be struck by lightning. I also told you that if you betrayed me, I would leave you and find someone who loved me more to take revenge. And now I've done it. Pei Zheng's actions back then had hurt her deeply and became her obsession. She gave up her identity as a divine healer and married him, regardless of everything. But this was how he repaid her. How could she let him go? She originally planned to kill Pei Zheng and the child to take revenge. But when she saw that Pei Sari looked just like Pei Zheng, she changed her mind. She had kept her promise from back then. She found someone who loved her more to take revenge on Pei Zheng, and this person even looked like him. He openly called himself Pei Lang, just like he did back then. Wu Nyang laughed loudly, while Pei Zheng looked at Pei Qian, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Vicious woman, shameless woman. How can you be like this? This is all your fault, Pei Zheng. I told you you'd regret it. You don't love me, but your son loves me. Look how much he looks like you. He only has me in his heart and eyes. Haha, Pei Lang, I have won. She succeeded in hurting him deeply. She suffered her whole life, and her unfaithful husband and the shameless woman also suffered her whole life. Wu Nyang laughed loudly again, while Pei Qian looked at them with a blank face, seeming confused about why everything was happening. Pei Qian was raised by Wu Nyang as a child bride, called her husband, but she trained him like a dog, disobedient. She punished him by making him kneel, completely controlling him. Later, he got a fever, and his mind was a bit damaged, but he became even more obedient, which made Wu Nyang more satisfied. Bai Er didn't appear initially, but when she heard her son was found, she couldn't help but come out. However, this son was no longer hers. He only recognized his wife. Pei Zheng and Bai Er had been searching for their son all these years. When they finally found him, it seemed they would never find him again because Wu Nyang's words and her gaze were full of hatred. He hated them deeply. No matter what they said, he was completely loyal to Wu Nyang. Shameless woman. In the end, I still won, Wu Nyang said proudly. Bai Er's angry, sharp scream echoed in Chu Xingqian's ears, making her take a deep breath. She didn't expect the story to be so complicated, but did Wu Nyang really win in the end? Not really. In this life gamble, no one truly won. Over 10 years ago, it seemed Bai Er had won, but by today, she had lost completely. 10 years later, Wu Nyang took revenge fiercely. It looked like she had won, but she had also lost. All three of them were losers. Their lives were destroyed, especially Wu Nyang, who kidnapped and almost hurt the eldest daughter. There was no future left for her. She didn't deserve a future because her own experiences led her to blame innocent people for her mistakes. She claimed she didn't want to kill Pei Zheng, but she transferred her hatred onto innocent people, killing many. She didn't hesitate to kill Pei Zheng and Bai Er. She kept killing again and again. Her hatred was so deep that it could have been resolved internally, but she involved others instead. Pei Qian, whose parents manipulated him his entire life, had a tragic start from birth. Chu Xingqian listened quietly and only felt one thing. Emotions really need to be rational. People shouldn't be reckless. The consequences of being reckless are often unbearable for ordinary people. Your Highness? Xiao Wang called out when he saw Chu Xingqian's strange expression.
I'm fine.
Because the case involved several people, they all came together. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu hadn't spoken yet. When Ling Zhou quietly shared his thoughts, this fifth lady is really hateful and cruel. Pei Zheng is even worse. How could he change his feelings? If he hadn't changed, none of this would have happened. Chu Xingqian looked at them with a heavy heart. This also shows the dangers of polygamy or polyandry. Love is selfish and possessive. Once that is broken, various accidents can happen. In the end, both sides suffer, and it also harms the next generation. This marriage tragedy made Chu Xingqian, who was already afraid of marriage, feel even more anxious. That's why she didn't dare to truly become their wife. Monogamy is hard enough, let alone polygamy. Moreover, Their marriage was a political alliance, involving many aspects. Isn't that what she saw often on TV? Palace struggles and forced marriages. Especially when they have children, the situation becomes even more complicated. She couldn't imagine the scene if they were forced to fight each other in the future. Hearing Chu Xingchen sigh, Ling Zhou asked, "Your Highness, do you also think I am right?" "Yes, you're right. But it's not just that. There are many issues involved. The rivalry among wives and concubines is also a problem." Thinking about the competition among wives, Chu Xingchen casually mentioned, "Your Highness, you're also right. What do you think of that maid? Fighting with her benefactor over the husband." Shun Songzhu and Xiaowang looked up at the same time, their minds flashing similar thoughts. Is the prince warning them? Or hinting that they shouldn't fight? The case of the fifth lady seemed to be solved, but in reality, it was not that simple. Feng Anqing's prefect personally reported to Chu Xingchen after a detailed investigation. From when Xiao Xiaoqing received the longevity lock, everything seemed coincidental. But the biggest problem is that the entire case was also a coincidence. Chu Xingchen understood. Too many coincidences mean it's no longer just coincidence. "Your Highness is wise," Feng Anqing's prefect complimented, subtly pointing out the people behind this matter. Many were involved, including the Ministry of Justice, and it even involved court officials and political factions. Every dynasty has court faction struggles. It's not surprising that the Great Chu also experienced this. Things had been fairly balanced before, but as the Empress Dowager grew stronger and her influence in the newspapers increased, the balance in court was disrupted. Some people couldn't sit still. Some supported Confucian ideals, some were incited from behind the scenes, and others feared their own interests would suffer. They were wary of the Empress Dowager, the Crown Princess faction, and the Shun, Xiao, and Ling families, who were all connected. Once they fully unite with the Crown Princess, their strength will grow stronger, and the Crown Princess will trust and rely on them more. Conversely, their influence will diminish, and the Crown Princess will overlook them. This led to a clever plan to create a conflict. They wanted to sow discord between the Crown Princess and several families so they could be promoted and gain control by bringing her under their influence. When the Ministry of Justice investigated the incident involving Lady Wu, they decided to use her as a crazy person to kidnap and create a rift between the Crown Princess and Shun Lingxiao's family. They thought that no matter who the Crown Princess chose, the person not selected would feel upset, achieving their goal of causing discord. So, Su Dandan was just used and taken away as a witness? Yes, they probably heard that you, Your Highness, didn't get along with Miss Su, so they... Chu Xingchen. So, Su Dandan was completely used by others. They probably expected her to spread the word, intentionally bringing her in as a loudspeaker, and maybe even trying to involve Lord Su. Unexpectedly, Su Dandan was rescued by Chu Xingchen and his group by chance. Your Highness, I questioned a few people, but none admitted they wanted to harm you. Chu Xingchen calmly replied, their words might be true. There are other behind-the-scenes players. These people don't just want to create discord, they want to kill me directly. Find out who the real mastermind is, Chu Xingchen ordered. Besides that, the next step was to deal with those who caused trouble. The queen specially asked Chu Xingchen about this matter. There are quite a few involved, many from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Personnel. Crown Princess, what do you want to do? Chu Xingchen simply said, use the art of deception. The queen raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. It's about turning their schemes against them, destroying their trust, Chu Xingchen said calmly, but his words caused many to feel hopeless. Chu Xingchen didn't directly punish or retaliate. Instead, he deliberately let them misunderstand, making them think the others betrayed them and sided with the crown princess. From suspicion to broken trust, and then to mutual accusations and self-destruction. Anyone involved in the case was almost certain to be punished, demoted, or fined. Only after everything did they realize it was the crown princess's revenge. Chu Xingchen believed this was her way of exacting revenge. Political rivalries among officials have always existed and are unavoidable. Chu Xingchen was quite open-minded about it. As long as it didn't interfere with work, He could use these conflicts to keep everyone in check, creating a system of mutual supervision and competition. He used to think that as long as he could distinguish right from wrong and keep control, everything would be fine. But they used her, schemed against her, and even wanted to control her, putting her in danger. Chu Xingchen's swift and fierce methods made everyone realize that the princess, though seemingly gentle, was not easy to handle. If they wanted to control her, they should think twice about their own safety. Chu Xingchen's reputation immediately improved significantly. However, that is a story for another time. At this moment, after sharing her thoughts with the Empress looked at Chu Xingchen with a look of satisfaction. Good. I will leave this matter entirely to you. When Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace, it was already dark. She brought Wan Dong back with her. Passing by Changla Palace, she even met Chu Xinghai. Previously, Chu Xinghai was unhappy when he learned that Chu Xingchen had gone outside alone during the Lantern Festival. After hearing about the trouble they encountered, he believed there were really many bad people kidnapping children outside. He thought he needed to be a bit older before going out. But children are naturally curious. Chu Xinghai still longed for the lively outside world. Sister, how old do I have to be to go out? Do children with one hand also steal things? Yes, they do. Seeing how cute you are, they can't help themselves. So, you must be cautious around strangers, Chu Xingchen said, knowing she couldn't go outside anymore, let alone Chu Xinghai. She took the opportunity to give him safety advice. In the end, she took him to the city wall to see the lively scene of Fomin City from afar. The Lantern Festival started on Yuan Shao night, and tonight was the last night. Outside, colorful lanterns were hung up, creating a bustling and lively scene from a distance. Chu Xinghai was very satisfied. When I grow a little older, I will take sister out. I will protect her then. Chu Xinghai secretly made a vow. He wanted to learn martial arts from Uncle Zhou, studying both poisons and martial arts. All right, sister will wait for that day, Chu Xingchen said, patting his little face. She carried him on her back and sent him back to Changla Palace. By the time Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace, it was quite late. She was tired and hungry. When she arrived at Jinhua Hall, she was surprised to find the door slightly ajar. Inside, it was silent as if no one was there. What's going on?
Chu Xingchen wondered.
Wan Dong stepped forward and pushed the door open. As the door swung open, her eyes were immediately filled with a courtyard full of lanterns. It felt like she had traveled into a lively night market, with countless stars flooding her view, leaving her completely stunned. Chu Xingchen stepped inside a few more steps. From the entrance onward, there were all kinds of lanterns, and nearby, palace servants dressed as vendors were shouting and guessing lantern riddles. Further inside, there was a small kitchen where cooks were buying glutinous rice balls and pastries, cooking fried and steamed treats, everything imaginable. Then Chu Xingchen saw the shop owner Shen Songzhu at the bookstall. Seeing the smile in Chu Xingchen's eyes, he pointed to a familiar small fish lantern nearby and invited her to guess the lantern riddle. Chu Xingchen looked at the riddle and recognized it because they had guessed it before with Shen Songzhu. She tentatively gave the answer. Shen Songzhu handed her the small fish lantern, saying, "Young lady, your talent and kindness are true virtues. The lantern belongs to its rightful owner." Next, Chu Xingchen saw Xiao Wang, who was selling jewelry. Xiao Wang smiled when he saw her, saying, "Young lady, would you like to come and take a look? Buy something and get a lantern." When Xiao Wang called her young lady, there was a slight pause, as if he was calling her Mrs., which made Chu Xingchen recall a funny incident when he suddenly called her Mrs. before. Chu Xingchen decided to play a little trick on Xiao Wang to remind him that the customer is always right. "I want to see what you're selling," she said, planning to criticize him. But when she approached, she found that Xiao Wang's stall had nothing on it. "You're selling nothing? Are you selling air?"
she asked.
Xiao Wang chuckled. "Who said I have nothing? Look, I am here. You? Do you want to sell yourself?"
Chu Xingchen tz intentina.
Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow. "Not impossible. But I wonder if young lady dares to buy?" Suddenly, Images of child bride and bedtime servant flashed through Chu Xingchen's mind. She quickly shook her head. Don't talk nonsense. She looked down to find something. Are you really not selling anything? I am selling, Xiao Wang said, taking a hairpin from his sleeve and placing it on Chu Xingchen's head, who was looking down. But I only sell one thing. Chu Xingchen looked up and touched her head. What is it? Guess, Xiao Wang said. I won't guess. I'll just look, she said curiously, removing the hairpin and looking at it. She was very surprised. So pretty, and it looks like a rabbit. Isn't that your favorite animal? Xiao Wang took the hairpin from her hand, put it back on her head, and then handed her a small rabbit lantern. Return it to its original owner. The small rabbit lantern she liked most before was back in her hands. Chu Xingchen looked happily at the small rabbit lantern. Xiao Wang smiled beside her, watching her comfortably. The scene was pleasing and relaxing. The people from the Eastern Palace, who were playing their roles, couldn't help but smile when they saw them. Ling Zhou was nearby, watching but coughed loudly a couple of times.
Don't miss out when you pass by.
Come and take a look, he called out awkwardly. His shouting was strange, so Chu Xingchen looked up and down at Ling Zhou, who was pretending to be a big boss with a beard.
Who are you?
What kind of boss are you?
She asked.
Swing set boss. Ling Zhou revealed a platform hidden behind his back. Chu Xingchen then realized that Ling Zhou had a swing set hidden behind him. Quickly get on. I will push you. Ling Zhou was excited. When they went out earlier, they passed by some houses, and inside there were laughs and children occasionally peeking out, playing on swings. Chu Xingchen saw his admiring gaze and naturally felt jealous, so she wanted to give her something. I made this for you. When you have time later, you can swing and play.
Try it tonight.
Ling Zhou emphasized that he made it for her. After Chu Xingchen stood on it, he looked at the hairpin on her head. Take it off first so it doesn't hit you or fall off. He then took off the hairpin that Xiao Wenkai was wearing, made sure she was standing steadily and had it secured, and said start, then began pushing her higher and higher. Chu Xingchen felt excited and happy, and everyone watching her had smiles in their eyes. Shen Songzhu looked at Ling Zhou helping to push and thought he really wanted to have one. Xiao Wenkai also smiled, then looked at the hairpin Ling Zhou put aside and went forward to pick it up. Chu Xingchen was having fun, but Zhou Baiyan stood nearby with a tense look, ready to catch her at any moment, worried something might go wrong. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and Chu Xingchen came down safely. Everyone can see outside. Chu Xingchen blushed. Do you like it? Ling Zhou asked proudly. If you want to play again later, just ask me to push you. I like it. Chu Xingchen nodded confidently. If you want to come and play later, you can also come. I won't come. Only girls and kids play with this. If you don't play, some people will. Wan Dong, you, and the others can play. Wan Dong happily went to play on the swing. Chu Xingchen chuckled and tidied her slightly messy hair. Xiao Wenkai stepped forward and reinserted her hairpin. There's also the lantern. Ling Zhou took a lantern and placed it among them, then handed Chu Xingchen a rotating palace lantern, like a lantern carousel. It's so beautiful, Chu Xingchen exclaimed again in amazement. Ling Zhou proudly tilted his head, feeling proud for bringing the lantern back. These lanterns were all guessed from riddles earlier. Because of what happened later, they couldn't retrieve them, but now they had all been brought back. How did you get these lanterns back? When did you start planning the decorations? After such a big event, seeing these lanterns made everyone feel happy and relaxed. Does His Highness like them? Shen Songzhu asked back. Yes, I like them very much. That's good enough. The Lantern Festival lasted 3 days, and tonight was the last day. Going out was not an option, so they decided to give Chu Xingchen a surprise in the palace. Several people thought of the same idea, to find the lanterns they had accidentally lost before. They all tried to leave the palace and, in the end, they met again at the lantern market, almost fighting to get those lanterns back. The lively street scene was completed by their efforts. Up and down the Jinhua Palace for the first time, they secretly accomplished a big task. Everyone, whether palace staff or kitchen workers, was excited. They made many lanterns, came up with ideas, and played their roles with great effort. Shin Songju was about to walk around with Chu Xingchen, but Chu Xingchen's gaze fell on Zhou Bian, who was not far away. Zhou Bian, did you join in? Where is your stall? Zhou Bian was surprised to be noticed by Chu Xingchen. He paused for a moment and pointed ahead, selling lanterns. He wasn't good at role-playing. Selling lanterns? What kind?
Let me see.
Chu Xingchen followed Zhou Bian to his stall, which was in a corner. When she saw it, she couldn't help but exclaim. She found that Zhou Bian's stall was filled with star-shaped lanterns of various sizes, colors, and styles, triangles, squares, pentagons, all star-shaped, but each different. Why are all these lanterns stars? I've never seen them before. Where did you buy them? Zhou Bian shook his head. Not bought. Then where did you get them? Did you make them yourself? Zhou Bian nodded quietly. Yes, he made them himself. He couldn't guess lantern riddles, so he made these himself, but only this kind. Chu Xingchen looked up in surprise at the star-shaped lanterns behind Zhou Bian. They're all made by you? That's amazing. A song suddenly played in her mind. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. She couldn't help but sing aloud. Zhou Bian looked up sharply, feeling her tone was a bit strange, but her singing was surprisingly beautiful. Shen Songju, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou couldn't help but glance sideways. Chu Xingchen only knew that one line, so she wisely kept silent. I didn't know you could also make lanterns, she said. Ling Zhou frowned at her smiling face. Shen Songju cast a deep look at Zhou Bian. Xiao Wang silently looked at the star-shaped lanterns and then turned to the small stall in the kitchen area. When Xiao Wang was stared at, the chef habitually straightened up and started shouting loudly, "Come and try our delicious, big tangyuan." Chu Xingchen's attention finally shifted. Xiao Wang took the opportunity to say, "Boss, bring us the best-tasting tangyuan." 2 tables with 8 immortals and long benches were set up side by side. Xiao Wang, in character again, sat down and patted the seat next to him. "Young lady, let's eat tangyuan together." Sun Songjua thought Xiao Wang's little wife sounded strange. Before Chu Xingchen came over, she sat next to Xiao Wang and smiled at him, saying, "I will eat too." Then she turned and patted the bench nearby, saying, "Miss Chu, come sit here." When she called her Miss Chu, Sun Songjua couldn't help but smile. If they knew each other like this, that would be great. Ling Zhou's eyes twitched, and he quickly sat down on the bench next to Skin Songjua, smiling at him. Skinned Songjua looked at Ling Zhou's big, white teeth grinding his teeth, while Xiao Wang tried not to laugh. Ling Zhou turned and patted the seat beside him, saying, "Xingchen's sister, come sit here." She just didn't call him Your Highness, but he would still do it. Chu Xingchen went over and lightly hit Ling Zhou, saying, "I told you, call me sister." She sat next to Ling Zhou and called out to Zhou Bian, "Zhou Bian, come eat the rice balls." Zhou Bian sat down on a long bench, right beside Chu Xingchen. The chef quickly brought out the steaming rice balls. This time, they weren't colorful but plain, plump, and cooked rice balls, along with golden fried ones that looked just right, making everyone drool. Chu Xingchen blew on her rice ball, but it still burned her inside. "So hot," she muttered. Just as she was about to continue eating, Ling Zhou looked over and asked, "Burned? Spit it out quickly." Chu Xingchen wanted to say no, but Ling Zhou tried to help her. In the chaos, her chopsticks dropped the rice ball. "I wasn't burned," she said helplessly. "No, I thought you got burned," Ling Zhou said awkwardly. "I got burned when I was little. It hurt for many days." He had learned his lesson from eating too quickly as a child. Chu Xingchen was about to wipe her clothes where the rice ball had spilled, but she saw Zhou Bian take out a handkerchief and try to put it away. "Thanks," she said, grabbing it. Zhou Bian had improved a lot. She wanted to encourage him more. She took his handkerchief and wiped her mouth. After folding it, she looked at it and exclaimed, "Is this a star?" She couldn't help but open it and look. Zhou Bian's handkerchief was dark blue. At first, she thought it had no pattern, but when she looked closer, she saw tiny embroidered stars. Not many, and not obvious. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice. But if you looked closely, it was like gazing at a starry night sky. "That handkerchief is pretty, with stars," Chu Xingchen said, then looked at Zhou Baiyan with curiosity. Why are they all stars? When did you become interested in stars? Usually, men's handkerchiefs have bamboo or similar patterns. Shenzhou, Shen Songjue, and Xiao Wang all paused and looked at the handkerchief. When they heard her question, they all smirked. There are still many reasons, but of course, it's because her name is Xingchen. They didn't expect Zhou Baiyan to secretly do these things. Ling Zhou thought, these trivial things are usually done by Xiao Wang and Shen Songjue. How come Zhou Baiyan is doing them now? Their gazes were very intense. Sensitive as Zhou Baiyan, he naturally felt it, but he no longer cared. Under Chu Xingchen's curious gaze, he paused for a moment before replying, not long ago. Liking stars is nice. Do you still dream of one day flying to the stars in the sky? Is this considered an interest in astronomy? Chu Xingchen looked up at the starry sky. In ancient times, it was wonderful. If the weather was clear, you could see the full sky of stars at any time, dense and bright. I also like them, and I believe humans will be able to reach these stars someday. Nowadays, people have landed on the moon and explored other planets. Zhou Baiyan hesitated for a moment, then softly responded with a but his gaze stayed on her. The stars are so far away and so high. How could anyone reach them? Hot, sweet rice balls warm the heart when eaten at night, and crispy, fragrant fried rice balls make Chu Xingchen feel even happier. She turned excitedly and asked, whose idea was this? We all discussed it together, Xiao Wang replied. Yes, the small lantern festival in Jinhua Palace was planned by all four of them, showing their harmony in friendship. That was so fun.
We can do the same in the palace someday.
After Chu Xinghai was carried over, he was completely captivated and couldn't get out of it. Chu Xingchen also fell into a state of excitement, seeing everything as beautiful and being full of enthusiasm. Her excitement infected Ling Zhou, Xiao Wang, and Shen Songjue. Even though they arranged everything themselves, they patiently accompanied Chu Xingchen, watching her repeat things over and over. She watched the lanterns, they watched her. She smiled, they watched her smile, openly and confidently. Only Zhou Baiyan habitually hid in the darkness, silently watching her. She excitedly talked to them as if she had endless words, radiating vitality, bright and lively, making everyone feel happy and full of strength. It was something he had never seen before. Zhou Baiyan didn't know why she had become like this. When he realized it, she had already firmly occupied his eyes. She was always full of energy and hope, like the sun, calling his name again and again, illuminating his dark world. But he was about to lose his light. He reached out, trying to grasp that faint glow, but his hand grasped only emptiness. Chu Xingchen looked again and again, smiling until her face was sore, but she still couldn't bear to look away. Deep inside, she regretted not having a camera, so she could have recorded this moment. Shen Songjue watched Chu Xingchen rub her face, noticing the regret in her eyes. Moved, he quietly sat in front of the bookstall he had been pretending to be at and started drawing. When Chu Xingchen noticed, he was already halfway through his drawing. Seeing her bright, sparkling eyes, Shen Songjue smiled slightly. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will give you the finished picture. Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Shen Songjue. Chu Xingchen felt no more regrets. Her attention finally shifted to the lantern carousel. It didn't use electricity, but could spin automatically. Chu Xingchen pulled the lantern maker aside, wishing she could make one herself. This magical traditional craft was rare in modern times, almost on the verge of disappearing. Only some electric self-spinning lanterns remained. Those electric lanterns were very beautiful, but they lacked the charm of the traditional ones. When Chu Xingchen snapped back to reality, she saw Xiao Wang, who had been playing with Chu Xinghai, sitting on a chair and sleeping. Chu Xinghai in her arms was also peacefully asleep after the excitement. Chu Xingchen immediately lowered her voice, so the palace servants wouldn't be disturbed. Is he exhausted? Jian answered cautiously, maybe. Over the past few days, Xiaoqing has been quite sleepy. Luckily, he was a man, otherwise they might suspect he was pregnant. Don't wake him up. Let him sleep until he wakes naturally tomorrow. Remind him to rest more, Chu Xingchen advised Jian. She specially ordered a sedan to take Xiao Wang back home. In the palace, sedan chairs were graded. Chu Xingchen's was the best, so she let him ride in her own. This was a sign of great favor. Jian was excited and agreed happily. After Xiao Wang left, Shun Songzhu finished his painting. His painting remained beautiful and delicate, with Chu Xingchen's side profile shown, smiling at the small fish lantern. The scene was breathtaking, especially with the stars in the sky. It was truly magnificent. Ling Zhou watched eagerly, wanting to see more, but also feeling annoyed. All he did was show off his painting every day. The lively lantern festival ended. Chu Xingchen, holding Shun Songzhu's painting, felt satisfied but couldn't resist taking another walk around. Seeing Chu Xingchen's joyful steps and her smiling face, Zhou Baiyan, who was nearby, wanted to ask if she could stay longer. He promised to protect her in the future. Your Highness, Zhou Baiyan called out to Chu Xingchen. She turned around. Are your wounds better? I didn't get a chance to ask you today. Zhou Baiyan nodded, but Chu Xingchen still checked his wounds herself. After inspecting, she sighed in relief. They're much better now. The scabs have formed. Then she asked, your wound is healed. You can rest and take a vacation now. Have you packed your luggage? Do you need someone to take care of you, or do you want to be alone? Zhou Baiyan had not spoken yet but received an answer. The light in his eyes dimmed. No need. The prince still wanted to send him away. He didn't want to leave, nor did he feel at ease. Who would protect her while he was gone? What if she faced danger? Tian Lu and the other shadows would protect the prince, but he trusted only himself the most. Sometimes, when the prince turns over in the middle of the night, his hand might accidentally be exposed. Without him to help tuck it back, she would always get cold. She also had the habit of drinking water at night, but disliked other palace servants on night duty, and she didn't want Dongdang to suffer. If he wasn't there, no one would bring her warm water. She would groggily drink the cold water left in the cup, wake up completely, and then find it hard to fall asleep again. All these worries circled around Zhou Baiyan's mind, but eventually faded into silence. Seeing Zhou Baiyan with his head down and silent, Chu Xingchen also felt uneasy. Don't let anyone bully you outside. If you encounter trouble, come back and find me. I'll help you solve it. Though worried, she didn't say much. Zhou Baiyan's background was very unusual, and he needed some changes. So Zhou Baiyan, under the pretense of a secret mission arranged by Chu Xingchen, left the Eastern Palace, adopting a different identity and moving into the house Chu Xingchen provided. Originally, Chu Xingchen said he could go anywhere he wanted, but Zhou Baiyan said there was nowhere else he wanted to go. He left the palace at midnight. Seeing how much Chu Xingchen liked it, he hung the star lanterns he made outside the sleeping hall before leaving. As he stepped out, Chu Xingchen suddenly woke up from her sleep. She sat there blankly for a moment, looked outside and saw the sky brightening, then put on her clothes and pushed open the window. She wanted to see the sunrise at dawn, but instead saw a sky full of star lanterns. They weren't real stars, but lanterns shaped like stars hanging along the corridor. Zhou Baiyan had hung all the lanterns he had made and stayed up all night, making many smaller ones. He had to leave because his heart was restless and couldn't sleep. He kept making lanterns. He couldn't give her anything else, only the song she loved. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Chu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly left the sleeping hall and saw even more star lanterns. Seeing the palace servants on duty outside, she asked, "Did young master Zhou hang these?" "Yes," the servant replied respectfully. If there was enough time, he might have filled the entire courtyard. Chu Xingchen looked at the sky full of lanterns, stood for a moment, then hurried toward Taoren residence. Late winter, hearing the noise, hurriedly took a cloak and chased after him. "Your Highness, don't catch a cold." Chu Xingchen ran to Taoren residence, but only saw the room was silent. Zhou Baiyan had already left the palace. Chu Xingchen stood there for a moment. Why didn't he wait for me to see him off? Zhou Baiyan's place was now different from before she came. It had more things, all given by her over time. Some he took away, some he left. Chu Xingchen stood there for a while, then slowly returned to Jinhua Palace, feeling a bit down. The sky gradually brightened, and the star lanterns in Jinhua Palace were still shining. Zhou Baiyan had left the palace, and Chu Xingchen was still a little uncomfortable. Sometimes she forgot and habitually talked to him, wanted to share good food with him. When she finished talking and got no response, she would realize she was used to it. She hadn't fully gotten used to it yet, and then Ling Zhou's birthday arrived. Ling Zhou had been looking forward to this birthday for a long time, waiting patiently. He didn't expect that in the end. It was finally his turn. After waiting so long, early in the morning, Jin Qiang's sword was happily helping Ling Zhou wash up and change clothes. His beard needed to be shaved clean, and his clothes and headband had to be carefully chosen. Young General, this headband was made according to your orders. Take a look. Zhou Baiyan created star lanterns, which caught Chu Xingchen's attention. Later, she used star-patterned handkerchiefs, making everyone turn their heads. That night after returning, Ling Zhou couldn't help but have his handkerchiefs replaced with star-patterned ones. He also wanted to use star handkerchiefs to wipe his face and mouth, but not the same style as Zhou Baiyan. Before he used the new handkerchiefs, he discovered something new. Xiao Wang and Shen Songju's clothes had new patterns. Shen Songju's sleeves had subtle star patterns, and Xiao Wang's collar was embroidered with star borders, making them hard to ignore. Shen Songju loved bamboo, and his previous handkerchiefs and clothes mainly featured bamboo embroidery. Now, his clothes had added star patterns. Although they seemed unrelated, they were combined in a way that looked like stars growing on bamboo, or bamboo blooming with stars, or stars falling and playing hide-and-seek with bamboo. It was a clever match, with no awkwardness, and even distinguished from other bamboo patterns. Xiao Wang used to have no particular preferences, but this time he did. It was unclear whether he drew the patterns himself or if the embroidery room was involved. The two stars seemed to depend on each other, as if stars had grown limbs and were intertwined, adding a touch of tenderness. Simple and not complicated, but full of their little thoughts. Ling Zhou was quite upset. He simply couldn't keep up with them. The star handkerchief and clothes, as well as the flying feather palace decorations, were all finished, but Ling Zhou didn't want to use them anymore. He didn't want to learn from others, so he made a headband embroidered with stars. His headband also had a pattern at the end, stars and snowflakes combined, looking like snowflakes or stars. You have me, I have you. In this way, the three of them, no, for people were all different but shared the star. Just this one today, Ling Zhou chose a dark red headband and touched the star on it. In the future, my helmet should also have stars. The helmet was for battle. He fought for the Ling family, for the people of Chu, and also for the stars. Jin Chong personally tied the headband onto Ling Zhou's head. All right, young general, handsome and brave, full of charm. Of course, Ling Zhou shook his head. I'm going out for a walk. He went out to visit friends, showing off and asking for gifts. Shen Songju and Xiao Wang saw the stars on his headband. They didn't say anything but gave Ling Zhou the prepared gifts early, feeling a silent understanding between them. They didn't interfere with each other. After walking around and showing his headband to Shen Songju and Xiao Wang, Ling Zhou finally felt at ease. Then he started to worry. I'll go see the kitchen to check if my cake is ready. Jin Chong almost couldn't hide his embarrassment. He could only say it was still early, so the cake wouldn't be ready so soon. The prince promised not to break his word. Just wait, young general. There will be a surprise. That's true, but if I don't look at the cake or rush them, how can I find the prince? Today was his birthday, and he just wanted to have a happy day like before. In the past, he had many friends to play with, but now they were gone. Only the prince was left for him. There are many ways to see the prince. Jin Chong looked outside and had an idea. The young general can find the most beautiful plum blossom and give it to the prince. Only our Feiyu Palace in the Eastern Palace has them. Feiyu Palace also had many plum trees outside. The plum blossoms used to look like dead branches, but recently, many buds had appeared, and today, quite a few blossoms had opened in order. They didn't bloom this much before. Today, All these plum blossoms are here to celebrate the young general's birthday. I'm just a man, I don't need any plum blossom blessings. But it's nice that they bloomed. The prince once mentioned that she was waiting for these plum blossoms to bloom. She would be very happy to see them. I'll go give her a few branches first. Ling Zhou eagerly went to find the most beautiful and best-flowering plum blossoms. He searched for half an hour before finding the right ones, and Jin Chong had already prepared the bottle. Ling Zhou held the plum blossoms and went to find Xu Xingchen. On Ling Zhou's birthday, it seemed the heavens truly favored him. The flowers bloomed, and the weather was sunny. Xu Xingchen watched the red-clad young man walking towards her with the plum blossoms under the sunlight, and he couldn't help but smile before he even spoke. Seeing her smile, Ling Zhou also smiled proudly. I knew the prince would like it. I also said I'd find some time to pick a few branches, but Ling Zhou, you brought them to me.
Thanks.
Xu Xingchen reached out to take the flowers, but Ling Zhou suddenly pulled them back. If you call me brother, I'll give them to you. If you don't give them to me, I'll pick them myself, Xu Xingchen said helplessly. Why are you so determined to be my brother? You should be calling me sister. Men should be brothers. Ling Zhou handed over the flowers. All right, here you go. Don't pick them yourself. I've already picked all the pretty ones. Xu Xingchen happily took the flowers. Thanks. Today is your birthday, and you're the one giving me a gift first. You know I'm good, so why don't you be happy for the birthday star and call me brother? Because you're younger than me. Xu Xingchen noticed Ling Zhou had a small scratch on his hand. Did you get cut? When you were picking the plum blossoms. Does it hurt? It was indeed a cut, but Ling Zhou didn't mind. It doesn't hurt. A man should be brave. A small scratch like this is nothing. Seeing Ling Zhou's nonchalant attitude, Xu Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Ling Zhou had that noble yet humble aura typical of a noble family, dignified and unwavering, not frowning over a small injury. Though he was fine, he appreciated the concern. Ling Zhou was very happy and showed his small tiger teeth in a smile. Your Highness, are you going to help me arrange a small birthday feast? Maybe in the plum blossom forest. We can drink wine, eat roasted chicken, and I can even roast sparrows. All right. Today you're the birthday star, and I'll listen to you. Are you really going to listen to me? Then I just want you to join.
Can you?
I just want to drink wine and eat roasted sparrows, with not too many people. The birthday celebration should focus on the wishes of the little birthday star. Xu Xingchen nodded. Okay, if you don't want others to join, then don't invite them. Then it's settled. Ling Zhou raised an eyebrow, full of spirit. Xu Xingchen looked him over. Ling Zhou, have you grown taller again? Maybe. Ling Zhou looked down at himself. My clothes feel a bit short when I wear them before. His eyes suddenly brightened. Your Highness, did you sew me a new outfit? Xu Xingchen rubbed her forehead. No, I'm not good at sewing, as you know. She sighed and took out a gift she had prepared earlier. This is a special weapon made from silk threads recovered from Fifth Lady. Use it carefully. From the silk threads recovered from Fifth Lady, Xu Xingchen kept some and made 3 weapons. One for herself, one for Zhou Bian, and one for Ling Zhou. She saw Ling Zhou's interest in silk threads before. Ling Zhou was very happy. He hugged Xu Xingchen tightly and patted her twice. I like it a lot, thank you. He hugged her hard, and his back patting was quite forceful, very generous. Xu Xingchen was coughed a little and was about to push him away, but he quickly let go and ran off. I'm going to play mahjong. Since it's a gift, I'll catch a few more.
Chu Xingchen chúc cờ.
The palace's sparrows are almost gone from you shooting them so much. You can also eat roasted chicken. I can catch them. Xu Xingchen liked sparrows, and she was determined to catch some. Ling Zhou brought flowers to Xu Xingchen. Shun Songzhu quickly found out. When he heard, his hand paused while writing. He still gives flowers?
Who taught him that?
He thought Ling Zhou only knew how to shoot sparrows. Shun Songzhu put down his brush. If Ling Zhou was doing this, it wasn't like him. Only Xiao Wang would do such things. Ling Zhou proved to Shun Songzhu that he knew many things. The small banquet in the plum forest was very nice. The lanterns they prepared earlier were too beautiful. Chu Xingchen thought they shouldn't waste them and decided to use them at the banquet. They provided light and looked very beautiful. Chu Xingchen looked at the plum forest and sighed. It's really beautiful. Beautiful. Then drink some wine, Ling Zhou said happily. Even though your highness's milk tea is good, wine is more flavorful. Milk tea is also very tasty, Chu Xingchen said after taking a sip, feeling satisfied. The milk tea was made by the small kitchen when they baked cakes. At this time, they had tea leaves, but only a few types. The tea they brewed often had strange ingredients, which Chu Xingchen wasn't used to. She hadn't had milk tea in a long time and decided to make some herself. The result was good, completely natural without additives, safe to drink and tasty. Just after she put down her milk tea, Bao Jian made a sound. It's snowing. Snowing? Chu Xingchen stood up to look. It really is snowing. This is probably the last snow of the year, said Wan Dong with experience. Snow has come to celebrate your birthday, Chu Xingchen said as she looked at Ling Zhou. The last snow of winter fell heavily, quickly covering the ground with a white layer. The plum blossoms combined with the snow created a beautiful scene. At this time, I should write a poem, Chu Xingchen thought, feeling that such a lovely view deserved poetry, but she couldn't come up with one. Ling Zhou also couldn't think of a poem. Eat roasted chicken. Eat sparrows, he said, dismissing the idea of poetry. Haha, okay, let's eat, Chu Xingchen laughed happily. While others admired the plum blossoms and wrote poems, they enjoyed roasted chicken and drinks. Oh, and there was cake too. The cake was quite big, with portions for the late winter's treasures. When everyone had eaten enough, they couldn't help but playfully smear cake on each other. Ling Zhou was very happy. Watching Chu Xingchen laughing and playing, he felt it would be nice if time could stay still at this moment. His heart was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but draw his sword and dance it in the snow among the plum trees. Though it was called sword dancing, his movements were sharp and powerful, wide and sweeping, with his long sword shining like a ray of light, full of energy. His form was graceful, like clouds and flowing water, as if a startled swan or a swimming dragon, never touching the dust. His red robe fluttered with his movements, and his red headband moved with him, highlighting his slender waist, making it impossible to look away. Gradually, Ling Zhou's sword moves became faster, swirling the branches, petals, and snowflakes around him. In the center, Ling Zhou, dressed in fiery red, looked like he was about to ignite. Chu Xingchen was deeply moved. It was truly beautiful and powerful, so powerful. The charm of the young General Ling Zhou was fully displayed at this moment. Chu Xingchen watched in awe, never knowing that Ling Zhou had such a side. He seemed to have transformed, normally lively and childish, but when he danced with his sword, he was dazzling and fierce, impossible to look away. His sword and his body seemed to speak, shining brightly as he danced. At this moment, Ling Zhou amazed time and also amazed Chu Xingchen. Unintentionally turning his head, Ling Zhou saw Chu Xingchen looking at him with admiration. He made a sword flower with his sword, carrying snowflakes, and leaped in front of her. Your Highness, how did I do with my sword dance? Ling Zhou's eyebrows arched like a sword, full of heroic spirit. His face was slightly flushed, standing before Chu Xingchen, chest rising and falling, breathing a little heavily. Even the sweat seemed to glow. Chu Xingchen suddenly realized that Ling Zhou's face had changed over these days. He was slowly moving toward maturity, caught between being a boy and a man. At this moment, he perfectly embodied that unique charm, that special allure. Chu Xingchen felt complicated inside. She wondered where her little straightforward brother had gone. Why was he suddenly exuding charm? She sincerely approved and gave 2 thumbs up, saying good, very good, excellent. Ling Zhou smiled happily, a bit confused, and asked, why did you change your gesture? Isn't this how you praise? He made a heart shape with his hands. Chu Xingchen replied, a thumbs up is more impressive, right? She changed the subject. You should wipe your sweat quickly. Don't catch a cold. Hearing this, Ling Zhou was pleased and was about to say he wouldn't catch a cold, but he hesitated. No handkerchief? Can you help me wipe? Seeing Chu Xingchen about to check on the sword and others, Ling Zhou quickly added, Today is my birthday, Your Highness. Won't you help me wipe my sweat? No. Chu Xingchen chuckled, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his face. Over here too. After wiping one side, Ling Zhou leaned in again, smiling happily, without a trace of gloom, making others smile along. All done. Ling Zhou sat next to Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, if you like, we can practice for you again later. Okay. Such beautiful scenery. Seeing it once is worth a fortune. If it were recorded, it could be legendary. If shared online in modern times, it would drive people crazy. Then you have to help me wipe my sweat every time, Ling Zhou requested. Okay, Chu Xingchen agreed with a smile. She planned to prepare a big towel to wipe casually. Ling Zhou was very happy and drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. Hurry and get dressed. Don't catch a cold after sweating. Chu Xingchen looked worried. Your Highness, help me get dressed, Ling Zhou immediately said.
Chu Xingchen zip lip, an zai.
Worried he might catch a cold, Chu Xingchen took the excited sword and draped his cloak over him. Ling Zhou looked down at Chu Xingchen. Perhaps after practicing swordplay and drinking another cup, his drunkenness grew stronger. Your Highness, why are you suddenly so easy to talk to? Do you agree to everything I say? Chu Xingchen looked at his face and asked, Are you drunk? No. Ling Zhou shook his head to deny it. You clearly are, Chu Xingchen muttered, but didn't argue. Fine, you're not drunk. But it's late. Go rest now. Ling Zhou's eyes brightened. Okay. After sending Ling Zhou back to Feiyu Palace, Chu Xingchen reminded, Take good care of young Master Ling. Just as she was about to leave, the sword paused. Your Highness, won't you stay overnight? Tonight was the young general's birthday, a celebration long awaited. Chu Xingchen was about to explain, but was lifted by Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou, feeling annoyed, carried Chu Xingchen into the bedroom, placed her on the bed, and held her hands down. Today is my birthday. Your Highness, stay overnight, and let's be together.